A stock on the verge of bankruptcy. I closed my eyes and invested 300,000 in it. Everyone thought I was crazy. Little did they know I had the ability to predict the future. In 3 days, this stock will at least triple or quintuple. Immediately, I told the boss of the loan company about the situation. Xiao Tianhao shouted, "Are you out of your mind? Let me invest 1 million with you. Are you crazy or am I crazy? The Haitian group has already run away with the money." I chuckled and said, "There's only one chance. We'll see the outcome in 3 days. If you don't buy now, it will be too late. Don't say I didn't give you the opportunity." Watching me hang up the phone, Xiao Tianhao fell into contemplation. If it weren't for me just helping him avoid a loss of 30 million, now he probably thinks I'm just a scammer, but ironically, maybe I can help him make money. Suddenly, a shareholder walked in and asked him, "Do you have something on your mind?" Xiao Tianhao asked seriously, "It's not really something on my mind. Just tell me, if I buy shares of the Haitian group now, will you scold me?" The shareholder chuckled, "Of course not, because that would be idiotic, right? Even a novice stock investor knows that the Haitian group is about to collapse, and probably no one would want it for free." After hearing this, Xiao Tianhao gave the other person a disdainful look, then took out his phone and found the option to buy shares of the Haitian group. He immediately gritted his teeth at Aiken. "You little devil, I've fallen for your trick." At this moment, he made a decision that went against his ancestors' teachings. After buying 1 million shares in one go, he breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, his heart was pounding, with a premonition of impending loss. The scene shifts to 3 days later, as I stood in Nanhai Square and glanced at the time. The big screen flickered with news report. The host stated that 3 days ago, Haitian Group incurred a debt of billions. Originally, the leading enterprise Shengshire Group forcefully invested and has now fully acquired all industries of Haitian Group. The shares have also hit the limit for 3 consecutive days, ushering in a major change. As the report ended, someone in the square immediately roared, "I've sold all my shares, damn it! Who would have thought that Shengshire Group actually acquired Haitian Industries? This is unbelievable." But someone immediately noticed something wrong. "Look, there are 2 purchase records from 3 days ago. One was for 300,000, and the other was a whopping 5 million. As soon as this was said, everyone was in an uproar. The big shot who bought 5 million, his net worth doubled instantly. Hearing this, I just smiled faintly, then remarked that Xiaoshan Heo still had some courage, but he only invested a small amount. However, if it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't even dare to invest 10,000. Suddenly, the phone rang. I answered absent-mindedly. Did Xiaohao just call after seeing the news? As I finished speaking, Xiaoshan Heo's roar came from the other end. "Aiken! Don't call me Brother Hao anymore. You're my real dad. This is just unbelievable." I was just about to speak. The guy across the street couldn't help but start yelling again. "Do you know that the deputy general manager of Shengshire Group just contacted me? They offered 6.5 million to buy my 1.5 million shares." I quickly interrupted and asked if you agreed to sell. Xiao Tianhao exclaimed excitedly, "Of course, I'm definitely selling. I'll make a net profit of 5 million. How could I let this opportunity go? I've already signed the agreement on my end. You should also act quickly." I chuckled to myself. This guy is too short-sighted. I predict that this stock will continue to soar. At least 30,000 a day. It's like a golden hen that lays eggs. Although that's the case, I didn't tell him the truth. I just politely said, "I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow." Xiao Tianhao, like a flipped maidservant, quickly said, "Dad, take me to eat meat. How could I let you pay? We'll meet at the Carlton Hotel tomorrow." After saying that he would treat me, he hung up the phone. I felt a bit amused and helpless, then I went back home. Looking at the empty room, I instantly thought of my daughter. He was happily playing with toys in the room. And my wife, who was covered in bruises from my beating, was still cooking. As for myself, I often went around scamming money and even gambling, just to give tips to that female anchor. With red eyes, I picked up a doll that my daughter found in the garbage dump, someone else's trash. Then I slapped myself in the face, crying loudly, swearing that the old Aiken is dead. Suddenly, I received a call from Tong Tong, her soft voice saying, "I miss you, Dad. But I'm afraid Dad will hit me again." As these words fell, my heart felt like it was being squeezed hard. Dad was wrong. Dad won't hit you again. Tong Tong exclaimed in confusion. "Really? But Mom won't let me see him. He's coming back soon. What should I do? I miss Dad." I was anxious, wishing to see my daughter right now, but Meiyun definitely wouldn't allow it. So I could only comfort Tong Tong, "Be good, tomorrow Dad will come to see you." Tong Tong obediently tapped the phone and went to sleep after hanging up. The next morning, I was woken up by the phone. I groggily saw that it was a call from Xiaoshan Heo, and I answered directly. On the other end, he said, "Dad, I'm regretting it so much. The stock of Haitian Group has reached its peak, and it's still rising by 10% every day. If I don't sell, I'll make tens of thousands every day." I casually laughed and said, "Who told you to be so impatient and unable to hold back? The Shengshire Group is causing such a big stir, isn't it to make the stock rise? But the price they offered is not low, it will cover your bottom line, so you won't lose." On the phone, Xiao Tianhao reminded me, "Your shares haven't been sold yet, right? Listen to me, absolutely don't sell. Shengshire Group will definitely try to acquire them from you." I said on the phone, "I'll sell in a while, then transfer the money I owe you." Xiao Tianhao was very exaggerated. "Chen, please don't, what money do I owe you? Don't scare me. You saved me once, and helped me earn millions. If I ask for your money again, am I still human?" I firmly said, "Don't dawdle, I'll transfer it to you now, and then I'm hanging up." Xiao Tianhao got angry. "You don't see me as a person, it seems you insist on repaying." "Alright, then I'll give you the 5 million I earned, I don't want it anyway." Alright, after all, in his heart, I'm already a godlike existence. Only before I soar to success, hold on to my thigh. I can feel his thoughts too, this person is still loyal, can be guided. So immediately said, "Don't call me Chen, call me Brother Hao, and you are my brother." Xiao Tianhao laughed, "No problem, but brother, when are you free? I'll introduce you to a big shot tonight." Seeing him so mysterious, I immediately thought of his connections. Now, if you want to rise rapidly, you can't do it without connections. Otherwise, even with foresight, you will still face limitations in development. Then I hung up the phone, took 30,000 yuan, and went to the toy store and bakery, buying a bunch of things. Following the address, half an hour later, I arrived at a house door, seeing no one around, and then knocked on the door. Just then, a childish voice came from the door. It was Tong Tong, asking who it was. With a kind smile, I said, "It's Dad. Dad bought you a cake and a Barbie doll, all brand new." From inside the door came Tong Tong's surprised voice, and I even saw the door lock move a bit, but then it quickly fell silent. Tong Tong weakly asked from inside the door, "You didn't lie to me, did you? And if I eat the cake, will you hit me?" Upon hearing this, I suddenly felt a pang in my heart. It was all Dad's fault before. "Tong Tong, don't be afraid. Dad won't hit you even if he hits himself." Tong Tong was very cautious, afraid of making me angry. "Last time, I just glanced at the cake shop. Dad hit me really hard. Can you wait for Mom at the door?" I knew in my heart that if I wanted to regain my daughter's trust, I had to be patient and absolutely not be impatient, because this was all my own doing. Tong Tong's voice came from inside the door again, "Mom will be back soon. Do you have somewhere to sit at the door?" He seemed worried that I might leave. I smiled and said, "Dad's not afraid. Dad standing here is enough." Just then, the unit door opened, and a middle-aged woman came out carrying a basket of vegetables. But when he saw me, he suddenly froze and roared, "What the hell are you doing here, you beast? Get lost right now, or don't blame me for being rude to you." My 6-year-old daughter knelt on the ground begging me not to hit her mom. But I was addicted to domestic violence and couldn't control my hands. After the divorce, my daughter was very afraid of me. I just wanted to find her and comfort her. But a woman immediately came up and angrily scolded, "Get the hell out of here. Today, I'm risking my life, and I won't let you hurt Tong Tong." I didn't resist and allowed the slap to hit my face. Even though my back hit the railing, I didn't utter a word. Just then, from inside the door came Tong Tong's voice, "Auntie, please don't hit my dad. He came to bring me cake. Please don't hit my dad. He came to bring me a cake." I said with a guilty face, "Auntie, go ahead and hit me. It was all my fault before." I admitted, "If you don't feel satisfied, you can use a rolling pin or a stick." The aunt exploded in anger, shouting, "Stop pretending in front of me. A beautiful and capable woman, wholeheartedly helping you pay off your debts. You actually went to watch a live stream, spending recklessly on gifts, causing financial ruin. If you have any humanity left, get out of here immediately." I sighed and said, "Auntie, I'm not asking for anything else. I just want to make it up to them." Sister Pang saw that I didn't look like I came to cheat money today, and then slowly calmed down. I took out 3,000 yuan from my pocket, and 2 bottles of white wine. "This is the money you advanced for Tong Tong's hospitalization last time. You take it. The 2 bottles of wine are also bought for Big Brother. I just want to make money now, so that they can have a good life." At that moment, Sister Pang fell silent, because she felt the sincerity from me. I used to be a complete beast, but now I really seem different from before. Suddenly, Shin Meiyun staggered in from outside, carrying a bag of rice and wiping sweat. As soon as I saw her, I hurried over, ready to reach out to take it. Unexpectedly, Shin Meiyun instinctively took a step back, and her eyes were full of vigilance when she looked at me. Even as I reached out, her eye twitched, as if it was a muscle memory of being frequently hit. Seeing this, I helplessly withdrew my hands and silently stepped aside, letting her carry the rice into the house. Then Shin Mayun put down the rice, raised her head, and firmly said, "Take your things and leave. If you dare to hit me again, I'll call the police. We are divorced now, I won't be afraid of you." Sighing, I said, "Don't be angry, I'll leave now. After all, Shin Mayun is too sensitive to me now. If I'm too hasty, it will backfire." When she saw me walking out of the neighborhood gate, Shin Mayun finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the door across the street opened, and Fatty's sister-in-law walked over, earnestly advising me that she felt Aiken had changed. Otherwise, give him a chance, and test him for a while first. Shin Mayun shed tears at some point. Aiken, this guy, fundamentally. He couldn't change. He made countless promises to me over the 7 years, but in the end, he kept deceiving and hitting me time and time again. Now that I have finally broken free from him, how could I possibly go back? Fatty's sister-in-law felt uneasy. I just feel that this kid is a bit different from before. If he doesn't change his stubborn ways in the future, I'll skin him alive. After saying this, she turned and went back into the house, no longer discussing the topic. At this moment, Tong Tong ran out from the house. "Mom, you're finally back. Did you just drive Dad away? He didn't hit you, did he?" Shin Mayun said, "Don't mind him. From now on, we don't have to be afraid of him anymore." Then she carried the rice into the house. Suddenly, Tong Tong saw the gifts and cake on the ground. Then she looked at him with her finger in her mouth and her head tilted, her watery eyes filled with anticipation. Seeing this, Shin Mayun smiled, but still took the things out. But when he opened the snack bag, he was surprised to find 30,000 yuan inside. At that moment, his face changed drastically, always feeling that this was not a good thing. Meanwhile, I arrived at the most high-end hotel in Longzhou City. Just got out of the taxi, and saw Xiao Tianhao smoking, chatting with a woman in black. The moment she saw me, she hurried over. "Aiken, Nick has finally arrived. The big shot has been waiting inside for a long time." At this moment, when he spoke to me, he no longer had the demeanor of a lone shark. Now, in his eyes, I am like a godlike existence. I nodded, indicating to go in, but still puzzled about who that big shot is. Xiao Tianhao proudly said, "She is the eldest princess of our jewelry giant, the Wanding Group." Upon hearing this, Han Yashuan also showed a look of surprise. You see, the Wanding Group is a true leading enterprise, having long reached the level of a super conglomerate in the tens of billions. It holds a top position in the jewelry industry. So, I asked how you managed to get involved with her. Xiao Tianhao rubbed his hands and laughed. "I just mentioned your abilities. She came looking for you, saying she wanted to meet this expert." I rolled my eyes, but didn't say anything. We both walked into the elevator. We soon arrived at the 6th floor, where a short-haired woman was sitting in the private room. Her noble temperament made it hard for people to approach her. As soon as we entered the room, the woman just glanced up and then ignored us, turning to chat with a man next to her. Xiao Tianhao felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward, so he took the initiative to greet her, walking over with a smile. I followed Xiao Tianhao and took a seat. As soon as I sat down, Han Yashuan's gaze fell on me. "This young man should be the expert, Mr. Xiao mentioned." I responded modestly, "You flatter me. My name is Aiken." Xiao Tianhao, like a salesman, began promoting my abilities. "This is my very talented brother. He's the one who advised me to buy that stock. I made a net profit of millions. If I don't sell now, I earn almost every day." Upon hearing this, Han Yashuan smiled and said, "Truly extraordinary. So young, yet an amazing stock market wizard." The man next to Han Yashuan spoke, "This is Aiken. How did you know that Haitian Group was about to go bankrupt and then turn things around?" "You know, even the news of Chen Baixian fleeing was kept from the police." Xiao Tianhao hastily introduced me to this person, Feng Tianhai, the exclusive agent for Matai in our Longzhou city. At this moment, I was very surprised. Both of them are big shots. Before, I probably wouldn't have had the chance to meet them at all. Now I remain calm. It's just that I calculated that stock. Feng Tianhai, seeing my indifferent expression, couldn't help but taunt, "What a year this is." Repeating that feudal superstition really amused me. "Don't you know the Zhurong rover has already landed?" The situation was very awkward, and Xiao Tianhao looked anxious on the side. On the contrary, I remained calm, with an inscrutable expression, showing no emotions. At this point, Han Yashuan changed the subject. "Mr. Acheng, I'm really sorry. Let's discuss the real issue, shall we? Where did you get the information from? We're really curious." I shrugged, feeling indifferent. "I just calculated it, as I said earlier. Upon hearing my response, Han Yashwan's face immediately turned cold, and it felt like the temperature in the whole room dropped by 3 degrees. Do you think I'm joking? Once or twice, but not 3 or 4 times. I frowned, feeling a bit annoyed. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. It seems we don't need to continue this conversation. With that, I stood up, ready to leave. For a moment, Xiao Tianhao was dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Feng Tianhai stood up fiercely and said, "Stop, Miss Yashwan asked you a question and you haven't answered. Who gave you the courage to leave from here? Quickly tell us where you got the information from." At this point, Xiao Tianhao hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over. "Brother Hai, calm down, this is just how my brother is. He responds better to kindness than to force." Han Yashwan said solemnly, "Since Acheng, you said you can calculate, can you help me calculate my recent fortune? If it's accurate, we'll apologize for what happened just now. If it's not accurate, then you'll tell us how you got the inside information." I turned my head and just glanced at the other person. A thought flashed through my mind, and I said, "You will lose a large sum of money recently. Your family just spent 170 million, bought a famous painting, and is planning to give it to a certain important person. I'll tell you the truth, this painting is fake." As soon as these words were spoken, Han Yashwan's disdainful smile gradually disappeared, replaced by a serious expression on his face, because what I said was a secret known only to the members of their Han family. Miss Qian Jin spent 200 million to buy a famous painting, but I pointed at his nose and said it's fake. Han Yashwan thought I must be a liar, and his face instantly turned cold. Little did he know, I have the ability to foresee the future, and I calmly said, "You'd better go and have it tested." After I said this, Han Yashwan became suspicious, immediately took out his phone, and gave instructions to his assistant. "Quickly take Master Wang's authentic work back, have An Lao retest it, and preferably call the other masters as well." I smiled and sat back in my original position, believing that there would soon be a result. Feng Tianhai mocked me while drinking. "Are you afraid you'll be embarrassed later, kid?" Although he spoke harshly, I didn't respond. After a few minutes, Han Yashwan's phone rang. He picked up the phone, placed it on the table, and put it on speaker. The assistant across from him gasped and said, "It's bad news, miss. That painting is fake. We found it nearby, and after a detailed examination, we discovered that it's not Master Wang's authentic work." As the words on the phone ended, Han Yashwan was completely stunned. Immediately ordered to keep the conversation quiet, contact the old man, and find another collectible to replace it from him. After finishing speaking, he hung up the phone and looked at me with a shocked face. Is this Aiken really so amazing? He even knew the painting was fake without even looking at it. Watching him slowly bow to apologize to me, I just waved my hand. It was just a small matter. But in my foresight, the Han family has already offended that big shot. In just a few months, all the projects were completely cut off. Han Yashwan felt her underwear soaked with cold sweat. She bowed and said, "Mr. Aiken, don't be modest. If this painting is sent out, the consequences would be unimaginable. I expect that when I come back to handle this matter, I won't return home sober tonight." Xiao Tianhao beside me was dumbfounded, looking at me as if worshipping a mystery. After all, the former is the goddess that countless men in China dream of, and at this moment, she is so respectful in front of a young man. After Han Yashwan left the room, Feng Tianhai looked complicated and said stubbornly to me, "You're not fooling around, are you?" I turned my head and stared at him firmly. "Miss Han's matter is still manageable. After all, it's not impossible to make amends after offending someone, but your matter is troublesome." Wan Yen Feng Tianhai immediately stood up. "Are you cursing at me, you little brat?" I sneered. "Just 2 days ago, you bought a batch of 08 Romanicanti at the Robert Manor. The entire ship has over 1,200 square meters, with a total value of 23.99 million. Am I right?" Feng Tianhai looked incredulous. "How did you know?" Let me continue. Based on the time calculation, that batch of wine should have been uploaded to the elite countryside, and it should arrive in Haikau tonight. But I advise you to make a call and return the wine. At this, Feng Tianhai chuckled. "Do you think I would give up just because of your words? You know, I spent several million just on promotion this time, and the orders were snatched from a group of tycoons in the West. Why should I return the wine just because you said so?" I remained calm, but I said this today, a storm will sweep over Haikau tonight, and most of the wine on your ship will be lost. Of course, this is not the most serious. It will be a disaster if your wine is sold. This statement directly plunged Feng Tianhai into silence, then he suddenly laughed and said, "You are indeed a liar. The weather forecast has been dry for half a month, there isn't even a breeze tonight, and yet you dare to talk nonsense." After speaking, he went to the window, pulled back the curtain, wanting to expose that I am a complete fraud. But the next second, a flash of lightning cut through the night sky. The glass on the window suddenly shook, the wind howled, and in an instant, it poured with rain. I chuckled and said, "What do you think? Do you believe me now?" But he was now too busy to talk to me, and together with Xiao Tianhao, they barely managed to close the window. Immediately, Feng Tianhai took out his phone to contact the secretary. "Now, you unload all the alcohol for me. Also, return them all, not a single bottle should be kept." Secretary Li was dumbfounded, not knowing what had gotten into the boss. "This is the product we struggled to obtain for half a month. If we sell it in the live broadcast, the profits will double." Feng Tianhai roared, "You don't understand my words, do you? If you dare to bring back a single bottle, I will kill you directly." Then, with a serious expression, he walked up to me and asked, "Why can't you bring the alcohol back?" Seeing that he was no longer angry and his attitude was sincere, I directly revealed that someone had bribed his good secretary to add a lot of toxic substances to that batch of liquor. "They wanted to trap you badly, and the consequences need no further explanation." Feng Tianhai felt a chill in his heart. If this is true, it would kill people if sold. If a group of people died, wouldn't I become a murderer? In the end, the secretary would escape unpunished. Suddenly, Feng Tianhai's wife called, "Honey, something terrible has happened." I checked, "The alcohol you brought has been laced with toxic substances. The technician just tested it on a mouse, and it died on the spot." At this, Feng Tianhai felt his head spinning, and he suddenly knelt to the ground. Xiao Tianhao was dumbfounded. Han Yashuan, who had just returned, was also stunned. "What's going on? How did the general manager end up kneeling on the ground?" Feng Tianhai shook his head in a daze. At this moment, he didn't care about anything, because Ah Chen in front of him saved his life, or to be precise, saved his whole family. Seeing this, I remained calm, smiling and saying, "The ground is quite cold. Get up quickly." Feng Tianhai shook his head vigorously and said, "Absolutely not. It was my fault for accidentally bumping into Brother Aiken. Feng Tianhai, am truly sorry for your great kindness." After saying this, I gave myself a slap in the face. As I got up, I said, "Believing in me is also a recognition of me. If you don't believe me, no matter how much I say, it won't make a difference. Get up now, or I really will leave." At this moment, even Xiao Tianhao spoke up and advised, "Brother Hai, get up quickly." Even Brother Yi said he doesn't mind anymore. Otherwise, he will really leave. Even Han Yashuan chimed in to persuade. It was only then that Feng Tianhai slowly got up with my help, but his face still showed deep gratitude. Han Yashuan was very curious about what earth-shattering events had occurred during his absence. Xiao Tianhao whispered a few words in his ear, giving a detailed account of the whole story. Upon learning the truth, Han Yashuan was once again deeply moved, and his eyes were full of excitement as he looked at me. Suddenly, he lowered his head and asked Xiao, "Did Brother Yi get married?" Xiao Tianhao seemed to realize something. Clearly, Miss Han was interested in Brother Aiken, which was a great joy for me. So, he immediately said, "Brother Aiken just got divorced a few days ago." As I stood by, I smiled and added, "Don't forget about my ex-wife and daughter." Now, in my heart, there's only space for the two of them, and no one else can fit in. Xiao Tianhao awkwardly nodded. Han Yashuan gave a slight smile and said, "Brother Chang is not only outstanding in ability. Being so loyal to his family is quite rare. I bet his ex-wife will soon regret divorcing him." I picked up the glass and downed it in one gulp, with a wry smile on my face, already regretted it. Han Yashuan immediately chimed in, "I told you so. His ex-wife will definitely regret it. Where else can she find such an outstanding man as Brother Chang?" Xiao Tianhao added, "That's right, my brother Ah Chen can be called a god without exaggeration." I shook my head, "You're all wrong. It's me who lost them. If possible, I'm willing to love him for 10,000 years. Han Yashuan awkwardly waved his hand and said, "Brother Ah Chen, don't be sad. Once you resolve everything, your ex-wife will definitely come back." At this moment, Feng Tianhai suddenly stood up, respectfully raising his glass as a sign to come. "Let's finish this drink. Tonight, we won't return until we're drunk." The atmosphere at the table suddenly became lively, and the four of us raised our glasses and started carousing. Just then, a knocking sound was heard. Xiao Tianhao, who was closest, impatiently stood up and opened the door. Then, a man wearing a watch walked in. "I am Li Yaoyan, the head of the Blue Sky Company. Is Feng Tianhai always here?" Then his gaze swept across the crowd, finally landing on me. Feng Tianhai was about to speak, wanting to ask what cooperation I was looking for. Unexpectedly, Li Yaoyan walked straight towards me, his face mocking, "Isn't this a Chang? How come you, a gambler, haven't died yet? You even dare to come to such a high-end restaurant? Miss Qianjin spent $1 million to invite me to dinner, but I ended up flipping the table. Just because of a small supervisor, he dared to mock my wife and daughter as trash. For this, I flew into a rage, picked up a bottle and threw it directly at his head. Li Yaoyang instinctively raised his arm to block the bottle, but still let out a scream as it shattered. "Aiken, who do you think you are to dare to hit me? Today, I must kill you." After shouting, two burly men rushed in. Xiao Tianhao, who had just bowed, was instantly ignited and threw the chair at the burly men. "Whoever dares to touch me, Xiao Tianhao, today, I'll take his life, brother." At the same time, Feng Tianhai suddenly stood up, holding a bottle in his hand and ready to fight. However, Li Yaoyang was arrogant, turning around and shouting outside, "All of you, come over here." As soon as these words were spoken, the chaotic sound of footsteps came from the corridor, and a dozen burly men wielding iron rods rushed in. At the front was a young man with a crew cut, who had the audacity to cause trouble in my yellow scarf palace without even inquiring about my name, Wu Hao. Seeing the other side's overwhelming numbers, Han Yashuan signaled to me, Feng Tianhai, and others, to handle it. Signaling to handle it myself, then immediately turning around and saying, "Isn't this Zhao Wuchang's business?" When Wu Hao saw Han Yashuan, his eyes instantly lit up. "The girl even knows my uncle's name. Seeing you look so fresh, I could leave in a heartbeat. If you spend the night with me, I promise you'll have a great time." In an instant, Han Yashuan lost interest in negotiating with the other party, as the moment they spoke, it proved they were a scoundrel. He immediately said, "Who do you think you are? Seeing your mother makes me sick." In an instant, Wu Hao widened his eyes and said, "Say that to me again if you dare." At that moment, Li Yaoyang smirked and pointed at me, saying, "Let's focus on the task at hand first. A Chun's wife is the definition of stunning. Calling her a celestial being on earth is no exaggeration." Wu Hao's eyes widened as he urged, "Is it true or not? With this guy's character, is there really such a good-looking wife?" At this moment, my eyes turned icy, almost exuding a murderous intent, because Chi Mei Yun and her daughter are my sore spots. As I was about to make a move, Han Yashuan frightened Aiken. "Big brother, leave this to me. There will definitely be a chance for you to vent later. Don't dirty your hands because of these scumbags." I gave him a cold look, then a flash of images crossed my mind. A strange smile crept across my face, and only then did I relax my clenched fist. Han Yashuan, seeing the situation, said, "I will get to the bottom of this. I'll call Zhao Wuchang now and ask. You don't want to keep the Golden Palace open, do you? If not, then smash it." Wu Hao, with a disdainful expression, said, "Who do you think you are? My uncle is the big boss of the Golden Palace. Can you just contact him casually? How about you beg me, and then I'll tell you." Han Yashuan ignored the other party and pressed the dial button. A hoarse voice immediately came from the other end. "Miss Yashuan, have you come to my shop? My humble shop is really honored. I couldn't personally greet you. I have been inattentive." Han Yashuan sneered at Zhao, "I wouldn't dare. I also don't know where I've offended your nephew. He brought a group of people to smash up my place right away. Why is this method always used on me?" There was a moment of silence on the phone, then a sharp intake of breath was heard. "Miss Yashuan, give me 5 minutes. If I can't solve it, you can cut off my head and use it as a ball." After that, she was so anxious that she was burning up inside, wishing she could appear in her own shop the next second. In the private room, Wu Hao viciously scolded the girl, acting quite convincingly. I almost believed it. "But now, each of you will be held accountable. All of you, kneel down before me." As he spoke, Li Yaoyang walked up to Feng Tianhai and pointed at him, asking, "Who the hell are you? You dared to fight me just now. Seems like you're quite something." Seeing Feng Tianhai about to make a move, I gave him a subtle hint with my eyes. Feng Tianhai realized I have the ability to figure things out, so he gritted his teeth and held back his anger. At this moment, Li Yaoyang was extremely arrogant, playing around with a Chang. "Seems like the whole room is full of poor folks. With your behavior, I doubt the 4 of you could even scrape together 10,000. I could easily collaborate with Feng Tian Liquor Company for several million. I was interested in reminding Mr. Hai, do you have any cooperation with him?" Feng Tianhai sneered and said, "You represent Blue Sky Liquor, right? This project is now terminated." After speaking, Feng Tianhai took out his phone and made a call, which was quickly answered on the other end. Before the boss of Blue Sky Liquor could speak, Feng Tianhai angrily scolded, "Your manager is such a jerk." Pointing at me, he insulted me and said we have no chance of cooperation in the future. Then, he put the call on speakerphone. The person opposite cursed at Li Yaoyang, "Are you tired of living? You don't even know the damn Mr. Hi. You're fired. Get out of here and go back to the countryside to farm." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Li Yaoyang was dumbfounded. He quickly rubbed his eyes, looked at the room number, and in an instant, his scalp tingled. This time, He had really stirred up a hornet's nest. He stammered, "Are you really General Manager Hai?" Zheng Tianhai chuckled, "Otherwise, if I'm not, then are you?" As the conversation ended, Li Yaoyang's phone rang. When he answered, his face turned pale instantly. He had just wanted to explain to his general manager, but the other party had resolutely hung up the phone. Immediately after, the door was kicked open. Seeing the person who entered, Wu Hao was stunned. He hurriedly went up and asked, "Uncle, why are you here?" Zhao Wuchang didn't say a word and slapped him. "From today, you're my darn nephew. I can't afford to provoke those I can't handle. Even with the courage of a leopard, you dare to provoke me." Wu Hao was knocked to the ground, his watery eyes filled with confusion. Zhao Wuchang kicked Wu Hao, sending him to the side, his face filled with anger. "You useless waste with no eyes." Then, with a fawning expression, he ran to Han Yashuan. "I'm really sorry, Miss Yashuan. If you had told me before you came, I wouldn't have caused such a big misunderstanding." Seeing his uncle nodding and bowing, Wu Hao's mind went blank for a moment. Han Yashuan chuckled and said, "You don't need to answer me. This person next to me is my esteemed guest. If he's not satisfied, I don't think you should bother opening that golden bowl." Suddenly, Zhao Wuchang's eyes fell on me, and in an instant, he was desperately thinking, sweating profusely, "Why does this person look so familiar? But being favored by Miss Han Yashuan, he must be outstanding." A strange smile crept onto my lips. According to my original plan, I already had the heart to kill Wu Hao. But with Miss Han Yashuan's favor, I will still fulfill my wish. I'll just break your nephew's leg. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuchang dared not show any favoritism. He grabbed an iron rod and approached Wu Hao. Wu Hao was so scared that he wet his pants on the spot. "Grandpa Chen, please give me another chance. I won't dare anymore, uncle, please save me." Zhao Wuchang said to his nephew, "I'm saving you. Otherwise, you won't see the sun tomorrow," and then raised the iron rod high. With a crack, Wu Hao's leg broke. He convulsed in pain a few times and then passed out. Seeing this scene, Li Yaoyang was already scared out of his wits, with a blank stare and his pants already wet. Suddenly, I pointed at Li Yaoyang and said calmly, "There's another one over there." Li Yaoyang knelt down and begged desperately, "Chun, we're old classmates, can you spare me this time? I was wrong before. Can you forgive me this time?" However, I grabbed the bottle and smashed it towards his mouth without hesitation. Li Yaoyang's miserable scream echoed throughout the room, as he writhed in agony on the ground, clutching his mouth. Seeing this, I simply clapped my hands and walked outside. Immediately, Feng Tianhai and Xiao Tianhao followed behind. Finally, only Han Yashuan was left, about to leave with her bag. Zhao Wuchang hurriedly caught up and asked, "Miss Yashuan, may I ask who is this Mr. Aochen? What is his background?" Upon hearing this, Han Yashuan immediately frowned and coldly responded, "What? Are you trying to help your nephew regain his reputation? If you want to harm him, you'll have to get through me first." Zhao Wuchang hurriedly explained, "Miss, I've been wronged. I must remember that gentleman. I absolutely cannot offend him. Also, remind the brothers to be careful, otherwise offending again is akin to seeking death." Han Yashuan chuckled and said, "That's about right. Just remember his name is Yechen. Anyone who dares to cross him is also crossing my Han family." After speaking, she walked towards the door. Zhao Wuchang stood still, lost in thought. Suddenly, he realized that there is a nobleman in the capital with the surname Yi. Could it be that Aochen is related to that nobleman? At the thought of this, his heart raced. He turned around and instructed his subordinates, "Listen carefully, from now on, anyone who offends Mr. Aochen, I will wipe out their entire family. From now on, anyone who dares to offend Mr. Aochen, don't blame me for annihilating their entire family." Knowing full well that the price of Feitian Maotai will not rise again, but I'm still planning to borrow 2 million from the loan company's boss. Xiao Tianhao was momentarily dumbfounded. I haven't even paid off the last loan. Now I'm asking for another 2 million, especially considering that Maotai's price hasn't changed in 2 years. Little do they know, I have the ability to foresee the future. In 3 days, the authorities will hold a grand event, and Maotai is equivalent to the symbol of Huaxia liquor. By then, there will definitely be a huge wave of sales frenzy. Xiao Tianhao pondered for a few seconds, then made up his mind that even a few million doesn't matter. "I'll transfer it to you now, after all, he's already deeply admiring me. I'm embarrassed that I'm borrowing 2 million, but you have savings left, you can follow my lead. Also, do you have a way to get Fei Tian Maotai? Of course, the regular kind is also fine." Xiao Tianhao laughed and said, "This kind of thing should be sought from Feng Tianhai. In the past, he wouldn't even bother with us. But now, as long as you say the word, he'll personally deliver the goods with a smile. I have my own thoughts, I don't plan to show up because going to him will definitely owe him a favor. Last time helping him might have offset each other, I don't want to waste it so easily. Xiao Tianhao said, I'll go talk to Hai Zong now, but Aiken, how much do you think is appropriate to bring in? Without hesitation, I said that I want 1,000 square meters here, and you should try to help me push the price down to 2 million. I am well aware that Xiao Tianhao only has a little over 4 million in hand, after all, he still has a bedridden daughter. Xiao Tianhao seemed pensive, a little incredulous, and asked, the price of Mount I can still go up? It has been this price for 2 years, especially in the last few months, it has been showing a downward trend. I pretended to be serious, you will know when the time comes. Now, hurry up, the sooner the better. Otherwise, neither of us will sleep soundly tonight, and after saying that, he hung up the phone directly. On the other end, Xiao Tianhao immediately contacted Feng Tianhai, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then went straight to the point. Tianhai, how much Maotai do you have now? Feng Tianhai sighed and said, the recent sales of liquor have not been good. If you want to drink it yourself, I'll bring you 2 bottles. But if you want to hoard it, it's meaningless, because its market is not good right now. At that moment, Xiao Tianhao said generously, consider it my blind investment, a lesson learned, Tianhai. I have 3 million here now, can you get me 2,000 bottles first? Upon hearing this, Feng Tianhai was stunned, are you crazy, or am I crazy? Is the money too much to handle? We are considered acquaintances, I can't cheat you. Xiao Tianhao said frankly, this batch of liquor is what Aiken wants. Now, help me prepare 2,000 bottles. I'll transfer the money to you. This matter is all up to you, Tianhai. After that, he hung up the phone directly, leaving Feng Tianhai in contemplation on the other end. What are you planning to do with such a large quantity? Unable to understand, I called my assistant, and then had all the Maotai in the warehouse sent to Xiao Tianhao's company. 3 days passed quickly. At the scene of the Huaxia Chamber of Commerce, banquets were everywhere. Countless foreign guests attended, and the atmosphere was unprecedentedly lively. Feitian Maotai was in short supply, completely swept off the market, and prices soared. At this time, I was still lying in bed sleeping when suddenly I received a call from Xiao Tianhao. Facing the excited Ah Chun, it's really like you anticipated it. The Feitian Maotai I asked him to stock up on has already skyrocketed. I just put away the statue of Master Guan, put up your photo, and kowtow to it every morning. Listening to the almost shattering horn, I smiled indifferently and asked, how are the prices now? We should have made a lot this time. Xiao Tianhao shouted loudly, it has multiplied several times. Deducting the capital, each of us made a net profit of 8 million. I won't say anything more. I'll transfer 6 million to Ah Chen right now. I fell silent for a moment and said lightly, Lao Xiao, why don't you change your profession? After all, loan sharking is quite damaging. Consider it as accumulating some virtue for your daughter. Of course, the decision is yours. Hearing this, Xiao Tianhao's mood fell. Actually, I've wanted to quit for a long time. Looking at my daughter's appearance, I feel like it's retribution. Without Ah Chen saying it, I also plan to retire. I suggest you think about it yourself, and then hung up the phone casually. Then I saw the notification of 6 million deposited, plus the over 800,000 earned in the stock market, it's close to 7 million now. I closed my eyes, fragments of memory flashed through my mind, it's time to make a big move now. Suddenly the phone rang again, this time it was Feng Tianhai calling. I gave a bitter smile, the other party must be coming to hold me accountable. I only heard Feng Tianhai bitterly laughing, Brother Chen, this is really not polite. I sincerely admire and appreciate you. But you silently made a fortune with Xiao Tianhao, where did I fall short compared to him? Listening to his aggrieved complaint, I hung up the phone, and then the phone rang again. After ringing 7 or 8 times, I finally answered the call. Feng Tianhai hurriedly explained, Brother, please don't misunderstand. It's normal for you not to take me to make money, but I envy the brotherhood between you and Xiao Tianhao. If you don't make me your friend, I feel like a failure. I chuckled and said, what's wrong? Didn't Xiao Tianhao remind you at the time? Feng Tian also felt wronged, at that time I thought he was joking, thinking that Matai had been quiet for more than 2 years without any waves. Who could have expected it to suddenly soar? I really didn't react to it. I was speechless. I thought you wouldn't care about this small amount of money. You've said before, you're not short of money. Feng Tianhai pleaded with Brother Red Chang, to be honest, I'm just putting on a front. The old man gave me 20 million, my business is almost bankrupt, can you take me along next time you make money? I felt confident when I smiled, because I know this guy inside out. Although his father is just an ordinary businessman, his grandfather is the lord of the entire Longzhou city area. So I immediately said, I'll take you next time. After that, I hung up the phone, packed some seafood and desserts, and arrived at the community where Qingyu was located. Then I took out my phone and called Shin Mayun. I bought some food for Tong Tong. Can you open the door? I'll leave the things at the door and go. Shin Mayun, after what Sister Pang said last time, surprisingly let me in for a chat this time. As soon as I walked in, I saw Tong Tong, her cute little face filled with anticipation. Dad came to bring me food again. He originally wanted to come and hold my hand, but he was pulled back by Shin Mayun with a stern face. After all, she was afraid I would hit Tong Tong if she went over. I looked at it helplessly and smiled bitterly, then put the big and small bags on the ground. Finally, I took out a box. Inside was the latest model of a Huawei phone. Shin Mayun's pupils contracted for a moment, looking somewhat unbelieving as she stood still. Tong Tong was very happy to see the new phone and took it. Is this the new phone Dad got for me? It's so pretty. Shin Mayun frowned and said, where did you get so much money? Our child is so young, and you bought such an expensive phone. The phone alone costs at least 7 to 8,000. Plus the previous 30,000, how much money is that in total? I explained, don't worry, all my money is hard-earned. That phone of Tong Tong's was originally used by his grandpa for 3 years. It's not good for the child's eyes, so let's just get him a new one. Listening to my explanation, Shin Mayun still didn't believe it, her brow furrowed, and she was very worried. Thinking about my previous misdeeds, could it be that he went gambling again? I didn't say anything because I knew what he was thinking. Without a word, I took his phone and transferred 50,000 yuan to him. And I said I originally wanted to transfer more, but from this moment on, you and your mother can spend however you want. After speaking, I put down the phone, turned around, and walked away. Shin Mayun stood still after realizing what happened. Staring at the 50,000 yuan, why doesn't Aiken return the money? Is he going to become a debtor? Thinking this, he immediately took the money in Tong Tong and left the house. He got on the bus and went straight to the loan company. He wanted to use all the money I gave him to pay off his debts. Not a single cent can be left. Otherwise, she's afraid something big will happen to Yichen. After Yichen left, she took out her phone and made a call. Soon, Xiao Tianhao answered. Yi bro, what are your orders? I'm ready to serve at any time. Xiao Tianhao said jokingly. Nothing much, it's just Mayun, your sister. It's very likely that she will go back to repay the money, so you find a way to push it off when the time comes. I'll repay you the 1 million. Yichen said seriously. He understood Shin Mayun, and with the previous 30,000 in cash, she would definitely go to repay the debt first thing, helping himself repay the money. I thought it was something big, no problem, Xiao Tianhao assured. Alright, I'll leave it to you. After saying that, Yichen hung up the phone. Just then, a blue Maserati slowly stopped in front of him. Immediately after, Han Yashuan jumped out of the car. She was dressed very simply today, in a white shirt, jeans, paired with red-soled black high heels, very stylish. Not only that, she also had delicate light makeup on, took off her sunglasses, and said with a smile, Yi big brother, busy or not? I want to take you to meet someone. Yichen was silent for a moment and responded lightly, okay, not very busy. Then get in the car, I'll be the driver. Han Yashuan opened the car door and made a welcoming gesture enthusiastically. Yichen got into the car. As the car started, it drove to the center of the road. Yichen then asked, wait, who are we meeting? My dad. Suddenly, Han Yashuan said. Yichen was stunned upon hearing this. He looked at her in surprise. What's wrong? Han Yashuan felt Yichen's gaze and asked with a puzzled tilt of her head. Yi big brother, last time you helped our Yi family a lot. My dad wants to personally thank you. After realizing, Han Yashuan quickly explained. It's nothing, just a small favor. Yichen smiled and said. At this moment, he leaned back in his chair, and some scenes flashed through his mind. Then, he gently closed his eyes and began to relax. About half an hour later, Han Yashuan slowly stopped the car at Gufeng Street, and Yichen opened his eyes. We're here? Yichen asked. Yes, we're here, my dad is in the store. Han Yashuan nodded, then opened the car door, and the two got out of the car and arrived at a shop called Treasure Pavilion. At this time, a middle-aged man with a righteous face and a square jaw was sitting on a redwood chair drinking tea. He was also playing with a golden Nanmu bracelet. When he saw Han Yashuan and Yichen enter the room, he slowly raised his head and immediately got up to greet them. Dad, this is the expert I told you about, Yichen, big brother. If it wasn't for him reminding us last time, our painting would have been sent to Mr. Shi, and the consequences would have been extremely serious. Han Yashuan hurriedly introduced. Yi big brother, this is my dad, Han Tianzheng. Han Yashuan warmly introduced both sides, and Yichen also reached out his hand. However, Han Tianjing turned directly and walked towards the bookshelf with no expression on his face. This made Yichen feel a bit awkward, but he smiled and didn't take it to heart. Seeing this, Han Yashwan immediately became unhappy. Dad, it was not easy to invite ye big brother here. What are you doing? Ye big brother helped our family so much last time. Why are you being so aloof? Han Yashwan walked towards her father somewhat angrily and asked. However, Han Tianzhang remained silent, took out a wooden box, and after opening it, revealed a calligraphy and painting inside. It was a landscape painting. Han Tianjing gently unfolded it and placed it on the ancient Eight Immortals table. I heard from my daughter that you didn't even take a look, but you were able to determine the authenticity of this painting with just one sentence? In our line of work, distinguishing between truth and falsehood requires a discerning eye. You seem to know the truth from a distance, which makes me curious. Since you're so skilled, why don't you help me determine the authenticity of this painting in front of us? If you can identify it, I will apologize for my rudeness earlier. If not, don't blame Han for accusing you of playing tricks. With that, Han Tianzhang made a gesture of invitation. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen smiled faintly, took a quick glance at the painting, and calmly said, "It's fake." Han Tianjing suddenly changed his expression. Nonsense! Identifying antiques requires experience, sharp eyes, and careful attention and seriousness over time. You didn't even look closely at this painting. How do you know it's fake? It seems my guess was right. You're just bluffing, merely a stroke of luck. You might even have received information in advance, scheming with the seller to deceive our Han family. Tell me, what is your purpose in approaching my daughter? Han Tianzhang stared at Yi Chen with a sharp gaze, reprimanding him coldly. Dad, what are you doing? Brother Yi helped us avoid a disaster, and yet you're here doubting him. It's really disheartening. If this gets out, how will others view our Han family? Han Yashwan clenched her silver teeth, her face flushed with anger, anxiously scrutinizing Yi Chen's expression, fearing he would be completely disappointed in the Han family. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen remained calm as a lake, and with a slight smile, he approached the painting. There's no need to waste time, no matter how you look at it, this painting is fake. Yi Chen was so confident because he saw the future. Han Tianzhang, who was most skilled in antique calligraphy and painting, had already fallen into a huge scam. If he continued to be stubborn, he would meet a tragic end. Upon hearing this, Han Tianzhang became even angrier and sneered, Yashwan, see, this is the expert you mentioned. This painting is an authentic piece brought back by your cousin from the South China Sea, and it has been personally authenticated by 3 international masters and featured in the news. We spent over 70 million for this authentic piece. The evidence is clear, yet he dares to deceive and swindle us, treating our Han family as fools. You foolish girl, you've always been clever, how could you so easily trust a swindler? Han Yashwan was stunned for a moment, but she still gritted her teeth, shook her head firmly, and said, "It's impossible, Brother Yi is not a swindler, I believe in him." Yi Chen smiled slightly, feeling warm inside. It was because of Han Yashwan's trust that he didn't leave. Otherwise, Han Tianjing's life or death had nothing to do with him. Han Tianjing sighed, his face turning pale with anger, and said, "I really don't know what nonsense this scoundrel has fed you. Even at this point, you're still defending him, it's simply bewitched. Foolish." He turned around, glared at Yi Chen, and sneered, "Young man, although you have a good appearance, daring to deceive my daughter, acting so despicably, you have violated my taboos. I'll give you one chance, get out now, or don't blame me for being rude." In any case, he couldn't let his daughter suffer any longer. Just then, Yi Chen confidently took 2 steps forward and said calmly, 3 months ago, you invested 6 billion to acquire a South China Sea auction house. Because this institution has many genuine treasures. But this institution is just a shell set up by others to swindle your funds. Now that your money has been transferred, the other party has closed the net, and as I expected, they have started to transfer ownership of these treasures. As for who this person is, I don't need to tell you, right? Suddenly, Han Tianzhang, who was originally cold-faced, paused in his breathing, his heart shook incessantly, stirring up waves of shock and turmoil. If Yi Chen had only mentioned one thing, perhaps Han Tianzhang would still insist that it was just the other party's good luck. But one thing after another hit the mark, with even the smallest details being extremely clear, which was a bit frightening. It was also in this instant that Han Tianjing's suspicious gaze instinctively fell on his daughter Han Yashwan. Han Yashwan widened her beautiful eyes and then said, "Dad, at this point, do you still think I would collude with Big Brother Yi to deceive you?" Han Tianjing did not respond, but his expression remained dark. It was obvious that he was extremely stubborn and fundamentally distrusted Yi Chen. Han Tianjing slowly breathed out, his gaze returning to Yi Chen, and he said coldly, "Even if what you say is not wrong, how can you prove that the auction house is just an empty shell?" At this moment, he no longer had a tone of questioning. Instead, he urgently wanted to know the truth. Yes, in his subconscious, he had already begun to believe Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, "Proving it is not that simple, is it? 3 days later, the 6 billion you invested will belong to someone else. Including the land of the auction house worth tens of millions, none of it will be left to you, and the deed will definitely not be in your name. I believe you should have noticed something during this time, but you just didn't want to think about it. He did not directly tell the other party the truth because even if he did, the other party would not believe it. Some things can only be explored on one's own, and one will only believe it when they see the truth with their own eyes. Otherwise, no matter how much is said, it will backfire. Han Tianjin was worth over $1 billion and was not foolish, but rather very astute. However, the most ruthless hunters often target the most cunning individuals. Setting up the most meticulous traps specifically for someone as calculating as this old fox. As Yi Chen's words fell, Han Tianjin had already fallen into contemplation and sat down on a nearby chair. Dad, let me ask you, is it my cousin Han Jingqi who is in charge of the South China Sea auction house? Why not call him over for a confrontation, and then everything will be revealed? Han Yashuan anxiously shouted from the side. Han Tianjin sneered, it's a joke. How could your cousin deceive me? I supported him with the startup capital when he returned to the country, paving the way for him. Yi Chen, right? Just wait, I'll call someone over now to confront you. After speaking, he took out his phone and made a call. Jingqi, come over to the Treasure Pavilion store, yes, quickly. With that, Han Tianjin hung up the phone, squinted his eyes, and scrutinized Yi Chen. At this moment, Yi Chen leaned back in his chair, his face calm and composed. The more he acted this way, the more uncertain Han Tianjin felt. During this time, he had indeed discovered many loopholes. On the side of the South China Sea auction house, many data were unclear, including the ownership rights of those antiques, which had not been finalized yet. The only thing that reassured him was his trust in Han Jingqi. After all, they were family, how could they deceive each other? But after Yi Chen's analysis, his thoughts were completely shaken. About 20 minutes later, a BMW X6 parked at the entrance. Soon after, a young man in a suit and leather shoes, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, walked in. The young man was handsome and belonged to the slightly effeminate type. Looking polite and carrying a Hermes leather bag, he hurriedly entered. Uncle, why did you call me so urgently? What's going on? The young man was Han Jingqi. Coming over, he asked nervously. He also noticed a stranger in the store, Yi Chen, but did not pay much attention to him. At this moment, Han Tian lit a cigarette and asked, has everything been finalized at the South China Sea auction house? Have those antiques been properly authenticated? His face was calm and inscrutable, making it difficult to read his thoughts. Han Yashuan was even more anxious, grabbing Han Jingqi's collar aggressively. Han Jingqi, I'm asking you, is that South China Sea auction house a shell company? Are you trying to deceive my father into investing 6 billion? Where is the money? As Han Yashuan's words fell, Han Jingqi's face changed drastically, but it quickly calmed down. Cousin, you can't say such things lightly. The total value of those over 100 antiques far exceeds the 6 billion we invested. The authentication process must be flawless, each item needs to be carefully appraised, there's no room for haste. Since returning from overseas, it has been my uncle who has supported me. Without my uncle, I wouldn't be where I am today. Even if I were heartless, I would never commit such treacherous acts. We are family, we make money together. How could I do something so despicable? Cousin, you really underestimate me, Han Jingqi. With that said, Han Jingqi solemnly assured, speaking with righteousness and conviction, even a hint of grievance. However, in reality, Han Yashuan's words just now had scared him to the core, as if thunderstorms were raging in his heart. If not for his strong mental fortitude, he might have been exposed right then and there. Enough, Yashuan. Let go. You are being disrespectful. Everyone in this world could harm me, except for our own family. Han Tian suddenly stood up, sternly reprimanding, and pulled Han Yashuan away. With the conversation reaching this point, further questioning would only lead to doubt and mistrust. If it triggered Han Jingqi's emotions, the business would be jeopardized. All the planning would have been in vain. Uncle, who spread this rumor and caused discord, this is too damaging. Han Jingqi, however, was unrelenting, his face filled with anger as he immediately questioned. Seeing that no one in the Han family spoke, his gaze settled on Yi Chen. Yes, it was me. Yi Chen coughed lightly and said calmly. Hearing this, Han Jingqi turned abruptly, his face dark and seemingly ready to burst. He gritted his teeth fiercely, his eyes narrowed, and he growled, "Who the hell are you, inciting trouble and talking nonsense? I think you're asking for trouble." Han Jingqi exploded in anger, raising his fist to strike Yi Chen. Yi Chen just smiled faintly, tilted his head, easily dodging the incoming fist. What a joke! With his precognitive ability, Yi Chen could not only predict a fist but even a bullet's trajectory and evade it. Not only his own safety, but all fortunes, terrains, and national destinies would flash in his mind in an instant. Kid, dare to dodge. Watch me beat you to death today. Han Jingqi was stunned for a moment, then became even angrier, actually preparing to strike. The next moment, Yi Chen sneered, kicked out, and directly hit Han Jingqi's leg. Han Jingqi lost his balance, leaning forward, and his head hit the table. With a bang, everyone stood up. Only Yi Chen remained calm, holding his shoulder as if nothing had happened. Jingqi, are you okay? Han Tian hurriedly asked. Don't be impulsive, let's talk things out. At this moment, Han Jingqi, holding his bleeding head, got up from the ground. You mother fasterous cur, playing dirty tricks, He suddenly turned around, like a fierce wolf, staring at Yi Chen tightly, roaring. Watch your mouth, otherwise, it won't be as simple as hitting your head. Yi Chen said coldly. Yi Chen's tone was neither warm nor cold, but just sitting there, his presence was as stable as Mount Tai, incredibly powerful. With these words, there was even more intimidating power. Han Jingqi suddenly froze, even trembling slightly. Alright Jingqi, you are too impulsive, wanting to resort to violence, let this matter go. Hurry to the hospital to get treated, don't get infected, and also, finish the antique ownership transfer early. Han Tianjing said in a deep voice. Understood, uncle. Han Jingqi glared fiercely at Yi Chen, could only admit defeat, gritted his teeth and turned to leave. After Han Jingqi left, Han Tianjing poured a cup of tea and handed it to Yi Chen. Young man, I originally thought you were calm and experienced, but you are still too impulsive, with a character that seeks immediate revenge, which will limit your future development. At this moment, he no longer doubted Yi Chen's abilities, and had lowered his face to speak kindly to the other party. In his eyes, there was a hint of admiration. Yi Chen calmly drank his tea and slowly raised his head to say, if there is a grudge, why not settle it? Some things can be endured, but some things, enduring will only make things worse. Hesitation and indecision are signs of weakness. By the time you realize it, it will be too late. Han Tianjing's eyebrows twitched fiercely, his expression immediately darkened. How could he not hear the implication and meaning behind Yi Chen's words, accusing himself of not being decisive enough? Outrageous! Who do you think you are, to freely give advice in front of me? If it weren't for my daughter's sake, I would have kicked you out long ago. Han Tianjing erupted in anger, pointing at Yi Chen, scolding loudly. As a person who had lived for many years, how could he allow a junior to point fingers at him? Yi Chen looked Han Tianjing up and down, and said lightly, it seems that you are truly beyond redemption. For Miss Han Yashuan's sake, I will remind you one last time. Don't be too greedy, close the net early. You may think you are a fisherman, but unfortunately, a fisherman's life will eventually end with the fish sinking to the bottom of the lake. With that, Yi Chen stood up disinterestedly, ready to leave. Han Yashuan quickly stood up, feeling anxious. After hearing those words, Han Tianjing's expression changed drastically, his body even trembling uncontrollably. Wait! Han Tianjing watched as Yi Chen walked to the door, unable to hold back any longer, quickly raised his hand and called out. However, Yi Chen remained indifferent, not even looking at him, and walked straight out the door. Hey, this kid! Why is his temper worse than mine? Han Tianjing slapped his thigh, hurriedly got up and chased after him outside. A moment later, Han Yashuan was surprised to see her father holding Yi Chen's hand, respectfully walking back. Yi Chen, it was uncle's fault just now, don't take it to heart. Uncle has this bad temper, over the years, he has offended many people, you have a big heart, don't take it to heart. Actually, uncle really admires your temperament, seeking immediate revenge, turning hostile quickly, Han Tianjing persuaded Yi Chen back in this way. The two sat down again. Han Yashuan, who was beside them, was also full of surprise at this scene. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen spoke seriously, Uncle Han, I know your plan. That 6 billion was the bait you threw out, aiming to swallow up those antiques, but besides that, there are bigger plans ahead. But unfortunately, that 6 billion is already water under the bridge. Han Jingqi wants to take the money you invested as his own. Now, half of it has been completed. In less than 3 days, auction houses, including those priceless antiques, will all change hands. Especially, he has already noticed what happened just now. He will accelerate the process, so the time left for you is only 1 day. Han Tianjing's eyebrows twitched fiercely, feeling shocked. Every word from Yi Chen was extremely accurate, hitting him hard in the heart. Ah! Han Tianjing sighed deeply, weakly saying, through the test just now, I have already guessed. I contacted the secretary sent to the South China Sea just now and found out that the account funds now only have a few million left, and the antiques have all been taken away. Han Jingqi produced the leasing contract, including the land of the auction house, which he is also transferring. This money cannot be recovered. I didn't expect this, I didn't expect it. My own nephew, the flesh and blood of my brother, actually wanted to deceive me, the elder. It's a disgrace to the family, making you laugh." With that, the wrinkles on Han Tianjing's face deepened, and he seemed to age 10 years in an instant. Yi Chen fell silent for a moment, then smiled and said, "No, your secretary was lying. He has been bought off by Han Jingqi, so you have been kept in the dark. Believe me, Han Jingqi's actions are not that fast. The auction house still has at least 3 billion worth of antiques that have not been moved. There is still a chance to remedy the situation. If you act now, you can minimize your losses. But the stocks you got involved in, that's a different story." Suddenly, Han Yashuan and Han Tianzhang both showed expressions of extreme horror. Especially Han Tianzhang, his brain was stunned, shocked out of his senses. His inner turmoil surged like a raging wave, unstoppable. Previously, Yi Chen's deduction of Han Jingqi's empty city strategy, taking away 6 billion from Han Tianzhang, had already greatly shocked him. Now, the matter regarding the stocks was 1,000 times more devastating. This secret, even his wife and daughter Yashuan were unaware of. How did Yi Chen know all this? Is this young man really that extraordinary? Yi Chen, I'm sorry. I have hidden something from you. Please tell me, what happened to these stocks? At this moment, Han Tianzhang finally showed emotion. His old face was filled with unprecedented tension. Knowing that 6 billion was lost, he remained calm and not too distressed. But now, the 20 billion in stocks had touched his bottom line. It shook his foundation. This 20 billion was all he had mortgaged with the Han family's antiques and properties, borrowed from 6 banks. If he lost it, he would lose everything. Yi Chen took a deep breath and said seriously, "It seems that the 6 billion you intentionally gave to Han Jingqi is your family matter. I won't interfere. But have you ever thought about the 20 billion worth of shares you invested in Tianshang real estate? What if you lose it all? If you close your position now, there is still a chance to save yourself. If you delay further, be prepared for a complete loss." At this point, Yi Chen didn't want to say more. Because Han Tianzhang knew better than anyone else how important this money was to him. Han Tianzhang covered his chest, the wrinkles on his face began to tremble. Once he lost this 20 billion, all that awaited him was the anger of his relatives and the shattered hopes of his family. In the end, he could only. Han Tianzhang felt his scalp tingling, cold sweat dripping, becoming more and more horrified. "Please help me, save me. This is the lifeline of my Han family, please." Han Tianzhang trembled and got up unsteadily, kneeling on the ground, his eyes showing no more doubt. Han Yashuan looked stunned, but also realized the seriousness of the problem, immediately seeking help with his eyes. Yi Chen sighed and said helplessly, "Fine, I will try to help. Hunting geese all day, only to be pecked in the eye by a goose. In the future, don't touch this thing again. Prepare a laptop for me. Quickly go and refund the funds from the auction house, refund as much as you can." Yi Chen sat cross-legged on the couch, exhaling slowly. "It looks like today is going to be a warm-up. Just in time, the demon stock is also coming. Perfect, be prepared in advance." As Yi Chen's voice fell, Han Yashuan hurried to the bedroom to find a computer. Han Tianzhang also got up, took out his phone, and hurriedly went upstairs. On the other side, after Han Jingqi left the treasure trove, he parked his car on the side of the road and made a call. "Secretary Liang. Now, as I said, sell all the antiques immediately. Find buyers for all of them, not leaving a single one." However, there was silence on the other end of the phone. "What's wrong?" After a moment, the person on the other end of the phone asked. "My uncle has become suspicious, we need to implement the plan ahead of schedule," Han Jingqi said anxiously. On the phone, Secretary Liang's voice sounded flustered. "Young Master Han, I'm sorry, Chairman Han Tianzhang has already sent people to take away all the antiques. These people are all experts, they took away the genuine ones, and left behind the fakes we made before. And I received a notification from the bank that the funds injected by the chairman have been temporarily frozen, leaving us with 3 billion that we couldn't cash out." Han Jingqi's eyes were about to burst, his teeth grinding. He angrily said, "Damn, my uncle is indeed cunning. He played this move as soon as he turned around. It seems he just wanted to stabilize me earlier. But I'm not at a loss. I managed to take away 3 billion out of the 6 billion. As for those antiques, it doesn't matter. Moreover, there is a bigger fortune about to be in my hands. I don't need these peanuts, ha." After speaking, Han Jingqi hung up the phone and drove away. On the other side, the treasure trove had already closed its doors. Inside the room, Yi Chen looked serious, sitting on the sofa, his hands typing on the keyboard rapidly. He looked up at Han Tianzhang, who had hurried over and casually asked, "How much funding have you prepared?" "I had some acquaintances take over the antiques, borrowed another 30 million from the bank, sought help from some brothers in the underworld, and with the frozen 3 billion, the available funds now amount to 9 billion and 2 million. Han Tianzhang walked over, his face solemn. "Uncle Han, Yi Chen leaned back on the sofa, squinted his eyes, and said lightly, "Next, it's time to gamble with our lives. Are you ready? Next, you need to decide whether or not you believe in me. If you believe in me, then I will start." Scenes flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. In another parallel timeline he saw, Han Jingqi's plan succeeded, not only taking away 6 billion from the auction house but also all the antiques. He even colluded with his father Han Zhengshan, manipulated 2 stocks, and targeted Han Tianjing's stock market funds, causing all the money of the entire Han family to flow into the stocks of Tianshang Real Estate. Because the boss behind Tianshang Group was Han Jingqi and his father. Father and son conspired, tricked the entire Han family. Accumulating a substantial wealth on the bones of countless people, they achieved great success in the stock market, becoming prominent figures overnight. As for Han Tianzhen, facing relatives' curses, humiliation, creditors chasing after him, and the bank's accusations, having reached a dead end and feeling utterly hopeless, he chose to jump off the building. Before jumping, he called his wife on the phone and said, "I love you, take care of our daughter." Then he fell into the wind. A generation of collectors, antique shop owners, and business tycoons fell. Even when he foresaw all this, Yi Chen still heard Han Tianzheng standing on the edge of the rooftop in his mind, with the wind howling. Han Tianjing took a deep breath, trembling all over, shivering. This 9 billion was truly his last fortune. If he lost it, it would be truly irreparable. Besides death, there was no other way. It's just hard on the family. After a moment, Han Tianjing's eyes were red, he gritted his teeth, and firmly said, "Let's do it. I don't believe in this evil anymore. I've been fishing all my life, can't believe I'll end up in a fish's belly." Yi Chen sat up, looking serious, and said, "Then let's start the battle. I'll do my best to ensure that you get back your 20 billion. By then, you can slowly settle the score with them." Han Tianjing nodded, "Okay, go ahead, I trust you." At this point, Han Tianjing was also deeply distressed. He received intelligence that his 20 billion, in just 3 days, had dropped by 2 billion and was still decreasing rapidly. This was the entire Han family's funds. If he lost, it wouldn't just be his personal bankruptcy. The entire Han family would bear a terrifying debt. They would never be able to recover in this lifetime. All the stores, businesses, and real estate under their name wouldn't be enough to compensate the bank. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he started entering codes and found 2 stocks. Tianshang Real Estate. Han Jingqi and his father, Han Jingshan's Industry. The father and son duo, with just this stock, had initially breached Han Tianjing's defenses. Yi Chen sneered. Han Jingshan and Han Jingqi, working together, completely played the Han family. After finding the 2 stocks, he locked onto another one, Tianshi stock. This was the second trap set by Han Jingqi and his father. Yi Chen was confident. Since he had decided to help Han Tianjing turn the tide, he had to go all out. He decisively injected 3 billion into Tianshang Group. The A-share market was terrifying. Even with billions poured in, it wouldn't make a splash. But Tianshang Group's overall market value was relatively small, only 12 billion, with 6 billion still belonging to Han Jingtian. With the influx of 3 billion, the impact caused Tianshang Group's real estate to hit the limit up. A big positive line, directly breaking through the sky. It was obvious that there was strong capital financing involved. All the stockholders were excited. Many large institutions were also stunned. At this moment, Tianshang Group was like a new dish, with its stock price soaring. This moment caught the attention of many, causing a stir in all major stock markets, with discussions abound. At this critical moment, Yi Chen began to close his positions. After the limit up was reached, he immediately started to suppress the price, aggressively. This round instantly made many following stockholders panic, thinking that the institution was going to run away with the money. No one wanted to be acquired, becoming the unlucky ones, so they began to withdraw their investments. Then, as they watched the stock market hit the limit down, Yi Chen smiled slightly and continued to build positions, absorbing the stocks being sold at low prices. Eat as much as there is. Through repeated cycles of operation, harvesting, impact, hitting the limit up, and then seeing all the selling being consumed instantly. After a few waves, Tianshang Group's stock price was like riding a roller coaster, surging to the limit up stage, and a few minutes later, it immediately fell into a low point. Like the waves at sea, rising and falling continuously, rolling endlessly. Yi Chen calculated the trend, invisibly harvesting wave after wave. Countless stockholders began to curse loudly. The first to bear the brunt were those bosses holding heavy positions. However, this was only the first step of the plan. Yi Chen's face showed a satisfied expression. At the same time, on the other side, Han Jingqi arrived at a club, about to call for a hostess to relieve some stress, but he received a call from his own trader. He eagerly pressed the answer button, knowing that if the trader called, there must be a big move in the stock market. It seems like the harvesting has begun. Han, something big is not right. Today, our stocks have been destroyed by someone, continuously hitting the limit down, huge losses, terrifyingly huge. When Han Jingqi heard this, he was completely stunned. While parking, he almost hit the stone pillar of the adjacent garage. What the hell? How much did we lose? Han Jingqi exclaimed, his voice trembling, his features contorted. Young master, it's not about how much we lost. Our positions have been wiped out, completely smashed by the other party. We have less than 3 million left. There are experts, stock market experts, targeting us. On the phone, a despondent voice came through, almost on the verge of tears. Every word felt like a knife, piercing Han Jingqi's heart fiercely. Damn it, this is terrible. It's over, completely over. No, there's still my father. Go check on my father's side. As long as my father is okay, there's still hope. His positions are large. Check now if you can acquire them early. We can't wait. I feel something fishy, like we're being watched. After the tense moment, Han Jingqi looked around anxiously. He felt as if there were eyes watching him, seeing everything he had done and was about to do. That feeling, too terrifying. Following Han Jingqi's instructions, the sound of typing on the keyboard came from the other end of the phone. Soon, a voice came through. Han, there's no movement on Tiansheng's side. It seems this person just stumbled upon targeting Tianshi Group's stocks by mistake. After all, their positions are small. Currently, there's no issue. Your father has injected over 20 billion funds. The other party shouldn't dare to make any reckless moves. The trader said calmly, full of confidence. Han Jingqi was overjoyed, saying, Alright, keep an eye on it for me. I need to settle things with the auction agency as soon as possible on my end. We can't afford any more mistakes. Just as he was about to hang up the phone, suddenly, a surprised voice came from the other end. Han, what's going on? There's a situation on Tiansheng's side too. Suddenly a large sum of funds has been injected. Before the trader could finish speaking, Han Jingqi's eyes were almost popping out, veins bulging on his forehead, frantically swallowing saliva. How much money? Han Jingqi hurriedly asked. 5 billion, although it hasn't hit the limit up stage yet. I can't be sure if the other party will inject more funds. The trader said anxiously. 5 billion is not a small amount. It seems like they are targeting me. Who is it? Damn it, could it be that old fox Han Tianzheng? Han Jingqi roared. But after some thought, it couldn't be Han Tianzheng, because the other party had already put everything on the line, investing all the funds from relatives and uncles. There couldn't be any more money. The 20 billion funds invested by Han Tianzheng had already lost 2 billion, and it had already fallen into his hands. Not even the bank would lend him money. In an instant, he dismissed this thought. Forget it, how is Tianshi doing now? Han Jingqi decided to take action against them. He couldn't let the other party easily take away over 6 billion from him. He must find a way to get back at them. The other side still has 3 billion left. I suspect that the same person who injected the 5 billion into Tiansheng is behind this. It seems like they really want to target our Tiansheng shares. Han, what should we do? Just say the word and I'll take care of him now. The trader was also furious. This is a challenge to his career. A crazy challenge. Okay, your analysis is pretty good. That's what I was thinking too. But over at Tianshi, that person still has 3 billion left. Let me smash him. First take his 3 billion, then enter the fundraising stage. Han Jingqi immediately shouted. Okay, young master Han. I'll start now. After speaking, he hurriedly hung up the phone. Han Jingqi also quickly dialed the phone again. Soon, the other party answered. Jingqi, is there something wrong with the phone call? Han Jingqi's father, Han Zhengshan, said in a deep voice. Dad, there's trouble at the auction house. My uncle seems to have noticed something and moved a batch of antiques in advance. In addition, someone is targeting our 2 stocks, huge losses, 6 billion lost. I want to get some money back. Han Jingqi said seriously. What? How could this happen? The person targeting us, could it be your uncle? On the phone, Han Zhengshan asked in shock. Obviously, he was also anxious. He even overlooked that batch of antiques, focusing all his attention on the stocks, because that's where the big money is. It can't be my uncle. That old ghost is broke now. Where would he get the money to mess with us? Besides, with his abilities, how could he target our most professional trader? If it really is him, then we have nothing to fear. His little money can't make waves. Han Jingqi sneered repeatedly, speaking with a confident tone. Alright, as long as you're sure, how much do you need? Han Zhengshan said boldly. From what I can see now, we need to prepare at least 1 billion. Han Jingqi said solemnly. So much. Are you sure it's not a problem? Hearing the mention of 1 billion, Han Zhengshan was also shocked, considering that he only had 1 billion left in his funds. The rest of the money had all been invested in stocks as bait, with the aim of completely swallowing Han Tianjing's 20 billion. He really couldn't come up with more money. Dad, I've already underestimated. I have 1 billion in my hands, plus yours, it might not be enough. I really can't accept it. Tian Shang was really screwed over, that's 6 billion. Han Jingqi shouted, venting his frustration. Feeling his son's emotions, Han Tianzheng could only nod and say, alright, I'll transfer it to you now. Then, the father and son hung up the phone. At this moment, in the treasure pavilion, Han Tianzheng and his daughter were having a meal, but they had no appetite. The father and daughter occasionally looked back at Yi Chen buried in the computer, showing a worried expression. But no one dared to speak up or approach. At this moment, no one disturbed, and no one dared to disturb. Yi Chen never stopped working, every minute, every second, tens of millions or even billions. Especially Han Yashuan, biting her chopsticks, her eyes full of excitement, staring at Yi Chen who was trading. Indeed, a man who was focused and charming. At this moment, Yi Chen was seriously watching the stock line of Tianshang Real Estate on the screen, until a line rose. He smiled. It's finally here. I've been waiting for you. Yi Chen smirked, excited, and after a sigh, he quickly started typing on the keyboard. Quickly injecting funds, crazily raising capital. Once again, he pushed the stock to almost the limit up stage. But unfortunately, the other party stopped injecting funds. Seeing this, Yi Chen showed a look of disdain, raised his hand, and once again injected a sum of money into Tianshi Real Estate. On the Tianshang side, opening a position of 5 billion. On the Tianshi side, closing 3 billion, and then continuing to open a position of 4 billion. This was all the available funds. When he saw 1 billion entering, Yi Chen decisively opened a position, raised capital, and closed the position. Swallow the opponent's 1 billion directly. Then, turn around and invest the remaining money into Tianshang shares. Watching Tianshi, whose plate was about to be smashed, actually invested another billion. Yi Chen completely ignored it and started to repeat the operation, pushing Tianshang shares to almost the limit up stage. Holding a heavy position, he began the massacre. A crazy massacre. He was sure that the other party had no more funds to operate, because they mistakenly believed that they had invested all their shares in Tianshi. So, what they continued to focus on was also Tianshi. It's like a time bomb. Yi Chen separately invested 2 stocks, smashing them into Tianshang, and Tianshi totaled 9 billion. It's like the red and blue lines of a fuse. The other party cut the red line as a test, but these 2 billion were swallowed by Yi Chen. The other party tried their best to cut the blue line, otherwise this bomb would definitely explode. But unfortunately, the other party had run out of capital. So, Yi Chen was betting that Han Jingqi had run out of bullets in his gun. And then he went all in. He started harvesting frantically, pushing down, hitting the limit up. Yi Chen was as excited as a big candlestick, turning into a general, charging into the stock market world. A massive slaughter. After a long time, Yi Chen stretched lazily and leaned back on the sofa. How did it go? At this point, Han Tianjing finally dared to ask. Anxious in his heart, tension appeared on his face. It's over. I smashed both plates and took away 21 billion from him. After speaking, Yi Chen pointed the computer at Han Tianzheng, revealing the funds. When he saw a string of numbers flowing into the bank, Han Tianzheng burst into tears, his hands trembling, too emotional to speak for a moment. He had seen his fair share of ups and downs in the market, but he had never seen such a miraculous scene. At this moment, Yi Chen had saved his life. The joy of surviving a disaster was beyond words. Yi Chen, how can I thank you? Han Tianjing bent his legs, about to kneel down. Yi Chen quickly reached out and pulled him up. Uncle Han, this time I helped you, not for nothing. Your Han family owes me a big favor. I don't want money, but I want something from you. Yi Chen smiled slightly and spoke. 20 billion, almost all of Han Tianjing's assets, but some of it included investments from his siblings, not just Han Tianjing's personal property. But even so, Yi Chen was confident that as long as he spoke up, getting 2 billion wouldn't be a problem. However, what he had his eye on was not those 2 billion. Just say the word, as long as I have it. Han Tianzheng wiped away his tears, patted his chest, and said boldly. At this moment, Han Yashuan also came out of the kitchen, learning that the crisis had been averted. A sweet smile appeared on her face. She breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Yi Chen with admiration and longing. Uncle Han, I just want a ring. A thumb ring worn by Emperor Zhu during the Ming dynasty. Yi Chen said without hesitation. Hearing this, Han Tianzheng was slightly stunned, but after reacting, he said in surprise, Young man, I do have that thumb ring, but the market value of this item is only a mere 20 million, are you sure? Yi Chen smiled slightly. Of course, he was sure. This thumb ring is indeed worth only 20 million now, but in no time, even 2 billion won't be able to buy it. Of course, this was what Yi Chen thought. He definitely wouldn't say it out loud. Yes, I'm sure. Yi Chen nodded in confirmation. Okay, I'll go get it for you, wait here. After that, Han Tianzhang went upstairs and returned 10 minutes later, carrying a classical wooden box. And he also brought 2 bottles of wine, placing them on the table. Here are 2 bottles of Mao Tai that I have collected for 70 years, and I have given them to the younger brother. Take them back to give to the elders at home, or drink them yourself, it's up to you. Han Tianzhang carefully stuffed the wooden box into Yi Chen's hands. When Yi Chen opened it, he saw an emperor green jade thumb ring lying in the golden cloth inside. At this moment, the light of the setting sun shone through the window, and a shadow of a dragon imprint appeared on it. It was this ring. Yi Chen smiled, carefully placed it close to him, and then got up. All right, the matter is resolved. I have other things to attend to. Uncle Han, I will visit another day. With that, Yi Chen prepared to walk outside. Yi big brother, I'll walk you out. Han Yashuan also hurriedly got up and followed him out. Han Tianzhang waved his hand and stood courteously at the door, watching his daughter and Yi Chen walk towards the car. This kid is amazing. He is truly outstanding among his peers. In the future, he will soar to great heights. If my daughter could be with him. Han Tianzhang laughed with his eyes squinted, happily murmuring to himself. At this moment, the pressure on him was finally lifted. The long-lost relaxation made him extremely happy, and he held Yi Chen in high regard. On the other side, Han Jingqi was furious, and he fiercely threw his phone on the ground, shattering it into pieces. Damn! Who is it? Who is plotting against me? Damn it, I will kill you. Just a minute ago, Han Jingqi learned that 2 stocks had been smashed. Only Tianshang had 3 billion left, but it had already reached the limit up, and the other party had smashed the stocks. Once the market opened tomorrow, he wouldn't be able to hold on to his 3 billion, because the other party had already withdrawn the stocks. What to do? How to explain to his father? He had already leaked the news of Han Tianjing's financial loss, hoping to use family members, creditors, and banks to force Han Tianjing to death. By then, no one would be able to compete for the family property with his father anymore. But now, his father was already immersed in the joy of a great victory. He dared not tell his father the truth. Boundless despair lingered in Han Jingqi's mind. Han Yashuan escorted Yi Chen home and then left. Yi Chen lay on the sofa, contemplating, looking at the 2 bottles of good wine in his hand, planning to visit his former father-in-law. On the day of his marriage, he knelt in front of his father-in-law and vowed to take good care of Mei Yun. As a result, after marriage, not only did he cause suffering to his daughter, but he also brought countless troubles to his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Thinking of his father-in-law's aging face, white hair, and disappointed eyes, Yi Chen couldn't suppress the guilt in his heart. Before leaving, he went to the nearby convenience store. Boss, give me 2 soft Manhwa cigarettes. Yi Chen smiled at the boss. What? What do you want? Yi Chen, are you crazy? Have you paid off your loan? 2 soft Manhwa cigarettes cost 1,300 yuan. You look like you're broke. Why are you buying this? The boss, a middle-aged man, was sitting at the door eating watermelon. After hearing Yi Chen's words, he asked in surprise. Yi Chen had spent money on rewarding female live streamers, causing his family to go bankrupt, living in poverty, becoming a gambler, and the whole neighborhood knew about it, even making it to the news as a negative example. In the past, he used to buy things on credit at the convenience store, even owing a few dollars for a year. Cigarettes? They were the cheapest. Today, he actually asked for soft cigarettes, and 2 at that? Boss, don't worry, I won't be on credit this time. I will also pay off what I owe you. Yi Chen smiled and said, Forget it, Yi Chen, you are not young anymore. Quickly change your bad habits. Your wife is so good, and you have a lovely child. You have a good life, why do you have to cause trouble? Look at my family, playing mahjong every day, not focusing on work. I dare not intervene. You have married a beautiful and capable wife, you should know how to cherish her. With that, the boss sighed and took out 2 boxes of cigarettes worth 10 yuan each, and directly stuffed them into Yi Chen's hands. Take it, don't pay for it. After speaking, the boss sat back down and continued eating watermelon. Ding, WeChat payment received, 1,500 yuan. With the arrival notification ringing, the supermarket boss widened his eyes, looking at Yi Chen in astonishment. Are you serious? Why don't you listen to me? With some money, you should spend it on your wife, don't be so extravagant, the boss urged. Yi Chen felt touched, although the boss was a bit reluctant, he knew the other party meant well, so he patiently explained, Don't worry, brotherly, I have made some money recently and have already paid off my debts. Not only that, I still have some money left. Really? Is this how you make money? It has found its way to you? The boss was still worried, and Yi Chen had already walked up to him, pushing him against the counter. Don't worry, I'm not gambling, nor stealing, the money is earned legitimately, otherwise I would have been caught long ago. Would I dare to buy cigarettes here so openly? Hurry up, brotherly, these cigarettes are for my father-in-law, not for myself. Quick, quick. This time, the boss could only take out 2 packs of cigarettes and handed them to Yi Chen. Goodbye, brotherly, consider the remaining 200 as settling the bill. Yi Chen went straight to the street, hailed a taxi, and headed to his father-in-law's old neighborhood. Not enough, you still owe me 300. Hee, forget it, a prodigal son returns, it's good to see you back on the right path. The boss shouted, waving his fan, still smiling, sitting back at the entrance eating watermelon. On the other side, Yi Chen got off the car, paid the fare, and arrived at the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar entrance of the building, standing there, stunned. As if feeling a bit nervous returning to his hometown, memories flooded Yi Chen's mind. He remembered the first time he visited Mei Yun's family, feeling nervous meeting his father-in-law and mother-in-law. He recalled the first time he tidied up the table and went into the kitchen under his father-in-law's stern yet kind gaze. He remembered the first time he drank, smoked, and chatted with his father-in-law. He remembered kneeling in front of his father-in-law, making solemn vows to take care of his wife. He remembered deceiving his father-in-law for money, extorting him, making his father-in-law angry and resentful, from the initial satisfaction and fondness to the final disgust and hostility towards himself. The current outcome was a fitting punishment for the immoral things Yi Chen had done in the past. Sigh. Yi Chen shook his head, his lips murmuring for a while, his eyes slightly red. Facing someone like Han Tianzhong, a big shot, he could remain calm and confident, even with investments of tens of billions in seconds. But when facing his father-in-law, whom he owed too much, he panicked. He closed his eyes, trying to sense what would happen next, but he felt a sharp pain in his brain. The last time he tried to foresee whether he and Mei Yun would reconcile, but there was no result. It seemed that this precognitive ability was ineffective for family members. Forget it, regardless of the outcome, it was my fault in the first place, I must repay it. With this in mind, Yi Chen mustered up the courage and walked forward. Bang! Bang! Yi Chen's heart pounded, but he still knocked on the door. Coming. After a moment, a response came from inside. The voice was very familiar, it was Yi Chen's mother-in-law, Han Guizhi. When the door opened, a woman in her 50s stood at the door with a smile on her face. But when she saw Yi Chen, her smile froze. Mom, is Dad home? Yi Chen squeezed out a smile and asked. Yi Chen, what are you here for? Let our elderly couple go, okay? Please have mercy, don't come to deceive us again. Even if I kneel down to you, is it still not enough? Han Guizhi held her hands, pleading bitterly, bending her legs, and actually about to kneel down. This scene frightened Yi Chen. He quickly reached out to assist, but Han Guizhi was so scared that she stepped back a few steps. Mom, please don't do this, I'm just here to bring you some things. I've left the things here, take care of yourselves, I'll leave now. Yi Chen sighed, lowered his eyelids, and said softly. However, his mother-in-law seemed to avoid him like a plague, not daring to get close at all. This made Yi Chen feel ashamed and helpless at the same time. This was all his own fault. His in-laws used to hold him in high regard, especially after they found out he passed the civil service exam. They praised him everywhere. They would tell everyone, my son-in-law Yi Chen passed the civil service exam, he's going to make it big. My daughter is so lucky. But later, when he became addicted to live streaming, his in-laws never mentioned him proactively again. Even when neighbors asked, they would just awkwardly say, he's doing fine. It's nobody's fault but his own. After leaving the things at the door, Yi Chen turned to leave. Just as he turned to go downstairs, he ran into an old man wearing army green pants and a white shirt, carrying 2 bottles of liquor. The old man had white hair and was humming a tune. But when he looked up and saw Yi Chen, the smile on the old man's face disappeared. You little brat, how dare you come here? I won't let you off today. The old man turned out to be Yi Chen's father-in-law, Qin Jinshan. He was an old soldier, and even served as a platoon leader in the field army. Even though he was old, he was still strong and powerful. He took a step forward and charged straight at Yi Chen. Qin Jinshan grabbed Yi Chen by the collar and pinned him against the wall. The bottle of liquor in his hand was thrown to the ground and shattered. Yi Chen, you scoundrel, you've caused so much suffering to my daughter. You've spent all my retirement money. What are you here for? What do you still want to do? Do you think I dare not touch you? I may be old, but I'm not afraid of you, this scoundrel. I'll trade my life for yours now, to prevent you from killing my daughter. Qin Jinshan's eyes were red as he swung his fist and hit Yi Chen hard in the face. Not stopping there, he pushed Yi Chen to the ground. But when Qin Jinshan raised his fist again, ready to give Yi Chen a few more slaps, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Yi Chen was not fighting back? Qin Jinshan furrowed his brows, feeling very surprised. Yes, surprised. This good son-in-law who had fought with him several times before, was now looking calm, as if a condemned prisoner admitting guilt, his eyes full of regret, no anger, no resistance. Dad, I didn't come here for any other reason this time, just to see you and Mom, just one look. If you want to vent your anger, go ahead and hit me. As long as you want, you can hit me once a day, several times, it's all fine. Yi Chen's lips trembled, his voice choked up. Looking at his father-in-law with white hair, Yi Chen's heart ached. This old man, who had such an excellent daughter and a lovely granddaughter, could have enjoyed a beautiful retirement. But because of him, all the retirement money was swindled away. At his age, he had to work every day, doing dirty and tiring jobs to make ends meet. The wrinkles on his face, the white hair, all were because of him. Qin Jinshan took a deep breath, snorted coldly, and said, "Don't call me Dad, I can't bear it. As long as I don't see you, I can live a few more years. You better leave, I don't need you to worry about me." He said this, but he still stood up and didn't make any more moves. At this time, a woman buying vegetables passed by and looked at him in surprise. "Uncle Qin, isn't this your son-in-law? Why is he lying in the hallway? What are you all?" The old man, who valued his reputation, forced a smile and said, "Oh, my son-in-law came to visit us, but he accidentally fell and broke the wine. Yechen, you child, get up quickly and come inside to wash up." The old man sighed. "It's like breaking a tooth and swallowing it. Keep family matters private." In order to save face in front of the neighbors, even though he hated Yechen to the extreme, he had to quickly bring him inside the house. When mother-in-law Han Guizhi heard this, she also looked anxious, but had to cooperate with her husband, then took everything inside, opened the door and let Yechen in. As for the nosy neighbor, he only went upstairs after Yechen entered the house. Inside the house, Yechen, standing at the door, felt very nervous. He knew that the old couple let him in just to avoid letting the neighbors know about their family troubles, so he reluctantly entered to save face and dignity. "Mom, Dad, then I'll leave first." Seeing his father-in-law looking grim, sitting in a chair panting heavily, and his mother-in-law wiping tears on the side, Yechen felt uncomfortable and had to turn around, push open the door, and leave. "Stop. Take away the things you brought, I can't bear your filial piety." Speaking, Qin Jinshan grabbed the wine and fruits on the ground and forcibly stuffed them into Yechen's hands. "Dad, it's just a small token of my heart. I'm leaving, you can dispose of these things as you wish, even throw them in the trash." Yechen put the things on the ground, pushed open the door, and walked outside. After the door closed, the old couple both sighed. "Do you still have money?" Qin Jinshan remained silent for a while before asking. "Yes, the 2,000 wages you brought back for me yesterday, I haven't touched." When his mother-in-law heard this, she rummaged through the old cloth bag, took out the money, and said, "Then what are you waiting for? Take it to him. The brat won't come unless there's trouble, otherwise why would he come to our house? Give him the money and shut his mouth." Qin Jinshan glared with anger and said, "This is our living expenses, if you give it to him, we'll have to tighten our belts." Han Guizhi hurriedly said, "If you don't give it to him, can our daughter live in peace? He will go find our daughter and cause trouble. Dealing with this scoundrel, what else can we do? Should I grab a knife and chop him now?" Qin Jinshan said, and really walked towards the kitchen. Han Guizhi, seeing this, panicked and quickly pushed open the door and chased after Yechen. She knew her husband's temper, and if pushed too far, he might really do something to Yechen. Outside the door, Yechen lit a cigarette and smoked it thoughtfully. Thinking of the past treatment from his father-in-law and mother-in-law, Yechen's eyes turned red. They treated him like their own son. He was too disappointing. He sighed and made up his mind to change the situation no matter what. He was no longer the beast he used to be. He believed that time would prove everything. Just as Yechen was about to leave, he heard a call from behind. "Yechen, wait." Hearing his mother-in-law's voice, Yechen quickly stopped. Han Guizhi handed him 2,000 yuan, directly pushing it into his hand. "Yechen, Auntie begs you, take this money and leave, don't go cause trouble for Mei Yun and her daughter again. She can't withstand your beatings and turmoil." When his mother-in-law spoke, Yechen's nose tingled. The 2,000 yuan in his hand was heavier than the millions he had earned. He felt the money was so tight for the first time. Yi Chen endured the tears swirling in his eyes, then lowered his head and whispered, "Mom, Auntie, please take this money back. I really didn't come for the money this time, and I won't harm Mei Yun and her mother. I know you don't believe me, but I will prove it to you." The mother-in-law didn't believe these words. Her eyes turned red immediately, and she exploded. The emotions that had been suppressed for a long time were ignited by Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, if you don't want money, what do you want to do? What do you really want, Yi Chen? Tell me, how much money do you want?" Even if we have to sell everything, we will give it to you, just please spare my daughter. Do you have to torment our old Qin family to be satisfied? You beast, don't push us, the old couple, too hard. Otherwise, even if we die, we will drag you down, we will never let you harm our daughter. Ignoring the strange looks around her, she pointed at Yi Chen and cursed fiercely. Fine, auntie. I'll take this money. Yi Chen suddenly smiled and put the money in his pocket. Seeing Yi Chen take the money, Han Guizhi finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was most afraid that Yi Chen wouldn't take the money, which would mean he couldn't be satisfied, and this matter would not end well. It would be her daughter who would suffer in the end. Can I borrow your phone? Yi Chen pursed his lips and asked softly. What are you going to do? My phone is not valuable. As soon as Han Guizhi heard that Yi Chen wanted the phone, she became wary and said very cautiously. Auntie, just a few minutes. Yi Chen smiled again. Han Guizhi hesitantly took out the phone and handed it over. After Yi Chen took the phone, he checked his WeChat, added a friend, and then transferred 10,000 yuan directly. He was afraid that if he transferred too much, his in-laws wouldn't dare to spend it, thinking it was dirty money. Mom, here's your phone. I transferred 10,000 yuan. You and Dad can buy some food and drinks, don't skimp on it anymore. Let my dad rest at home for a few days, don't go to the construction site anymore. Don't worry, this money is clean. If you need money, call me. I can earn money now, I won't ask you for it again. Take back this 2002. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he took out the cash again, left 100, and waved it in front of the stunned Han Guizhi. This 100 is for the cigarettes you secretly give me. I'm leaving, auntie. Goodbye. Yi Chen turned around, wiped away his tears, and looked at the 100 yuan in his hand. He was on the verge of collapse. At his most difficult times, he didn't even have money for cigarettes. Every time he left, his mother-in-law would secretly hide 100 yuan in his clothes. Now looking back, Yi Chen wished he could slap himself. They had also placed all their hopes on him. He couldn't imagine how the hopes accumulated by his in-laws over the years had turned from worry to anger, and finally to despair and indifference towards him. It was himself who had caused his in-laws to suffer a crushing defeat. But not this time. Han Guizhi watched Yi Chen walk away, then looked at the phone, and walked back home with a bewildered expression. As soon as she entered the house, Qin Jinshan hurried over, looking worried, and asked, Did he take it? Han Guizhi nodded. That's good, as long as he took the money. At least Mei Yun and her mother can live a peaceful life for a while. Qin Jinshan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. But the next moment, Han Guizhi took out the cash and said, he only took 100, and gave the rest to me. What? This scoundrel didn't take it all? Is the sun rising from the west? No, absolutely not. He won't be content if he doesn't cheat us out of all our money every time he comes, he won't give up. Qin Jinshan was both panicked and angry. And he also transferred 10,000 to me. Look. Speaking, Han Guizhi handed the phone to her husband. At this moment, she looked very flustered and at a loss. Dashin, could he be going to see our daughter again? We can't accept this money, how do we give it back to him? Han Guizhi said anxiously. He dares. This money is too hot to handle, we can't accept it. Otherwise, it could easily lead to trouble. I'll transfer it to Mei Yun later. By then, that kid will regret it, and our daughter can return the money to him just in time, so we won't get beaten up when we're not around. Qin Jinshan was first surprised, but quickly realized how bad the situation was and said seriously. Han Guizhi also nodded in agreement. The elderly couple had just sat down to a simple meal when they heard a knock on the door. Qin Jinshan went to open the door, and when he saw an old man in a green military uniform, he immediately smiled. Lao Wang, why are you here? Come in and have a meal. Seeing his old comrade in arms at the door, Qin Jinshan warmly welcomed him in. I was arguing with the old lady at home and feeling annoyed, so I thought of you to have a drink or two, Lao Wang said loudly. Just as they sat down and saw the table full of vegetarian dishes, Lao Wang smiled and said, You two really pay attention to your health, the quality of life is excellent. In my house, we can't do without chicken, duck, fish, and meat every day, eating so much that all three highs are off the charts. Lao Wang's words made Qin Jinshan and Han Guizhi feel embarrassed. This wasn't about health, it was simply because their family was too poor to improve their diet. Qin Jinshan enviedly said, Lao Wang, don't be dissatisfied. I heard that your daughter found a businessman and just bought you a big Mercedes-Benz. You're living the good life now. There was a time when Yi Chen, that ungrateful person, said similar things. But now, forget about a Mercedes-Benz, he didn't even have a bicycle, and instead, he lost all his pension. Lao Wang slapped his thigh and grumbled, Don't mention it, just looking at that nouveau riche makes me furious. By the way, Lao Qin, I heard your son-in-law resigned? Such a good iron rice bowl, what a waste. Lao Wang, being straightforward, asked curiously. Qin Jinshan knew the nature of the other party. If it were someone unfamiliar, they would definitely think he was deliberately bringing up this matter, but since it was his old comrade in arms, he just sighed. Forget it, have a drink or two, bring the wine, old lady. Qin Jinshan waved his hand, feeling unlucky, and spoke. Lao Wang also sighed, feeling that his son-in-law was unreliable. Ah, my nouveau riche son-in-law, now that he has the means, who knows what will happen in the future. If they get married, who knows what troubles might arise, it's worrying. I used to envy you, your daughter married into a secure government job, your son-in-law was so honest, who would have thought that even your son-in-law could lose his iron rice bowl job, right? Seeing Lao Wang showing off in front of him, Qin Jinshan also felt competitive and said with a smile, let me tell you, my son is not as bad as you say. He has found a job now and even made some money. He just transferred 10,000 to my wife earlier. Look, there are so many things, all gifts from him. Although they may not be valuable, it's the thought that counts. But even as he said this, he couldn't help feeling guilty. How could Ji Chen, that scoundrel, be compared to others? One is a big boss, the other a gambler. One buys a car for his father-in-law, the other swindles his father-in-law's pension. Yi Chen, that bastard, even abuses his wife and beats his children, he's just an animal. Lao Wang shook his head and boasted, my nouveau riche son-in-law is the same, every time he comes, he buys a bunch of things, Maudai, king crabs, all to spoil my taste buds. Wow, not bad, Lao Qin, you're also drinking Maudai now. I heard that your son-in-law is in debt everywhere, living aimlessly, seems like it's all rumors. When Han Guizhi brought the wine up, Lao Wang's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in surprise. Qin Jinshan felt uncomfortable upon hearing this. Yi Chen, no matter what, used to be his approved son-in-law. He could scold him, but others couldn't. Qin Jinshan patted his chest loudly and laughed. Lao Wang, don't listen to idle gossip. They only know how to talk nonsense. My son-in-law is doing well, not as bad as they say. But let's not drink this wine. I'll go buy 2 bottles downstairs. He spoke toughly, but he was really afraid it might be fake wine. Lao Wang was known as a wine connoisseur, having tasted all kinds of wine. As soon as it touched his lips, he could tell if it was real or fake. If he was proven wrong, he would lose face. However, as Qin Jinshan got up, Lao Wang was quick to open the bottle. I say, Lao Qin, if you don't offer me Maudai, you're being petty. I'll also give you 2 bottles later. Let's drink this one first. Lao Wang's eyes sparkled at the sight of the wine, pouring and complaining as he couldn't resist taking a sip. Qin Jinshan, seeing this, anxiously watched the other's reaction change. If it turned out to be fake wine, it would be more unbearable than killing him. However, after Lao Wang took a sip, he sat up straight, quickly picking up the bottle to inspect it. Qin Jinshan, seeing this, felt helpless. It seemed he was doomed today. Anyway, the family's dirty laundry had long been aired. Having lived to such an old age, the dignity accumulated in the first half of his life was now completely lost in the second half. I say, Lao Qin, about this wine. Lao Wang held the bottle, but before he could finish his sentence, Qin Jinshan interrupted, don't talk nonsense. If you don't want to drink, then don't. It was a gift from my son-in-law, and I'm willing. With that, Qin Jinshan handed the bottle to Han Guizhi, forget it, my face is already lost. Just take it out and throw it away. Han Guizhi was also annoyed but didn't say much, getting up to dispose of the wine. Don't, please don't, Lao Shaozi, don't scare me. I say, Lao Qin, you're being too arrogant. How could you lose face like this? This is a 70-year-old Maudai, a treasure. What are you showing off for? This bottle is worth tens of thousands. Where did your son-in-law make his fortune? He's really filial to you. With this bottle, I could buy a Mercedes for my family. Lao Wang said in shock and envy. Qin Jinshan was once again stunned, then hurried to the door, fetched another bottle of wine, and placed it on the table. You mean this thing is worth tens of thousands per bottle? Qin Jinshan was so excited that his voice rose, causing Lao Wang's eardrums to ache. Han Guizhi beside him was speechless, completely stunned. Yi Chen, leaving the residential area, checked his stock market on his phone and saw his stocks soaring again. His initial investment of 300,000 yuan had now reached 1.7 million yuan. Next, it would grow like a snowball. However, he had to close his position now, because this stock had attracted a large amount of capital and was due for a big drop. He planned to short sell, make a profit, and then reinvest, repeating the process several times. He was sure that within 6 months, he would make money effortlessly. After closing his position and deducting fees, he still had 1.72 million yuan. Adding the previous 6 million yuan he earned, Yi Chen now had at least over 7 million yuan to work with. His goal was clear. Stopping a taxi, Yi Chen headed towards Nanhu, where there was an unfinished building. When he arrived at the sales office, he saw banners everywhere with various messages about cancellations. The entrance to the sales office had a broken door, and the glass had a large hole smashed into it. 3 or 4 sales consultants were sitting on the sofa drinking tea. When Yi-Chen walked in, the consultants just glanced at him and ignored him. Abandoned building, don't bother looking. A man playing with his phone without looking up said. Looking closely, he was wearing a manager's badge, but at that moment, he was absent-mindedly playing games. Are the houses not selling? Yi-Chen asked in confusion. They are selling, but are you willing to buy? Haven't you seen that construction has stopped? The group's CEO has stopped investing money, and we are here every day to handle cancellations. So, are you here to buy a house? The manager finally put down his phone and looked at Yi-Chen unexpectedly. Yes, I am here to buy a house. Whether it's abandoned or not doesn't matter. The main thing is the location. Is it still good? Yi-Chen asked with a smile. Listening to Yi-Chen's words, the manager said with interest, Brother, I kindly advise you not to waste your time. Who in their right mind would buy an abandoned building that can't even be lived in? You better leave, our salaries have been delayed for 3 months. If it weren't for these 3 months' pay, we would have left long ago. The manager was still somewhat kind-hearted. After all, as long as one wasn't blind, they wouldn't jump into this pit. This person in front of him probably wanted to take advantage of the situation, coming to see the abandoned building. Otherwise, who in their right mind would throw money into this place? Have areas A and B been sold? Suddenly, Yi-Chen walked to the sand table, pointed, and asked. I see, you are quite stubborn. You really want to buy, don't you? Alright, I can make the decision. I'll give you the lowest price, 5,000 per square meter. How many square meters do you want? You can choose from these 2 areas. The manager stood up upon hearing this and came to Yi-Chen's side. It seemed like he could make a good profit from this deal. How about a lower price? 4,001 per square meter. I'll pay a down payment for 70 units. I want all the best layouts, between 80 and 100 square meters. Yi-Chen looked at the manager and said seriously. Currently, Longhai Bay belongs to the new Southern District's real estate. With limited land, only 12 buildings were constructed. The second phase was abandoned due to lack of funding, and the remote location without supporting facilities led to the group's CEO giving up development, resulting in abandonment. However, Yi-Chen sensed the strong development potential of Longhai Bay in the future, so he came early to stock up on properties. Upon hearing this, the manager's face turned ugly. He laughed angrily and said, Buddy, if you're joking, don't blame me for being rude to you. I kindly advised you to leave just now, not to come here to play with me. This abandoned building, no one would even take it if it were given away for free. Now someone wants to buy 70 units, isn't this treating him like a fool? Yi-Chen sighed and said helplessly, I'm not joking with you. If you don't believe me, let's sign the contract now. If I can't come up with the money, you can do as you please. Also, after signing the contract, I will introduce you to another big client. Yi-Chen knew the other party wouldn't believe him, but he had to get this done as soon as possible. There wasn't much time left for him to waste. Alright, since you said so, Xiao Wu, go get the contract and the official seal. The manager gritted his teeth, feeling annoyed. Since he was also bored, if the other party wanted to play, then he would play along to the end. As he gave the order, a subordinate went to the printing room. About 10 minutes later, the contract was prepared and stamped with the official seal. The next steps were signing, followed by the payment process. Yi-Chen signed his name without hesitation, each keeping a copy of the contract, then took out his phone. Give me the company card number, and then I will transfer the money, Yi-Chen said, and the other party was already prepared, and provided the card number. Transferred, with payment information noted, for the house purchase contract payment, Yi-Chen said after a few minutes, putting away his phone and looking up at the manager. The manager snorted coldly, still not believing, and said, I told you, playing with you for a while, you're addicted again, just playing around, right? Let me tell you, I tore up the contract, you better get lost. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being impolite. You really think of yourself as an entrepreneur. With that, the manager was about to tear up the contract. But the phone suddenly rang, and the manager quickly answered it, only to find out it was the financial director from headquarters calling. Hello, Mr. Shun. I'm at the sales office, the 3 months' salary hasn't been paid yet, can you see when it will be convenient? Before he could finish his sentence. I'm asking you, we just received a payment of over 7 million, it's for the house purchase agreement. Over at Longhai Bay, did you visit the customer? A deep voice came through the phone. Ha, Mr. Chen, did you receive the payment on your end? Hearing the voice on the phone, the manager asked in an incredulous tone. Of course, you sold the house, don't you know? Anyway, you've done a good job. The company is in need of funds right now, and you managed to sell at Longhai Bay, you've got some skills. Your salary along with a bonus will be transferred to you later. If this customer cancels the purchase later, you just keep him in check, and if the contract is signed, he can't default, let him go through legal procedures, deal with our legal team. Resolve this matter, and I'll give you an additional bonus of 100,000. After saying that, the call was hung up. Meanwhile, the manager was dumbfounded. He looked at Yi Chen in shock, and stammered, "Brother, you're serious about this?" Yi Chen replied seriously, "Of course, if I wanted to joke around, I should go to a comedy show, why would I come here? A friend of mine will also come later, prepare another contract here, it will depend on how many units he wants." At that moment, the manager acted like a servant, grabbing Yi Chen's arm, and said excitedly, "Bro, my dear bro. I was rude just now, you are obviously a promising young man. It's my fault for not recognizing you. Please sit upstairs quickly, Xiao Wu, stop standing there, bring the fruit platter up. And you, Zheng Chenxi, quickly change into a more sexy outfit, dance for my bro, all the salaries and bonuses will be distributed later." The manager served Yi Chen as if he were an emperor, leading him upstairs. The girl named Zhang Chenxi really changed into a sexy mini skirt, holding a fruit platter, and serving good tea and cigarettes. "Bro, can I sit for a while?" After dancing a song, Zhang Chenxi asked with a smile. "Of course, you can. Aren't these all seats?" Yi Chen pointed to a nearby chair. As for the manager, he was currently massaging Yi Chen's shoulders and legs. "But I'm allergic to sitting on chairs, can I sit on your lap?" Zhang Chenxi kept throwing flirtatious glances. In her eyes, the guy in front of her was a nouveau riche. Who in their right mind would spend over 7 million to buy 30 unfinished houses? Has his brain been scooped out by an excavator? A real big spender. Afraid that the other party might regret it, she started using her charm offensive. Yi Chen was speechless upon hearing this. "Mr. Son, you can skip all these programs. I'm here to buy a house, not to flirt and listen to music, for entertainment. If you still plan to sell this house, it's best to let me make a quiet phone call to my friend," Yi Chen said earnestly, with his hands open. "Oh, you have a friend who wants to buy too? That's fine then, Godfather, you're busy, just let me know if you need anything." Manager Sun Quan's eyes lit up when he heard it. If this friend of De Yuan Jones is involved, then he must be a sucker too, of course, he should take it all. Otherwise, by the time this guy regrets it, it will be too late. Then Sun Quan took Zhang Chenxi and hurried out of the reception room, closing the door behind him. Yi Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief, then took out his phone and called Feng Tianhai. After a moment, Feng Tianhai answered the phone. "Brother Yi, what are your orders?" "I'm ready at any time," Feng Tianhai jokingly replied. "There's a deal." Yi Chen had just started speaking when he was interrupted. I'm in. How much capital do you need?" "I have over 10 million in hand, I'll invest now." The other party was already eager and quickly agreed. "Wait for me to finish speaking." Yi Chen also felt a bit surprised, smiling, he said, "Interested in the Dragon Bay unfinished building?" "Ha? Unfinished building? Brother Yi, are you not joking? Is this the good project you mentioned?" Feng Tianhai was initially excited, but when he heard about Dragon Bay, he was dumbfounded. "Not interested, forget it, don't blame me next time for not bringing you in, I'm hanging up." Yi Chen was about to hang up the phone. "Wait, brother, wait, I didn't say I won't invest, I just want to know, did you know in advance that Longhai real estate is unreliable? I was afraid you were being fooled." Feng Tianhai was still smart, although he trusted Yi Chen a lot, he didn't trust Longhai Bay. Now Longhai real estate is like a mythical beast, only going in and not coming out. Especially their unfinished projects, no one is taking over, not to mention capital, even dogs would shake their heads. Now Yi Chen wants to buy a house there and treat it as a project investment. This really makes people feel awkward. Of course I know, haven't you heard the saying, the bigger the storm, the bigger the fish? If it wasn't for the unfinished building, a house that costs over 3,000 per square meter, do you think you would have a chance? Or me? Yi Chen sneered, gradually losing patience. Feng Tianhai really didn't have the courage like Xia Tianhao. "Alright, I'll ask one more question, just one, Brother Yi, how much did you invest?" Feng Tianhai asked cautiously. 70 down payments, over 7 million. Yi Chen replied casually. "Okay, brother, wait for me for a moment, I'll drive over now." "Yi, don't leave, help me choose a layout later." The voice on the phone hurriedly hung up. "That's about right, worth a try." Yi Chen also put away his phone. On the other side, Feng Tianhai, dressed and ready, looked at the young man with glasses in front of him and said apologetically, "Lalu, sorry, I can't accompany you today, I have a business to attend to. It's rare for that good brother to take me, if we miss this opportunity, there won't be another one." The young man wiped his eyes and asked incredulously, wait, did you just mention Dragon Bay? Are you going to invest? The funds the old man gave you are almost spent. Are you crazy or stupid? Feng Tianhai said excitedly, hey, it's the unfinished building. Have you heard the saying, the bigger the storm, the bigger the fish? Without risks, what's called investment, it's better to put it in the bank and earn interest. The young man surnamed Lu shook his head and said, I'm curious, who exactly are you, good brother, to go all in on an unfinished building with just one word? You're giving up my stable and profitable catering investment to go for an unfinished building. He wanted to persuade Feng Tianhai not to be misled. That's over 10 million, not just a few thousand. Let me tell you, this good brother, have extraordinary abilities. Do you know about the Maotai liquor the other day? Before the price increase, people hoarded over 2,000 bottles, making over 6 million in just a few days. He was very generous, finally took me out. I can't miss this opportunity. Your investment in catering is indeed good, but you might only make a few million in a year. My big brother is in charge of my business. If it turns around, it will be worth more than tens of millions. How about it, Lu Chen? Shall I take you with me? Feng Tianhai said with a smile. Forget it, I have money, but I'm not sick. I see your startup capital, you better spend it quickly, so you can go back to inherit the family business sooner. Lu Chen shook his head repeatedly. Extremely curious, what kind of means did Feng Tianhai's so-called big brother use to make Feng Tianhai trust him so much? Feng Tianhai chuckled and said, this time, I'm afraid you'll miscalculate. Remember, don't act pitiful in front of me in a few days. With that, Feng Tianhai couldn't wait any longer and headed outside. A 40-minute journey, Feng Tianhai drove a black Land Rover, stepping on the gas pedal all the way, and arrived at Longhai Bay sales office in just half an hour. Just as he arrived at the entrance, he saw Yi Chen. Without saying a word, Yi Chen took him inside. Seeing Feng Tianhai arrive in a Land Rover, Sun Quan was even more delighted, immediately showing the highest enthusiasm to welcome them and leading the two into the lounge. About half an hour later, after all the procedures were completed, the contract was signed. Sun Quan then escorted the two to the door and added, don't forget, in this purchase agreement, there is a clause on breach of contract. If one party breaches the contract, they must pay triple the compensation. So, gentlemen, our contract is signed. If you regret it later, it will be triple the penalty. He didn't want to remind them originally, but in order to give them a precaution, he specifically took out his phone to record a video, with a written contract as double evidence. When the other party came looking for trouble, he had absolute confidence. He did this because he was sure that these two fools would regret it. From the conversation between Feng Tianhai and Yi Chen, he could tell that these two fools were being deceived, hearing rumors that the property prices in Longhai Bay would skyrocket. As for the reasons, they were probably varied, and Sun Quan couldn't be bothered to guess. It was all nonsense, just a mirage. The houses in Longhai Bay, with no geographical advantage, no commercial district in front, and no sea behind, would not have high prices. They were specifically for newcomers and transitional housing. Even if they were in good condition, the prices would not exceed 8,000. As for the surrounding facilities, it had been said that they would gradually improve, but that was just a distant dream, at least 5 years away. So, Sun Quan's double insurance plan was very thoughtful. Okay, Manager Sun, I'll also record a video. I hope your real estate won't regret selling to us later. Feng Tianhai smiled and took out his phone to record. But in Sun Quan's eyes, his behavior was no different from that of a fool. The two rich second generation probably took out their startup funds and were deceived into coming here. This money was definitely going down the drain. But it was too late, the video was already recorded, purely to boost his own performance. Rest assured, two bosses, our Longhai real estate will definitely not breach the contract. Just in case. I won't say anymore. Happy cooperation. Sun Quan warmly shook hands with Yi Chen and Feng Tianhai, and saw them off. Feng Tianhai drove with Yi Chen and stopped by the roadside. Bro, didn't you feel that Manager Sun Quan looked at us strangely just now? At this moment, Feng Tianhai lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and said, is it this kind of look? Suddenly, Yi Chen turned around and stared at Feng Tianhai with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Yes, it's that look, very familiar, I can't quite place it for a moment. Feng Tianhai nodded quickly. Yi Chen laughed heartily and said, yes, it's the look of caring for the intellectually disabled. To be blunt, in the eyes of that manager, we are just pure fools. That whole bunch of unfinished buildings, probably going to be demolished in 2 years, then auction off the land, but unexpectedly, the two of us took over. I bought 100 units, you bought 100 units, picked out all the good layouts, and covered for him. Yi Chen suddenly said with a smile. Bro, did we get tricked? Feng Tianhai said, looking worried after hearing Yi Chen's words. Alright, don't think too much. We'll see how it goes in 3 days. Yi Chen waved his hand and said lightly. With these words, Feng Tianhai did feel a bit relieved. However, as he sent Yi Chen home and returned to his own home, he began to regret. Sitting on the sofa with a bottle of red wine, trying to relax. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a white shirt with graying temples walked in. Seeing Feng Tianhai sitting on the sofa drinking, he frowned and walked over. What's wrong, Xiaohai? Feeling down? Did your dad squander all the startup capital he gave you? Alright, you're not cut out for business, you don't have your dad's brains. Our Feng family has been in officialdom for generations. Your father is the odd one out who went into business. Without relying on family connections, he achieved great success on his own. If things don't work out, come work at the urban planning department with me, take over when I retire. At your dad's age, his net worth is already in the tens of millions. Although our family has been in officialdom, we're not wealthy. Since your dad made big money, he has made a huge contribution to our family's economy. The man sat next to Feng Tianhai, patting his shoulder comfortingly. He was Feng Tianhai's third uncle, Feng Zhongjie, a senior official in the urban planning department. Eating imperial rice, having a secure job, living a clean life. Many people initially suspected that Feng Tianhai's father became wealthy by relying on his father and his third brother. But after various investigations, it was revealed that Feng Tianhai's father achieved his success through his own abilities. Third uncle, don't discourage me. If I can turn things around this time, it will be my own achievement. It's my last chance. Feng Tianhai said seriously. Last chance? Ha, I heard from Lu Chen that you took over a bunch of unfinished buildings. You, this kid, have the spirit of adventure like your dad, but courage alone is not enough. You need vision and brains, you can't just rely on luck. Tell me, where did you invest? Although I can't give you advice, I'm curious about your vision. Feng Zhongjie said with a smile. Ah, the new area in the south, Longxi Bay. A good brother took me there, invested 10 million, bought over 120 units. This good brother of mine is quite something, otherwise I wouldn't trust him so much. Unfortunately, he's too mysterious in his actions, never tells me the reasons, so I feel anxious and uncertain. Feng Tianhai sighed deeply as he sat on the sofa. The most torturous thing is the waiting process. Even during the lottery process, it's the same, knowing you've won 5 million, but until the money is in your hands, it's hard to rest easy. Fear of the long nights during this period, afraid of any mistakes. When Feng Zhongjie heard Feng Tianhai's words, he was initially slow to react and was about to say a few words of persuasion. However, after a moment of confusion, a glint suddenly appeared in his eyes. Ha! Longxi Bay. Southern New City. A look of shock crossed Feng Zhongjie's face, but he quickly regained his composure. At this moment, a storm of curiosity surged in his heart about this big brother mentioned by his nephew. Kid, where does your big brother come from, business or official career? If the other party is on an official career path, it would be a serious taboo. There have been significant recent changes in the southern New City, and it's been completely overturned. As a senior member of the construction department, he only had some understanding but not specifics. He had to wait for orders from above to implement it. It's important to note that this information is completely confidential, and no one dares to leak it. Otherwise, once investigated, the consequences would be severe. So Feng Zhongjie frowned, wanting to know where the insider information came from. Uncle San, you may not believe it, but my big brother did have an official career before, but he made a mistake and lost his job. Now he's also doing business. As for how he knows, I'm not sure, I just know he's amazing. The shares of Hai Tian Group skyrocketed, Moutai prices soared. In just a few days, he made 7 to 8 million, even his brothers around him made a fortune. It can be said that he has achieved success, and everyone around him has benefited greatly. As he spoke, a look of admiration appeared on Feng Tianhai's face. Feng Zhongjie, seeing this, said lightly, your friend is interesting. Bring him over sometime and introduce him to me. Feng Zhongjie suddenly stood up, smiled, and said a word before turning and walking towards the upstairs. Ha! Feng Tianhai suddenly froze. In Uncle San's eyes, his friends, except for Lu Chen, were just drinking buddies. They could eat and drink together, but when it came to interests, they would part ways. This was the first time Uncle San actively wanted to meet his friend. Feng Tianhai's face lit up with joy, vaguely guessing something. 3 days later, early in the morning, Longhai Group held an internal meeting, with Director Chen standing on the platform, opening the large screen. Next, everyone take a look at this news report. As he finished speaking, the screen showed a smiling news anchor reporting. Our latest report, the southern new district of Longzhou City will undergo a significant expansion, with complete surrounding facilities to be realized within 6 months. The second experimental primary school, Longzhou Qingtian Academy, and a first-class hospital will all be established, and the Southern New District has received sponsorship from the Hong Kong-based Tianju Jewelry Group to build a Disneyland, which will also be constructed this year. The Southern New District will develop into the city's high-tech zone in a short period, and property prices will reach historically high levels. As the news report ended, Director Chen solemnly opened the data chart. Longhai Group's shares showed a strong upward trend. Property prices have soared from a low of 3,210 per square meter last June to a high of 25,100 this month, and it continues to rise steadily. The red line data is striking. It is estimated to rise to at least over 30,000. The number of transactions has increased from 30 units annually to the peak now. At this moment, the meeting room fell silent. Then thunderous applause followed. Ha, we're getting rich this time. The unfinished building that the chairman sealed off has become a hot cake. It looks like we're really taking off this time. Yes, we still have land for the second and third phases that haven't been developed. This land has also turned into gold. The shareholders were all excited. Longhai-based properties, originally just unfinished buildings, have now become a key commercial area and a key school district. Double halo. Now, the wealthy businessmen from the port city and the leading companies are investing. This is going against the heavens. Next, I believe all the shareholders know what to do. Prepare the funds. Quickly start the construction of the second and third phases. And the first phase of the buildings, there are still hundreds of units available. We can make a big profit. Shareholders, in honor and disgrace, I bow to thank you on behalf of the chairman. Director Chen even bent down, his face full of pride. This time, the long-silent Longhai real estate can finally hold its head high. The shareholders also stood up with moved expressions, applauding and celebrating. After the champagne was opened, it was flying everywhere. Meanwhile, Yichen sat on the hotel sofa, wiping his wet hair, watching the news report with a satisfied smile on his face. Longxi Bay is soaring. To be precise, the school district and commercial district were not established. It was the investment of that businessman from the port that brought vitality to the new city in the south. Without the investment of this businessman from the port, even with a key school district and commercial district, the housing prices in the new city in the south would have reached a limit of around 18,000 to 19,000. But now, even 31,000 per square meter is not the ceiling. Because there are speculators, this price will definitely continue to rise. At this moment, he held 100 of the best units in his hands, ranging from 80 square meters to 120 square meters. Preliminary calculations show that even if these 100 units are just down payments, they have increased nearly tenfold. With the current housing prices, the down payment for each unit is tens of thousands, now at 6 to 700,000. If it reaches the peak of 31,000, Yichen plans to make a move. This move will bring in at least 50 million. That's right, a full 50 million. Just as Yichen was calculating how to double this money again, the phone suddenly rang. He didn't need to look to know who was calling. He picked up the phone and moved it away from his ear instantly. Brother Yi, you are amazing. You are a god now. Have you seen the news report? Longxi Bay, with the investment of a big shot from the port area, coupled with strong economic support from the city, housing prices have skyrocketed. Even the surrounding shanties have been demolished. The houses we hold have already increased 4 to 5 times, and this is not even the peak yet. We are making a fortune. On the other end of the phone, Feng Tianhai's excited shouts could be heard. The speaker on the phone was almost shattered. Fortunately, Yichen had foresight, and when the noise subsided, he brought the phone closer to his ear. Brother Yi, I've decided. From now on I am your long-lost younger brother. Bro, you are my real brother. How about I change my last name to Yi, and I'll be called Yi Tianhai in the future. It even sounds like the protagonist of a novel. Bro, why aren't you saying anything, bro? Feng Tianhai kept chattering, his loud voice making Yichen's head ache. Yichen rubbed his sore ears, rolling his eyes. This guy, I do want to speak, but you have to give me a chance. Quiet down. Now, quickly contact potential buyers, preferably someone who can buy all the houses we have in one go. If you don't have that capability, don't bother looking, sell them in 2 days. As for how much it will rise later, it's not our concern. We have a lot of houses in hand. We can't hold on to them. Yichen spoke seriously. Okay, bro, I'll take care of this little matter. But, bro, where did you get this information from in the first place? I even suspect that the big shot from the port and you are relatives. Could it be that they are your long-lost parents? Feng Tianhai joked and probed. In the past, he wouldn't dare to speak to Yichen in this tone, but now, he was really excited, so excited that he was almost losing his mind. Say that again if you dare. Suddenly, A cold expression appeared on Yi Chen's face. His foster parents had done so much for him, almost like a second life. He could joke around, but he could never joke about his foster parents. In any situation, he would never allow anyone to joke about them. No jokes allowed. At this moment, Feng Tianhai on the other end of the phone also felt Yi Chen's emotions, quickly covered his mouth, and then frantically slapped himself in the face. Brother, I was wrong. I spoke without thinking, but I really didn't mean it. Your parents are my parents. If I have any other intentions, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Feng Tianhai quickly explained. Alright, find a buyer soon. After speaking, Yi Chen hung up the phone directly. On the other side, Feng Tianhai was deeply troubled, sighing repeatedly. Acting, keep acting, this time you must have made over $1 billion, and you're still sighing. Stop showing off in front of me, I regret it so much. Your big brother is so amazing, he even managed to revive the abandoned building of Longhai Real Estate. It's all your fault, why didn't you kneel down and beg me to buy a few hundred sets back then? Lu Chen sat on the sofa with his head down, emitting waves of wailing. Damn, I gave you the opportunity back then, it's your fault for not getting on board. I told you, don't blame me for regrets later. Feng Tianhai took out a lighter, lit a cigarette, feeling extremely uneasy. He had just made a joke and offended the big brother. If Brother Yu was still angry, he would be at a loss. Thinking of this, he quickly got up, grabbed his clothes, and ran outside. At this moment, Yi Chen tidied up his mood, relaxed a lot, and left home. He first went to a jewelry store. The receptionist was a woman in a dress, with black stockings wrapped around her legs, heavy makeup, looking very glamorous. Miss, could you please help me introduce which diamond ring is the most expensive? Forget about quality, the more expensive, the better. Yi Chen said lightly. He owed Qin Meiyun too much, and when they got married, he couldn't even afford a gold ring. In the end, he could only spend a few hundred yuan to buy a worthless gold-plated ring. But at that time, Qin Meiyun still smiled as brightly as a blooming rose, radiant and beautiful. She had always worn that ring, even after their divorce, she never took it off. Thinking of this, Yi Chen felt a twinge of heartache. Expensive? The guest has come to the right place, we have all kinds of diamond rings, just not cheap ones. As long as your wallet is full of cash, you can buy anything. The counter lady glanced at Yi Chen, noticing that he was not wearing anything valuable, all cheap clothes. She immediately frowned and didn't give him a good look. She saw high-end people every day, so in her eyes, people like Yi Chen were no different from losers, just here for fun, no need to bother serving them. The counter lady pointed casually and impatiently said, take a look at this one, the Star of Radiance, our new style, 1 carat, worth 37,000. And this small drop-shaped diamond, over 90,000. Yi Chen shook his head, saying, too cheap, do you have anything more expensive? These two styles were not attractive, if he was going to buy, he would buy the best. Currently, he still had over 500,000 in his hands, especially after the next batch of houses were sold, his net worth would instantly exceed $1 billion, no need to be stingy. How about this one? 128,000. The counter lady pursed her lips, seeing no other customers around, she continued to introduce to Yi Chen. Yi Chen was still not satisfied. She introduced over a dozen styles in a row, the most expensive reaching 18,000. But Yi Chen was still not satisfied, which made the counter lady lose her patience and coldly said, sorry, take your time to choose, I have other important customers to attend to. After speaking, the counter lady walked towards a fat man. Oh, Mr. Zhou, you're here. Are you buying jewelry for your wife or your lover this time? Oh, being your lover is really fortunate, Mr. Zhou, why not take me in too? Standing here every day, facing a loser who doesn't buy anything, I'm starving. The counter lady flattered, almost wanting to stick to the fat man. Xiaohui, if you really have this intention, when I recover, I'll take you in, haha. You flatterer, I can't handle it now. So, today, bring me 3 ancient gold bracelets and that ring, how much is it? Mr. Zhou said boldly. The counter lady named Xiaohui's eyes lit up instantly, hurriedly weighing and calculating. The final value was 68,000. When Mr. Zhou paid, Xiaohui's eyes turned red, almost crying, pleading behind Mr. Zhou. But he didn't even look at her, made a couple of dirty jokes, and left. Tisk, men are all no good, just know how to make empty promises, thinking I'm interested. Saying that, Xiaohui turned back, only to find that Yi Chen had gone to the payment counter. She frowned and walked over. You've been choosing for so long, are you buying or not? Look at Mr. Zhou, a successful person, bought 60,000 worth of jewelry in a few minutes. You, how indecisive. Can't afford it, just here to watch the show. Hurry up and leave, don't be a bother. Xiaohui was already in a bad mood, and seeing Yi Chen made her even more annoyed. This kind of loser who can't afford to buy after asking for prices for so long, wasting her time. She couldn't help but say a few sarcastic words. In such situations, most people dare not retort and can only leave dejectedly. Yi Chen sneered and asked the counter manager, "Manager, what's this? Buying jewelry at your place, is it time limited? If that's the case, I'll return this ring and go elsewhere." Inside the counter, the manager was packaging Yi Chen's ring. Upon hearing this, he was immediately stunned. "Sir, how is that possible? Even if you choose until night, we provide full service." "Xiao Hui, are you crazy? Have you lost your mind? Mr. Yi bought the DR limited edition Eternal Vow diamond ring on a whopping 500,000 deal, and you didn't serve him. What level is Mr. Zhou, buying a few tens of thousands of gold, and you insist on giving it away? You're getting more and more blind. I think you don't want to work here anymore. Quick, apologize to Mr. Yi." With the manager scolding, Xiao Hui was dumbfounded, mouth agape, full of shock. She never expected that this guy who looked like a poor loser would be so generous. A 500,000 diamond ring, bought on a whim. And upon closer inspection, the other party was tall and handsome. "Ah, I'm sorry, sir, my attitude was bad just now, please forgive me." Realizing this, Xiao Hui quickly apologized, stealing glances at Yi Chen. "No need to apologize. Is it packed?" "It's packed, I'll take it." Yi Chen didn't bother with her, these materialistic women, he had seen too many over the years. Saying one more word would be a waste of life. "It's packed, sir, please take it, here's the receipt." The manager hurriedly handed over the gift box with both hands. Only then did Yi Chen smile contentedly, carrying the gift box and walking away. Throughout, he didn't pay any attention to Xiao Hui, leaving her stomping her feet in anger. 20 minutes later, Yi Chen arrived at the residential area where Mei Yun and her daughter lived, his face full of anticipation. Just as he was about to go in, a voice called out from ahead. "Dad! Mom, look, Dad is here." Tong Tong, carrying a pink backpack, was being led by Qin Mei Yun, with a face full of smiles. Yi Chen looked up and was stunned. Standing next to Mei Yun was a handsome man in a suit. It was none other than the man who had warned him to stay away from Mei Yun last time, Mei Yun's cousin, Zhang Tiexiong. Zhang Tiexiong was the boss of an advertising company, with an annual income of 700,000 to 800,000, quite successful. At least compared to the previous Yi Chen, there was a world of difference between them. Although he and Mei Yun were cousins, because he was adopted and had no blood relation, he had been silently helping Mei Yun all these years. With a clear mind, he liked Qin Mei Yun. At this moment, Qin Mei Yun also saw Yi Chen, showing a surprised expression on her pretty face. Then, she glanced at her cousin beside her, sighed, and still walked towards Yi Chen. "My cousin is off today and wants to take Tong Tong to the zoo. Why don't you come back another day to see Tong Tong? It's been a long time since Tong Tong went out for a walk," Qin Mei Yun said in a solicitous tone. "Mei Yun, why are you talking to him so much? You are divorced now, you don't need to consult him." "Ha, useless thing, when Tong Tong was at home every day, I didn't see you missing the child. Now you want to see the child? Where were you before? Now pretending to be a good father, it's too late," Zhang Tiexiong said with a grim face. He stood in front of Yi Chen, blocking Qin Mei Yun and her daughter. "This is my family matter, it's none of your business. You and Mei Yun have no blood relation, but I still consider you her cousin. I should thank you for taking care of Mei Yun before, but now, please put away your messy thoughts, you have crossed the line." Yi Chen remained calm on the surface, but anger was rising in his heart. "Ha ha, cousin, so what? If you don't say it, I wouldn't have thought about it. But now I can tell you clearly, I like Mei Yun. I liked her before, and I like her even more now. I want to take care of her for the rest of my life, I want to marry her. As for you, you trash, go as far away as possible, you are not worthy." Suddenly, Zhang Tiexiong exploded, shouting loudly. He even pushed Yi Chen hard with his hand. "Cousin, what are you saying? Don't talk nonsense in public like this. If people gossip, how can I face others?" Qin Mei Yun was startled by Zhang Tiexiong's words, her face pale. She quickly looked around. Seeing no familiar faces, she led Tong Tong over, and said seriously, "Mei Yun, at this point, I don't want to hide it anymore. I have been secretly in love with you since you didn't marry this beast. I just like you, we have no blood relation, we can be together. Before, you were enchanted by him, I didn't have a chance to get close to you, but now I can take care of you and Tong Tong, I will treat you well." At this moment, Zhang Tiexiong also made a bold move, turning around and sincerely speaking to Qin Mei Yun. Qin Mei Yun had been having a very difficult time these years, and during that period of despair, without Zhang Tiexiong's help, her situation would have been even more difficult. From his performance over the years, it seemed that any woman would have fallen for him. Unfortunately, Qin Mei Yun was different. She felt more grateful in her heart. She had never thought of any other relationship. Especially now, Zhang Tieshong unexpectedly said these words in front of Yi Chen, making Qin Meiyun panic, constantly stealing glances at Yi Chen's changing expression. Yes, she still cared about Yi Chen's feelings, afraid that he would misunderstand. Enough, cousin, we are impossible, I just see you as a brother. Moreover, you are so outstanding, and I am just a divorced woman with a child, I don't want to burden you. I'm feeling a bit unwell, and Tong Tong too, so we won't go. After saying that, Qin Meiyun turned around with Tong Tong to leave. Meiyun, stop. What I said earlier was just to anger Yi Chen, no other meaning. Even if you don't go, you should think about Tong Tong, she's cooped up at home every day and might get sick. Seeing Meiyun getting angry, Zhang Tieshong hurriedly caught up to explain. After hearing this, Qin Meiyun looked at Tong Tong's expectant little face and couldn't bear it. Mom, I'm very obedient, I'll go if Mom tells me to. If you don't go, Tong Tong will stay at home with you. Tong Tong raised her little head and said sensibly. Qin Meiyun's heart warmed, she smiled slightly, and tenderly touched her daughter's head. At this moment, she couldn't bear to keep her daughter cooped up at home. All right, let's go take a look. Okay, let's go, I'll lead the way. After saying that, Zhang Tieshong looked pleasantly surprised and took the lead. As for Yi Chen, he just glanced over and couldn't be bothered anymore. Qin Meiyun passed by Yi Chen, stopped, and said lightly, if you're free, come along to accompany the child. Cherish the opportunity, spend more time with your daughter. Now that you're divorced, don't think about harming Meiyun. As long as I'm here, you won't succeed. Zhang Tieshong said coldly. Yi Chen sneered and said lightly, oh, look at you being so righteous, playing the role of a flower protector? But have you ever thought, 7 years ago, Meiyun didn't fancy you? Even today, 7 years later, even though we're divorced, she still doesn't fancy you. Initially, Yi Chen was quite grateful to Zhang Tieshong for stepping up when he was at his worst, taking care of Meiyun and her daughter. But now, he was delusional. If he had designs on Meiyun and her daughter, then sorry, Yi Chen wasn't going to be polite anymore. Zhang Tieshong, back then, your conditions were pretty good, even Meiyun's parents admired you, after all, you were good at flattery. But the end result was, Meiyun, the campus beauty, married me, the campus heartthrob, only we are a perfect match, destined to be together, and we had Tong Tong. Yi Chen didn't hold back, harshly provoking him. So what? At least I still have a chance, but you have no chance at all. What can you compare with me? My company's annual income is nearly $1 million, I have money, but what about you? A poor dog, drowning in debts, gambling debts enough to cost you your life, you'll never turn things around in your life. You're just scum, no matter how good things were before, you ruined it all. Yi Chen, remember this, you're a poor loser, you have no future. I never felt threatened by you, I just don't want you near Meiyun, it disgusts her. Zhang Tieshong adjusted his belt, full of pride. With his current status and position, wherever he went, who wouldn't look up to him? Women would actively approach him. He believed that as long as he remained sincere and treated Meiyun well, there would be a day when he would reap the rewards. Now Meiyun's resistance is not against him, but simply because she has not yet emerged from the shadow of her previous marriage. Yi Chen didn't care at all, squinted his eyes, and sneered, Zhang Tieshong, when it comes to being disgusting, I really can't compare to you. Tong Tong is my daughter, are you even worthy? Do you think Meiyun was left with no one after divorcing me, needing your pity? You are underestimating Qin Meiyun, put away your arrogance and ignorance, drop the act in front of me, your worth is nothing. Yi Chen shook his head and said, in my eyes, you are nothing. With that, he turned and went to stand beside Tong Tong, chatting and laughing. As for Zhang Tieshong, he glared fiercely at Yi Chen's back. Mom, I can't see the animals, there are so many people ahead. At this moment, Tong Tong stood behind the crowd and couldn't see the giant panda ahead at all. Qin Meiyun also felt helpless, there were too many people ahead, she was not strong enough to carry Tong Tong through the crowd, fearing accidents. Tong Tong, there are too many people here, how about we go see the elephants instead, it's dangerous with so many people. Qin Meiyun said with a smile. No, I want to see the giant panda. Tong Tong pouted, shaking her head. Zhang Tieshong also approached, about to take out a toy to coax her to the elephant area. Suddenly, Yi Chen's voice rang out. What's wrong with Tong Tong? My little princess, why are you not happy? Yi Chen bought water and saw Tong Tong looking very upset with her head down. He quickly asked, Dad, I want to see the giant panda, but Mom said there are too many people ahead and we can't see it. I want to go see the elephant. When Tong Tong saw Yi Chen, she finally looked up, her eyes red with tears. That pitiful look made Yi Chen's heart ache. Come, Dad will take you to see it. There's nothing you can't see, Dad will make sure you see the giant panda. Come here, ride on Dad's neck. Suddenly, Yi Chen grabbed Tong Tong and let her ride on his neck. Tong Tong's face was full of joy, her hands holding Yi Chen's head, grabbing his hair, as if she had found a support. Yi Chen was grimacing from being pulled but endured without a word. Surprisingly, Tong Tong even turned around and stuck her tongue out at Qin Mei Yun. It was as if she was saying, "Humph, I have a stinky dad." In that moment, Qin Mei Yun was stunned. The Yi Chen from before, even if his daughter begged him for a hug, he was very resistant and impatient. Now, after the divorce, he actually lifted his daughter over his head, carrying her on his neck, with a happy expression. It seems this is the embodiment of fatherly love, right? Has he really changed? Zhang Tixiong looked gloomy and coldly said on the side, "Humph, spoiling a child like this. Mei Yun, you should let him have less contact with Tong Tong in the future. If this continues, the child will be influenced by him." However, Qin Mei Yun's eyes were red, and she sincerely said from the bottom of her heart, "This is good." In an instant, Zhang Tixiong was so angry his teeth were about to shatter. Watching Tong Tong and Yi Chen jostling in the crowd, a sweet smile appeared on her face. Not only did she see the giant panda and feel satisfied, but she was also showing off to other children, sitting on her father's neck, seeing things from a higher perspective. Qin Mei Yun's eyes gradually showed a different light. In laughter, as evening approached, Yi Chen carried the tired Tong Tong who had fallen asleep and left the zoo. Behind them, Qin Mei Yun and Zhang Tixiong walked together. "Cousin, you go back first. I have something to discuss with Yi Chen." Suddenly, Qin Mei Yun spoke up. Zhang Tixiong frowned, very displeased, and said, "This. Fine, technically, I shouldn't interfere in your private matters. But Mei Yun, remember, gamblers are the least worthy of pity. Don't let yourself be deceived again because of being soft-hearted, understand? Yi Chen did something worse than a beast. He must have some evil plan this time he's back. You must not fall into his trap." Qin Mei Yun said with a smile, "I understand, cousin. Don't worry, I have endured so much suffering and injustice for so many years, I have long memories. You should go back now, it's getting late." "Okay, call me anytime if you need anything." Zhang Tixiong nodded, then turned and walked to the parking lot, driving away. Qin Mei Yun caught up with Yi Chen and took Tong Tong from his hands. Seeing her daughter's sweaty face, it was clear she was sleeping soundly, which made her heart content. This kind of life was once her dream. A family of 3, strolling in the park after dinner, going out for walks. But it was unexpected, after the divorce. Qin Mei Yun hesitated for a moment and said, "What are you doing at my house? My dad has a temper, he might kill you." "It's okay, I made a mistake, disappointed them, I have to face it sooner or later." Yi Chen lowered his head, feeling ashamed. "Okay, go back less often. The money you sent to them has been forwarded to me. If you have extra money, you should go back to see your parents. They are struggling in the countryside, raising you to adulthood was not easy, they had some hope, but now. Your younger brother and sister are also in school, the expenses at home are high, your parents are frugal, don't make them work hard, you are not young anymore." Qin Mei Yun stopped talking, suddenly feeling she was interfering too much. But Yi Chen felt warm inside after hearing her words. It also made him hate his past self even more. How could he have hurt such a virtuous and filial wife repeatedly? He was not human, he was a beast. "Don't worry, I promise you, I won't stray from the right path anymore. I will make time to visit home." Yi Chen raised his head, looking at Qin Mei Yun seriously. His eyes were so intense that Qin Mei Yun couldn't meet his gaze and blushed, turning her head away. "Alright, this is your own business, you don't need to promise me. Live your own life well. As for Tong Tong, don't worry, I'm about to start working at the family company, with a higher salary, aiming to pay off the debt sooner." After saying that, Qin Mei Yun walked ahead, muttering to herself, and arrived at a small square. There were many people around, it was lively. Qin Mei Yun looked back and found that Yi Chen was nowhere to be seen. Indeed, he was still the same, not listening at all. She smiled bitterly and prepared to walk back with Tong Tong. Suddenly, a cry rang out. Qin Mei Yun instinctively looked towards where everyone was shouting and saw Yi Chen holding a bunch of balloons, carrying an exquisite gift box, and coming solemnly in front of her. "Everyone, please bear witness for me. I used to be a jerk, a scoundrel who didn't know how to cherish. I once lost a girl who loved me sincerely, who didn't ask for anything, and only had me in her eyes. I swear, from now on, I will work hard to earn money. I will give my all, even my life, to let them live the happiest days." Ignoring the strange looks around him, Yi Chen walked up to Qin Mei Yun and knelt down on one knee. Qin Mei Yun's face turned pale, instantly panicked. "Yi Chen, are you crazy? You're insane, get up quickly, so many people are watching." How could she have expected that Yi Chen would pull off such a stunt, catching her off guard? Yi Chen looked up, his eyes gentle and full of affection, and said, "I won't get up, I don't expect your forgiveness, I just want to prove that I know I was wrong." "Childish." Qin Mei Yun frowned and said helplessly, "You can play around here by yourself." She glanced at Yi Chen and was about to leave. At that moment, Yi Chen brought over a remote-controlled airplane he had prepared. The airplane carried a beautiful gift box and flew slowly in front of Qin Meiyun. Yi Chen quietly opened the gift box, revealing a diamond ring the size of a pigeon egg. Under the sunlight, it reflected a dazzling brilliance. Qin Meiyun was instantly stunned. When she was young, she was also a girl with no resistance to jewelry. No woman can escape the charm of jewelry. However, due to her own situation, let alone jewelry, she might not even be able to buy 2 new pieces of clothing in a year. Yi Chen took out the diamond ring and presented it to Qin Meiyun. Dr. Diamond ring, only given to one person in a lifetime. I can give out countless diamond rings, but I will only give one to you. This is the first one, there will be countless more to come. Meiyun, I owe you from our marriage, now I am starting to repay you. However, Qin Meiyun turned and walked away, gritting her teeth. I don't want it. It's obviously fake, don't try to fool me. Yi Chen was stunned for a long time, then he caught up and followed her all the way to the doorstep. You should go, I'm tired. Qin Meiyun opened the door, turned back, and said coldly to Yi Chen. If you take this, I will leave. Yi Chen said seriously. I'll take it, now you can leave. Qin Meiyun casually took the gift box, opened the door, and threw it onto the shoe rack. Seeing this, Yi Chen sighed and could only turn around and walk away. It seems he had overthought things. He thought Meiyun was starting to change and considering accepting him. It turns out she was still resistant. This matter cannot be rushed. Yi Chen took a deep breath, lit a cigarette, and smoked. At that moment, the phone rang. Bro, where are you? It was Feng Tianhai calling. What's up? Yi Chen asked with a frown. Good news. My third uncle wants to meet you. If you're busy, we can reschedule, huh? Feng Tianhai asked tentatively. Pingwei community, come pick me up. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he hung up the phone and waited at the entrance of the community. During this time, he received a WeChat message from an unfamiliar opposite sex, the female anchor. Her name was in Pingping. Chenggu, why haven't you been in the live room recently? You said you wanted to give me a carnival, how about we have a meal offline? Last time I knew you were upset that we didn't go to the hotel. But do you know, a rich big brother came to my live room and stares at me every day, I have no choice. Yi Chen opened the voice message, and the phone immediately played a flirtatious voice. No money to spend, get lost. He frowned, then typed a few words. The message was replied to within a minute. I knew long ago that you, a poor ghost, went bankrupt, and you still want to sleep with me? You're not worthy. I can't be bothered to talk to you. If it weren't for coaxing you for money, I would find you disgusting. Sneaking gifts behind your wife's back, you deserve to go bankrupt, why don't you just die? Without guessing, Yi Chen knew the other person had blocked him. He didn't care. In his past life, he had been deceived by this female anchor. This time, he had escaped a disaster. After a while, Feng Tianhai drove a Land Rover to the entrance of the community, picked up Yi Chen, and headed towards a restaurant and club named Longwan Palace. On the way, Feng Tianhai kept glancing at Yi Chen in the mirror, feeling nervous. Bro, I'm really sorry before, I have a sharp tongue and speak without thinking. Please don't compare yourself to me, if you can't stand it, just slap me a few times to vent your anger. Feng Tianhai explained cautiously. Okay, I'm not that petty. But let's not make jokes about parents in the future, they are the people I love the most. Yi Chen waved his hand and said with a smile. Great, hearing you say that, I can finally relax. Otherwise, I'd be on edge every day, only daring to sleep with one eye open. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianhai patted his chest, looking exaggerated. Yi Chen smiled, patted him on the head, and then looked out the window. Soon, the two arrived at the club, entered a private room, and saw Feng Tianhai's third uncle, Feng Zhongjie, sitting on a wooden chair preparing tea. Third uncle, my big brother Yi Chen is here. Brother, this is my third uncle. Feng Tianhai introduced with a smile. Friend of Tianhai, please sit. Feng Zhongjie made a welcoming gesture warmly. Yi Chen also sat down with a smile, then politely said, Hello Uncle Feng, you are busy with official duties, sorry for keeping you waiting. Yi Chen knew a lot about Feng Zhongjie, both good and bad. In the Feng family's 3 generations of official careers, only Feng Tianhai's father had achieved success in business. Making friends with such a prestigious family would greatly benefit Yi Chen and pave the way for the future. Young man, if it weren't for you bringing Tianhai, he probably wouldn't have made so much money this time. His dad would have called him back to the city long ago. I'm curious, how did you know that the housing prices in the southern new city of Longxi Bay would skyrocket? Feng Zhongjie handed a cup of tea as he spoke. Yi Chen took it with both hands and took a sip. To be honest, it was a hunch. Yi Chen said casually. How could he not sense that the other party was testing him, helping his nephew and being cautious in making friends? As an elder, one is responsible not only for oneself but also for the younger generation. It's human nature. If this matter were leaked as insider information, it would be a serious issue. For any senior official in the housing department, once the information is leaked, they could be fired or even face imprisonment. A hunch? I didn't expect that. You're so young and actually believe in that. But I admire your hunch. It's best if it really brings you good luck, otherwise it could be bad. Obviously, Feng Zhongjie didn't believe Yi Chen's words. Any normal person wouldn't believe in casually predicting the future. Uncle Feng, what's the latest situation in the harbor area? Unexpectedly, Yi Chen suddenly asked a strange question in response to Feng Zhongjie's probing. Feng Tianhai scratched his head in confusion, not understanding. But in Feng Zhongjie's eyes, a hint of shock flashed by, even the hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. His expression changed in an instant, as if nothing had happened on his face. But deep down, a storm was already brewing. Is this kid really that mysterious? Even the big shots in the harbor area know about it. Could it be that this kid has some connection with that wealthy businessman in the harbor area? If that's the case, then it would make sense to buy properties in advance. Haha, let's not talk about work. I have something to attend to, Tianai. Just one thing for you, make friends like Yi Chen, reliable. Young Yi, thank you for bringing Tianhai, no need for more words. In the future, as long as it's legal and within bounds, I won't refuse any help you need. Feng Zhongjie had already understood roughly, so he stood up and took the initiative to shake hands with Yi Chen. You're too kind. If uncle is busy, you can go first, I'll see you off. Yi Chen was also very enthusiastic, shaking hands with him and walking all the way to the door. By the way, uncle, did you bring the medicine? Just as Feng Zhongjie's assistant approached, Yi Chen fell silent for a moment and suddenly asked. Feng Zhongjie's body shook, his eyes widened in disbelief. How did this kid know I have a heart condition? Bring it, it's with my assistant Xiao Zhang. Feng Zhongjie smiled and said. It's hard to say, maybe Tianhai mentioned this to Yechen before. Gotta say, Yechen is quite thoughtful. You guys have fun first, I'm leaving. Let's visit my place another day. I'll cook some delicious dishes for you both. After saying that, Feng Zhongjie walked towards the outside. When he reached the door, he asked his assistant, Xiao Zhang, did you bring the medicine? The assistant suddenly broke into a cold sweat, opened the briefcase, and checked everything. Unexpectedly, everything was there except for the medicine bottle. Chief, the medicine is missing. There's a pharmacy nearby. I'll go get it, please wait. With that, he turned and ran off. When the assistant returned, he handed the quick-acting heart-saving pill to Feng Zhongjie. Feng Zhongjie felt relieved, got into the car, started the engine, and drove off. Halfway there, suddenly, Feng Zhongjie clutched his chest, having difficulty breathing, his expression twisted in pain. The assistant, seeing this, turned pale with fear and quickly pulled over the car. Chief, are you okay? Quick, take the medicine. The assistant hurriedly took out the medicine from Feng Zhongjie's clothes and gave it to him. Feng Zhongjie's face gradually relaxed, but he was drenched in cold sweat. It was a close call, almost lost his life. If he hadn't reminded the assistant to buy the medicine in time, he might not have made it through the day. Half an hour later, Feng Zhongjie finally recovered while leaning on the chair. This kid, amazing. Feng Zhongjie suddenly remembered Yechen's reminder. If it weren't for that reminder, the assistant might have forgotten about this matter too. The consequences today would have been unimaginable. In that moment, Feng Zhongjie's original atheism was also shattered. His heart was filled with awe for Yechen. At the club, Yechen was drinking with Feng Tianhai. Suddenly, Feng Tianhai received a phone call. After answering it, his face turned dark, and he started cursing. When the call ended, Yechen's phone rang. Bro, those bastards from Longhai Real Estate, they want to default. The properties we worked so hard to buy, they refuse to sell. Before Yechen could answer the call, Feng Tianhai started cursing and even smashed a cup on the ground. It seemed like his emotions had reached a boiling point. I know, hold on, let me see what they want. Yechen put down his chopsticks, looked at his phone, and indeed, it was a call from Sun Quan, the sales manager of Lonshi Bay. He casually answered the call. Hello, is this Mr. Yechen? I'm Sun Quan, the manager of Lonshi Bay. Sun Quan's voice still sounded irritating and unpleasant. Thinking of his previous sycophantic behavior, both of them felt disgusted. What's the matter? Yechen was clear-minded and didn't want to waste time with the other party. Hey, last time you brought friends to buy nearly 200 properties from us, you must have seen the news. Now the property prices have skyrocketed. Our company has been losing money all along, and we finally had a chance to turn things around, but before Sun Quan could finish his sentence, Yechen impatiently interrupted him. Get to the point, or I'll hang up. Yechen said sternly. Alright, I won't beat around the bush. The head office intends to reclaim the sold properties. According to the contract signed at that time, we are willing to pay you triple the penalty. Sun Quan's attitude changed, speaking solemnly. Moreover, his tone became very firm, a complete departure from the previous days of calling him grandpa and big brother. Mr. Yechen, are you still there? After not hearing a response for a while, Sun Quan asked. I'm listening. So, you're saying that Longhai Group would rather pay me triple the penalty than honor the contract, is that right? On Yi Chen's face, a gloomy expression had already appeared. Ah, it's just like this. Mr. Yi, I really have no choice. I'm just responsible for relaying the orders from above. I am truly powerless. After all, the house that was about to be in hand was seen to have increased tenfold. The money from the company hasn't arrived yet, and the house has flown away. If it were me, I would also be devastated. But fortunately, you can still make a profit, with a threefold penalty, at least over 10 million in hand. Sun Quan's emphasis began to sound sarcastic. He was extremely jealous, so jealous that he was seeing red with envy. Why wasn't he the one getting rich? Especially when he saw the news reports of skyrocketing house prices, he felt even more unbalanced. People could easily make a fortune by flipping dozens of unfinished houses. He worked so hard, yet only received a fixed salary each month. So when he spoke those words, it wasn't just conveying the company's message, but was filled with personal emotions, all bloating and reveling in others' misfortune. Yi Chen sneered, this is the reputation of your Dragon Sea Group, casually breaching contracts without any bottom line. Pat your chest, has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Even though Yi Chen had long foreseen the current situation, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart when experiencing it for real. On the phone, Sun Quan's satisfied laughter immediately rang out. Mr. Yi, this isn't about personal attacks. If you're angry, go to the group company. What's the use of telling me? I'm just here to inform you, not your punching bag. You can be happy with the threefold compensation. If it were up to me, I wouldn't give you a penny. What can you do about it? Anyway, our phase 2 and 3 are already under construction. If you want to complain, go argue with our legal team. Although our property is at the bottom in the industry, our legal team is awesome. Ha ha. Sun Quan laughed maniacally, even his gums were showing, like a lunatic. Mockery, gloating, kicking someone when they're down, provocation. If it were someone else, they might have murderous thoughts. Yi Chen took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and said solemnly, fine, since you are unscrupulous, don't blame me for being unjust. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Oh, Mr. Yi, you're quite fierce. We'll wait and see. We welcome Mr. Yi to come cause trouble at any time, haha. After speaking, Sun Quan hung up the phone directly. How was it, bro? That bastard said the same thing, right? Offering us 3 times the penalty to appease us, then taking back the property. Damn it, isn't this bullying honest people? Feng Tianhai was furious, cursing loudly. His face was full of anger, his eyes were red. It was clear that he was now on the verge of killing someone. It's no wonder, this was a profit of tenfold, almost earning nearly 1 billion in minutes. But now, they could only make a meager profit of 3 times the penalty. No one could accept this, especially Feng Tianhai, who had a hot temper. Yi Chen lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said coldly, actually, if they were sincere and negotiated with us, presented a proper agreement, and redefined the compensation, we wouldn't be unable to accept it. The problem lies in their greed. 3 times the penalty? They think they're being generous, as if they're giving alms. Especially that Sun Quan. I initially wanted to resolve this matter calmly, but now, I've run out of patience. Yi Chen straightened his clothes, his face as calm as water, and slowly stood up. Yi bro, you don't need to worry about it. However, Feng Tianhai was still furious, not yet calming down, and immediately got up and walked outside in a rage. These bastards are dreaming, trying to swallow our money. I'm going to confront them. Obviously, he was truly angry. Yi Chen squinted his eyes, thought for a moment, and didn't stop it. The result of this matter was handed over to Feng Xianhai to handle, and the efficiency and results were still good. Yi Chen was not idle either. He took out his phone and posted the video of buying the house that day on the internet. He even spent a sum of money on promotion and traffic diversion. In just an hour, he received tens of thousands of comments and likes. Damn, Longhai real estate is too shameless, right? Look at the manager's face. When the house is hard to sell, he looks like a grandson. Now he's just disgusting. What a face. In black and white, they must breach the contract. They are too audacious. Exactly, it's a blatant disregard for the law. They did compensate in the end. Damn, what's the use of compensation, working hard to buy a house, just as the price goes up, it's forcibly taken back by others, who can bear it. Today I speak out for justice, who will speak out for me tomorrow. The person above is right. If this matter is suppressed, when it's our turn, there will be no one to help us seek justice. Long high real estate, rubbish. Long high real estate, scum. Protest, protest. Suddenly, the internet was filled with various comments seeking justice and expressing indignation, and the video was quickly pushed to the hot search. However, the hot search only lasted for a moment before being deleted by the platform. Yi Chen frowned, glanced at the backstage prompt, saying the video violated regulations. He just smiled, not caring at all, because the impact had already been achieved. On the other side, in the office of Longxi Bay Real Estate, Sun Quan was watching the video, rubbing his chin, showing no remorse, but rather a look of satisfaction. Kid, you underestimated the ability of our Longhai Real Estate. Damn, you really think a video can make us compromise? Challenge me, you'll only bring shame upon yourself. Sun Quan sneered, got up, and walked outside. Manager, we're famous now. You have to withstand the online backlash. Yes, when the traffic is enough, switch to live streaming for product sales, infuriate those two fools, huh? Several sales consultants said, trying to please. The current Longxi Bay sales office was no longer the same as before, it was bustling. People lined up for several kilometers every day, and had to draw lots to buy a house. Sun Quan also received praise from Director Chen, hinting that he might be promoted. The future looked very promising. He felt extremely excited about it. Brothers, put down your work, I'll treat you tonight. Red Rose Bar, let's go. With Sun Quan's shout, the sales consultants were all excited. That night, Sun Quan and the sales office staff partied until the early morning. Everyone had a great time, but when they were tired of playing, they took a taxi back to the sales office to continue working. However, when Sun Quan and the others arrived at the sales office, they saw conspicuous seal strips pasted on the building's entrance. Many customers were standing outside, discussing animatedly. Sun Quan was scared sober instantly, and hurried over. At this moment, he saw a young man in uniform busily pasting the seal strips. Brother, take a break first, I'm the manager here. May I ask, which department are you from? Why did you seal our building? Sun Quan walked up to the young man, forced a smile, and asked. Urban Construction Department, as for the reason, our bureau chief will inform you. Bureau chief, Longxi Bay manager is here. The young man called out, and suddenly, a majestic middle-aged man walked over. He exuded an imposing aura, glanced at Sun Quan, who was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Official, have a smoke. Sun Quan hurriedly offered a cigarette, but was coldly pushed away by the other party. Based on a report, there are quality issues with the houses in Longxi Bay. We need to verify the quality before allowing sales to proceed. Starting now, your sales office will undergo a comprehensive overhaul and be subject to investigation. The middle-aged man sneered and spoke in a serious tone. What? Sir, are you mistaken? Initially, we only had a shortage of funds, but outsiders spread rumors about our unfinished construction. Our houses have no quality issues. Also, sir, our group's CEO has a good relationship with your superiors. How about you remove the seals first? Upon hearing this, Sun Quan quickly began to explain and mentioned the CEO's name. Don't mention your CEO, it's irrelevant. This is official business, not personal matters. Your group's Zhang and I are comrades. He also heard about this and agrees that official matters should be handled officially. Whether there are quality issues with your houses is not for a mere manager like you to decide. It must go through layers of standard checks. Just cooperate with us according to the rules. Furthermore, during our inspection, we found fire hazards and have informed the fire department. They will likely come tomorrow, and you must cooperate. With that, the middle-aged man turned and left with his team. Sun Quan was completely dumbfounded. As for the surrounding customers, upon hearing about the quality issues, they all dispersed. Sun Quan sat paralyzed on the ground, his face pale, not knowing what to do. Asterisk ring. Asterisk the phone startled him. Sun Quan hurriedly answered. Sun Quan, what the hell is going on? Our relationship with the housing authority was good. Why are they suddenly causing trouble for us? The chairman just announced in a meeting that there were reports of issues with the houses, and orders came from above to investigate. Even the chairman couldn't stop it. You tell me, what's going on? If you dare to shirk responsibility, I'll make sure you regret it. On the other end of the phone, Director Chen's furious roar thundered like a storm. Sun Quan's phone was about to explode, and he was trembling with fear. Director Chen, please calm down. I really don't know what's happening. When it comes to houses, there may be some issues when thoroughly investigated, but our quality is definitely not a problem. They are clearly blowing things out of proportion. So, there must be something fishy going on here. Maybe we offended someone, do you think? It could be a competitor? Sun Quan cautiously suggested. These were the only reasons he could think of. At this moment, he was still drenched in cold sweat, his heart almost numb and skipping beats. Sun Quan, this matter is definitely related to those two buyers. How the hell did you negotiate with them at that time? Tell me. Director Chen forcefully suppressed his anger, his voice low and intense. Those two buyers? Sun Quan suddenly realized, widened his eyes, and shouted, that's right. It must be those two bastards. They threatened me yesterday, saying they would fight to the end. It must be their doing. But even if they reported it, the investigation shouldn't be this strict and quick. Director Chen, please speak, don't scare me, I'm really at a loss right now. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Sun Quan pleaded desperately. Director Chen furrowed his brows, analyzed carefully, and said, it seems they have used their connections, their background is not simple. By the way, what are the names of those two buyers? Sun Quan quickly responded, one is called Yi Chen, and the other one, what's his name, Feng Tianhai. Yi Chen. Feng Tianhai. Director Chen muttered a few words, then suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Feng Tianhai, damn it. No wonder such a big thing happened, the official from the housing department also has the surname Feng. As Director Chen's words fell, Sun Quan's face changed drastically, completely collapsing. Sun Quan, you really deserve to die, I told you to drag them along, but you had to be a jerk and provoke them. Now, the other party has remembered the grudge, at this critical moment, you've messed up so badly, even getting fired would be too light a punishment for you. This matter must be resolved quickly, otherwise the chairman won't spare the two of us. When Director Chen said these words, Sun Quan was almost scared out of his wits. Trembling, he held the phone and cried out, Director Chen, I was wrong, please save me. Director Chen roared in anger, shouting loudly, save you? I can barely save myself. Now, quickly buy some expensive gifts, and go apologize in person. Remember, even if you have to die, you must seek forgiveness from the other party. Director Chen said sternly. Alright, Director, I'll go now, no matter what, I will handle this matter properly. Even if I have to be a dog, I'll do it. With that, Sun Quan got up, hurriedly ran out, flagged down a car, and headed towards the city center. It was close to noon. Yi Chen leaned back on the sofa, looking at the stock market on his phone. Huawei Technology. This is a hot stock, but there hasn't been much movement yet. What really caught Yi Chen's attention was the crude oil shares. He glanced at the date, realizing there were less than 3 days left. He needed to quickly increase his funds to the limit within these 3 days, and then heavily invest in this stock. Just as he was contemplating, suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Yi Chen got up to open the door, only to see Sun Quan standing at the door with a big smile, carrying various exquisite gift boxes such as bird's nest, abalone, ginseng, as well as several boxes of Maotai and Wuliangye at his feet. Brother, I finally found you. This is just a token of appreciation, please don't look down on it. Sun Quan quickly nodded and bowed, pushing the gifts to the ground at the door. How did you know I was here? Yi Chen didn't accept the gifts, but instead took a step back, looking at the other person with interest. It was Boss Hai who told me how to find you. Brother, I was wrong before, I've come to apologize to you, please, forgive me. Sun Quan put the items on the ground at the door, looking very humble, nervously rubbing his hands, not daring to enter, looking very submissive. Yi Chen smiled. He knew the matter with the house had been settled. In this way, he was somewhat interested in communicating with Sun Quan. Don't stand outside the door, come in and kneel. Yi Chen waved his hand, saying casually, oh, thank you, brother. Ah, kneel? After hearing this, Sun Quan was excited and was about to walk into the room. But soon he realized, looking embarrassed at Yi Chen. Just kidding. Yi Chen leaned back on the sofa, hands in his pockets, saying casually, oh, my dear brother, please don't tease me anymore, I really can't take it. Even if you really make me kneel, I wouldn't dare to resist. Sun Quan breathed a sigh of relief, calling him dear brother. His tone was full of pleading, his knees trembling, almost about to kneel down. Yi Chen looked teasingly, half smiling, saying, then kneel. Actions speak louder than words, I can't feel your sincerity. At that time, you didn't have this attitude on the phone. You know, my 100 houses were swallowed up by your group. At least you have the chance to complain in front of me. When my house was forcibly taken back, who can I reason with? Even if I'm wronged, I can only bury it inside. Yi Chen also showed an innocent look, spreading his hands. As his words fell, Sun Quan actually plopped and knelt directly on the ground, kneeling straight. Brother, the matter of the house is resolved. The director also scolded me. It's my envy, my jealousy. I'm not human, brother. I beg you, please spare me, just let me go. If you don't agree, Haizone will kill me. I have elders and young ones. If I lose my job and income, my family will all starve to death. I worked hard to come from the countryside, finally stood firm. I don't want to go back. My parents have worked hard all their lives. I just want to earn more money and take care of them. At this point, Sun Quan wiped away tears and actually cried. The current Sun Quan has completely recognized the power of Feng Tianhai. Originally thought the other party was just a second-generation rich, didn't expect such a deeply rooted second-generation rich. Offending such a ruthless person, he won't be able to survive in Longzhou. Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart upon hearing this. Although he knew the other party was playing emotional cards, acting pitiful, but when it involved parents, Yi Chen was still touched. Because he had let down too many people, especially his parents. Previously, he even stole all the money his parents had worked hard for all their lives and gave it to a female anchor as tips. Including the money for his older brother's wedding and buying a house, his younger sister and brother's school fees, all were squandered by him. Thinking of this, Yi Chen gritted his teeth, wishing he could slap himself. Alright, stop pretending to be pitiful in front of me. Get lost. Yi Chen waved his hand and said in a deep voice. Does this mean, brother, you forgive me? Thank you, you are my real brother. If you need me in the future, just give the order, I won't bother you anymore. With that, Sun Quan stood up with a look of surprise. Under Yi Chen's disdainful gaze, he was about to leave crawling. Stop! Take your things with you. Yi Chen suddenly shouted. Brother, these are all gifts I gave you. Our company will reimburse, you must take them, I dare not take them back. Sun Quan hurriedly rushed into the elevator, wiped away the sweat, breathed a sigh of relief, grinned at Yi Chen, and the elevator door closed. Yi Chen then brought the things inside. These cigarettes, alcohol, and supplements added up to at least tens of thousands. It seems that this time the other party really realized the seriousness of the situation, and was scared out of their wits. Yi Chen shook his head, about to pick up the phone, when Feng Tianhai called. Brother Yi, the matter has been resolved, Longhai Real Estate has backed down. In addition, my third uncle asked me to thank you for your reminder that day. Brother, you saved my third uncle's life. From now on, you are my boss. As long as you say the word, I can give you my life. On the phone, Feng Tianhai's voice choked up. His third uncle treated him like his own, completely loving him as if he were his own son. Knowing that his third uncle had been in a life-threatening situation, Feng Tianhai realized that if it weren't for Yi Chen's reminder, he would have almost lost a close relative. This favor was too heavy. Unable to repay. Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, stop being sentimental. Alright, you can also say hello to my uncle for me. Let's get down to business, now. Immediately contact some reliable real estate agents, house flippers, or powerful property speculators, and quickly sell the houses for cash. Feng Tianhai also laughed and said firmly, don't worry, brother, I have already contacted them. I have a brother who introduced me to a team of 7 property speculators, with sufficient funds, who can completely take over this batch of houses. That's great. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he was about to hang up the phone. Brother, since we are making money, shouldn't we celebrate tonight? I'll treat. Let's go to the Emperor Club for a drink. Feng Tianhai suddenly said. Forget it, I have to go see my daughter. I won't hang out with you guys. Have fun, you guys. Yi Chen shook his head. Thinking of his daughter's cute little face, he couldn't help but want to fly over there. Alright, I'm ashamed. Big brother, you're a good family man, making such a big sum of money. The first thing is to accompany your family. By the way, big brother, how are things progressing with your wife? Do you need me to help you out? Feng Tianhai asked gossipingly, rubbing his chin. Stop talking nonsense, go do your work, celebrate after everything is settled. I'm hanging up. Yi Chen hung up the phone directly. On the other end of the phone, Feng Tianhai grinned foolishly. Afternoon. The sun was scorching, in the apple garden community. Qin Meiyun was busy in the kitchen, and when she heard a knock on the door, she hurried over. Upon opening it, a stylish and beautifully dressed girl was standing at the door. The girl had a tall figure, wheat-colored skin, which accentuated her figure even more. A fitted shirt, a more prominent silhouette in front, paired with shark pants, high heels, showcasing the word sexy to the fullest. Angie, why are you here? Qin Meiyun saw the girl in front of her and said with joy, Oomph, I can't believe you still remember me, your best friend. We haven't seen each other for over 2 months, I thought you had completely forgotten about me. I see you don't miss me at all, so I came to visit you right after work. Quick, let me hug my dear Qin Demiran, I've missed you so much. Xiao Enqi reached out, coquettishly, and hugged Qin Meiyun directly. Oh, I was just cooking, I have oil stains on me, quick, don't get your clothes dirty. Qin Meiyun also felt the warmth of a good girlfriend, holding a ladle in her hand, nowhere to put it, she hurriedly reminded. Xiao Enqi didn't mind at all, rubbing against her, very affectionate. You know, Qin Meiyun was once the real campus beauty, even now, her figure, looks, are all superior to her own. It's just that the family background was too poor, dressing more and more plain, simple, making people feel sorry for her. If it's dirty, it's dirty, I'm not afraid of these things. It's you, with a great figure, great looks, much better than me. Oh, you, just unlucky, ended up with such a scumbag, can't even bear to buy a new outfit, at the best age but had a child for someone else. Look at what you're wearing. No, later we'll go shopping. I'll buy you 2 new outfits, and then get some makeup. Xiao Anqi kept on talking, already entered the house and closed the door. Before she could take off her shoes, she saw the old clothes hanging on the rack, feeling heartbroken. I don't have those thoughts. If you have money, spend it yourself. Come in quickly, I've made food, let's eat here. Qin Meiyun said. I won't eat, my friend is waiting for me outside. Oh, I came to take you out to play. If you can't go out, forget it. Anyway, Tong Tong can't leave you. Another day, you send Tong Tong to Grandma's house, I'll introduce you to some high-quality men. Now that you've left that scumbag, you can live a better life. Xiao Anqi said with a smile. However, when Qin Meiyun heard this, she showed a bitter smile. Mom, I'm hungry. At this time, Tong Tong had just woken up, rubbing her eyes and walked out. Seeing Tong Tong, Xiao Anqi was also delighted, squatting down to hug Tong Tong. Oh, my dear Tong Tong baby, do you miss Auntie? Come here and let Auntie take a look. Auntie forgot to bring snacks for Tong Tong. Auntie will give you $100, and when we get back, let Mom take you to buy some. Tong Tong's eyes lit up, pouting and saying, Auntie Anqi, you smell so good, and your clothes are so pretty. Mom, should you also wear clothes like Auntie Anqi's? You will definitely look beautiful. Tong Tong is really likable, with a sweet and charming mouth. Even Qin Meiyun couldn't help but smile. See, my silly sister, our little girl already knows that Mom is beautiful. As women, we must treat ourselves better and not lower our quality of life because of any rotten man. How about this? Don't eat at home. My friend is waiting outside, let's go out for a nice meal. With a smile, Xiao Anqi picked up Tong Tong and headed out. Qin Meiyun sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. She didn't want to go out at first, but it had been a long time since she had seen her sisters. Xiao Anqi had helped her a lot before, even during her difficult times. After some thought, she turned back to change her clothes. Tong Tong, what are you holding in your hand? Xiao Anqi asked curiously. Hee, this is the diamond ring my dad bought for my mom. It's so big, a really big one. Tong Tong exaggeratedly gestured. Xiao Anqi just coldly smiled upon hearing this. As a good friend, she was almost fully aware of the despicable actions of Yi Chen. He was just a heartless gambling addict. Not to mention whether he was willing to buy a diamond ring for Meiyun, even if he did want to, he didn't have the means. It was definitely a street stall purchase, selling for 10 or 20 bucks, deceiving fools who actually believe it. She felt sorry for Meiyun, a scum who sold a house for a female anchor, lost his job, and wasn't even worthy of being called a human. Alright, let's go. Qin Meiyun changed into a simple pair of jeans and a white shirt, then walked out of the house with Xiao Anqi. However, as soon as they stepped out of the building, they saw Yi Chen coming towards them with bags in hand. Meiyun, hold Tong Tong. Don't worry, I'll deal with him. When Xiao Anqi saw Yi Chen, she was furious. She handed Tong Tong to Qin Meiyun and strode towards Yi Chen with a fierce momentum. Anqi, don't. Qin Meiyun tried to stop her, but it was too late. Yi Chen, you despicable scumbag, you really don't give up, do you? You think there's no one in Meiyun's family? If you dare touch a single hair on Meiyun today, I'll fight you. Xiao Anqi showed her fierce side, disregarding her ladylike image, and cursed Yi Chen fiercely. Ha! You're here too. I'm here to bring them some supplements. Seeing Xiao Anqi, Yi Chen's brows furrowed, inexplicably nervous. He truly feared this friend of Meiyun. She was truly fierce and daring enough to fight with bricks. There was a time before when Yi Chen got drunk and beat Meiyun. It was the worst time he had ever laid hands on her, almost suffocating her with bruises all over her face that took half a month to heal. Xiao Anqi heard about this and came over in anger. She found a brick, hit Yi Chen with it, and then took Meiyun away. Since then, every time Yi Chen saw Xiao Anqi, he would be nervous. His head would ache. But now, things were much better because he was no longer that beast. Oh, the sun rises from the west? You 24K scum, open your eyes and see. Meiyun doesn't even have enough clothes to wear out, and you're buying her supplements. Don't you find that ridiculous? Bring it over, let me see what fake goods you bought. Xiao Anqi didn't hesitate and directly snatched the gift from Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen sighed helplessly. Everything he brought was compensation from Sun Quan. How could Sun Quan possibly give him fake goods? It seemed like Xiao Anqi had a deep misunderstanding about him. Oh, my, Yi Chen, this is bird's nest again, abalone, and ginseng? How much did this stuff cost, do you know? A whole bunch of fake goods, trying to deceive Meiyun again, trying to extort her salary? Are you even human? No, you have no relation to humans at all, quickly take your junk and get lost. Xiao Anqi was so angry that she couldn't bear it. She threw the things on the ground and scolded Yi Chen, pointing at his nose. How could she believe that a poor guy like Yi Chen could afford such expensive things? Just those few boxes of bird's nest alone cost tens of thousands, not to mention the other gifts. Moreover, even if he could afford it, he had no conscience. She had seen through this scum a long time ago. How could he bear to give such good things to Mei Yun and her daughter? Isn't this like a weasel paying New Year's respects to a chicken? Anqi, don't be like this. Qin Mei Yun hurried over, about to explain. Aunt Anqi, don't scold my dad, he's a good dad, he often buys me food. Don't scold him anymore. Even Tong Tong started pleading. Xiao Anqi widened her eyes, looking at Qin Mei Yun and her daughter in disbelief. What's wrong with you two? This scum has already caused you enough harm, and you're still defending him. Come, don't mind him, hurry and come with me. Xiao Anqi dragged Qin Mei Yun away towards a distance. Seeing this, Yi Chen took a deep breath, bent down to pick up all the things. But at that moment, Tong Tong ran back and handed him a bunch of keys. Dad, Mom still has some unfinished dishes in the kitchen, just make something for yourself to eat, we're going to have a big meal with Aunt Anqi. Tong Tong said cheerfully. Tong Tong, can you bear to leave Dad alone at home? Yi Chen suddenly smiled, teasing. At this moment, he felt excited. Mei Yun actually let him into the house. This was a good thing. Good things always come after hardships, and now there was finally a little progress. Then, I'll stay at home with you, Dad. Tong Tong was torn between wanting to have a big meal and wanting to accompany her dad. She hesitated with her 2 fingers. The little girl looked reluctant, twisting and turning. Her cute appearance was beyond words. Yi Chen's heart almost melted. He reached out and gently touched his daughter's head, smiling. Go, Tong Tong, Dad is just teasing you. Dad will be waiting for you at home. Hearing this, Tong Tong immediately smiled, hugged Yi Chen's neck, and kissed his forehead. Dad is so nice, I'm going to find Mom now. Bye. After saying that, Tong Tong turned around and happily ran off. Yi Chen reached out, touched his slightly wet forehead, then looked at Tong Tong's back and smiled foolishly. Yi Chen returned to the house rented by Mei Yun and her daughter, first cleaning the room inside and out. Mei Yun herself liked cleanliness, with a slight touch of cleanliness. Plus, with Yi Chen cleaning again, the house appeared even more tidy and comfortable. Opening the window, the breeze blew the wind chimes, making a tinkling sound. Yi Chen sat on the sofa, closed his eyes, and enjoyed a moment of peace. After a while, he went into the kitchen, saw that Mei Yun had already cut the vegetables, then heated the pan and started stir-frying. In less than 20 minutes, 3 dishes and a soup were ready. Yi Chen looked at the meal on the table, feeling a sense of accomplishment. If only I had known how to cherish it at the beginning, I wouldn't have to regret it so much now. Yi Chen felt a mix of emotions in his heart, picked up the bowl and chopsticks, and started eating slowly. At this moment, Qin Mei Yun, with Tong Tong, got into a Mercedes-Benz C-car. The one driving was a handsome man exuding a mature aura. He was Xiao Anqi's new boyfriend, named Qin Jun. He is in the catering business and owns a high-end restaurant, with a good financial situation. Although he was driving at the moment, one hand was always holding Anqi's, showing a sweet gesture. Qin Mei Yun, upon seeing this, felt relieved for her best friend but also deeply envious. This scene had been something she had fantasized about countless times. Unfortunately, what marriage brought her was not sweetness but a series of nightmares. Ajuan, weren't we going to have dinner? Why did we end up at the jewelry store? When the car stopped in front of a jewelry store, Xiao Anqi asked in confusion. Hee, I'll tell you later. Let's go inside. Chen Jun smiled slightly, looking mysterious. As for Xiao Anqi, she naturally had a feeling and eagerly pulled Qin Mei Yun and Tong Tong out of the car and into the jewelry store. For most women, resistance to jewelry is almost non-existent. Xiao Anqi was dazzled by the variety of jewelry and styles, her eyes shining. Qin Mei Yun also liked them very much. However, she could only hide her liking in her heart and dared not stare at any piece of jewelry. She knew it had nothing to do with her. She couldn't afford it, nor did she need it. Buying a piece of jewelry would require matching clothing and shoes. You can't wear expensive jewelry with cheap clothes. She was afraid that in the eyes of others, even real jewelry would be seen as fake. Given Qin Mei Yun's current situation, she had to be very careful with every penny she spent, and luxury items like this were simply not suitable. Looking around, she and her surroundings seemed out of place. She could only watch Anqi try on various styles with envy. Mei Yun, how about this ring? At this moment, Anqi joyfully raised her hand, wearing a ruby ring on her index finger. Qin Mei Yun glanced at it and nodded silently. It looks good, very suitable for you. With her best friend's approval, Anqi became even more delighted. Waving her hand, she admired it under the lights. Miss, this ring is our latest model, a ruby ring imported from Nanzhou, forged by a master craftsman from Europe using ancient techniques, very suitable for you, the counter lady praised with a sweet smile. This further solidified Anchi's decision to make the purchase. How much is this ring? Anchi asked happily. Hello, miss, the total price of this ring is 56,007, with a discount for you, it is 53,002. This ring suits you so well, you must not miss it, the counter lady enthusiastically promoted. Ah, so expensive? Anchi asked in surprise. She was a yoga teacher, and her monthly salary barely reached 7 to 8,000. In better times, it could go up to 10,000, but this ring was equivalent to 4 to 5 months of her salary. It was too extravagant, and she couldn't afford it. Miss, what matters is not the price, but that it truly matches your taste and style. The counter lady had high emotional intelligence, giving Anchi face and providing a reason to make the purchase. Juan. At this moment, Anchi turned back, pouting, and said in a coquettish tone, if you like it, just buy it, I brought you here this time to give you a surprise. Miss, I'll pay for it. Chen Jun said generously. Beautiful lady, you are so lucky, your boyfriend is so handsome and treats you so well, you are a winner in life. I'll go print the receipt for you right away, the counter lady said truthfully. It wasn't flattery. Chen Jun, at the age of 35 or 6, had already achieved financial freedom and owned a high-end restaurant. This kind of condition was the ideal mate criteria that countless women dream of. When Xiao Anchi heard this, she felt even sweeter and hugged Chen Jun's waist. Jun, I love you to death. Me too, Chen Jun smiled slightly and replied. Mei Yun, see, finding the right man can really heal your life. Wait, I'll have Jun call a few high-quality male friends to introduce to you. Xiao Anchi said happily. Forget it, I just got divorced and have a child. I don't want to burden anyone. Qin Meiyun said with a hint of self-deprecation, lowering her head. Miss Meiyun, you're being too modest. With your looks and temperament, even if you had another boy, it would be easy to get married. Chen Jun said seriously. Listen, Meiyun, Jun won't lie to you. Once you find a new boyfriend, that bastard Yi Chen won't dare to bother you anymore. Even if you don't consider yourself, think about Tong Tong. There will be many expenses in the future, you can't let the child suffer with you. Xiao Anchi sighed, persuading earnestly. Meiyun, I can't let you come here for nothing. I think this ring looks good, and it's not expensive, I'll buy it for you. Miss, please show me this ring as well. Xiao Anchi waved her hand, selected another ring from the counter, and said, Anchi, it's not necessary, really. Qin Meiyun quickly shook her head. Stop, listen to me. Xiao Anchi insisted. You two, come with me. Can't let you two women spend money? Go pick one carefully, I'll foot the bill later. Chen Jun took out his bank card and handed it to the service lady. Qin Meiyun couldn't resist anymore. If she refused again, it would seem disrespectful, so she reluctantly agreed. Mom, why another ring? Dad already bought you a ring, right? Look, this is the one Dad bought for you. Suddenly, Tong Tong opened the gift box in her hand, took out a diamond ring, and put it on Qin Meiyun's hand. Qin Meiyun just smiled and didn't pay attention to the ring on her hand. Meiyun, I picked a new one, come try it on. Xiao Anchi waved her hand, and Qin Meiyun walked over. This ring costs over 6,000, too expensive. Maybe we shouldn't buy it, Anchi. Qin Meiyun looked hesitant when she saw the price tag. It's just 6,000, we can afford it. Hurry, try it on. Xiao Anchi said indifferently, took Qin Meiyun's hand, placed it on the counter, took the ring from the counter lady, and put it on Qin Meiyun's finger. Looks good. It's perfect, but this ring looks cheap, like it's from a street vendor. That scumbag Yi Chen always buys these cheap things to fool you, you're just too naive. While speaking, Xiao Anchi felt that the ring on Qin Meiyun's index finger was too flashy and wanted to take it off. Qin Meiyun shook her head and didn't mind too much. After all, Yi Chen had deceived her many times, and now he bought her such an exaggerated diamond ring. It must be fake. She wouldn't be as foolish as before. Just as Anchi was about to take off the ring, suddenly, the counter lady's face changed, looking surprised. Miss, can you show me the ring? Xiao Anchi coldly smiled and pushed the ring over. You like it, it's yours. It's a fake, made of glass. The counter lady took it and looked back and forth in her hand. Angel and the others had already gone to pay the bill. After checking out, they were about to leave with laughter. Suddenly, the counter lady panicked and ran out, catching up with Qin Meiyun. Miss, wait. This ring. You forgot to take it. The counter lady was very excited. Are these rich people all so forgetful? A sky-high ring can be left on the counter, it's too much. Didn't you say it was a gift for you? Xiao Anchi said puzzledly. Miss, please don't joke, this ring is worth tens of thousands, how dare I take it? Just being able to look at it is satisfying enough, the counter lady said, feeling honored, and quickly handed the ring over. What? Tens of thousands? Miss, are you kidding me? This is just a glass bead. Do you really think it's a diamond ring? This was given by my sister's shameless ex-husband, a broke gambler. It's a street stall item. If you don't want it, you can throw it away. After hearing this, Angel was first stunned, then reacted disdainfully. Yi-Chin giving a diamond ring worth tens of thousands to Chin Mei-yoon? Only if the sun rises from the west. Miss, I just appraised it. This ring was sold by us. It's also the latest model, DR Diamond Ring, Eternal Vow, worth 50,000, purchased by a gentleman named Yi-Chen from us. The computer can check the DR file record. However, the counter lady said firmly. Suddenly, her words were like a bombshell exploding. Xiao Anqi was completely stunned. Chin Mei-yoon was even more incredulous, full of astonishment. Even Chen Jun beside them was surprised. A few minutes later, Chin Mei-yoon and the others walked out of the jewelry store. They looked heavy-hearted. Just now, she had seen the record. It was indeed purchased by Yi-Chen, and the date was just a few days ago. Worth 50,000, the Eternal Vow, DR Diamond Ring. It's not just the value of the ring itself, but the significance is extraordinary. It can only be given to one person in a lifetime. Mei-yoon, did Yi-Chen go gambling again? Or did he do something illegal? Where did he get so much money? It doesn't seem like his character. I think you should be careful. This is too unusual. What is he really plotting? Xiao Anqi caught up with Chin Mei-yoon, expressing her concern. No, even if he goes gambling, he can only lose. What I fear most is him breaking the law. Anqi, I won't go eat with you guys. Another day, I'll treat you. The more Chin Mei-yoon thought like this, the more anxious she became. She was not in the mood to eat at all. She took Tong Tong and headed towards the nearby bus stop. Chen Jun walked over, watching Chin Mei-yoon hurriedly leaving, thoughtfully said, Anqi, Mei-yoon's ex-husband is not as bad as you said. A diamond ring worth 50,000 as soon as he makes a move, quite generous. Maybe you misunderstood him. Ajuan, you don't know the details. Mei-yoon's ex-husband was not bad before marriage. Everyone approved of him. Since Mei-yoon got pregnant, he became obsessed with the beautiful anchor, and completely degenerated. To give tips to the female anchor, he borrowed at high interest rates, gambled, and even abused his family, even hitting the child. He's simply a beast. I now pray that this bastard won't bother Mei-yoon again. Leave her and her daughter alone. Xiao Anqi sighed and said through gritted teeth. In the room, after Yi-Chen finished eating, he started to clean up the dishes. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the door opening outside, and hurried over. Then the door opened, and Chin Mei-yoon returned with Tong Tong. Huh, why are you back so soon? Yi-Chen asked in confusion. Dad, we didn't eat. Tong Tong looks a bit low in spirits, lowering her head to speak. What's wrong? Did something happen? Yi-Chen frowned and asked urgently. Yi-Chen, where did you get this ring from? Suddenly, Chin Mei-yoon took out the ring and brought it in front of Yi-Chen, questioning. Of course I bought it. I can't just steal it, right? Even if you wanted to steal, you don't have the ability. Yi-Chen smiled and said honestly. Stop joking around with me. I inquired about this ring, and it's worth 50,000. I believe you made some money recently, but I can't imagine what kind of business or job could make you earn 700 to 800,000 in a month. Did money fall from the sky? How did it land on your head? Chin Mei-yoon angrily shoved the ring into Yi-Chen's hand. Mei-yoon, don't be angry first, listen to me explain. Seeing Chin Mei-yoon really angry, Yi-Chen knew he had to explain properly. At this point, you still want to lie. My mom called me, saying you transferred 10,000 yuan to her, along with expensive Maotai liquor, plus the cash you gave me before. Yi-Chen, can't you just tell the truth? Suddenly, Chin Mei-yoon's eyes turned red, her voice choked up. Tong Tong was also scared and didn't dare to speak, running into the room and crouching behind the door, occasionally peeking outside. She was scared from before and directly hid in fear. Mei-yoon, listen to my explanation, it's really not what you think. Yi-Chen also became anxious, instinctively taking a step forward. Chin Mei-yoon instinctively raised her arm to shield her head. Mom! Don't hit my mom. Whoa, bad daddy, I don't want you to buy me delicious food anymore. Tong Tong ran out, standing in front of Chin Mei-yoon, kicking Yi-Chen with her small feet. The little girl's face was full of tears. Yi-Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks, his mind blanking out with a bang. He raised his hands, as if he were a criminal, and retreated as if in a daze. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I couldn't explain clearly to you, causing such a misunderstanding. But you have to believe me, I won't hit you again, really won't. Can you? Let me finish. Yi-Chen almost pleaded. Chin Mei-yoon also lowered her arm, staring at Yi-Chen's sincere and pleading face, her tense nerves relaxing. Tong Tong is sensible now, knows how to protect her mom. Yi Chen lowered his head, reached out to pinch Tong Tong's little face, wanting to wipe her tears. But Tong Tong was scared and ran behind Shin Mei-yun. At this moment, Yi Chen suddenly realized that everything he had done in the past few days was really insignificant compared to the harm he had caused to the mother and daughter before. Although the daughter still called him dad on the surface and was affectionate, the harm he had caused to this mother-daughter pair was too deep. The so-called progress was just his self-righteousness, nothing more. Ding! A text message alert sounded. Yi Chen quickly took out his phone and glanced at it. Industrial and Commercial Bank user 77898 received an incoming amount of 151,200,000 yuan. Seeing the payment notification, Yi Chen's face changed, revealing a look of surprise. 150 million. According to the amount transferred, Feng Xianhai should have sold the house for 28,001 flat. After deducting the final payment following the down payment, this was pure income. He had over 70 sets in total, adding up to over 6,000 square meters, roughly this price. Although waiting a few more days could sell for 31,000 per flat, he and Feng Xianhai had too many houses on hand, making it impossible to sell to individuals. It was both troublesome and a waste of energy. Sell in bulk to the speculators, worry-free and effortless, just need to give the other party a certain profit margin, there is no problem. Then, the phone rang. Yi Chen casually pressed to answer. Bro, I've transferred the money to you, it feels so damn good. This time I can finally hold my head up in front of the old man, huh? I'm making more money than him, it's so satisfying. Bro, I have to show my gratitude to you, I don't know what you like, whether it's a car, a villa, or jewelry, as long as you speak, even if it's your daughter, my niece's future dowry, it's all under my control. On the other end of the phone, Feng Tianhai was very excited and boldly spoke. No need, this is your trust in me, it's what you deserve. If you don't trust me, even if I talk big, today's results wouldn't have happened. I have something to do, I'll hang up first, I'll call Hauga another day, let's get together. After that, Yi Chen hung up the phone directly. Then, he raised his head, opened the mobile banking app, placed it quietly on the table, and then took a few steps back. Mei-yun, take a look, just one look. Yi Chen pointed to the phone on the table, saying seriously. Shin Mei-yun didn't know what Yi Chen was up to, but seeing the other party's face full of joy, she hesitated for a moment and walked over. But when she saw the bank balance displayed on the phone, showing a long string of numbers, she instinctively covered her mouth, her face full of shock. Even the long string of numbers left her completely stunned. Her brain short-circuited for a moment, only knowing that if this money were converted into cash, it could probably fill this house to the brim. Mei-yun, if my money came from illegitimate sources, with such a large amount, would I still be able to show off to you here? Even if it's robbing a bank, it's not necessarily faster than how I earn. Yi Chen explained when he saw Shin Mei-yun's shocked expression. Yi Chen, what kind of business are you in to earn so much money? If you have this talent, why were you so wasteful before? Shin Mei-yun stopped mid-sentence. What she wanted to say was, why were you so wasteful and despicable before the divorce? How did you suddenly become so outstanding after the divorce? Did I hinder your success? Yi Chen shook his head, came to the table, picked up the phone, and said with a smile, I've spoiled you too much. If you were like other wives, demanding and only caring about money, pushing me to strive harder, maybe I wouldn't have turned bad. This time, Shin Mei-yun didn't avoid it, coldly saying, yes, it's all my fault, you can do no wrong, if something goes wrong, it's all my responsibility. Yi Chen sighed and said seriously, I won't tease you anymore. Everything is the result of my own actions. It's my fault for not knowing how good I had it until I lost your love and woke up. Compared to that, I'd rather not have this money. As long as I can go back to the past and make you love me again, I'm willing to give it all up. Even if it's just once, I won't make the same mistake again. At this point, Yi Chen's eyes turned red. Standing in front of the person closest to him, but now so distant, all because of his own foolishness. Yi Chen could be sure that with this huge sum of money, countless women would throw themselves at him. But only Shin Mei-yun wouldn't. She married him just for him. But he was incompetent and let her down completely. A person who has turned cold, trying to warm up again is as difficult as reaching the sky. But Yi Chen vowed not to give up. Enough, stop talking, you can go now. Go return the ring, use it to improve your parents' lives. You took the harvest from their farming, and even swindled away big brother Qin Tianjuan's betrothal gifts. If you don't want the family to fall apart, quickly repay all the debts of gratitude, stop causing trouble for others. Shin Mei-yun said with a cold expression, speaking the most heartwarming words. Even at this moment, she is still worried about Yi Chen's family. Yi Chen shook his head and sincerely said, this ring, I gave it to you. If you don't like it, you can return it and keep the money. Spend it as you wish, don't save it for me. I will also go back to visit my parents at home. Before, I had no money and didn't dare to go back, but now I have the ability to make things better at home. From now on, you and Tong Tong just spend as you wish, ask me if you run out, this is all my debt to you too. Don't save for me, spend as much as you want. I will earn money seriously to make up for my sins. Yi Chen said in a very serious tone. He owed too much before, and now he finally had a chance to make amends. Naturally, it would be tenfold, 100-fold compensation. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Shin Meiyun finally felt a ripple in her heart. This unique and unconventional favor, why did it come so late? If Yi Chen had shown this attitude before, even if he had no money, things wouldn't have come to this point today. I can support myself, I don't need you. Although you have money now, let me remind you. Don't be so extravagant, think more about your days of poverty. Forget it, that's your own business, go on, it's getting late. Shin Meiyun sighed. Yi Chen, successful in the mall, triumphant, but here with his wife, he was completely defeated. He looked at Tong Tong with some reluctance, then turned and walked away. After Yi Chen left, Shin Meiyun picked up the ring. Then, under the sunlight, it reflected a brilliant light. He has really changed. 500,000, he said he would buy it and he did. Before, even buying me a piece of clothing, he hesitated for half a month, and in the end, he gave the money to a female anchor and took it to the casino. Shin Meiyun came to the window and watched Yi Chen's lonely figure leaving downstairs. For some reason, Shin Meiyun suddenly felt very pleased, as if she had won a battle. The past hurts caused by Yi Chen were also being healed. In any case, seeing Yi Chen being defeated, she felt relieved. Unconsciously, a smile appeared on her pretty face. Over the years, she had almost lost her smile. Mom, I'm hungry. At this moment, Tong Tong suddenly said. Shin Meiyun then reacted, quickly wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes. I'm sorry, baby, sit down, Mom will cook for you right away. After saying that, Shin Meiyun walked into the kitchen, but when she saw the sumptuous 3 dishes and 1 soup, she was stunned, and it took her a while to react. She sniffed, her eyes reddened, until she picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. The long-lost taste had returned. She recognized this taste, it was perfect in color, fragrance, and taste. It's just that she hadn't tasted it for so long that it was almost forgotten in her mind. This was a meal cooked by Yi Chen himself. Yes, Yi Chen was very skilled. At the beginning, when they had just gotten married, Yi Chen was the one cooking at home. At that time, Shin Meiyun was truly treated like a princess. However, after some changes, not to mention cooking, Yi Chen came home drunk every day. Either he would hit her, or ask for money. Every day when she saw Yi Chen, it was like seeing a plague god, a nightmare. Why? Thinking of the past, Shin Meiyun could no longer hold back, leaning against the wall, her body sliding down. She covered her mouth, not letting herself cry out. But the tears, uncontrollably flowed from her eyes. Why? Every time I make up my mind, you give me hope again. Bastard, Yi Chen, you are an unforgivable bastard. I hate you. Shin Meiyun's tears fell like rain, unable to control her emotions. At this moment, Yi Chen, who had left, stood at the entrance of the residential area, took a deep breath, and then took out his phone to make a call. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Tianhao answered with a smile and exclaimed, Hey, Yi buddy, how come you remembered me now? I heard that the unfinished building you guys invested in made a huge profit again. I'm not jealous, I'm really not jealous. Hee, can you take me along next time? Now, his admiration for Yi Chen is no different from worshipping Guangong every day. Really, no exaggeration. He actually printed Yi Chen's photo, hung it at home for worship, and lit incense every day, more devout than worshipping Buddha. Brother Hao, this time when I called you, of course, I will take you with me. But before that, you need to help me find a trustworthy bank and get an unlimited credit card. And then find a professional trader. Yi Chen said confidently with a smile. These days, that stock is about to face a storm. Time waits for no one. Preparation must begin now. This time, the money in his hands will at least multiply several times. According to his calculations, by then, his net worth will be at least 10 billion. On the phone, Xiao Tianhao said excitedly, That's easy. When I was working at a loan company before, I knew a branch manager from ICBC who had some young traders under him who were very skilled. How about this? I'll give him a call now. Let's meet somewhere tonight and discuss. Okay, I'll wait for your call. After hearing this, Yi Chen nodded and agreed. Hey buddy, can you give me an idea? How much can we earn this time? Xiao Tianhao asked tentatively. That depends on how much you trust me and how much you ultimately invest. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Come on, no need to say, I'll definitely go all in. Xiao Tianhao burst into laughter. Alright, as long as you follow along, no matter how much we earn, I can cover your losses. After saying that, Yi Chen hung up the phone directly. Then, he found a nearby cafe, ordered a cup of coffee, and spent half an hour there. The phone rang. It was Xiao Tianhao calling, arranging to meet at the Shangri-La Hotel in the city. Without hesitation, Yi Chen got up, left the cafe, hailed a cab, and headed straight to the Shangri-La Hotel. Luxury cars were parked in front of the hotel. BBA had become popular. Range Rovers, Maybachs, McLarens, Mercedes G-Class, Alfords were considered average, and even Koenigseggs and Rolls-Royce Phantoms were visible everywhere. At the entrance, well-dressed high-end individuals were chatting and laughing. There were also doormen, smiling as they opened car doors to welcome the distinguished guests. The entire Shangri-La Hotel was filled with uniquely artistic spaces, blending the warmth and romance of the lounge, the nobility of the palace, and modern craftsmanship to create artistic sparks, exquisite and beautiful. Especially the hanging Tibetan drum, creating a sacred atmosphere that was awe-inspiring. At that moment, Xiao Tianhao was chatting with a slightly chubby man with a Mediterranean hairstyle. The man with the Mediterranean hairstyle turned out to be the deputy director of ICBC, named Wei Zonglin. He was also a prominent figure. In the past, Xiao Tianhai had to be very respectful in front of him, but now the tables had turned. Everyone in the circle knew that Xiao Tianhai had recently become wealthy. First with stocks, then with Matai liquor, he made millions. His whole set of operations had elevated his status and popularity in the circle. Lao Xiao, you seem to have hit the jackpot recently. I heard you stocked up on a lot of Mao Tai before and made a killing. Did you get some expert advice? If you have such an expert, why didn't you introduce me? That's not very considerate. You're absolutely right. There's a VIP tonight, opening an account at your bank. Don't say I didn't take care of you, Xiao Tianhao said proudly. Now, he could stand tall in front of Wei Zonglin, and it felt really great. Wei Zonglin was also excited to hear this. Just as he was about to ask a few questions, a taxi slowly pulled up nearby. Yi Chen got out and paid the fare. The appearance of the taxi immediately attracted everyone's attention. In a place where luxury cars gathered, even taxis didn't have the qualification to park on the steps. When Xiao Tianhao saw Yi Chen, his eyes lit up. The protagonist is here. I'll go greet him. Xiao Tianhao waved his hand excitedly. Wei Zonglin followed Xiao Tianhao, but when he saw a young man getting out of the taxi, he was puzzled and showed a confused expression. How could Xiao Tianhao value a young man who didn't even have a car? Yi buddy, you finally made it. Hurry, this is the person I found for you, the deputy director of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of the North New District, Wei Zonglin. Whatever you need, he can handle it. Xiao Tianhao was very enthusiastic. Just now he was full of confidence. But when he saw Yi Chen, he became extremely deferential and enthusiastic. It was as if he had seen the god of wealth. Yes, that kind of attitude and gaze. This made Wei Zonglin even more confused. Hello, I'm Yi Chen, nice to meet you. Yi Chen reached out his hand with a smile. Hello, let's talk inside. Wei Zonglin did not shake hands, kept his hands behind his back, coldly replied, then turned and walked towards the hotel. This scene made Xiao Tianhao extremely embarrassed, his brows furrowed in discomfort. Yi buddy, don't mind him, he's a bit strange, under a lot of pressure lately, unable to deliver results, so. Xiao Tianhao hurriedly explained. It's okay, after all, this time we are asking him to do something. Let's go, let's talk inside. Yi Chen said with a smile, not taking it to heart. Xiao Tianhao finally relaxed and entered the hotel together. After choosing a restaurant, everyone sat down. Yi Chen saw Wei Zonglin making a phone call, looking unhappy. Wei Zonglin cursed and shouted in anger, then sat back on the sofa. A bunch of useless people. It's been half a year, and they can't even achieve a damn 50 million in performance. After saying that, Wei Zonglin angrily slammed his phone on the table. President Wei, I want to inquire about opening an unlimited credit card at your bank. Are there any requirements? Yi Chen asked. Unlimited? Of course, it's the Centurion card, but it's limited edition. Wei Zonglin picked up a teacup and said calmly, as long as you can deposit 30 million in our bank at once, you qualify for the card. Yi Chen rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and said, oh, that's simpler than I imagined. I'll just deposit a round number, 1 billion. Please help me open one tomorrow, President Wei. It seems that as long as you have enough money, everything is simple when doing business at the bank. Wei Zonglin sprayed out the tea in his mouth. Deposit. How much, how much, how much? 1 billion. Yi Chen said lightly. Ha! Wei Zonglin suddenly sneered, looking at Xiao Tianhao and questioning, Old Xiao, can you change your habit of bragging? Yi Chen, young in age and dressed plainly, didn't even have his own car and had to take a taxi. Nonchalantly claiming to have 1 billion? Who would believe that? Bragging? I'll brag your mother's cow. You dare to mock my brother again and see what happens. Xiao Tianhao's face changed drastically, angrily cursing. It seemed like he was truly angered. Wei Zonglin, I introduced my brother to you because you helped me once before, gave you a chance, but you're useless. What? Your habit of looking down on people hasn't changed yet. With such a great opportunity in front of you, you still have this attitude. Fine, from now on, we'll have no more contact. Yi buddy, this time it's my fault, I misjudged. Let's go. Xiao Tianhao was completely enraged. He could be bullied, but he couldn't let Yi Chen suffer any injustice. Alright, I don't care about these things. Manager Wei, let's focus on business. I plan to open an unlimited credit card at your bank tomorrow, injecting 1 billion in funds, plus over 50 million in change. Yi Chen waved his hand, not taking it seriously. In fact, it wasn't that Yi Chen was magnanimous. When his funds exceeded 1 billion, he suddenly understood a truth: others' opinions don't matter as long as they're not eyeing his pockets. Now, at the height he stood, he naturally filtered out the words he heard. The time spent on arguing with people could be used to earn a lot of money. After making money, slapping someone in the face would be satisfying. At this moment, when Yi Chen finished speaking, he took out his phone. After showing the balance, Wei Zonglin's eyes widened suddenly. I'll punish myself with 3 cups for my rudeness. Mr. Yi, it was my mistake for being short-sighted and looking down on you. After Wei Zonglin realized, he quickly got up, poured himself 3 cups of wine. He sighed and drank the 3 cups of white wine with great sincerity. He admitted that this time, he really misjudged. He never expected that a young man who got out of a taxi would be a billionaire. Where could he reason with his family now? No, I don't trust you, I just don't want to waste time looking for another bank. Can this card be processed? Yi Chen casually picked up a piece of cake, took a bite, and said lightly, of course it can, it must be done. Tomorrow morning, I'll register and activate the card for you. Centurion Gold Card. Wei Zonglin promised with his hand on his chest, feeling extremely ashamed. Old Wei, to be honest, the reason I can earn so much money is because of my brother Yi Chen. You know about the recent development in the northern new city, right? When it was still a half-finished building, my brother directly invested 7 million, bought over 100 units, and the value skyrocketed. Now you know how amazing my brother is. This incident has already spread in the circle, haven't you heard about it? At this moment, Xiao Tianhao proudly said on the side, full of glory, as if showing off his achievements. Hearing this, Wei Zonglin was shocked and his scalp tingled. His gaze towards Yi Chen changed once again. In just a few minutes, the Yi Chen in front of him brought him one shock after another as the vice president. God of Buildings. It's an honor. To meet the real God of Buildings is my honor. I never expected that the rumored God of Buildings in the circle, who invested in the Point Grass Ocean real estate, is actually Yi Chen's brother. Brother Yi, let me punish myself with another cup. Please forgive my ignorance. Wei Zonglin was completely moved and shocked. He quickly got up and poured another drink. Let's go inside, General Zhang and General Wang are waiting for us in there. It's a good opportunity for us to sit down and talk business. Wei Zonglin's sudden change in attitude relieved Xiao Tianhao next to him, who kept observing Yi Chen's expressions. However, Yi Chen's face remained calm and unchanged, like an ancient well, showing no signs of emotion. President Wei, no need to be so polite. To be honest, I have another matter I'd like your help with. Yi Chen smiled, raised his glass, and gestured towards the other person. Boss Yi, feel free to tell me. As long as it's within my capabilities, I will do my best. Honestly, our bank's former president is reaching retirement age, and he just recommended me to take over. But my performance. I really lack confidence. Just now on the phone, you all heard it too, my performance has been lacking for a long time, which greatly affects my future. At this critical moment, Boss Yi, if you can deposit money with me, it would be like timely rain, a helping hand. Wei Zonglin was pleasantly surprised, quickly raised his glass, and clinked it with Yi Chen's. Then both of them drank it in one gulp, showing their manly spirit. Wei Zonglin was also full of anticipation, but deep down, he was extremely nervous. He feared that Yi Chen might change his mind due to his earlier bad attitude. With such a large sum of money injected, his promotion was almost guaranteed. Now, he deeply regretted why he couldn't be more patient earlier. He should have realized that Xiao Tianhao, this old man, was a highly respected figure, so he must have a significant background. Let's not mention those things from earlier. I'm not that petty. I deposited 150 million now, but in the next few days, this money may double. So, for the next matter, I also hope Vice President Wei can assist me with the margin. At that moment, Yi Chen stated his needs. Brother, which stock have you set your eyes on to invest so heavily? When Wei Zonglin learned that Yi Chen wanted to buy stocks and needed 2 professional traders, he asked curiously. It's not exactly a speculative stock, to be precise, it's crude oil. and I want to go big. With this amount of money, if leveraged, how many times can I multiply it? Yi Chen shrugged, leaned back in his chair, and said calmly. When he heard about leverage, Wei Zonglin took a sharp breath. At that moment, he finally understood why the other party had injected such a large amount of money into the bank and sought him out. It was for leveraged stocks. Leveraged stocks not only required a special trading security but also an unlimited credit account. In addition, they needed to sign a leverage agreement and deposit margin through their bank. Wei Zonglin fell silent instantly, because the other party was gambling. Leveraged stocks were meant for liquidation. If they won, their money would double, even tens of times. If they lost, they would be penniless in an instant, and the injected funds would all go down the drain. If the other party won the bet, their bank would have a super client, and his promotion to bank president would be unstoppable. After all, performance was key. However, if they lost the bet, all his efforts would be in vain. Seeing Wei Zonglin hesitating, Yi Chen lost his patience and gave him a cold look. He had made up his mind to give the other party only 1 minute to consider. 40 seconds had already passed. If the other party hesitated, it meant they were only interested in profit and not worth continuing the conversation. Finally, after 50 seconds, Wei Zonglin anxiously spoke up. Boss Yi, there's no problem with this matter, I can handle it. But even if you want to leverage, you shouldn't choose crude oil. This thing, unless there's a war or a major disaster internationally, there won't be much fluctuation. If you invest your money in this, I'm really afraid you'll lose everything. Yi Chen remained silent, not bothering to respond. He naturally had confidence in this matter. He didn't need to say much to others. Lao Wei, this is not something you need to worry about. If something goes wrong, I'll introduce you to more savings clients. Don't worry, you won't be wasting your time. Xiao Tianhao also promised earnestly. Lao Xiao, you're underestimating me, Wei Zonglin. After speaking, Wei Zonglin seemed wronged and stood up directly. Yes, I admit I offended Brother Yi just now. If Brother Yi still can't get over it, then I'll continue to apologize to you both until you're satisfied, whenever that may be. With that, Wei Zonglin picked up a bottle of wine and was about to drink it all in one go. President Wei, please don't do this, it's not worth it. Yi Chen quickly stood up and grabbed his arm, smiling as he persuaded him. No, I, Wei Zonglin, have become a profit-seeking person in your eyes. Wei Zonglin said, glaring at Xiao Tianhao, but the bottle of wine had already been taken away by Yi Chen. Ah, Brother Yi, I'm really worried, the risk of crude oil is too high. Although the fluctuations are not significant, with the size of your investment, one wave could wipe it all out. I have the authority on crude oil data changes, I'm just giving you a friendly reminder. Wei Zonglin explained. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. President Wei, I have a sense of proportion in this matter. Just help me find 2 professionals to assist in the operation. Yi Chen also misunderstood the situation and immediately spoke up. Really want to buy? Wei Zonglin, seeing Yi Chen's determination, asked again. Yi Chen nodded heavily. You too? Wei Zonglin turned his gaze to Xiao Tianhao, asking curiously. Invest as much as you have, forget about leverage, I'll earn as much as I have, hee. Xiao Tianhao said proudly. Alright, you guys are big shots, I can't persuade you. When you lose money, I'll kick you while you're down and mock you. It's because in some people's eyes, I, Lao Wei, am only interested in profit. With that, Wei Zonglin glared at Xiao Tianhao, picked up his wineglass, shook his head in frustration, and took a sip. Hee, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Lao Wei, don't be so dramatic. In our eyes, you, Lao Wei, are the future president. When you get promoted, we'll look up to you, so this matter is in your hands. Seeing this, Xiao Tianhao quickly approached and raised his glass to toast. Yi Chen also raised his glass with a smile and joked, President Wei, when we both lose everything, feel free to mock us. We will listen respectfully to your teachings, ha. The 3 men burst into laughter at the same time. The atmosphere lightened up. The unpleasantness that had just occurred dissipated as they continued to drink and chat. At that moment, at the entrance of the hotel, a woman in a long black slit dress, carrying an LV bag, walked in. The woman was heavily made up, with her hair tied up, showing some beauty but also a touch of worldliness. She seemed out of place compared to the upscale ambience of the place. The woman admired the grandeur of the lobby, looking amazed and exclaiming, oh my, this is so upscale, I've never been to such a high-end hotel restaurant before. Speaking, the woman took out her phone and started taking selfies. The people around her showed disdainful looks, but she paid no attention. Family, who would understand? I am staying at the most high-end Shangri-La hotel in the city, specially changed into an evening gown to attend tonight's party. I walk quietly, not daring to make a sound, otherwise it feels like I'm disrupting the elegance here. But as soon as I arrived, I saw 3 bumpkins drinking and boasting in the lobby, ruining the atmosphere. The woman took a video with her phone and then started criticizing, showcasing her own taste. The 3 bumpkins she mentioned turned out to be Yi Chen, Xiao Tianhao, and others who were drinking in the lobby. After the woman uploaded the video, comments quickly poured in. Wow, Ping Ping the anchor went to the Shangri-La Hotel. I heard the expenses there are outrageous, just a dinner costs tens of thousands. Oh, isn't this the beauty anchor who swindled Big Brother's money online, Missin Ping Ping? Oh, now everyone is spending money at Shangri-La, which big shot got fooled by you again. I heard she caused a public official to lose his job, get divorced, and even owe loan sharks, is that true? Everyone, the money this female anchor spends is all your hard-earned money. She really is a cunning fox. Seeing some negative comments, and Ping Ping didn't care and proudly watched the video she took. However, her expression changed when she saw a familiar face in the video, Yi Chen. He was one of the 3 noisy bumpkins drinking in the lobby, and Ping Ping sneered and walked over with disdain. Yi Chen, who was chatting with Wei Zhonglin, looked up and saw Ping Ping approaching. His expression turned cold instantly. And Ping Ping was the anchor who caused his wife to leave him, his family to fall apart. In his past life, he had met Ping Ping offline twice, until he ran out of money and was blacklisted. At that moment, he chose to commit suicide. Unexpectedly, he met her here. Unfortunately, Yi Chen had lost interest in her. Now, reborn with precognitive abilities, his destiny had undergone a drastic change. In his past life, he was a scum, a villain, a loser who sold houses, abused his wife, hit his daughter, and spent money on female anchors. Now, he was a legitimate billionaire. It's really you, Yi Chen, you useless waste. I heard you often deceive your family, even your wife, and then go gambling just to become my big brother. You are truly pitiful. You don't have the ability, yet you act like a big shot. Look at yourself in the mirror. Are you worthy? Even if you spend 10 million, I would never be with you. Didn't you say you were broke before? Now you dare to come here to eat. Are you here to scam free food and drinks? And Ping Ping was displeased to see Yi Chen eating and drinking lavishly here. This poor guy, how many sleepless nights did she endure to manipulate him, to control him? But a few days ago, he told her he had no money. Seeing Yi Chen here, she naturally came over to scold him and vent her frustrations. Yi Chen just glanced at her indifferently, ignoring her. If it were right after his rebirth, Yi Chen might have slapped her a few times to vent his anger. But not now. There was no need. Dealing with this scum would dirty his hands. He didn't want any further involvement, fearing that Mei Yun might misunderstand. Seeing Yi Chen silent, and Ping Ping became more audacious, raising her voice even louder. Hey, Yi Chen, what are you pretending to be calm for? You, a poor girl, dare to eat here? I bet you sneaked in, otherwise how could someone like you, a lower-class person, have the qualifications to enter such a high-end place? Many passers-by also turned to look at the commotion. Didn't you also come in, Miss Lower Class? Finally, Yi Chen replied casually. Nonsense, I came with Zhang Liang, the boss. I am here openly, not sneaking around like you. How can you, a poor ghost, be on the same level as me? It's not even comparable. Look at you, acting all high class here with that pathetic look. And Ping Ping even put her hands on her hips, laughing so hard tears were about to come out. Miss, please watch your words. Wei Zhonglin couldn't stand it anymore and said with annoyance, Yi Chen is my friend and an important client of mine. As for what you call poor ghosts, we don't have any here, but we do have a billionaire, the so-called poor loser in your mouth. Wei Zhonglin frowned, not hiding his disgust in his tone. He found this kind of woman disgusting. Hey, just him? And he's a billionaire? You two seem to have some status, but don't let him deceive you. And Ping Ping saw Wei Zhonglin's cold expression and lowered her voice, but she didn't hold back, still mocking. Ping Ping, what's wrong? What happened? Just then, a well-dressed man with a stylish haircut walked over. The man's voice was magnetic, his appearance handsome, and he reached out to hold Ping Ping's waist. Darling, everything's fine, just ran into an acquaintance, saying hello. When Ping Ping saw the man, her eyes sparkled with affection, and her attitude changed drastically. Hee, as long as everything's fine. After the man said this lightly, he suddenly saw Wei Zhonglin and exclaimed, President Wei, you're here too? Wei Zhonglin turned around at the mention and was also surprised to see the other person. Mr. Zhang, what a coincidence, I'm here discussing business with a few friends, didn't expect to run into you. How about it, Mr. Zhang, the stock market guru, do you have time? Join us for a drink? Wei Zhonglin smiled and extended an invitation. This Zhang Liang in front of him was extraordinary, considered a prominent figure in the stock market circle. In just 3 years, he made millions by investing in 2 hot stocks. Not only that, In recent years, he has been continuously rising, earning millions in the stock market every year. Now, his net worth is at least 3 billion. But this was just speculation from the outside world. Wei Zonglin wasn't too clear on whether he was involved in other industries. Zhang Liang glanced at Yi Chen and Xiao Tianhao, his expression immediately turning cold. He didn't know these two people, so they probably didn't have much status in the circle. Naturally, he wouldn't sit down and waste time with a group of unknown individuals. Oh, let's not chat outside, let's go in directly. President Zhang and President Wang are inside. Zhang Liang said coldly. Wei Zonglin looked at Yi Chen and Xiao Tianhao, warmly inviting them. Brothers, let's go in together, we're all friends, getting to know each other can open up more opportunities. Sure. Yi Chen nodded and stood up with Wei Zonglin. Xiao Tianhao also got up. Zhang Liang ignored Yi Chen and Xiao Tianhao, engaging in conversation with Wei Zonglin. And so, they all entered the banquet hall together. Inside, it was even more luxurious. The carpet was made of some kind of deerskin weave, soft to step on. There were already many wealthy and influential people chatting inside. The men were gathered, talking and laughing about business, finance, and other topics. But the women around them were getting younger and more beautiful one by one. Beautiful women are everywhere, chatting about jewelry, cosmetics, and their exceptional temperament. Most of the men are middle-aged, with many elderly individuals present as well. The youngest person in the room is Yi Chen, followed by Xiao Tianhao and Zhang Liang. Even Zhang Liang himself is approaching 40. But to achieve such success at his age is truly remarkable. As Zhang Liang arrives, the surrounding crowd instantly welcomes him. Oh, the stock god has arrived. Zhang, your recent moves have been quite mysterious. Heard you made another fortune. It's talent, something we can only envy. I'm almost jealous. We work hard in our physical businesses, busy in the first half of life and worrying in the second, not as successful as Zhang just moving his fingers. Zhang, you must have achieved your goal of 1 billion this month. Everyone is very enthusiastic, praising Zhang Liang. Don't embarrass me, everyone. I can make some money, it's just luck. Zhang Liang is humble and sociable, joking with the big shots present. After some laughter, everyone takes their seats. Wei, the logistics group CEO, is here today. Heroes are truly gathering tonight. The logistics group CEO Zhang is excited. Wei, are these two beside you your subordinates? They must be your right-hand men to accompany you here. The CEO of a local catering group, Wang, looks at Yi Chen and Xiao Tianhao, asking with a smile. Wei Zonglin's eyebrows jump as he looks at Yi Chen, afraid of upsetting him. However, Yi Chen remains calm and unaffected. Wei Zonglin quickly introduces Xiao Tianhao, mentioning his previous work in the loan business. When introducing Xiao Tianhao, Wei Zonglin notices a hint of disdain on the faces of the other CEOs. After all, the loan industry doesn't have a good reputation in their circle. The business world is divided into different levels, and it's challenging for those in the loan industry to integrate with financial tycoons. Wei Zonglin tries to praise Xiao Tianhao, mentioning his recent success in stock trading and liquor investments. Xiao Tianhao's success has made the other CEOs envious. This success is all thanks to Yi Chen. Upon hearing about Xiao Tianhao's earnings, the attitudes of the CEOs change drastically. They can't help but admire Xiao Tianhao and wish to befriend him. These CEOs are eager to transition into new fields, and having friends like Xiao Tianhao could guide them in the right direction. However, it's difficult to establish connections across different industries. So, it was Xiao after all. I heard about the incident with Moutai stocks. You're the one who made money like it was a game. A CEO expresses his admiration. I also heard about the incident at Hai Tian Group. On the day Hai Tian collapsed, you bought the shares being sold off, and the next day the stock soared. Incredible, truly incredible. It seems that our Longzhou has gained another dark horse. For a moment, all the flattering words from everyone came pouring in. Xiao Tianhao naturally knew the true faces of these hypocrites and didn't pay much attention to them, responding to the praises with humility. And this brother Yi, let me introduce him to everyone. Mentioning Yi Chen, Wei Zonglin's expression turned serious, showing great respect. Just then, and Ping Ping suddenly sneered, stood up with a strange expression, and said, "Hold on. Let me introduce this one to everyone. No one knows him better than I do." Zhang Liang glanced at Yi Chen with indifference and didn't say anything. With his tacit approval, and Ping Ping became even more audacious, full of confidence. "Everyone, this is Yi Chen, who used to be a small public servant, but later got addicted to gambling, lost everything, and deceived all his relatives. You must be careful not to be fooled by his fake appearance. I don't know how he managed to get in here, he's just a pure loser, a domestic abuser. Once you get to know him, the first thing he'll do is ask you for money. Mr. Wei, you are a person of status, so it's better not to associate with this poor guy. it lowers your status and may affect your reputation in the future. And Pingping's tone was sharp and harsh, her attitude arrogant, insulting Yi Chen in front of everyone. As in Pingping's words fell, everyone looked at Yi Chen with shock and disdain. And Pingping was Zhang Liang's companion. She wouldn't speak baseless accusations, right? So, everyone started whispering and discussing. But Wei Zonglin didn't believe it at all. Only he knew that Yi Chen had become a billionaire by his own efforts, turning the tables and rising to fame. However, Yi Chen slowly raised his head, gazing at Pingping and calmly said, "You're right. I am a gambler, a loser, that's correct. So, how do you know all this? What's our relationship, and what is your profession? I think everyone here is interested in knowing, would you like to share?" As Yi Chen finished speaking, the smug smile on Pingping's face disappeared instantly. Everyone's gaze shifted to her with Yi Chen's words, and Pingping's face turned pale, sweat beading on her forehead, her face turning red. She was a celebrity host, essentially a dancer-singer who sold herself, playing minor roles on the edge. Relying on her looks, she could get close to big shots like Zhang Liang. It was indeed not a respectable position in the circle of these executives. And Pingping stuttered, too scared to speak, unsure how to respond. Just then, Zhang Liang spoke coldly and proudly, "She is my girlfriend, she has no profession, if you must know, she is my personal assistant. As for her relationship with you, you should ask if I agree or not. If I nod, you are at most acquaintances. If I don't nod, you can't even look at her, do you understand me?" Zhang Liang's words were domineering, full of arrogance. Invisibly, he degraded Yi Chen to the level of a subordinate ant, showing no respect even in front of his woman. This instantly relieved Pingping, who looked grateful and returned to Zhang Liang's side. Yi Chen's lips curved into a meaningful smile as he calmly said, "Mr. Zhang's words are interesting, but unfortunately, I don't understand. I only understand that birds of a feather flock together. Fish go with fish, shrimp with shrimp. Turtles go with, you know." As soon as the words fell, Xiao Tianhao, who couldn't stand Zhang Liang's high attitude, suddenly laughed recklessly, "Damn, Yi Gu, if you're a turtle, just admit it. Why hide it? Ha ha ha." Even the surrounding bosses couldn't help but chuckle when they heard this. But they didn't dare to offend Zhang Liang, so they tried hard to hold back their laughter, their faces turning red. But what Yi Chen said was indeed too funny. These bosses recalled the saddest things in their lives before forcing themselves not to laugh. At this moment, Zhang Liang's face turned livid with anger, but he couldn't continue speaking. With so many important figures present, he maintained his identity and couldn't engage in a verbal battle with a minor character, right? However, Pingping next to him was furious, her face flushed with anger. "Yi Chen, you're talking nonsense. You're the turtle. And you, who do you think you are, being with Yi Chen, a poor guy? You're just a nobody. The two of you combined can't match even one toe of our boss Zhang." And Pingping angrily cursed, her voice sharp and piercing. Although it was low class, it helped Zhang Liang vent some frustration. Zhang Liang sneered, feeling quite satisfied inside. He finally found an opportunity. "Oh, Zhang, with your power and the title of stock god, dare to bet with me?" Yi Chen smiled slightly, leaning forward with his hands on the table, provocatively asking. He had foreseen this. Zhang Liang was indeed a person with good financial luck, avoiding many hardships unintentionally and making a lot of money. Unfortunately, Zhang Liang's skills were all focused on financial luck. His romantic luck was a mess, with one romantic disaster after another, ultimately leading to his downfall at the hands of a woman. Yes, although Zhang Liang had a family, he had many mistresses. The reason he later fell into ruin and poverty was actually due to his wife's revenge. Just like today, if he hadn't initiated the bet, Zhang Liang would have bet with someone else. At that time, Zhang Liang would fall into a trap set against him, buying a stock, losing a large sum of money, causing problems in his company's operations. Therefore, he went all in on a stock that would only boom 3 years later. This led to his bankruptcy, and the remaining real estate was taken by his wife. Not only did he suffer a great loss in reputation, but he also engaged in illegal fundraising and was sent to prison. In the second year of his sentence, he went insane. "Bet with me? Who do you think you are? In this circle, who doesn't know my reputation as the stock god Zhang Liang? Are you even worthy to play with me?" Suddenly, Zhang Liang became furious, pointing at Yi Chen and rebuking him. Looking around, all the bosses showed smiles, remained silent, and displayed a look of fear. This only fueled Zhang Liang's arrogance to the extreme. "Yi Chen, right? I can crush you 10,000 times with just one finger. What do you have to compete with me? Considering your young age and hot-bloodedness, I'll give President Wei some face. Apologize to my woman immediately, then get lost, don't bother me, or else don't blame me for having you thrown out." Zhang Liang glanced coldly at Yi Chen and said in a chilling tone. And Ping Ping crossed her arms, wearing an exaggerated smile on her face, looking very pleased. Following a capable man brings a sense of superiority. I have to speak up for my brother Yi. Wei Zhonglin stood up and said seriously, Zhang, have you heard about the recent shares of Haitian Group? The only two people making money, one of them is Xiao Tianhao, and the other is him. Mao Dai suddenly surged, and brother Yi Chen also stocked up early, making a big profit. According to brother Xiao, the reason he can make money is all thanks to brother Yi Chen. This time, everyone showed a look of shock. Zhang Liang's eyebrows jumped fiercely as he looked at Yi Chen, feeling very surprised. When the Haitian Group had an accident, he also took action. However, he chose the wrong direction and lost millions. Why can Yi Chen make the right choice? Zhang Liang's mind was in chaos. This waste must be clueless. However, once is lucky, but not necessarily twice. Although Zhang Liang was surprised by Yi Chen's abilities, he didn't really take the other party seriously. Oh, that's considered making a name for yourself. Young man, you have some skills, but don't be too arrogant. Otherwise, how can us old folks mentor you? Zhang Liang's tone was ambiguous, sounding like praise but actually belittling Yi Chen. Zhang Liang locked eyes with Yi Chen, his gaze full of mockery and sarcasm. He had long been famous and was recognized as a stock market genius in the industry. As a man, he naturally couldn't lose face in this kind of situation. Especially in front of his woman, he had to stand firm and be tough. Now, facing Yi Chen, a new dark horse emerging, the two were at odds, with a strong sense of confrontation. A fierce fire seemed ready to erupt at any moment. Next, it would depend on how Yi Chen would respond. Mr. Zhang, you're mistaken. Yi Chen smiled and said lightly, in the financial world, it's not about age when it comes to making money. If that were the case, wouldn't my grandfather, great-grandfather, and ancestors all be the richest in the world if they were still alive and entered the stock market? Are you saying that our generation is declining, not even as good as the old folks in nursing homes? Yi Chen's words felt like a slap in Zhang Liang's face, resounding loudly. Zhang Liang squinted slightly, gritting his teeth. Young man, don't be too arrogant. His expression didn't change much, but from his eyes, one could feel a chilling coldness. His voice was low, making the surrounding atmosphere tense. If you're not arrogant, can you still be called a young man? Yi Chen was fearless, facing him head-on. You're quite something. It's been a long time since someone dared to be so bold in front of me. I'm starting to appreciate you. The new dark horse, really bold, even more so than when I first became famous. Zhang Liang's voice became sharper, like the calm before a storm. It was a dangerous signal, like a leopard about to hunt, baring its bloody mouth. The surrounding executives gasped in shock, silent. They admired Yi Chen's courage. To dare to confront Zhang Liang so boldly. Too audacious. But no one dared to show it. After all, no one wanted to offend these two financial giants. Offending either of them would not be worth it. It was better to watch from a distance. Yi Chen sat back in his seat, lit a cigarette, and smoked. Whether you're a dark horse or not, we both just know a bit about making money. I do admire Mr. Zhang, with a unique taste in women. At such a youthful age, resorting to old tricks for a cheap woman. I suddenly feel that you, the stock market genius, are nothing special. Yi Chen said casually. Yi Chen, who are you calling a cheap woman? I'll give you some guts, say it again. Zhang Liang was successfully provoked by Yi Chen, roaring in anger. Yi Chen looked up at him, coldly saying, Oh, I forgot to tell you, your woman used to be an entertainment hostess. Meeting with a top-ranking brother offline only required a gift worth 3,000 yuan. As for doing something else, just give more gifts, and you can call him daddy. In comparison, your husband doesn't seem very valuable. I used to respect you, but unfortunately, your taste is just too poor. By the way, this is the third time she and I have met. The last time was at Chunnan Hotel. Suddenly, at the end, Yi Chen didn't forget to deliver a deep blow. In an instant, the executives in the audience were all discussing, looking at the horrified expressions on their faces. This was a clear indication to the other party that your woman is nothing more than a cheap commodity that can be played with for money, and you still treat her like a treasure. Yi Chen actually dared to say such humiliating words in front of Zhang Liang. Has he gone crazy or just tired of living? You're talking nonsense, Yi Chen, stop badmouthing me here. You just can't have me, so you want to ruin me, you loser. And Ping Ping was furious and cursed loudly. Zhang Liang, upon hearing this, took a deep breath. What a sharp-tongued kid. What's the use of just talking? Everything needs to be backed up by strength. Zhang Liang laughed uncontrollably. Wei Zhonglin also saw that Zhang Liang was about to get really angry, worried that Yi Chen would suffer, so he intervened and said, Mr. Zhang, I don't think it's necessary to take this matter seriously, Yi brother. He admired Yi Chen very much. Yi Chen helped him achieve his performance. Out of gratitude, he should step in to resolve this matter. President Wei, if you don't want trouble, just shut up and stay aside. Zhang Liang slammed the table, causing the wine glasses to fall and shatter on the ground. He scolded, then pointed at Yi Chen with a hand adorned with a jade ring. Just now, you said you wanted to play, right? There are 42 minutes before the market opens. Let's each choose a stock and see whose gains are greater. I want to see if this old wave of the Yangtze River can crush this arrogant young wave. Zhang Liang's eyes were burning, as if possessed. If he didn't deal with Yi Chen today, he would be unable to swallow his anger. Moreover, there were many old friends in the business circle present. The face of the stock god must not be lost. This, sigh. Wei Zhonglin, seeing Zhang Liang's serious demeanor, couldn't help but sigh deeply. Yi brother, you're in trouble now. Although Yi Chen was indeed a recent dark horse, compared to Zhang Liang, who had been dominating the stock market for many years with his experience, he was no match, not even close. All right, Mr. Zhang, bring it on. But just playing like this is not fun, how about adding some stakes? Yi Chen looked at Zhang Liang's darkening face, crossed his legs, and said casually. Yi Chen's words were like a bomb exploding in the crowd. Provocation was one thing, confrontation was one thing, but adding stakes as well. This was too insane. Yi Chen squinted his eyes, not taking Zhang Liang seriously at all. Yes, he was deliberately provoking the other party. Everyone present feared Zhang Liang, but he did not. In other words, Zhang Liang must have accumulated a lot of virtue in his past life to be able to endure until today. At this stage, Zhang Liang should have restrained himself at this age and developed quietly. But his character was one that showed his sharpness like a sword, and by the time he sheathed it, it was already dull, too late. Tonight marked the beginning of the decline of this stock god. From tonight onwards, he would embark on a path of decline, all the way to complete collapse, destined to lose everything. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen, you're quite bold, kid. Seeing that Yi Chen was unyielding, Zhang Liang, who was furious, laughed in response. No one has ever dared to talk to me like this. How much more do you want? Name your price. Yi Chen raised his eyes and casually said, let's add 30 million. If it's too much, I'm afraid you can't afford to play. Hearing Yi Chen's brazen provocation, Zhang Liang, despite trying to control his anger, completely exploded. Ah, damn you, I'm giving you face, right. Just 30 million. Who do you think you are looking down on? 50 million, if you can't meet this amount, then get lost. He took out a pen and paper directly and wrote a check. He handed it directly to Wei Zhonglin, who could cash it at any time after his appraisal. Kid, it's your turn. Show me your capital, don't just rely on your words. Compete with me for money? I'll crush you. Zhang Liang propped up his legs and leaned back in his chair, with a cold smile on his face. And Ping Ping saw the 50 million yuan banknote and almost drooled. She knew Zhang Liang was wealthy, but she didn't expect him to be this rich. 50 million yuan. And Ping Ping was almost green with envy. It was a number she didn't dare to imagine. She immediately acted coquettishly and leaned into Zhang Liang's arms. Yi Chen shifted back and casually took out the ring he got from Han Tianzheng, placing it on the table. This ring, in no time, will be worth over 100 million, and should fetch around 60 million now. My chips, I'll raise you by 10 million. You have a hotel business in Tianhan district, right? That's about the difference in price. Yi Chen smiled slightly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang immediately showed a look of disdain. A broken ring worth 50 to 60 million, and it could reach 100 million in a while? What a ridiculous dream. A poor devil is a poor devil, even if he's boasting. It gives off a sense of desperation. Treating trash as treasure is simply laughable. And Ping Ping took the opportunity to mock, this broken ring, worth $1 billion? You poor thing, stop showing off here. The leftover change from my family's total assets could buy your life. Zhang Liang burst into laughter instantly. Huh, everyone sees it. It's not that I don't want to play with him, it's that this guy is too poor to afford it. A worthless dark horse, almost like a black ghost. Yi Chen, if you need money, just say so. Bark like a dog in front of me, and I'll give you 100,000 for each bark. This remark made everyone laugh along. A senior executive who was close to Zhang Liang laughed heartily, especially loud. Yi Chen crossed his arms and pointed to the ring, saying calmly, this ring belonged to Emperor Ming. A few days ago, it wasn't worth much, only about 20 million. But those in the know understand the significant meaning of this ring. It almost got confiscated as a cultural relic. If it were to be auctioned, the current price should be around 60 to 70 million. If you don't believe me, you can have an expert appraise it. There was a moment of silence around, followed by bursts of laughter. Some executives laughed so hard they held their stomachs, tears streaming down their faces. Two young women even squeezed their legs tightly, almost laughing uncontrollably. Old Wei, did you make a mistake this time? This is the dark horse you invited, huh? It seems Miss Anne's words are credible. This kid might really be a poor devil, just released from a mental hospital after going crazy. Not necessarily, antiques are the easiest to catch one's eye. I guess Brother Yi was fooled by someone. That must be it. Last month, my classmate spent over 7 million buying a painting, and guess what? He actually saw the shadow of Ultraman in the mountains of a landscape painting. Now that classmate is still crying at home. Ha ha ha. The people around were mocking and discussing one after another. And Ping Ping shook her head, looking at Yi Chen with a pitiful gaze, sarcastically saying, Yi Chen, I never expected that I caused you such great harm back then. You're mentally disturbed now, starting to talk nonsense. Ah, reality is so cruel. You, a loser, can't always fantasize about being with a goddess like me. We are not from the same world. With that, and Ping Ping took out 100 yuan from her bag, sneering as she tossed it to Yi Chen. You look pitiful, take this money to catch a cab, don't cry on your way back. Zhang Liang saw the situation and sat back on the sofa with a big laugh. At this point, he had completely lost interest in Yi Chen. He had thought the other party had some skills, but it turned out he was just a lunatic. He had almost been fooled. While everyone was mocking Yi Chen, only Xiao Tianhao stood aside, looking surprised. He wasn't skeptical, but rather impressed. He never expected that Yi, the old buddy, would also have knowledge of antiques, and it seemed he had made a fortune. What had he missed during this time? Since the high Tian stock, Yi Chen had changed completely, like a mushroom after a thunderstorm, shooting up uncontrollably. In just a few days, his net worth went from millions to tens of millions. In a month, his net worth had reached billions. The rings he casually took out were all such terrifying artifacts. This was too terrifying. Wei Zhonglin cleared his throat, not mocking but with an unnatural expression, feeling awkward. He raised his head and glanced at Yi Chen as if feeling guilty. However, Yi Chen remained calm and composed, not showing any signs of falsehood. Wei Zhonglin's heart stirred, and his gaze locked onto the old man in the crowd who was focused on the ring on the table. Xu Lao, you are the second-grade appraiser in our city. How about you take a look and see how much this ring is worth? Wei Zhonglin thought for a moment and politely asked. That's what I had in mind. I've been paying attention to the ring since the young man took it out, and I've been wanting to take a look. Can you let me see the ring? Xu Lao stepped forward, pointing to the ring on the table, and asked Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled, without hesitation, picked up the ring and handed it to him. The old man, who had been calm, only glanced at the ring when he received it. Suddenly, his eyes widened, his expression became serious, and his breathing quickened. His whole face turned red with excitement, and his wrinkled hands trembled violently. Old man, just take a look, don't take it seriously, quickly get rid of this poor jade. This broken ring was probably bought at the night market to fool people. This Yi Chen deceived even his father-in-law and wife, let alone you all. And Ping Ping stood with her hands on her hips and mocked. Nonsense! Do you have a say here? What do you know? Shut your mouth. Suddenly, Xu Lao spoke out, scaring and Ping Ping into instinctively closing her mouth. Xu Lao, what do you mean? Zhang Liang frowned and asked in a deep voice. As for the others around, they were also extremely surprised by Xu Lao's reaction. Xu Lao's attitude towards Zhang Liang had clearly improved a lot. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, this ring, with its antique patina and amazing craftsmanship, is made entirely of emerald jade, with a dragon-shaped shadow visible inside the ring. It's real. What is most shocking is the significance of this true dragon ancient ring. I'm sure you all know that Emperor Ming and Empress Ma had a deep and lifelong love for each other. After Empress Ma passed away, Emperor Ming mourned day and night, losing his appetite and almost dying of grief. If not for this ring, Emperor Ming might not have lived to the age of 71. This ring was made by Empress Ma for Emperor Ming while she was alive, embodying his deep longing for her. I never expected that such a true dragon ring, one of Emperor Ming's top 10 treasures, lost for so many years, would be seen by me. Xu Lao was deeply moved, his voice trembling with excitement, causing a wave of shock and awe at the scene. Xu Lao carefully handed the ring to Yi Chen and tentatively asked, Mr. Yi, are you interested in selling this ring? If Mr. Yi is interested in transferring it to me, the lowest price would be no less than 80 million. Yi Chen smiled slightly, we can discuss it in detail another day. Xu Lao, are you sure this ring is worth 80 million? Zhang Liang asked incredulously, gritting his teeth. Xu Lao, with a serious expression, patted his chest and assured, I guarantee with my personal reputation, there is absolutely no mistake. Moreover, the 80 million I mentioned is just today's market price. Because this ring has been silent before, its value has been discounted. Once it hits the market, it will be worth at least 80 million. When it meets the right collector, even a billion might be considered low. In an instant, Xu Lao's words shocked everyone. All those who mocked Yi Chen were left speechless, unable to say a word. They all gasped in unison, creating a chilling atmosphere. A ring worth over $1 billion, this is too incredible. And Ping Ping was stunned at this moment, unable to react for a long time. How could she have imagined that Yi Chen actually had such a valuable ring? If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have quarreled with him and torn her face apart. She regretted it deeply. If she had been a little more patient and continued to coax this poor guy to buy gifts for her, wouldn't she have taken off long ago? You, Yi Chen, cried poor to me before. It turns out you're not broke, you liar. And Ping Ping was furious, pointing at Yi Chen and cursing loudly. What's it to you? Are you out of your mind? Yi Chen said coldly, do you think I would spend another penny on you? Are you even worthy? After Yi Chen finished speaking coldly, he ignored the other party. And Ping Ping was furious but dared not reveal her previous relationship with Yi Chen, so she could only grit her teeth and endure it. Even Zhang Liang was moved at this moment. This was not just tens or hundreds of millions. This was worth over $1 billion. The Yi Chen in front of him had gained his full attention. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. But unfortunately, your ring will belong to me next. Someone, set up the computer. Zhang Liang sneered, waving his hand confidently. Mr. Zhang, your chips are not enough now. That hotel under your name must also be included. If you're reluctant to give it up, then write an IOU first. Yi Chen shrugged, mocking coldly. Laughable, do I, Zhang Liang, need an IOU? I have enough cash to crush you. That hotel, along with the property, is worth at least 17 million. I'll write you a check now. After saying that, Zhang Liang, with a disdainful look, confidently took out a bank draft. After writing it, he directly threw it on the table. At this moment, Zhang Liang was full of confidence. In his eyes, Yi Chen was simply there to give him money. Stock trading? In this circle, Zhang Liang had never been afraid. This greenhorn was rushing to give him money, so he naturally intended to take it all, leaving no chance. Similarly, Yi Chen was confident. At this moment, he just wanted to make a profit from Zhang Liang before he fell, to increase the leverage capital for his oil stock. As long as he could smoothly get the opponent's 50 million, plus a hotel, his plan would be much smoother. In the past, even facing a figure like Zhang Liang, let alone in a casino against small gamblers, Yi Chen always lost when gambling. But now, things were different. With his foresight ability, even if he closed his eyes, it would be difficult to lose to Zhang Liang. Because, at this moment, making money had become Yi Chen's instinct. After a while, 2 high-end fruit brand laptops were brought over and placed in front of Yi Chen and Zhang Liang. This high-stakes gamble of up to 70 to 80 million instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding executives, who all watched this top-notch showdown intently. Although they are all wealthy individuals, their net worth is based on market valuation. In terms of actual cash flow, they are far inferior to the current Yi Chen and Zhang Liang. This grand scheme involves amounts that ordinary people could never earn in a lifetime. Brother Yi, you are being too impulsive. Wei Zonglin stood beside Yi Chen, expressing his concern. Why don't you engage in something else with Zhang Liang? Why must you play with stocks? He is experienced and talented, especially his sixth sense for the stock market, which is the key to his success. There is still a chance to back out now. Don't ruin your future just for the sake of pride, brother. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, What, President Wei is afraid that I will lose everything and your performance will suffer? Don't worry, I am confident. Come on, it's not about performance. It's just that I think you are taking too much risk unnecessarily. Forget it, I can see that once you make a decision, not even the god of wealth can change it. Wei Zonglin shook his head and said with a bitter smile. Initially, when he learned that Yi Chen planned to trade leveraged crude oil, he tried to dissuade him. Little did he know, Yi Chen had a unique mindset and would not listen to others' advice. This personality trait may also be the reason for his recent financial success. Alas, it's a pity that his blind self-confidence may only lead to a wake-up call after a fall. But if he loses this round, the fall will be too great. Wei Zonglin sighed deeply, feeling sorry for Yi Chen. At that moment, Xiao Tianhao also approached Yi Chen. What, do you also want to persuade me to give up? Yi Chen looked at Xiao Tianhao with interest. However, Xiao Tianhao just smirked and said, No, brother Yi, you are like a god to me. How could I possibly advise you to retreat? I even think you are not adding enough leverage. Why did I come over here? Just curious to see the expression on that Zhang guy's face when he loses later, haha. Brother Hao, it's always you who understands me the best. Yi Chen laughed heartily. You two trash talkers, boasting arrogantly. You will cry later. And Ping Ping, seeing Yi Chen so smug, naturally felt unhappy. Xiao Tianhao had long found her displeasing, his veins bulging as he slammed the table and shouted, You damn woman, stop pretending in front of me. Just because you found a backer, you think you can act all high and mighty in front of me. A woman of your caliber, who would be interested in you, is the one truly embarrassing. Your taste doesn't even match sitting at the same table with me. The so-called stock god, with all your money, let me teach you what true enjoyment is. With that, Xiao Tianhao took out his phone and made a call. Soon, a woman in a super short cheongsam and high heels walked over step by step. The woman had a curvaceous figure, fair and smooth skin, exquisite features, a height of 1.7 meters, a perky peach-shaped bottom, and a full and round figure. Many of the executives present, accustomed to seeing beauty, couldn't help but swallow hard when they saw her. Brother Hao, she's here. When the woman arrived, she leaned directly on Xiao Tianhao. Xiao Tianhao, holding the woman, walked over to Zhang Liang and in Ping, raising his chin proudly. Zhang, do you see that? You are considered a prominent figure, but your taste in women is worse than a dog's. Look at your woman, so skinny, like she's been starved. Are you sure you're not a dog turned human, always gnawing on bones? After speaking, Xiao Tianhao boldly embraced the girl's body, his hands wandering freely. Although Xiao Tianhao's actions seemed crude, the so-called gentlemen present couldn't help but envy him. Who wouldn't want to be intimate with such a top-notch woman? Alas, they could only blame themselves for not living as freely and boldly as Xiao Tianhao, the nouveau riche. And Ping's face turned red with humiliation, almost losing all self-respect. But her looks were far weaker than the woman in front of her. She didn't even have the courage to retort. You. And Ping pointed at Xiao Tianhao, but couldn't speak. What about me? Get lost, you trash. Even if I have money, I won't play with you. Ha ha, Xiao Tianhao said arrogantly. At this moment, Zhang Liang couldn't hold back anymore. In comparison, and Ping's looks were indeed average. The more he compared, the less interested he became. Zhang Liang stared at the woman next to Xiao Tianhao, gentlemanly smiling and asking, Miss, I am Zhang Liang, the executive director of Haotian Group. Can we get to know each other? Zhang Liang's eyes were full of eagerness, almost piercing through, eager and greedy. As usual, he only needed to beckon, and any woman who knew his reputation would crazily rush into his arms, impossible to drive away. The woman in front of him, although good-looking, exuded a strong worldly aura, obviously the kind of woman who was money-minded. Wasn't this kind of woman the type to offer herself with just a flick of a finger? Zhang Liang licked his lips, extremely excited. However, the woman frowned, playfully saying, Get to know me? Forget it, looking at your face, I don't like it. I can give you money, a lot of money. Zhang Liang gritted his teeth, feeling a hint of anger. Unexpectedly, the woman refused so decisively, he opened his mouth again to offer a condition. Money? Fine, Xiao always gives me $1 million every month. You have to give me $2 million, because I don't like you. Give me enough money, and I can roll in bed with you now. The woman said disdainfully. However, Zhang Liang fell silent. He couldn't continue. If he spoke, he would lose face. The great stock god, being looked down upon, had to resort to spending twice as much money as others just to find a woman. Wasn't this being a big sucker? Coward, pretending when you're broke. The woman rolled her eyes, hanging onto Xiao Tianhao's arm, showing intimacy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang coldly said, Yi-chun, how about a bonus? I won this round, this woman will go with me tonight, under my disposal. Suddenly, Zhang Liang spoke again, adding another request. His gaze towards the woman was also sinister, making her shiver, feeling a sense of horror. You lost, didn't you? Yi-chun squinted slightly. At that moment, and Ping stepped forward boldly, saying, If Mr. Zhang loses, I will go with you. And Ping raised her eyebrows, full of provocation. Ping, you're really good, rest assured, if I lose, I won't treat you unfairly. Zhang Liang showed a satisfied expression upon hearing this. He liked sensible women. Upon hearing this, and Ping was even more excited. Dare or not, Yi-chen, you useless person. And Ping continued to taunt. I'm not interested in someone like you. If I win, just let me train you for 3 minutes. Yi-chen smiled coldly. Fine, it's settled then. Zhang Liang was also extremely pleased, slamming the table. At this moment, it was time for the market to open. This round was truly exciting. Everyone's eyes lit up, full of anticipation. Yi-chen and Zhang Liang took their positions, their eyes fixed on the computer screen. Stock prices fluctuated, it was truly unpredictable. No one could guess what would happen next. Except for Yi-chen. At this moment, his gaze had already fallen on the designated stock. Blue Gold stock. After opening the stock, Yi-chen squinted, seeing the falling stock, his confidence surged even more. According to his foresight, this stock would experience a limit down first, then skyrocket, all the way to the limit up. Unfortunately, after a single stroke, everything calmed down, and there was no follow-up to create any waves. To put it bluntly, there was no great potential, and it was not part of Yi-chen's long-term plan. However, it was just right for a bet against Zhang Liang. At this moment, it seemed like Blue Gold stock was about to hit the limit down. I choose Blue Gold stock, betting on it hitting the limit up. Yi Chen suddenly raised his head and said with a firm tone. As soon as he spoke, many financial executives around him showed mocking expressions. This stock had been quiet for a long time, at least half a year. The market makers neither manipulated nor adjusted it intentionally because its performance was too poor. It was well known in the circle that when other stocks rose, this one would fall. After experiencing a heavy blow, how could it possibly make a comeback now? In any case, Yi Chen's choice was simply crazy. Ah, young people, they are just too impulsive, daring to play with anything. Immediately, there was a lot of whispering and discussion in the crowd. It's over, this time Yi Chen is going to lose the ring. Even if he is arrogant, he is still a young man, too inexperienced. Heh, I thought this Yi guy had some great skills, turns out it's just this. This kind of blind gambling is beyond my expectations. I thought they were a group of dark horses, but it's really disappointing. Zhang, you don't need to choose anymore, just announce the end. Heh, experience matters, what can you compare with Zhang? He chose shares from Tianyi Group, a company with enough reputation in the industry, not to mention the trend, it's almost guaranteed to rise by 100%. You're just blindly choosing. Isn't that just a stagnant pool? There's no need to continue comparing. After hearing this, Zhang Liang raised his eyebrows and sarcastically said, Yi Chen is a dark horse, he naturally has his own unique vision. Anticipating the rise of Maotai in advance, and knowing that the shares of Haitian Group would skyrocket, isn't that a divine ability? What if it rises? Ha ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, the Blue Gold Group shares selected by Yi Chen instantly hit the limit down. However, Yi Chen bet on hitting the limit up. In an instant, it seemed to confirm everyone's speculation. Oh my god, this guy is really wasting money. He has a lot of money, he just likes excitement. Unfortunately, even if there are miracles in the stock market, they are still miracles, existing only in 1 in a million chances. Just admit defeat, sigh. Mocking laughter filled the venue, becoming more and more intense. Wei Zonglin and Xiao Tianhao, who were originally confident, now looked very ugly. It's rising, it's rising. Look at the shares of Tianyi chosen by Zhang. With everyone's exclamation, they all saw the shares chosen by Zhang Liang, which ushered in a wave of high gains. In comparison, the winner was clear. Yi Chen's defeat was miserable, it was a complete disaster. Zhang Liang laughed wildly, holding his chin with both hands, and taunted, Yi Chen, your broken stock has no chance left. This ring is mine. And that woman, didn't she dislike me? Now, come over here immediately, kneel down and lick my shoes clean, until they are spotless, ha ha. No wonder Zhang Liang added the condition of involving the woman. It turned out that because the woman had just disrespected him, it ignited his anger, and he was meticulous. Little girl, don't forget, there are my shoes too, but remember, I want you to lick the soles of my shoes. And Ping Ping also chimed in with a cold laugh. At this moment, the woman next to Xiao Tianhao turned pale, shaking Xiao Tianhao's arm, pleading, Brother Hao, what should we do, help me. Xiao Tianhao sighed, just about to take out money to compensate her. But before he could say anything, a loud roar suddenly sounded beside him. It's rising, damn, it's rising. Wei Zonglin was excited, shouting loudly, even his veins were popping out. Manager Wei, your reaction speed is too slow, we all saw it, Zhang's Tianyi shares have risen a lot. Yes, we have been watching it all along, you are making a big deal out of nothing. No, look at what brother Yi Chen chose. Look, Wei Zonglin completely ignored them, staring at the screen intently, stuttering as he spoke. As his words fell, everyone's hearts raced, and they all hurriedly ran behind Yi Chen, eyes fixed on the screen. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened. Their breath almost stopped. Damn, what a scene! It was truly an unimaginable spectacle. It's rising, it's really rising. Brother Ye's chosen Blue Gold Group shares are really rising, look at that big green candlestick. Am I dreaming? Someone wake me up. Oh my god, it's skyrocketing, soaring all the way, too fierce. Such a fierce surge turned into a raging wave, directly pushing Tianyi shares to the limit of the trading halt. From hitting the lower limit to the upper limit, it was a matter of minutes. The resulting outcome was earth-shattering. Everyone's mouths were wide open, unable to breathe, completely unable to believe their eyes. Zhang Liang's face was full of veins, his face so dark that it seemed like water could drip out, his eyeballs were bloodshot. He grabbed the computer. His whole face pressed against the screen, as if he wanted to dive in and see clearly. Seeing the clear trading halt limit, his heart raced, his breath trembled, and he looked like he was having a seizure. In just a few minutes, this newly emerged monster stock made him lose nearly 70 million. 70 million! Even the luxurious Tianfu villa, ranked 6th in the city, could be bought. This amount of cash could instantly elevate a beggar's net worth to the top. Damn! This is a typhoon. Hundreds of thousands of shares directly hit the limit. Finally, someone reacted, taking a sharp breath. At this moment, everyone woke up. A prehistoric beast, this was a prehistoric beast. The look in everyone's eyes towards Yi Chen was no longer disdainful, but filled with fanaticism. I've never seen such a miraculous trend in my life. There were absolutely no signs. It's too abnormal. Zhang Liang really took a big fall this time. At this moment, Yi Chen, in everyone's eyes, he was like a god, admired from the bottom of their hearts. Especially Wei Zhonglin, who was extremely excited at this moment. He had been worried about the other party before, but it turned out he was overthinking. Yi Chen didn't care at all. He had long been confident of winning. No wonder during the bet, he didn't panic at all. He seemed as calm as if nothing had happened. Many CEOs even wanted to stand beside Yi Chen, but when they thought of their crazy mockery of Yi Chen just now, even if their faces were thick, they could only step back. Standing there looking at each other, their hearts were filled with regret. Who is this young man after all? Xiao Tianhao must have saved the galaxy in his past life, to be able to befriend such a living immortal. Wei Zhonglin sighed in his heart. If he had known Yi Chen one step earlier than Xiao Tianhao, he would probably have taken off by now. At this moment, Yi Chen made a move. He reached out and calmly took back his ring, putting it back in his pocket. Then, he casually picked up the bank draft on Zhang Liang's table and put it in his pocket. Thank you, General Zhang, for your strong support. Yi Chen then looked at Zhang Liang indifferently, smiling. After speaking, he prepared to leave. Hold on. Suddenly, Zhang Liang roared, his face full of anger, his face so red it looked like it was bleeding. The whole person's movements and expressions looked very ferocious. In addition to the hotel industry, that's worth 60 to 70 million. Zhang Liang's heart for killing is almost there. But soon, he calmed down. With so many people watching, if he were to back out, he wouldn't be able to mix in the future, and he wouldn't need to worry about his reputation. Although he was domineering in the circle, he also had many archenemies and enemies. There are quite a few people who want to see him in trouble. Right now, the boss is already watching closely, and if he does something out of line now, he might be instantly taken down. The atmosphere also quieted down with his roar. But in an instant, Zhang Liang had calmed down, wiping away the cold sweat. At this moment, and Ping Ping, who was puzzled, reached out and pulled Zhang Liang. Zhang, why did he take the money away? That's 50 million, hurry and get it back. You said you would buy me a Hermes bag, 50 million? Any small change would be enough, quickly. And Ping Ping hadn't finished speaking. Smack! Zhang Liang slapped her hard without hesitation. He almost vented all his anger on this slap. And Ping Ping let out a piercing scream, sitting paralyzed on the ground, blood flowing from her mouth and nose. The nose that was just done with plastic surgery is now crooked again. However, Zhang Liang's face was full of ferocity, like an angry tiger roaring, "Shut up, you jinxed woman. If you say another word, I'll break your legs." And Ping Ping covered her crooked nose, too scared to make a sound. You don't have to say it. I've forgotten. I won. I can train her for 3 minutes. Yi Chen suddenly turned around, smiling and said, Zhang Liang, any objections? Can't handle it? The first half of the evening was dominated by Zhang Liang's powerful aura and connections. But now, he had completely kicked Zhang Liang down, pressing him to the ground and rubbing him hard. Nonsense! I can't handle it? Zhang Liang growled, his eyes glanced at Ping Ping sitting on the ground. With just one look, Ping Ping was so scared that she knelt down on the spot. Kneeling straight. She dare not have any resistance now. Okay, kneel for 3 minutes, don't stand up until 3 minutes are up. After seeing this, Yi Chen finally showed a satisfied smile and then turned and left. Zhang Liang, like a mad beast, grabbed Ping Ping's hair and dragged her out. Everyone just shook their heads. It seems that this woman is going to be tortured to death tonight. Reduced to a tool for venting. At this moment, many people at the scene finally woke up from the shock just now and felt a sense of schadenfreude in their hearts. They usually dared not speak out against Zhang Liang. But now, Zhang Liang had a tragic death, losing millions in one night, which might even affect his cash flow. After all, Zhang Liang, as a stock market tycoon, had most of his wealth invested in shares, which was the foundation of his wealth. Many people also followed suit, wanting to take the opportunity to make friends with Yi Chen and pave the way for the future. But at this moment, Yi Chen had already left in a car with Wei Zhonglin and others. The next morning, in a luxurious office, Yi Chen sat on the sofa drinking tea, while Xiao Tianhao had an anxious and expectant look on his face. You know, the crude oil futures that Yi Chen has been preparing for are the second-ranked oil field in the world. In recent years, the trend of crude oil has always been controlled by world-class capital. Among them are the legendary Rothschild family. the Saudi family, and even the Walton family. Just pick one, they are all wealthy enough to rival a country. It is said that the top-ranked Rothschild family controls 40% of the global economy. Many countries go to them for loans during wars, almost like gods among merchants. The trend of crude oil futures has been stable under the control of these economic giants. Want to make money? Unless your wealth exceeds theirs, or you are extremely close to them. But that's almost impossible. In front of these true giants, ordinary people can only make a little profit on the side, perhaps becoming the richest in their city, or even the entire province. Most of the world's financial magnates, capital, and families control shares of important resources, so ordinary people shouldn't even think about getting a piece of the pie from them. But this time, Yi Chen is going to take a risk. This is why Xiao Tianhao is so uneasy and sweating profusely. Because it's too risky. At this moment, Wei Zhanglin walked in wearing a suit, looking very serious. He reached out his hands and handed a Centurion gold card to Yi Chen. Yi, the card is ready, activated, consider it your savings account. The leverage is also ready on this end. How much do you plan to invest? Wei Zhanglin took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. Last night, Yi Chen was too terrifying. He had truly made a name for himself. He won big, cutting down more than 70 million from the stock god Zhangliang. And with the funds he already had, plus the ring that increased in value every day in his possession, his net worth was already terrifyingly high for everyone. So young, and all achieved by himself. In Wei Zhonglin's eyes, Yi Chen is truly a legendary figure. Cash, 210 million, plus if this ring is used as collateral, I wonder how much leverage the bank can give me? Yi Chen suddenly said with a smile. Wei Zhonglin sighed. He couldn't even stop yesterday's gambling match. What about now? Well, I know I can't persuade you, so I'll try to do my best for you. The two traders are also here. Let's go to the next room. Wei Zhanglin led Yi Chen and Xiao Tianhao into the next room. The two young traders, a man and a woman, were already prepared. When they saw Yi Chen and the others come in, they all stood up, showing respect on their faces. President Wei, the crude oil futures are ready to open positions at any time. Now it depends on how much capital you're willing to invest. One of the young traders said respectfully. Yi Chen, I can help you with a leverage of 20 times, that's my limit. In other words, I can leverage your initial capital of 200 million 20 times, turning it into 4 billion. At this moment, Wei Zhanglin was also extremely nervous. This operation was a big risk for him. If Yi Chen had any problems with trading crude oil futures, even a small mistake, the 4 billion would be gone in an instant. His position as vice president would also be over. President Wei, don't be nervous, trust me, leave the rest to me. Yi Chen smiled, seeing President Wei's tension. He reached out and patted his shoulder. Well, those few billion of yours are not even worth a small mistake. You should be the one nervous, not me. You young people are too crazy, too bold, Wei Zhanglin said, but he nervously took out a cigarette and went to the window to smoke. He couldn't bear to look at the stock prices. On the other hand, Yi Chen walked lightly behind the young traders, handing over the card. The money he won yesterday had all been deposited into the card, totaling over 210 million in cash. With a base capital of 210 million, leveraged 20 times, he now had funds that could be controlled up to 40 billion. In terms of US dollars, it's equivalent to $5.6 billion. With such a large sum, internationally, he would be considered a wealthy businessman. Next, follow my commands completely. Quickly check the recent crude oil prices. As Yi Chen's voice fell, the two traders, a man and a woman, immediately froze. They were curious about Yi Chen's identity. Wei Zhanglin also turned back and said lightly, do as he says, he is the true owner of this fund. Boom! Like a thunderbolt on a clear day, the male and female traders were all stunned, instinctively turned their heads in surprise, looking at the young face in front of them. It seemed that even at an age under 30, he had 2 billion in funds. Not only that, he also wanted a 20-fold leverage to play in crude oil futures. Wealth, charisma, and boldness all appeared on one man. Even if this person was very ugly, he would probably be instantly beautified by countless halos, with a 10-fold filter forcibly installed in the eyes. Especially the girl, her eyes were full of amazement. Wealth is a comprehensive symbol of a man's ability, strength, and status. No woman can escape this law. Yes, sir. The young man reacted first, quickly typing on the keyboard to check the crude oil prices. He had been too surprised just now, his mouth had been open for too long, and the corners of his mouth were sore. Sir, the recent crude oil price is $29 per barrel, with no significant fluctuations. The biggest fluctuation was in 2019, due to a disaster during the transportation of crude oil, which caused the price to rise to $31 per barrel that month. the young man said earnestly while staring at the screen. Yi Chen pondered for a moment and said calmly, according to the current real-time price, with leverage on the principle, buy all in, go all in. As Yi Chen's voice fell, the brows of the male and female traders twitched fiercely, and their hands trembled. Even though they had been mentally prepared, hearing it still made their hearts tremble. This was 40 billion. 6 billion US dollars. The young man in front of them had actually directly purchased over 17,000 lots. One lot was equivalent to 1,000 barrels. However, when Yi Chen saw the back-end orders placed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Tianhao also bought 30 million shares. This was all the funds he had. He wasn't as crazy and ruthless as Yi Chen, even though he had full trust in Yi Chen. He simply didn't dare to leverage. He was not Yi Chen. Trust was 100%, but courage was only 50%. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Next, it was time to wait. He walked out of the office, went to the rooftop of the bank building, and pondered some issues while enjoying the breeze. Xiao Tianhao followed, carrying a beer. In the room, the male and female traders experienced a heart-pounding scene and sat paralyzed in their chairs, with mixed feelings in their hearts. The girl wiped the cold sweat off her face, took deep breaths, and unbuttoned her shirt, revealing the edge of a pink bra, her chest snow-white. The young man glanced, swallowed his saliva, then quickly turned his head away, and hurriedly changed the subject, saying, I was so scared, 40 billion, just thrown out like that. Manager, who is that person after all? He looks so young, yet he has 2 billion in funds. The young man's face was full of admiration, then he sighed deeply and said, it's a pity, after 6 billion US dollars flow out of the market, in the vast world of international crude oil, not even a ripple will be stirred, it will be silently swallowed up. Wei Zhonglin turned back and said lightly, who is he? It doesn't matter. If he succeeds, you can call him Mr. Yi, if he fails, just call him Little Yi. He made a cold, humorous joke. The girl fell into thought, expressing a pessimistic attitude, saying, I feel the odds are not great. She herself was knowledgeable about stocks. That mysterious Mr. Yi had courage, but unfortunately, he was destined to return empty-handed. With 40 billion entering the international market, it was just a drop in the bucket, unable to make any waves. Wei Zhonglin joked with a smile, Hanmei, your dad told me a long time ago that if he found a suitable match, he would introduce you to a billionaire immediately. How about this Mr. Yi? He looks quite young. If you like him, I can put in a good word for you. However, the girl named Hanmei shook her head and said, President Wei, don't listen to my dad. I'm not interested in dating yet, and the person I like is a billionaire. Although he is young and wealthy, he only has 2 billion. I'm not interested in him at all. Moreover, he invested his money in crude oil stocks. At this point, Hanmei paused and looked around. Making sure Yi Chen was not around, she covered her mouth with her hand and whispered, to be frank, it's impossible to make money from crude oil. This 2 billion is like throwing a piece of meat to a dog, it's impossible to get it back. Wei Zhonglin's heart sank upon hearing this. Hanmei was very knowledgeable about stocks, almost professional. In the financial industry, she was considered outstanding among the younger generation and had some reputation in the circle. Her analysis was definitely not to be underestimated. This was the international market, and anyone with some common sense knew that without any major events, the crude oil futures would not rise too dramatically. Ah! Suddenly, the young man next to them let out a scream, startling Wei Zhonglin and Hanmei. Wei Dong, are you crazy? You scared me. Hanmei covered her fluctuating chest and even kicked him in the leg, clearly shaken. Don't be so jumpy, have some composure. It's a tense moment now. Be serious. Wei Zhonglin also reprimanded. No, President. Something big has happened. Come and see. Open the news headlines, it's the top trending topic. After the young man spoke, Wei Zhonglin took out his phone as well. Even Hanmei glanced at it. Shocking. The world's third largest oil field in the Middle East is closed. Oil field on fire, pipelines exploded. Middle Eastern executives mourn on international media. Moments later, Wei Zhonglin's eyes widened, his phone slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. What's her name? No, my legs are a bit weak. What Mei? Han Mei. No, what's wrong with my mouth? Wei Zhonglin was so excited that his adrenaline surged, he slapped himself hard. Let me see, which market did Yi Chen buy into? Quick! Wei Zhonglin stuttered, finally managing to get the words out. The two traders suddenly woke up, their eyes widened, staring at the screen. When they saw the slow growth in the trend, they couldn't control their expressions anymore. In their lifetime, seeing all the shocking rumors combined couldn't compare to what they were witnessing now. It's rising! It's rising! Brother Yi bought into the Middle East oil field market. It's going up! It's going up! the price per barrel has increased by $0.3, and it's not stopping. Wei Dong almost bit his tongue, his eyes wide open, his thyroid seemed to have a problem, his neck stiff, pointing at the screen with his finger, his mouth moving but no sound coming out. The next moment, he fell off his chair. It's rising! It's rising! It's soaring! Wei Dong, like a child who just landed, choked for a moment, then roared out loud. As for Hanmei, she sat in her chair, stunned, her beautiful eyes almost popping out of their sockets. On the screen, crude oil futures were still skyrocketing. Currently, it had risen from $29 per barrel to $32 per barrel. The initial investment of $4 billion in crude oil futures had instantly earned over $40 million US. Yes, in an instant, they made over 300 million Chinese yuan. And this was just the beginning. So much so that everyone in the room felt suffocated at that moment. At this moment, Yi Chen and Xiao Tianhao also returned. When Xiao Tianhao learned about the crazy surge in crude oil futures, he was also excited, holding his computer with red eyes, his face full of excitement, as if he had taken chicken blood. He was so excited that he was shaking uncontrollably. Xiao Tianhao came to his senses, shouted a few times, hurriedly took out blood pressure medication from his pocket, and took several pills in succession, preventing himself from passing out. Only Yi Chen, after coldly glancing at the screen, sat down on a chair, calm as a still lake. According to his foresight, there were countless ways to make money. Betting on crude oil? That's just one of them. However, this money-making method is truly violent, making a quick profit in an instant. You should know that the opportunity to pull teeth from the mouths of world-class tycoons is rare. Really rare. Speaking of which, Yi Chen is quite grateful to An Pingping and Zhang Liang. If it weren't for Zhang Liang's sudden capital injection, he would have made a lot less money. At this moment, crude oil futures were roaring like a typhoon, stirring in all directions. It's madness. Stock traders around the world are going crazy at this moment. The sudden large fluctuations have overturned everyone's understanding and set new records. However, only a few dare to enter the market. You can either lose everything in an instant or become instantly wealthy. The stakes are too high. Even if you invest billions, it's just a small wave in the ocean. Either become a huge wave or be instantly submerged. Even with billions in personal funds, one still dares not invest too much. People like Yi Chen, who dare to use super leverage, are rare, and even Xiao Tianhao, who was influenced by Yi Chen, is already considered a big player, mostly going all in. A storm of blood and violence has begun, especially the big financial magnates, capital, and financial giants have all felt the impending eruption. The atmosphere is dark, with a sense of impending disaster. Currently, it's all about buying frantically, with no selling. There are no more liquid futures in the market, meaning that crude oil has value but no market, and those who want to reduce their positions and buy in, even if they have sensed the scent of money, have no chance to enter. The feast of destruction has swept through wave after wave, causing global turmoil. As a strategic military resource, oil, and even essential commodities for life, all major nations have entered the market, frantically fighting for the remaining futures. No one would have expected that in such an international market, a young man from the East would emerge. It can be said that as an individual, Yi Chen has already reached the peak. An individual cannot compete with a nation. An individual cannot compete with the heritage of centuries-old families. Compared to the units controlled by nations, and even the world's financial magnates and tycoons, Yi Chen's funds are just a drop in the bucket. However, even so, he still stands tall at the forefront, monopolizing the lead, as if a deity. A true dark horse, shining brightly. Currently, the price of oil has soared from the original $29 to a terrifying $59. At this moment, everyone in the industrial and commercial bank office was numb. Money, for a nation, is just numbers, while resources are the real deal. When it comes to war, gold, and resources, that's capital, everything else is just a passing cloud. This has led to the scarcity of crude oil futures, making them even more precious, with demand skyrocketing. The exaggerated price increase made Xiao Tianhao excited, sweating profusely, his face flushed, repeatedly asking Yi Chen when to sell. From Yi Chen's initial response to his eventual silence, Xiao Tianhao was so scared that he didn't dare to make any moves. He regretted it. He was filled with remorse. He hated himself for being so timid. Why didn't he dare to follow Yi Chen and use leverage? If you also double your leverage, the amount of crude oil futures in his hands can be doubled. The money earned will also double. Wei Zonglin was unprecedentedly excited, constantly serving tea and water to Yi Chen, almost massaging his shoulders and legs. He stood behind Yi Chen like an old eunuch, staring intently at the screen. Until Wei Dong shouted, "It's up to $60. Yi Chen then opened his eyes, remained silent for a moment, and calmly said, "Sell all." As Yi Chen's words fell, Wei Dong was stunned and asked in confusion, Mr. Yi, can this momentum still rise, are you sure? Yi Chen frowned, remained silent, and his face turned extremely cold. Why ask? Hurry up. Wei Zhonglin was also furious, with a cold face urging. Wei Dong and Han Mei were finally scared, immediately following Yi Chen's instructions, placing all crude oil futures orders for sale. As for Xiao Tianhao, he didn't need anyone to remind him. When Yi Chen spoke the first sentence, he obediently started to act. At this moment, the crude oil market was booming, with many countries, financial giants, capital, and tycoons closely watching the market. Once there was an order, they didn't even look at the price, just bought it. Suddenly, a huge order of more than 1,700 lots appeared, instantly attracting attention and then being devoured. Yi Chen and the others placed such a large order, which was like throwing a piece of meat into a pack of hungry wolves, instantly devoured. Report, all sold in seconds. Wei Dong exclaimed as he watched a large sum of money flowing into the account. I have calculated it here, after deducting commissions and costs, a total profit of. Han Mei paused, turned to look at Yi Chen, and tremblingly said, over 2 billion. Because she was too excited, Han Mei's face turned red, her heart pounding, and she said in a voice that was shaking to the extreme. She personally controlled this huge sum of money. She witnessed a young man whose net worth increased by over 2 billion in just one day. His net worth soared by over 40 billion. Even robbing a bank couldn't match the speed of making money. Congratulations, Yi Chen, you have entered the top 100 richest people in our Huaxia. With your current assets, you have entered the top 100. At this moment, Wei Zhonglin was so excited that he was trembling all over, reaching out his hand and tightly shaking Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen just smiled faintly. Top 100 richest in the country? With so many hidden billionaires in the country, his money couldn't really make it to the top 100. However, in terms of cash flow, perhaps he could still compete within the top 100. Even so, he was proud enough. In just 6.5 hours, his funds increased from 200 million to 2 billion, a 20-fold increase, completely breaking the world record. This miracle scene happened in the second-tier city of Longzhou. A young man under 30. With everything settled, Yi Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Chen stood up quietly and shook hands with Wei Zhonglin, saying solemnly, those things are not very important to me. President Wei, thank you for your trust. In return, I will deposit 2 billion in fixed funds in your bank. If there are no major accidents, I will not easily use this fund. But on the day I need it, I hope President Wei can be more generous. As Yi Chen finished speaking, Wei Zhonglin was about to explode with excitement. This huge sum of money, deposited in the bank, not to mention a year's performance, even next year's entire performance was completed in advance. If this was reported, with the recommendation of the former president, the position of president would be almost guaranteed. Mr. Yi, I won't say anything sentimental, let's discuss the specifics later. I am Wei Zhonglin. If anything goes wrong, you can use this hand to hit me to death. Wei Zhonglin shook Yi Chen's hand, his voice choked up. At his age, with only a few years left until retirement, being able to get a promotion before retiring was his long-awaited dream. It was Yi Chen who brought him this opportunity, which was like a second chance at life. Lao Wei, your words are quite melodramatic, Yi Chen said with a slight smile. Let's go, I'll treat today, we won't come back until we're drunk. Wei Zhonglin wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and was about to take Yi Chen out for a big meal. At this moment, Han Mei walked over, secretly glanced at Yi Chen, then walked to Wei Zhonglin's side, ready to inquire about Yi Chen's personal situation. Yi Chen suddenly said, another day, my child and wife are waiting at home, I want to tell them this good news. Wei Zhonglin didn't insist, as eating and drinking could wait, and besides, Yi Chen going home to be with his wife and child was the right thing to do. Yi Chen greeted them and walked towards Xiao Tianhao. At this moment, Xiao Tianhao grinned, drooling, and kept laughing foolishly. Tianhao, did you have a stroke? Yi Chen was also speechless. Han Mei, what did you just say? Wei Zhonglin turned back, puzzled. By this time, Han Mei was already stunned, suddenly feeling like she had missed something important and became very despondent. Han Mei forced a smile and said, nothing, I'll leave first, branch manager. Why leave? Let's celebrate. We achieved our targets today, you two have also made contributions. You guys can't escape the bonus this month, let's go, let's celebrate. Wei Zhonglin was really excited, he couldn't let her leave, so he directly took his two subordinates and headed outside. Han Mei kept looking back, staring at Yi Chen's back, infatuated and unwilling to let go. In that moment, she felt that compared to all the men pursuing her, the man in front of her was like a bright moon compared to a grain of rice. What is a man? This is it. In the midst of laughter, his net worth soared by 40 billion. Calm and composed, confident and light-hearted, exuding the unique aura of a successful man. Damn it! Yi buddy, although I made over 50 million this time, I regret it so much. But, I'm actually quite satisfied. Now I'm about to become a billionaire. After Xiao Tianhao closed his mouth, he hugged Yi Chen's hands and started his excited speech. Alright, go back and celebrate with your wife, I have to go back too. Yi Chen smiled and walked outside. Looking at the time, it was already evening. He took out his phone and looked at the balance inside, then suddenly smiled. In front of others, his net worth soared by 40 billion, but he remained calm and composed. That's because this joy was something no one else was qualified to share with him, only his family, his wife, and daughter. Thinking of this, Yi Chen took a deep breath, took out his phone and made a call. A moment later, Qin Meiyun answered. Qin Demiran, can you spare some time for dinner? Yi Chen's lips curled up, his voice gentle. He had never been so joyful before and couldn't wait to share it. Nonsense. I'm still at work at this time. If you're free, buy some food for Tong Tong, she's probably hungry at home. Recently, Fatty's sister has been too busy with buying a house, she doesn't even have time for Tong Tong. On the other end of the phone, Qin Meiyun was busy calculating finances with her head down. This month, her sales performance was quite good. She could earn over 3,000 just from commissions, plus her basic salary, a total of 5,000 yuan. Days, finally there is a glimmer of hope. But when she thought about the debt owed by Yi Chen, she also felt a headache. However, after some consideration, when the salary is deposited into the account later, she will first repay 4,000, leaving over 1,000, which is enough to cover next month's expenses. Maybe she could even take Tong Tong out to improve their diet. Unfortunately, on her parents' side, she was also struggling. She couldn't support the elderly couple at all. Qin Meiyun lowered her head, her face filled with guilt, feeling like a failure as a daughter. Yi Chen smiled and said, alright, I'll go pick up Tong Tong first, then when you're done, I'll come pick you up. There's something good I want to tell you tonight. After saying that, Yi Chen hung up the phone without waiting for a response, then took a taxi straight to the Apple community. As for Qin Meiyun, she didn't take Yi Chen's words seriously at all. After getting off work at 6 o'clock, she saw that her salary had been deposited, went to the bank to withdraw money, and then headed straight to the loan company. When she arrived at the front desk, Qin Meiyun, with a smile on her face, asked, "Excuse me, is Manager Xiao still here?" Manager Xiao is in his office, but he's about to leave soon. If you need to see him, you should hurry. The receptionist quickly replied. Okay. Thank you. Qin Meiyun hesitantly answered, holding the envelope with 4,000 yuan. She came to Manager Zhao's office door and lightly knocked. Come in. With the sound of the voice, Qin Meiyun took a deep breath. Every month before, she had to come to repay the debt owed by Yi Chen. This month was no exception. After each repayment, she lost all hope for life. The money owed by Yi Chen was like a mountain pressing down on her, making it hard for her to breathe. Her current mood was the same. She mustered all her strength and walked in with her exhausted body. Manager Xiao, I'm here to repay the money. I'm really sorry, I can only afford to pay you this much every month. Don't worry, next month, I will pay you an extra 1,000. Here is 4,000, please take it first. Afraid that the other party would be dissatisfied, Qin Meiyun handed over the money with a smile, humbly promising to repay more next month. She hoped that the other party would be lenient towards Yi Chen. Although Qin Meiyun's tone was humble, it was also sincere. After all, Manager Xiao, although a bit stern, was considered polite in the loan industry. In the past, when collecting debts, most of the time they only dealt with Yi Chen, rarely troubling her as a weak woman. When Manager Xiao saw that it was Qin Meiyun, he quickly put down what he was holding and hurried over. Ah, Sister May. Forget about this money, I've already retired and don't plan to work anymore. As for the money you owed before, forget about it. Sister May, please have a seat. In fact, Manager Xiao was here today to pack up and leave. He had already withdrawn his shares some time ago. The boss behind the scenes, Mr. Li, had tried to persuade him to stay, but after Manager Zhao's sudden rise in status, there was not only envy but also jealousy. They could only watch helplessly as Manager Xiao withdrew his shares and left, and had to be polite and not offend him. At this moment, Qin Meiyun was dumbfounded. No need to repay? Sister May? What were all these words? Was it an illusion? Manager Xiao scratched his head, seeing Qin Meiyun standing still, he smiled and said, No. Sister May, don't you know that you've been kept in the dark by Brother Yi? That's not right, Brother Yi is not that kind of person. He made so much money, the first thing he should have told you. And, whether it was Brother Yi or me, we should have told you about the previous 1 million, it's long gone. When Manager Xiao said this, Qin Meiyun finally came to her senses. Indeed, Yi Chen had told her about this. It's just that Yi Chen said it so casually. It's just like owing money and not returning it, it's only natural. Xiao Tianhao was even more outrageous. He politely sent her away at the time, telling her not to repay. It's a bit presumptuous for her to come and repay the money. President Xiao, don't joke around, that's $1 million. Qin Meiyun frowned, emphasizing seriously. The fact that the other party could give her more time to repay the money was already satisfying enough. $1 million, forgiven just like that? To her, it was like a windfall, clearly a trap. She didn't believe it. Sister, this amount of money is nothing to Brother Yi Chen, not even worth mentioning. I guess he hasn't told you about this yet. He blew up the world's second largest oil field, don't you know? Xiao Tianhao joked with a smile. This joke was not at all excessive. Yi Chen was so accurate in his predictions that he had reached an extraordinary level. With extremely frightening leverage, he made a crazy profit of 4 billion in crude oil futures. In the eyes of him and Wei Zhonglin, when Yi Chen was said to have blown up the oil field, they believed it. What was most terrifying was Yi Chen's timing for selling. It was simply miraculous. Sell immediately at $60. This wave of operations was simply masterful. As Yi Chen sold, the price of crude oil soared to $60 and then began to drop instantly. The latest news on television reported that crude oil futures prices were falling because the country had begun to draw on reserves to fill the gap. Each piece of news confirmed Yi Chen's genius move. The story of Yi Chen blowing up the oil field, creating a surge in stock prices, and profiting wildly from it, all made sense. But this joke really scared Qin Meiyun. She believed it. What? He blew up the oil field? Qin Meiyun covered her mouth, looking pale. No wonder he made so much money, he really did something illegal. Blowing up an oil field, that's a serious offense, he could end up in jail. President Xiao, blowing up an oil field is very serious, will he go to jail? Please tell me, what exactly did he do? Qin Meiyun's voice trembled, asking anxiously. Xiao Tianhao was completely stunned. Sister, I'm sorry, I really didn't know you lacked a sense of humor. Brother Yi Chen has never done anything illegal. The oil field in the Middle East is in trouble. There was a leak in the pipeline. As for the specifics, we don't know. In any case, blowing up an oil field is a matter of national warfare. How could ordinary people like us do such a thing? Seeing Qin Meiyun taking it seriously, Xiao Tianhao was scared and never dared to joke again. At this moment, he finally realized why this woman was so important to Yi Chen. She wasn't stupid. She had already integrated her love for a person into her bones. When she was utterly disappointed in Yi Chen, she still immediately scrimped and saved to repay him. When she heard that Yi Chen had become rich and successful, her first concern was whether he would end up in jail. The blood flowing in the woman's body was all about caring for Yi Chen. Xiao Tianhao was filled with mixed emotions, suddenly envious of Yi Chen for having such a good wife. He also hoped that the two could reconcile. So that's how it is. Qin Meiyun breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the explanation. Alright, sister, you should go back now. Brother Yi Chen will tell you everything. Anyway, he is no longer the gambler and scum he used to be. I hope you can give him a chance. Even if it's a punishment, he should compensate you properly, right? Xiao Tianhao said with a smile, then packed up his things and walked to the door. As for repaying the money, forget about it. If you don't want the money, you can throw it away wherever you want. Just don't give it to me. With my relationship with Yi Lao Di, if he finds out what kind of person I have become, After saying that, Xiao Tianhao left the office as if escaping, not daring to stay any longer, making it seem like he was being chased by Qin Meiyun for debt. So much so that Qin Meiyun couldn't react for a long time. Even after leaving the loan company, she was still in a daze. Holding the money that hadn't been paid back in her hands, she felt like she was still in a dream. Yi Chen made so much money? That's 2 billion. Even robbing a bank wouldn't be that fast. Qin Meiyun instantly became anxious again, and she quickly took out her phone to make a call. On the other side, Yi Chen had already arrived at the entrance of the unit, took out the key that Qin Meiyun had given him before, and opened the door. Standing at the doorway, he saw Tong Tong sitting on the sofa watching TV, still holding the strawberry bear he bought last time. Her little face was chubby, yawning. When she heard the door open, she turned her head to look at the door. "Daddy?" Tong Tong asked in confusion, seeming somewhat disbelieving. "Tong Tong, it's Daddy. Hurry up and get dressed, we're going out for a big meal tonight." Yi Chen squatted down, smiling. "Really, Daddy? But I thought you wouldn't come back." Tong Tong was first surprised, then lowered her head in sadness. She was barefoot, wearing a tank top, looking nervous as if she had done something wrong. "Why would that be? Daddy wants to see Tong Tong every day. How could Daddy not come?" "Tong Tong, don't be angry. Where did Daddy go wrong? Daddy will change, it's all Daddy's fault," Yi Chen hurriedly explained. Suddenly, Tong Tong raised her red eyes, looking pitiful. "Daddy, I I thought Daddy was going to hit Mommy last time, and I kicked Daddy last time. I thought Daddy was mad at Tong Tong, so he wouldn't buy delicious food for Tong Tong anymore, and wouldn't come to see Tong Tong again. Tong Tong pouted, tears welling up in her eyes, turning red. Yi Chen felt heartbroken, quickly reached out and hugged Tong Tong tightly. Nonsense, how could Daddy be mad at Tong Tong? Absolutely not. Daddy loves you the most, you know, it was all Daddy's fault before, from now on, we'll have a new Daddy. The new Daddy will only spoil you, love you, like you, buy you food, buy you new clothes, okay? Yi Chen also had tears in his eyes, holding his daughter, experiencing the joy of being a father. He was his daughter's world. He would support her in everything. Even a drop of water from outer space must not fall on her head. He must pamper her into the most noble princess in the world. I don't want a new daddy, I just want the daddy now. Tong Tong's voice was hoarse, almost crying, suddenly shouted. Okay. After hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't stop smiling. Let's wait for Mommy to come back first, then we'll go to the Sweetheart Princess Castle for a big meal. Yi Chen carried his daughter into the room and played with her. The window was open, the summer breeze, the tinkling wind chimes, accompanied by laughter like Daddy, come over here Daddy, you can't find me, giddy up, ride the big horse, making it so warm. 10 minutes later, Shin Mayun's breathing became rapid, and she opened the door. In an instant, she was stunned. Giddy up, ride the big horse, Daddy. Hurry up, or Tong Tong won't give you snacks. At this moment, Tong Tong was riding on Yi Chen. Yi Chen was lying on the ground pretending to be a turtle, and Tong Tong stuffed the crushed teddy bear cookie into his mouth, turning him into a horse, running around. When Yi Chen saw Shin Mayun open the door, he finally looked up. At this moment, Shin Mayun's heart was deeply touched. She couldn't imagine such a warm scene. Yi Chen could actually be so gentle, rolling on the ground with his daughter riding on him, letting cookie crumbs cover his face just to play with Tong Tong? In the past, this would have been a fantasy. Not to mention playing with his daughter, even if his daughter approached, she would be scolded and pushed away. Tong Tong could only cover her mouth and hide in the room, holding her doll in the corner and crying. Mom, come quickly, let's ride the big horse with Tong Tong. When she saw her mom return, Tong Tong waved her hand happily and called out. You, how did you mess up the house like this? Always causing trouble in the house, never cleaning up, just making a mess for me. Shin Mayun looked angry, but inside she felt indescribably satisfied and amused. She grumbled, but her eyes became even gentler. Don't worry, you've been working all day, don't move anymore, I'll clean up later. Go wash your face, change your clothes, we'll go out to eat later, Yi Chen hurriedly said. Mom, come ride the horse with Tong Tong. Tong Tong grabbed Yi Chen's hair cheerfully and said with a smile. Come down quickly, don't be crazy, Shin Mayun said sternly. Tong Tong dared not disobey Shin Mayun, so she reluctantly lay on Yi Chen's back, holding his neck, and whispered in his ear, Daddy horse, put Tong Tong down. After hearing this, Yi Chen grinned and said, Daughter wants you to ride up too, why not give it a try? Hearing Yi Chen's words, Shin Mayun blushed at first, then gave him a look. Nonsense. I have something to ask you. Shin Mayun frowned, eager to ask about the loan. The 1 million debt had kept Shin Mayun awake for the past 2 years. She couldn't rest until she got it sorted out. Loan sharks were already terrifying, but today, they told her she didn't have to repay it? This made Shin Mayun even more uneasy. She had to find out from Yi Chen. I'll tell you later what you want to know. Can you change your clothes, and then we can go out to eat and talk? Tong Tong is already hungry, look. Yi Chen shook his head and had to use Tong Tong as a shield. Hearing this, Shin Mayun sighed. Mom, I'm so hungry. Tong Tong rubbed her belly and said very cooperatively. I give up on you guys. Shin Mayun rolled her eyes and was speechless. Yi Chen showed a victorious smile. Soon, Shin Mayun changed into simple clothes, and Tong Tong also dressed plainly. They hadn't bought new clothes for a long time, and Yi Chen felt a pang of guilt seeing Shin Mayun still wearing those worn-out shoes. As the three of them walked out, they saw the plump auntie coming back with a basket of vegetables. What's this? The plump auntie's eyes lit up, asking in surprise. Auntie, we're going out to improve our diet, to help them both get healthier. If you and Big Brother have time, come along. The more the merrier. Yi Chen hurriedly invited with a smile. We won't disturb your family of 3, you have a good heart, better than anything else. Take good care of them, if they suffer again, don't blame me for scolding you. The plump auntie smiled with her eyes, but there was a hint of worry in her expression. Alright, another day I'll treat you and Big Brother separately for taking care of them for these years, it's a deal. Auntie, you must come then. Yi Chen waved his hand and walked outside. Auntie, we're leaving, bye-bye. Tong Tong waved her hand too. Hey, little girl, eat more and get chubby. Fatty nodded, watching Yi Chen and his family of 3 leave, sighed, took out the key, and opened the door. At the entrance of the community, Yi Chen was hailing a taxi. Yi Chen, did you notice? Fatty's mood doesn't seem right. Qin Meiyun looked back with some concern. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen also nodded and said, I can tell, Fatty has lost weight. Last time I was here, she wasn't this haggard, she's not as optimistic as before. Qin Meiyun looked at the entrance of the building, feeling a mix of emotions. It seems sister-in-law is still worried about her son's marriage house. Fatty said she has used up all her savings, but hasn't even gathered enough for the down payment, plus the betrothal gifts and renovation. It's really hard on the elderly couple. I can't help either. Getting married is so difficult for young people nowadays. Qin Meiyun shook her head, sighing deeply. Yi Chen smiled gently. When we got married, we didn't even have betrothal gifts, and the banquet was just makeshift. You really suffered back then. We didn't even have a decent wedding dress. At that time, Qin Meiyun didn't ask for anything. He had come from the countryside, with no house, car, or savings. The house had a mortgage, which his father-in-law helped repay with his pension. Thinking about this, Yi Chen felt extremely guilty, his heart trembling. He had let down too many people. Debts of gratitude that he couldn't repay in this lifetime. The marriage certificate fee is 9 yuan, we each pay half. I was a woman who was laughed at for being cheap, thinking I was marrying for love. But in the end, the women who chase money thrive, while the women who seek love end up with nothing. Qin Meiyun's tone was filled with sadness. Yi Chen felt a heaviness in his chest, growing more guilty, and said earnestly, I'm sorry, I didn't know how to cherish. I owe you both so much, I can't repay it in this lifetime. I won't promise you anything anymore, nor do I seek your forgiveness. Everything I do now, consider it as atonement. Qin Meiyun didn't say anything upon hearing this, just turned away and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Soon, after Yi Chen hailed a taxi, the three of them got in. 20 minutes later, the family of three arrived at the Carlton Hotel. As soon as they got out of the car, Yi Chen took out his phone and made a call. Tianhai, is everything ready for me? Yi Chen asked. Don't worry, bro, this is a piece of cake. Everything's ready, the rooftop garden is reserved. By the way, this hotel is owned by my friend, totally reliable. Tianhai said with a smile. Okay, I'm heading up now. Yi Chen nodded and hung up the phone. Aren't we here to eat? Why are we here? Qin Meiyun asked. Yes, we're here to eat. Yi Chen smiled. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Qin Meiyun was stunned on the spot, staring wide-eyed at the upscale hotel in front of her, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. The luxurious hotel entrance was lined with red carpets, people in suits and evening gowns coming and going. Everyone exuded an air of nobility. She, holding her child, looked out of place in her plain attire, drawing attention. It was just too rustic. It felt like a country bumpkin visiting a grand estate. Yi Chen, are you crazy? This is a 5-star hotel. I only earned 5,000 this month, not enough to even order a dish here. No, if you're going to be like this, I'm going home. Eating here is not as good as going to the spring roll shop across the street. It's more economical. Qin Meiyun, upon hearing this, couldn't bear to look anymore and turned to leave with Tong Tong. How can I let you spend money? Just this once, can you listen to my arrangement? And Tong Tong is hungry, it's already late to go back. Yi Chen hurried over and pleaded with a sincere tone and gaze. I know you earn money, but this is not a place we can afford. It's not about who spends money, it's me. I'm not used to it, Qin Meiyun said seriously. This high-end place made her uncomfortable all over. She felt inferior every moment. It's my fault, I haven't let you enjoy a high-quality life. But from now on, it won't happen. Meiyun, listen to me this once, let's go in for a good meal. My friend is also waiting at the entrance. Yi Chen spoke again, then quickly turned to Tong Tong and said, Tong Tong, I heard there's a princess castle inside, lots of fun toys, nutcrackers, and such a big cake. Please ask Mom to stay. Mom, this place is so beautiful, I want to play here for a while, I don't need to eat. Can I? Tong Tong also shook Qin Meiyun's hand, cooperating with Yi Chen's plea, begging, that little look, it's impossible to refuse. She said so, but her stomach was already growling. Let's go, let's go. Qin Meiyun sighed and finally compromised. As they walked, she warned Yi Chen not to think about using her salary. Don't worry, tonight, all expenses will be covered by me, young Master Yi. Yi Chen was extremely excited. He picked up Tong Tong and carried her on his shoulders, running up the stairs. Tong Tong darling, we're off, Mom finally agreed. Yi Chen shouted loudly, patting his chest, charge, let's go find the dragon's treasure. Great, let's go defeat the dragon with warrior dad. Roar, hungry dragon roars. Little Tong Tong showed a fierce look, cute to the extreme. Melted. At this moment, Yi Chen was more satisfied than ever before, happier than earning tens of billions, making Tong Tong laugh every day without stopping. Behind them, Jin Mayun shouted to be careful on the stairs, following closely. Unconsciously, she didn't realize that her face was already full of smiles. Father running ahead with the child, wife chasing from behind. This scene, so heartwarming. Facing the strange looks of the people around, Yi-chin didn't care at all. A financial tycoon worth 4 billion, going out with his family, why care about others' opinions? What a joke! At the entrance, Yi-chin saw Feng Tianhai in a white casual outfit, standing respectfully at the door. Brother Yi, everything is ready inside, just go in. Feng Tianhai warmly welcomed him. When he saw Tong Tong and Qin Meiyun, he quickly greeted them. Hello, sister-in-law, you've worked hard. This should be the little princess Tong Tong, let uncle hold you, okay? Feng Tianhai didn't dare to neglect Yi Chen's family, showing great enthusiasm. Especially when he saw Tong Tong, he was even more delighted. Hello, uncle, but my dad doesn't allow strangers to hold me. Tong Tong politely responded. Tong Tong spread her hands, looking helpless, as if saying, I also want you to hold me, but my dad doesn't allow it, I can't help it, which made Feng Tianhai burst into laughter. Oh my goodness, brother, your daughter is so cute. Sister-in-law, you've given my brother such a precious daughter, and when I look at my family's little bunnies, I envy you so much that my eyes turn red, Feng Tianhai said with a smile. Qin Meiyun beside him felt embarrassed. She was also observing Yi Chen, this friend of hers. Although he seemed rough and had a loud voice, his dress was exquisite, his speech dignified, and he didn't seem like a bad person. He was fundamentally different from Yi Chen's previous gambling companions, his unsavory friends. Why do you have so much nonsense? My daughter is hungry, hurry up and go inside. Yi Chen also jokingly scolded. Come on, my bad, brother, sister-in-law, little niece, this way. Feng Tianhai invited Yi Chen in while recounting recent news. By the way, brother, there is a big event, I don't know if you've heard about it. Crude oil futures went bankrupt today, and a mysterious stock god emerged, actually taking advantage of the stable crude oil futures prices, using a huge sum of $6 billion to bottom out, forcibly breaking 2 teeth from the mouths of those financial tycoons and major players. It's so damn awesome. This matter has already spread like wildfire in the circle. Feng Tianhai said enviously. The reason he mentioned this at this time was actually to ask Yi Chen if he had any projects recently. He also wanted Yi Chen to take him along to make some money. After hearing about the stock god's deeds, he was really itching to join in and make some profit. He didn't know that this so-called mysterious stock god was actually Yi Chen. Ah, that's true, it seems like I made over 40 billion, Yi Chen said thoughtfully as he walked inside, stroking his chin. Feng Tianhai suddenly stopped in his tracks, stunned, and exclaimed, Brother, you are well informed, you are amazing, truly a future big shot. Feng Tianhai gave a thumbs up and took the opportunity to flatter him. Alright, stop wearing that high hat. It's just that you weren't there this time. There was no way, the situation was too urgent, I didn't have time to call you, and Hauge urgently needed money. Even if he put all his assets on the line, he only made over 80 million. Compared to the last unfinished building deal, you might not have made as much as you did. Don't be jealous, a grown man should have some grace. Yi Chen patted Feng Tianhai on the shoulder and casually said. However, as soon as he said this, when Feng Tianhai's whole person froze in place, his brain had already crashed, carefully pondering the meaning of Yi Chen's words. Gulp! Feng Tianhai swallowed hard, his eyes gradually widening, his mouth also opening wide. This time, he wasn't there with himself? Hauge needed money, and this time he made over 80 million from crude oil? That means. Feng Tianhai looked at Yi Chen in horror, even Yi Chen was puzzled. What's wrong with you? Are you sick? Yi Chen stopped and asked in confusion. Feng Tianhai was about to explode. His heart was pounding wildly, he couldn't even stand steadily. After Yi Chen's words, he suddenly realized that he had overlooked a fatal issue. How could the mysterious stock god not be the Yi boss in front of him? Ha! So you didn't know, I thought you were testing me, that stock god you mentioned, it's too exaggerated. Don't act like you've never seen the market before. I just took a 20x leverage bet, made a little money. Yi Chen glanced at him and continued walking ahead. Qin Meiyun behind them had been listening to their conversation, making sure Yi Chen wasn't involved in any illegal activities before she could relax a bit. But when she heard leveraged bet, her heart still trembled. Oh my god, I'm such a fool. Why didn't I think of it? That legendary figure who snatched 40 billion from the world's capital, is actually my own brother. Bro, you are now a super tycoon with a net worth of 4 billion. In this city, you are the richest person, I have never seen such wealth, please take me around. Feng Tianhai completely went crazy after realizing it, he was ecstatic, dancing around, almost hugging Yi Chen to kiss him. Like a little fanboy, full of admiration. The way Feng Tianhai looked at Yi Chen was as if he saw the god of wealth. Yi Chen was speechless. He had to press down Feng Tianhai's head to calm him down a bit. Qin Meiyun, who was behind them, heard 4 billion and her brain seemed to explode. At that moment, Qin Meiyun's heart was in chaos, eager to ask Yi Chen for an explanation. What's the deal with the 4 billion? She wasn't greedy, just curious about how Yi Chen made so much money. Could it be that he really struck oil fields? Feng Tianhai had already run all the way and followed Yi Chen into the elevator. Qin Meiyun then reacted and caught up. The elevator quickly arrived at the 12th floor, the clothing area. As soon as the elevator door opened, Feng Tianhai kept praising Yi Chen in his ear, almost exaggerating. Alright, shut up already. I'm not even that happy myself, and you're getting too excited. Yi Chen shook his head in disdain. Feng Tianhai was so excited that he seemed like he was possessed, and those who didn't know might think that the 4 billion was earned by Feng Tianhai. Damn, bro, with you like this, do you still need to be low-key? If I could do what you do, I could brag from this moment until I die. Even at the Naiha Bridge, I would have to brag to Mengpa again and drink her damn soup. Let me tell you, bro, if my dad knew I had such a rich friend like you. Haha, forget it, he definitely wouldn't believe it, not even a bit. Anyway, bro, my eyes are open now. I wasted my life before I turned 20, even if you make money without me, our brotherhood can't be broken. Seeing you make money is really inspiring. It gives me motivation, that's enough. Feng Tianhai said earnestly. You're a good person, just talk too much. Alright, go to the rooftop quickly and arrange it for me, my daughter is starving. Yi Chen sighed, waved his hand and said, okay. Feng Tianhai turned around eagerly and got back on the elevator. Dad, when are we going to eat? At this moment, Tong Tong pouted, touched her stomach and said, the food is already being prepared, let's go buy clothes first, change into new clothes, and then we'll go eat, okay? Yi Chen smiled slightly. We're buying new clothes, great, I love you, Dad. As soon as she heard about new clothes, Tong Tong's eyes lit up, she hugged Yi Chen's neck and kissed him. Yi Chen, I know you've made money, but there's no need to be so extravagant, the clothes here are too expensive. Qin Meiyun was silent for a moment, then spoke. I've said it, listen to me today, let me take charge for once, please, Miss Qin. Yi Chen pleaded with his hands together. After speaking, Yi Chen took his daughter and rushed into a store, pointing at the clothes rack and telling the staff, bring one of each suitable size, and also help my little princess pick a suitable dress for dinner. Upon hearing this, the staff were stunned, completely shocked. The clothes here were all luxury brand children's wear designed by Italian designers, each costing at least over 3,000 yuan. Especially seeing Tong Tong dressed so plainly, they found it hard to believe. However, the next scene was Yi Chen taking out his bank card and paying at the front desk. A total of over 30 pieces. Just on clothes, Yi Chen spent over 90,000 yuan. The waiter immediately called all the store employees to come over, all surrounding Tong Tong, clapping their hands and singing songs, all serving around Tong Tong. Tong Tong also changed into a light blue Lolita dress, with a cute face, looking really like a little princess. She stood in front of the mirror, turning her body. Her face was full of happiness, and the shyness of a little girl who received her beloved clothes. Qin Meiyun was blocked by 2 waiters at the door and couldn't get in at all. This was specially instructed by Yi Chen to the store employees. She hugged her shoulders, unable to erupt, only able to be anxious. She could only helplessly hug her shoulders, outside the shop window, watching Yi Chen and his daughter sweeping through the clothing store. Seeing Yi Chen pushing 3 shopping carts filled with branded packaging, Qin Meiyun couldn't help but ask, excuse me, how much are the clothes he bought? Qin Meiyun asked hesitantly, feeling a bit embarrassed. The waiter responded with a smile, hello, our clothes here are very affordable, the clothes chosen by the gentleman are around 3,000 each, not very expensive. 3,000, that's fine, you scared me. Qin Meiyun breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the price, patting her chest. 30 plus pieces in total for the father and daughter, at 100 yuan each, was quite good. In such a high-end clothing store, she was really worried that Yi Chen would be extravagant. The waiter added, Miss. I mean 3,000 per piece, the one on your daughter is the most expensive, 7,000 for a single piece. What? Qin Meiyun almost jumped when she heard this. She quickly covered her mouth. Madam, your husband spent a total of 97,000 yuan. The waiter replied with a smile. Qin Meiyun clenched her teeth in distress, wanting to rush in. Was Yi Chen crazy? Spending 2 years of her salary on buying clothes for the child? When she saw Yi Chen putting a pair of 20,000 yuan crystal shoes on Tong Tong's feet, Qin Meiyun couldn't bear it anymore and rushed in, shouting in a serious tone, Yi Chen, are you spoiling the child? Spending so much money on clothes for the child, are you crazy? What's wrong with having this money? With 200 yuan at the night market, you could buy several pieces for Tong Tong. Yi Chen raised his head and said seriously, "That's right, I want to spoil Tong Tong. Before, Yi Chen, was heartless and couldn't give Tong Tong all this. I gambled, I was in debt, I couldn't be a good father to her, but now, I want to use all my abilities, even my life, to exchange for a lifetime of wealth and prosperity for my daughter. As long as she's happy, forget about these clothes, even if it's this hotel, I'll buy it for her. Mayun, you may think I'm crazy, or that I have the face of a nouveau riche, but what I want to do now is to be good to you and our daughter, to the extreme." Yi Chen's voice trembled with excitement as he spoke. The surrounding waiters were all deeply moved, their eyes red with tears, looking at Qin Meiyun with envy. This is true favoritism. Unconditional favoritism. So happy. If my husband loved me like this, even if he had a mistress outside, I would serve the mistress during her confinement. The comments of a few waiters made Qin Meiyun's nose tingle. "Do as you wish." Qin Meiyun turned her head and ran out. "Daddy, is it because you only bought clothes for Tong Tong and not for mommy that mommy is angry?" Tong Tong looked up at Yi Chen and said. Yi Chen picked up Tong Tong, rubbed her cute face, and said with a smile, "Yes, let's go, we'll buy beautiful clothes for mommy too, then mommy won't be angry. Charge ahead." Tong Tong sat on Yi Chen's shoulder, waving his little fists and shouting. Watching Yi Chen's family leave, the waiters were all envious and unable to come back to their senses for a long time. After catching up with Qin Meiyun, Yi Chen grabbed her hand without saying a word and walked into a women's clothing store. "Let go, quickly let go, why are you pulling me?" Qin Meiyun blushed, she didn't expect Yi Chen to suddenly grab her hand. In an instant, her heart was pounding. "Don't struggle, I'm holding Tong Tong with this hand, be careful not to drop her." Yi Chen used the same trick again, using Tong Tong as a shield. Qin Meiyun could only let him hold her hand, blushing, lowering her head, and following him into the clothing store. "Hey, isn't this Xiaoyu? Shopping after work? Have you completed the orders assigned to you today?" Just as the family of three entered the store, a sharp woman's voice suddenly came. Yi Chen looked up and saw a glamorous woman walking towards them. The woman was heavily made up, her perfume was strong, and she was covered in jewelry. "Managerly, I'm just bored and shopping around, I can't afford such an expensive store," Qin Meiyun said nervously. The woman in front of her was her boss, the manager in the company, Li Jiayao. Li Jiayao was 2 years older than her, and very vain. It was said that she had an affair with the manager in the company and had a lot of power, completely looking down on them, the low-paid employees. "That's right, this is the world-famous brand Prada, even one piece would cost you 3 months' salary. Don't wander around, if you damage the clothes, you won't be able to afford the compensation even if you sell yourself," Manager Li said in a condescending tone, wearing a black suit that revealed her cleavage. "Okay, Manager Li, we'll leave now," Qin Meiyun said as she tried to leave, but was grabbed by Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, let's go, don't cause trouble. Can't you listen to me?" Qin Meiyun was anxious, she looked at him, pleading softly. "Go where? We're here to shop, not to be scolded. Go on, try on all the clothes in this row, don't look at the style, just buy if it fits." Yi Chen pulled Qin Meiyun over, pushed her gently to the clothes rack, and said boldly. Li Jiayao became interested at once, a mocking smile appeared on her heavily made-up face. "Hey, who are you, speaking so arrogantly? Just pick casually? You should check the price tags first, what if you can't afford it later, that would be embarrassing," Li Jiayao said coldly with a sneer. "Can't afford it? Hee, even a store that you can come to, I can come to, it's already giving this store the greatest face." As he spoke, Yi Chen casually picked up a piece of clothing, a close-fitting base shirt, priced at over 7,000. He smiled lightly, "Too cheap." Li Jiayao couldn't help but laugh, the mocking look on her face no longer concealed. "The clothes here start at a few thousand, the better ones are tens of thousands, even over 100,000, not something an ordinary person can afford. Even for her, buying one piece a month is already a sign of status." Yi Chen was dressed in street stall goods. How could he afford such expensive clothes? Just pretending to be rich. Interesting, I really hope you can afford it later. Xiaowei, come and serve the big customer. He said he wants to buy this whole row. Li Jiayao sneered, hands on her hips, calling out. A female attendant walked over, asking meaningfully, "Sir, are you sure?" In fact, when she saw the clothes on Yi Chen, she also wanted to make a few sarcastic remarks. But when she saw several luxury children's wear attendants pushing a shopping cart at the door and greeting her, the words that were about to come out of her mouth quickly changed. "That. Respected sir, if you are sure you want to buy it, I will wrap it up for you now, guaranteeing your satisfaction. Mei Yun, go and change." Yi Chen casually picked up a dignified long black cheongsam and stuffed it into Qin Meiyun's hands. Shall we go, okay?" Qin Meiyun was so anxious she was about to cry. Yi Chen was also anxious and almost started pleading. "Madam, why not give it a try? If you are not satisfied, you can return it," the waitress Xiao Wei said with a smile. At this moment, Li Jiaya noticed something wrong. Why was this waitress so polite? She was even more enthusiastic than when treating herself. What was going on? "Alright, I'll give it a try," not necessarily buying it. Qin Meiyun was helpless and, guided by the waitress, entered the fitting room. A moment later, Qin Meiyun walked out, wearing a dignified cheongsam that, paired with her graceful and slender figure, showcased the elegance and beauty of an Eastern woman to the fullest. Qin Meiyun was already stunning, even in simple attire, her beauty was undeniable. Now, wearing this cheongsam, her whole demeanor changed once again, from a delicate beauty to a noble and graceful empress. Yi Chen couldn't take his eyes off her. He regretted how foolish he had been to watch vulgar female anchors in the past. How could he have been so cruel to such a beautiful wife? "I feel like it doesn't fit very well. Yi Chen, let's go." Qin Meiyun stood in front of the mirror, feeling a sense of brightness. But when she saw the price tag of 27,000, her bright eyes dimmed instantly, shaking her head quickly. Seeing Qin Meiyun in a new outfit, displaying her beauty and figure, even Li Jiao felt jealous. "Xiao Qin, I have to say, your figure is quite good. But, you just don't have that luck. You have a child to raise. I heard you have a bastard ex-husband who is always gambling and owes a lot of debts. This outfit costs half a year's salary for you. This kind of extravagant spending is not suitable for you. However, if you want to live better, I can introduce you to some wealthy bosses." Li Jiao sneered repeatedly, her mind also having twisted thoughts. If she could recommend Qin Meiyun to those lecherous bosses, she could gain a lot of benefits. Yi Chen's face turned cold, a chill in his eyes, coldly saying, "Put away your dirty thoughts, don't treat others like you, who have never seen money. I think your father is more suitable to accompany guests, why not introduce your mother over?" Li Jiao retorted angrily. "What did you say? Say it again if you dare. What are you? If you dare, buy the clothes, stop boasting here. Who do you think you are? In the end, you can't afford it, you poor wretch, I've seen plenty of people like you. Come on, make the payment." Then, Li Jiao seemed like a lingering ghost, standing at the front desk, wanting to see Yi Chen embarrassed. Yi Chen glanced at her, then walked to the front desk, took out his card, and disdainfully said, "A lowly creature with a narrow view. Front desk, arrange for a salesperson to bring the same clothes, different styles, one of each. Pack them for me, we'll go to the rooftop garden for dinner, we'll come back later to pick them up." Yi Chen casually placed the card on the front desk. When the waitress Xiao Wei heard that Yi Chen had booked the rooftop garden, her eyes lit up. Just now, some sisters were discussing, saying that a mysterious wealthy man had booked the rooftop garden for tonight. That was a booking fee of 500,000. Unexpectedly, it was this young man in front of her. She didn't doubt it. Because of the incident at the rooftop garden, only these employees knew about it, which happened just half an hour ago. "Okay, sir." Xiao Wei quickly swiped the card. Soon, the machine spit out a small piece of paper indicating a successful payment, but when Xiao Wei saw the balance displayed, she was stunned, thinking she must be seeing things. "Sir, this is your card." Xiao Wei took a while to react, then handed the card over respectfully. "Give it to me later, I haven't finished buying clothes yet, we'll settle the bill all at once later." Yi Chen walked up to Qin Meiyun, bringing a pair of shoes and 2 bags. All the accessories were arranged as well. As for Qin Meiyun, she was feeling dizzy at this point and could only let Yi Chen take charge. After half an hour of shopping, a total of 13 pieces of clothing, 2 evening gowns, 3 bags, and 2 pairs of high heels were purchased. Yi Chen went to the front desk to pay again. "Sir, this time you have spent a total of 316,000 yuan. This is your card, please keep it." Xiao Wei was extremely excited and handed the card over again. Yi Chen's gaze fell on Li, the supervisor who had been arrogant just a moment ago. When Li Jiao learned that Yi Chen had spent over 300,000 yuan, her previous arrogance disappeared instantly. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and asked the front desk, "What is the highest membership level here?" "Sir, our highest membership at the Hermes store requires a one-time deposit of 3 million yuan to become a diamond member." Xiao Wei's eyes widened as she responded. "Top up 5 million for me, issue a diamond card, membership name Qin Meiyun, birthday August 15th. Yi Chen's tone was casual, but it was like a bombshell exploding in the entire store. Li Jiao beside him was even more stunned, looking incredulous. "Okay, sir, I'll do it right away, please rest in the VIP area for a moment." Xiao Wei hurriedly bowed, showing the utmost respect. Even Tong Tong had someone to help take care of her at this moment, bringing many toys to play with. Qin Meiyun was anxious and went straight to pull Yi Chen aside. "Are you crazy? Why deposit so much money in a clothing store? What are you trying to do? With this money, bring your parents over, don't let them work hard in the fields, okay?" 3 consecutive questions. Not one was for himself. Seeing Qin Meiyun's anxious expression, Yi Chen suddenly smiled. He smiled contentedly. He hated himself even more inside. How could he bear to abuse such a good wife? Meiyun, you look so beautiful right now, Yi Chen said with a silly smile. His nose tingled, his eyes reddened, and he felt immense remorse in his heart. Wife, please, let me love you again. Just this once. For eternity. I will never let go again. Never, never lose you again. Are you out of your mind? Quickly return the card, or I'll really get angry. I won't want anything you buy in the future. Qin Meiyun was even more furious. If you don't want it, just throw it away, throw it in the trash can. In the future, if you don't like what I buy, feel free to throw it away, Yi Chen said with his hands open. Qin Meiyun was even more helpless at his words. 5 million. But it's 5 million. How can you just throw it away? MS. Qin, the card has been issued. With this card, you can enjoy a 30% discount at any of our stores nationwide. On your birthday, you will also receive our most sincere wishes from Hermes. On your birthday, you can choose any bag or clothing under 30,000 yuan in the store. Thank you for your trust. Xiaowei bowed respectfully and handed over the card with both hands. Emperor-style service. Qin Meiyun felt as if she were in a dream, nervously taking the card and feeling the weight in her hands. There were 5 million in this card. How could Yi Chen, this spendthrift, do this? But it was already a done deal. She couldn't change it. She could only carefully keep the card and see if she could secretly return it another day. Qin de Miran, shall we go? Yi Chen made a gesture of invitation. Big mouth. Qin Meiyun blushed and gave him a look. Although she seemed reluctant on the surface, her heart was truly filled with happiness. She was not a woman who admired vanity. She could feel that Yi Chen had truly changed. The money he used to buy socks for himself, she wished she could give it all to the female anchor. It was like new socks, a waste to wear them herself. But now, with 5 million, just recharging at a luxury store to buy clothes for herself. This extreme contrast of favoritism made Qin Meiyun's frozen heart show signs of melting again. As Qin Meiyun and Yi Chen passed by Managerly, Yi Chen smirked and taunted, Managerly, remember to work hard and find a boss who can recharge a 5 million diamond card for you at the luxury store. As for Meiyun, you don't need to worry about it. After speaking, Yi Chen gave a cold smile and followed closely behind Qin Meiyun, pulling Tong Tong to walk outside. Managerly was so angry that she stomped her feet, filled with jealousy. Even her newly done nose was almost crooked from anger. At this moment, Yi Chen's family walked ahead, followed by 7 or 8 waiters pushing a shopping cart closely behind. This grand shopping cart procession, like a long dragon, attracted attention wherever they went. When they reached the elevator, Yi Chen told the waiters, you don't need to follow, help me pack the clothes. I'll come pick them up later. Okay, Mr. Yi. The waiters responded loudly and left, pushing the shopping cart neatly, under the amazed gazes of onlookers. Yi Chen, Qin Meiyun, and Tong Tong arrived at the elevator. A waiter personally opened the elevator for the family of 3. Hey, why can they go up, and I can't? Suddenly, Managerly rushed over from the adjacent elevator. She had just been humiliated and wanted to go to the rooftop garden to relax, but was stopped from going up. But unexpectedly, as she was about to go downstairs, she encountered Yi Chen and Qin Meiyun. But when Yi Chen and Qin Meiyun came over, the waiters actually opened the elevator for them. Managerly felt deeply unfair, angry and resentful, almost biting her teeth to pieces. Why? Why? Because I booked the rooftop garden. Yi Chen turned around, glanced at Managerly, and said indifferently. After hearing this, Managerly was slightly stunned. She already knew about Yi Chen's wealth, very substantial, but she was not convinced. Parvenu, nouveau riche. Having money doesn't make you great. No matter how much money you have, you can't hide your tacky nature. You're just a nouveau riche, a low-class trash. Managerly sneered disdainfully. Sorry, having money is truly great. I really admire you being squeezed in the crowd, being stopped from going up the elevator. It's really a sight to behold. Look at you, grinding your teeth until your cheeks turn pale, eyes red like a ghost. As for me, I can come and go as I please, even by this hotel and mall, and then ban you and your dog from entering. I'm different from you. With money, I can do whatever I want. Yi Chen mocked coldly. He didn't want to have any dealings with this kind of woman, and he was even too lazy to look at her. But Managerly's despicable face, looking down on people and even trying to introduce his woman to wealthy businessmen, was really disgusting. So, Yi Chen wanted to give her a profound lesson, to prevent her from having any bad intentions towards Meiyun. Li Jiaya was so angry that she was almost going crazy, and the people around her looked at her with strange eyes. She wanted to humiliate Yi Chen, but who would have thought that after just a few words, her self-esteem would be trampled underfoot by Yi Chen and nailed to the pillar of shame. At this moment, Yi Chen and his family had already taken the elevator and headed straight to the rooftop garden. Inside the elevator. Yi Chen, can you be more low-key? You offended Supervisor Lee, and I will be the one to suffer. Can you consider my feelings before doing things? Shin Mayun sighed, feeling extremely helpless. Just the thought of going to work later and being targeted by Supervisor Lee made her feel worried. What are you afraid of? I can just resign, I can afford to support you. Yi Chen shrugged indifferently. Shin Mayun forcibly stuffed the diamond card back into Yi Chen's hand and turned her head away. This is my last shift at the company. I plan to work at my grandmother's company next. If I don't bring back good results, my grandmother won't trust me. As for your money, I don't care, you can take this card back. It was clear that Shin Mayun was really angry. Yi Chen also felt a bit embarrassed. He had indeed been too harsh just now, and Mayun was unable to accept it for a while. Alright, I'll go apologize to Supervisor Lee for you tomorrow. Will that be enough? Shin Mayun, can you smile, please? Look, if you're unhappy, Tong Tong will be unhappy too. Yi Chen tilted his head and playfully looked at Shin Mayun. Humph, stop being so talkative with me. Shin Mayun gave Yi Chen a stern look and said firmly. Although she looked stern, she had already calmed down a lot. Yi Chen, although you have made money now, you don't need to waste it on me. You can buy things for Tong Tong, I don't mind, but don't be too extravagant. The past is in the past, both you and I need to start a new life. I am grateful for the emotions you have brought me these days, but, before Shin Mayun could finish her sentence, the elevator door opened. Then, Shin Mayun was stunned, she was amazed. Tong Tong was also full of excitement, pointing at the scene outside the elevator and exclaiming. On the rooftop, it was beautifully decorated with a variety of colorful flowers. A sea of flowers made of various fresh flowers exuded fragrance. Above, there were dazzling golden lights arranged in the sky. A long table was filled with various sumptuous dishes. 7 or 8 couples, dressed in formal attire, stood in 2 rows and bowed at the same time. Welcome Mr. Yi and Miss Chin to the Carlton Rooftop Garden. May the beauty of the world always be with you both. Shin Mayun was completely stunned by everything in front of her. Tong Tong was even more excited, breaking free from Yi Chen's hand and trying to rush out. 2 young female waitresses hurriedly pulled Tong Tong back to ensure her safety. As the hair-raising congratulations fell, on the starlit stage, Feng Tianhai held a microphone and lowered his voice. Congratulations to brother Yi and sister-in-law on your 8th wedding anniversary. May you be loving and happy every day. After Feng Tianhai finished speaking, dozens of drones hovered in the air in an orderly manner. In the air, countless flower petals fell with the wind. Fireworks, cannons, all bloomed together. Yi Chen gently pushed Shin Mayun out of the elevator. At that moment, rose petals filled the sky under the night sky, dancing in the city for you. Yi Chen looked at his wife's figure with gentle eyes. My wife, this is the romance I dedicate to you in this lifetime. True romance. Only you. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A starlight burst in the air, and a firework exploded in the sky. Next, one after another, brilliant fireworks lit up the sky. In the next moment, the entire sky above Longzhou City was covered with dazzling fireworks. The whole city was shaken. A large crowd, all attracted by the sight, gathered in the streets. Even a few couples who were arguing couldn't help but embrace each other when they saw this magnificent scene. On the rooftop, Shin Mayun covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. She trembled uncontrollably, tears falling in strings down her face. She squatted on the ground and burst into tears. It was as if she wanted to release all the grievances of the past 7 years, all the hurt that Yi Chen had caused her. Brother, what's wrong with sister-in-law? Why is she crying? Oh no, is sister-in-law not satisfied with my arrangements? Feng Tianhai scratched his head, approached Yi Chen, and said worriedly, You did great. She is already satisfied. Yi Chen smiled slightly and walked over. The fireworks gradually ended, and Tong Tong ran over, hugging Shin Mayun. Mom, the fireworks are so beautiful, why are you crying? Tong Tong was still a child and didn't understand adult emotions. Mom didn't cry, Mom got sand in her eyes. Shin Mayun patted Tong Tong's head and said with a smile, Let's eat first, don't get hungry. Yi Chen said softly. Shin Mayun wiped her tears, turned her head away, not wanting Yi Chen to see her crying. The family sat back at the table. Yi Chen, let's make it clear, you can eat, but no extravagant waste. Shin Mayun emphasized seriously. Okay, I'll listen to you, just eat casually. Yi Chen looked at the desserts and fruits on the table, then turned to the waiter and took the menu. He ordered a series of top dishes such as caviar, Kobe beef, foie gras, and king crab. Waiter, bring a bottle of Romani Conti. Yi Chen said lightly. When he looked up, he was horrified to see Qin Meiyun staring at him with a fierce look. Although Qin Meiyun had never eaten these things, just looking at the prices of the caviar and others that Yi Chen ordered was terrifying. A piece of Kobe beef cost thousands. This wasn't just a meal, it was eating money. This meal would cost over 200,000. You didn't listen to what I just said at all. Spending tens of thousands on a meal, are you made of money? I just checked, that Romani Conti you want, costs 89,800, you must be burning money. Qin Meiyun suddenly lowered her voice, leaned forward, and sat against the table. After all, they were in public, she had to save face for the man. She didn't want the waiter to hear, afraid of being laughed at by Yi Chen. That's right, I have plenty of money. I earn money to let you and our daughter live a high-quality life, to enjoy the happiness of life. What do you think I earn money for? Just to see a string of numbers? Yi Chen said proudly. Mom, Dad is right, I saw a fat uncle on Douyin saying, I don't know how to work, I find work tiring, it's just 2 words. What were they? Tong Tong scratched his forehead anxiously, then his eyes lit up, waving his finger and shouting, I got it, just 2 words, consumption. My darling Tong Tong is right, just 2 words, consumption. Yi Chen burst into laughter. Feng Tianhai, not far away, looked on with envy. What a mess, stop watching those videos that are not suitable for children. Qin Meiyun glared at Tong Tong. What kind of consumption is this? It's like having a grudge against money. The happy time of the family passed with laughter during dinner. After dinner, Yi Chen and Qin Meiyun stood on the rooftop, overlooking the entire city. A sense of pride filled their chests. Do you think I'm like a nouveau riche, engaging in retaliatory spending? Yi Chen suddenly tilted his head and asked Qin Meiyun. At this moment, Qin Meiyun, with her hair tousled by the wind, said helplessly, You're not engaging in retaliatory spending, you're clearly retaliating against me, right? You spent nearly 300,000 on one meal. With that kind of money, why don't you do something better? Your eldest brother urgently needs money. Back then, he didn't even have enough money for the down payment on a house because he used it to pay off your debts. He sent it to you, causing a rift between him and his wife. And your childhood friend, Zhou Quan, it's not easy for him and his wife to run a small restaurant to earn money. He trusted you so much and lent you 50,000 yuan, which you still haven't repaid. You owe so many favors. Now that you have the ability, you should let those around you benefit from your success. Qin Meiyun said with a heavy heart. The essence of a perfect wife was fully displayed in her. Righteous, sensible, and beautiful. All right, I'll remember everything. Yi Chen surrendered quickly, holding up his hands. He had almost lost such a good wife before. He remembered all the favors owed and would definitely repay them one by one. But this time, he couldn't afford to miss out on such a good wife. Are you impatient? Fine, that's your family matter, it's none of my business. With that, Qin Meiyun turned and walked away. This startled Yi Chen, who hurried to catch up, facing Qin Meiyun and explaining, Meiyun, everything you said was for the good of my family. I'm really touched. Yi Chen raised his hand, about to make a solemn promise, looking very sincere. Seeing this, Qin Meiyun covered her mouth, turned away, and smiled. The breeze blew, lifting Qin Meiyun's long hair, revealing her beautiful face with a sweet smile. Exquisite beauty. Meiyun, you're so beautiful, Yi Chen was mesmerized. What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Qin Meiyun teased. Seeing the heart with a clear mind, comparing flowers to the face, a beautiful face completes a round moon, Yi Chen said seriously. Qin Meiyun blushed when she heard this, nervously looking around. Even before they got married, Yi Chen had never said such sweet words. Humph, you're ridiculous, Qin Meiyun quickened her pace, walking past Yi Chen. Yeah, a while ago, I woke up and realized I had a deep lovesickness. Yi Chen followed closely behind Qin Meiyun, smiling slightly. At that moment, he felt like the young boy in love he used to be. His mind and heart were filled with thoughts of his wife. Yi Chen, you've really changed. Suddenly, Qin Meiyun stopped and gazed at Yi Chen. Changed for the better? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Humph, you've become more cheesy. After saying that, blushing, Qin Meiyun ran off. When Yi Chen realized, he hurried to catch up. Tong Tong saw this and joined in. The family of 3 happily ran into the elevator, finally catching their breath and calming down. At the door, Qin Meiyun took a deep breath, feeling like she was still in a dream. Many people were still downstairs at the hotel, gazing at the stars. Obviously, they were reminiscing about the brilliant fireworks display just now. I heard someone say, you made 4 billion? Qin Meiyun tilted her head, looking at Yi Chen, trying to appear calm, and asked in a flat tone. In reality, her voice was trembling. 4 billion, what kind of concept was that? It was beyond what she, a weak woman who struggled to split $1 in half, could imagine with her top performance earning 5 to 6,000 yuan. Strictly speaking, it's over 4 billion, with an extra 3 or 400 million. Yi Chen nodded lightly upon hearing this. When Yi Chen casually mentioned having 3 or 400 million as spare change, Qin Meiyun's breath caught in her throat. The impact of 3 or 400 million was already enormous. What a concept! Even just the spare change alone would require her company to pool all its resources and work hard for 3 years to achieve such benefits. Just that small amount of spare change could acquire the company she worked for. And then thinking about the following 40 billion, it was even more terrifying. Over 40 billion sitting in the bank, earning hundreds of thousands in interest every day. You've suffered following me before, now it's time to enjoy life. Yi Chen looked at Qin Meiyun with a serious expression. I can't enjoy this kind of luxury. You should cherish the happiness that has come to you, rather than squandering it. I couldn't persuade you before, and it's even less likely now. Qin Meiyun sighed. She knew that Yi Chen probably wouldn't listen to anything now. With just a few million in spare change, even if she really splurged, it wasn't a sum that could be spent quickly. You can persuade me. Now I listen to you the most. If you tell me to go west, I won't go east. If you tell me to chase dogs, I won't chase chickens. Yi Chen hurriedly reached out his hand, promising earnestly. Qin Meiyun just smiled faintly and walked down, pointing to the lights not far away. Let's go there, there's a night market. The things we saw earlier were too expensive, I'm not used to it. Ah, a night market, let's go. Yi Chen had originally planned to take Qin Meiyun to a hot spring and have some red wine to set the mood. But now that Qin Meiyun had spoken, he could only comply. The night market was bustling. Yi Chen walked ahead, carrying Tongtong on his shoulders. Qin Meiyun behind him could see everything clearly. There were many touching details on Yi Chen. He was afraid of his daughter getting lost in the crowd, a manifestation of paternal instinct. It seemed that Yi Chen's paternal love for Tongtong had truly awakened. He had changed a lot, not intentionally pretending, and certainly not a change brought about by wealth. However, it was still difficult for her to accept Yi Chen now. 7 years of nightmares had tortured her to the point of wishing for death. After finally breaking free, how could she walk out of the shadow in just a month due to a short-term change? It was too difficult. Really, too difficult. After strolling through the night market, it was late at night when Yi Chen finally sent Qin Meiyun and Tongtong back home. Tongtong had fallen asleep on the way back. She was so happy tonight, lying in bed with a smile on her face. Dad! Daddy, Tongtong loves you. As Yi Chen prepared to leave, Tongtong started sleep-talking. And these words once again touched the deepest part of Yi Chen's heart. When his daughter first called him dad, he felt nothing at all. He even thought Tongtong's birth was just an added burden. But now, that one word dad almost melted him. Tongtong, daddy loves you too. Yi Chen bent down slowly, gently kissed Tongtong's forehead, then left the bedroom. Qin Meiyun was sitting upright in the living room chair, looking tense. Meiyun, I'm leaving, my friend is waiting for me. You should rest early too. After a glance, Yi Chen pushed the door open and left. Phew. Qin Meiyun finally relaxed. She had been so nervous just now. Her nerves were on edge. She was afraid that Yi Chen would say he wanted to stay, and then she wouldn't know how to refuse. However, Yi Chen actually left directly. For some reason, Qin Meiyun felt a little lost in her heart. Especially when she felt this sense of loss, her face also turned red. Could it be that he is no longer interested in me? Qin Meiyun looked at the door, murmuring to herself. After realizing, she widened her eyes, quickly took a sip of water. What's wrong with me? Humph, why do I care about him? After saying that, she turned around, blushing, and walked back to the bedroom to change into pajamas. Hugging Tongtong, she fell asleep. Yi Chen arrived at the entrance of the residential area. Feng Tianhai was driving a Bentley Mulsanne, taking him to the Carlton Hotel to introduce him to a friend. New car, huh? Yi Chen touched the seat and asked with a smile. Hey, it's because I have a new girlfriend. My Land Rover is already cool, but she insisted on liking Bentley, so I got one. By the way, bro, you're making a fortune now, you should get a decent ride, like a Rolls-Royce. When you have your own car, it will be convenient to pick up my sister-in-law and niece. Damn, bro, don't overthink it. I'm not saying it's a bother to pick you up. Just give me a call if you need anything. Even if I'm lying in the ICU with a ventilator, I can take out the tube and crawl to pick up my broye. Feng Tianhai said nervously while driving and looking at the rearview mirror. Buying a car? I have that thought, but no rush, let's wait a bit. As for the house, I need to get one first, so I can bring my parents, siblings over. Yi Chen rubbed his chin, raised his head and asked, by the way, you said you were going to introduce me to your friend, why haven't I seen him? Hearing this, Feng Tianhai scratched his head awkwardly. Bro, I'm really sorry, that guy is too aloof, always acting superior. To be honest, if it wasn't for my third uncle asking me to introduce you to him, I couldn't stand that guy's attitude. Feng Tianhai complained. Oh, since it's at the request of the third uncle, let's meet him. Last time, the third uncle helped both of us, we can't let him down. By the way, is this friend of yours in the hotel business? Yi Chen asked. Yes, his family runs hotels, it's a family business. This guy wants to make some achievements on his own, he's been looking for projects everywhere lately. My third uncle's idea is to. Have you spare some time to give him guidance, so he doesn't take the wrong path? Feng Tianhai grinned. Now, he not only admires Yi Chen, but he practically worships him. Knowing that Yi Chen is the stock god rumored in the circle, he is still excited, unable to calm down. From now on, he will have face when bragging. Since it's the third uncle's request, I have to give him this face. Yi Chen nodded, then leaned back in the seat to rest his eyes, no longer speaking. After a few minutes, the car stopped at the Carlton Hotel again. Yi Chen got out of the car and walked in with Feng Tianhai. They took the elevator to the 9th floor, in front of a luxurious office. A sexy woman in a suit stood up, looking puzzled, and asked, "Gentlemen, may I help you? We're here to see Chin Pang, where is he?" Feng Tianhai pushed the office door, found it locked, and turned back to ask, "Looking for General Manager Chun?" He went back to his room to rest. The female secretary said with a smile. "What? He went to sleep. Damn, he's really giving him face, bro, let's go. I brought you all the way here, and he went to sleep, what a fool. Bro, this is my fault, I really didn't expect this guy is so immature, please don't be angry." Feng Tianhai turned around and apologized to Yi Chen immediately. "Why are you so nervous? It's not a big deal. Come back tomorrow, I'm tired today, I'll go upstairs to open a room and rest for a while." Yi Chen patted his shoulder lightly and walked towards the elevator. Damn! Chen Pang, don't regret it. Feng Tianhai cursed loudly in the room before catching up with Yi Chen. The next morning, Yi Chen received a call from Qin Meiyun. "Yi Chen, my company has a lot to do today, can you take care of Tong Tong? If you're busy, I'll ask Fatty's sister to go." Upon hearing the request, Yi Chen quickly got up from bed, barefoot, and rushed to the door. On the phone, after not hearing Yi Chen's response for a while, Qin Meiyun said in a deep voice, "If you're free, of course, you're free. I'm getting dressed, wait for me. In my eyes, you and Tong Tong are the top priority. Whenever you're free, taking care of my daughter is a matter of course." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen quickly explained. Hearing Yi Chen's hurried voice on the other end of the phone, Qin Meiyun finally breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She thought Yi Chen had been pretending before, but today he was exposed, it seems she had overthought. "Take your time, be careful, take good care of Tong Tong, don't let her get hurt." Qin Meiyun quickly added. "With Tong Tong in my care, you can rest assured, even if it's windy, I won't let her be blown away." Yi Chen grinned, looking very happy, as if he had won the lottery. This was the first time Qin Meiyun had entrusted him to take care of Tong Tong alone since her divorce, indicating that she was gradually gaining trust. "It seems that the efforts during this time have paid off a bit, I need to keep it up," Yi Chen said to himself. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen rushed to the elevator and headed downstairs. On the other side, Qin Meiyun was also smiling. In fact, she was very reassured to leave Tong Tong with Yi Chen. After all, the current Yi Chen really cared for Tong Tong as if she were his own, even more meticulously than her own mother. Meanwhile, Yi Chen took Tong Tong to the hotel and planned to take her to the amusement park for the day. Feng Tianhai arrived at his room and was slightly surprised to see Tong Tong standing obediently on the washstand brushing her teeth. "Oh, my little princess Tong Tong, you're here." Feng Tianhai walked over, about to give Tong Tong a kiss. It was evident that he genuinely liked the adorable Tong Tong. "No, uncle's beard hurts." Tong Tong jumped off the stool, pushed Feng Tianhai's face away, and shook her head. Then uncle will shave his beard, and then cherish Tong Tong, my precious." Saying that, Feng Tianhai actually shaved off the beard he had kept for a long time. Yi Chen came over, held Tong Tong, gently washed her little face, dried it, then took out his phone, followed the steps in the video, and braided Tong Tong's hair. "Wow, I didn't know you could do this? I envy you, having such a cute little cotton jacket." In the mirror, Feng Tianhai looked envious. "Then get married, while you're healthy now, the children you have will be healthy too. With your status and position, girls who marry you can line up." Yi Chen gently combed Tong Tong's hair, his face full of happiness. Tong Tong lowered her head, poking at the phone screen with her hand, watching the video. "Marriage is not in my destiny. Although I envy you, I also admire your sincerity towards your sister-in-law. I have a restless spirit in my blood, destined to wander all my life, and isn't there already a little princess ready-made?" Feng Tianhai said, reaching out to gently stroke Tong Tong's cheek. "This is my daughter, don't touch her randomly, you can have your own kids." Yi Chen protected his daughter, reaching out to hold Tong Tong's face. She's also my niece." Tong Tong, sweetheart, later uncle will take you to the amusement park to ride the roller coaster. I'll buy you the most beautiful dress, chocolates, Haagen-Dazs ice cream, whatever you want, uncle will buy it for you. Fong Tianhai squatted on the ground, smiling foolishly at Tong Tong. Thank you, uncle, but I want to be my dad's daughter, don't have any ideas about me. Tong Tong waved her little hand cutely. Immediately, Yi Chen and Fong Tianhai looked at each other and burst into laughter. Half an hour later, Yi Chen carried Tong Tong and Fong Tianhai to the hotel downstairs. Oh my, I forgot. Last night my girlfriend went out and took my car. Bro, wait a moment, I'll have Chen Peng come to take us there. Fong Tianhai took out his phone and made a call. Yi Chen glanced at him, didn't say anything, but his heart was clear. About 20 minutes later, a young man in a silver suit, with a straight back and handsome appearance but exuding a cold aura, slowly walked over. Chen Peng, are you a pig head? It's so late, and you're still sleeping. With your behavior, even if given a chance, you're useless. You want my brother to take you? You're just useless. Seeing the young man, Fong Tianhai's temper flared up, and he immediately started scolding. Chen Peng glanced at Yi Chen beside him, then turned slowly to Fong Tianhai and said, "Watch your mouth, are we close? We've only met twice today, the first time was 15 years ago in the courtyard. What's your deal? Stop showing off in front of me." After speaking, he adjusted his clothes, looked at the scorching sun in the sky, and disdainfully exhaled. Fong Tianhai looked at Yi Chen and said coldly, I won't argue with you. Quickly, arrange a car for me, my brother wants to take the child to the amusement park. As for giving you advice, we'll talk about it when we come back. He was already impatient, didn't want to argue with the other party, and gave a direct order. What level are you to order me like this? Just because you're my third uncle? You're still under my dad. Speaking of you, in terms of assets, I own 12 hotels. What about you? Just a broken liquor distributor, still losing money. What? You sold the car you were driving, can't drive it yourself? What are you pretending to be in front of me? If it weren't for playing together in the courtyard and my dad personally ordering it, I wouldn't bother with you. Chen Peng said mockingly. Alright, stop arguing. Let's just take a taxi. Yi Chen pushed Fong Tianhai and said helplessly. Bro, you go first, I don't believe he's that great. I'm worth over $1 billion now, just in a few days. Your 12 hotels, do they even make as much profit in a year as I do in a few days? Also, this is my brother, my god, if it weren't for my third uncle's face, who would care to advise you? Look at your attitude, it's simply impossible to deal with. Fong Tianhai scolded Chen Peng angrily. Advise me? Just based on him? He's not even on the same level as you, a lower class person. By the way, I heard you made money from a failed building project, supposedly it was an idea from a fortune teller, was it him? With that, Chen Peng's face was full of contempt. After all, his father was a high-ranking official, and he had built over a dozen hotels based on his own abilities, his strength was beyond doubt. Yi Chen said coldly, yes, it's me. I was planning to help you, but it seems like you don't need it. He sensed the hostility from the other party and stopped speaking casually. Help me? Oh, I almost forgot, I've heard about your deeds. Relying on fortune-telling to hoard Mount Ai liquor, dealing with unfinished buildings. Come on, buddy, what era are we in? Only fools like Fong Tianhai would believe in you. Chen Peng still looked disdainful. Your father is Chen Taiming, the former leader of the Provincial Housing and Construction Department, right? Yi Chen said lightly. Chen Peng was stunned, then exclaimed in surprise and anger, Hiss, are you trying to deceive me now? Speak something practical, did he tell you all this? Chen Peng pointed at Fong Tianhai, mocking him. Fong Tianhai was furious, almost ready to act, but was stopped by a glance from Yi Chen. You are planning to acquire a popular inn called Yunshuyo in the Qilin Mountains scenic area for 42 million, currently in negotiations. Your bottom line price is exactly 40 million. Today, the other party will invite you to continue the discussion at the Cloud Restaurant, and there will be a surprise for you. Of course, it could also be a shock. I can only say, do not buy that hotel. If you insist on acquiring Yunshuyo, it's best to wait until after 10 o'clock to sign the contract. With that, Yi Chen paused. At that time, remember to keep an eye on the news, or maybe listen to some music, you might make a new discovery. I've said what I needed to, whether you believe it or not is up to you. After finishing speaking, Yi Chen directly carried Tong Tong and walked downstairs. Chen Peng, you better listen to my big brother, or you'll regret it. Fong Tianhai acted as if he didn't know any better, then chased after Yi Chen. Two lunatics. Fortune-telling has driven them crazy. Chen Peng sneered, dismissing them. He turned around and had his secretary arrange a car to head to the Cloud Restaurant. Half an hour later, inside the amusement park, Tong Tong was sitting on the carousel, having a great time. Yi Chen sat behind, holding his daughter with a smile on his face. On the contrary, Feng Tianhai looked worried. Just as he lit a cigarette, it was confiscated by a nearby staff member. This made him even more frustrated. "Daddy, it's so much fun, I want to ride by myself, other kids don't have their dads with them. Tong Tong is very brave too," Tong Tong said after getting off. "Okay, for this round, Daddy won't accompany you. Daddy will be watching from the side," Yi Chen said with a smile, affectionately patting Tong Tong's head. His daughter having her own thoughts was a good thing. As long as there was no danger, he would support her, as she had always been by Mei Yun's side, mostly following Mei Yun's arrangements without much freedom. Tong Tong heard this and laughed happily, then carrying her strawberry bear bag, she turned and walked up. Yi Chen leaned on the railing and watched. Later, he was still very worried, so he immediately found a staff member, took out 200 yuan bills. "Miss, could you please help me look after my daughter?" Yi Chen said politely. The female staff member was stunned but took the money with a happy face. "It's that little girl, sir, rest assured, I will take good care of her." After speaking, the female staff member walked over, approached Tong Tong, and interacted with her, making Tong Tong even happier. "Brother, I'm really sorry, if I had known about Chen Peng's behavior, I wouldn't have brought you to see him. That ungrateful guy will regret it sooner or later." Feng Tianhai finally found the opportunity to come to Yi Chen's side, feeling ashamed. The reason he looked worried was that he was afraid Yi Chen would be angry because of his unreliable friend introduction. Therefore, he even began to doubt himself. It's completely unnecessary to ruin your reputation for the sake of others. "Alright, do I look like someone who holds grudges? I brought my daughter here to have fun, so stop sulking and go wherever you feel comfortable," Yi Chen scolded with a smile. "Bro, as long as you're not angry, we can talk about anything. Just a smile, I'll show you." After hearing Yi Chen's tone, Feng Tianhai finally breathed a sigh of relief, grinned, showed his teeth, and burst into laughter, looking extremely ugly. Yi Chen was disgusted and slapped him on the face. "Oh, I'm telling you, bro, your niece Tong Tong looks so much like you, especially the way she pushes her face." Feng Tianhai made a bitter face and kept rubbing his face. "Of course, my daughter definitely looks like me." Yi Chen smiled. Looking at Tong Tong on the carousel, he was full of pride. "By the way, bro, I didn't dare ask you before, what's the deal with you and your sister-in-law?" "Well, if you don't want to say, forget I asked, no need to rush," Feng Tianhai quickly said. He was really curious why someone as outstanding and family-oriented as Big Brother Yi, who dotes on his wife and daughter, would get a divorce. It just didn't make sense. "In the past years, I did a lot of wrong things, got involved in many bad habits, and lost my stable job. You could say that the essence of scum can be found in me. I owe them both, and everything I do now is just to repay the debt. I don't dare hope they will forgive me." Yi Chen sighed. Fortunately, Mei Yun has gradually changed her view of him. "Keep working hard. Take on the responsibilities of a husband and embody the role of a father to the core. No wonder. But let me tell you, bro, your sister-in-law is really nice, so beautiful, Tong Tong is so cute, you really need to step up. Luckily, you're now a billionaire, and although your sister-in-law isn't the type to be materialistic, the ability to make money is definitely a man's greatest charm. I believe she will soon come around and reconcile with you. After all, a young man as wealthy as you is rare, very attractive." Feng Tianhai wasn't just flattering. To earn over 40 billion before 30 solely based on personal ability, not just in Longzhou, but in the whole country, such individuals are few and far between. Forget it, Mei Yun didn't marry me for money in the first place. She's not that kind of person. Anyway, when you meet a girl who only cares about you, not your money, don't make the same mistake as me, only realizing the value after losing her. Yi Chen raised his hand and patted Feng Tianhai's shoulder. "Actually, I've met one now," Feng Tianhai said with a smile. "Now, the girl who made you buy the Bentley Mulsanne, Zhang Yaoyao," Yi Chen suddenly asked with a smile. "Ha? Bro, how did you know her name is Zhang Yaoyao?" "Hey, with my memory, knowing her name is too normal. But, I didn't understand what you meant just now." Feng Tianhai suddenly realized and slapped his head. Yi Chen could even deduce an oil pipeline leak explosion. How could he miss such a small matter? "That girl, you can play with her, but don't play with her heart. Tonight, go to Blue Ocean Bar, room 702, and you'll know everything. Oh, don't forget to bring a few buddies with you, so you don't get taken advantage of." After Yi Chen finished speaking, he turned and looked into the distance. The second plan was about to begin. This was one of the few opportunities for him to make money with his limited resources. There are only a few days left. With the funds in his hands, it's more than enough. At this moment, Feng Tianhai's mood became heavy after hearing Yi Chen's words. He absolutely trusted Yi Chen's warning. However, Tonight he also wanted to go to the Blue Ocean bar to see what was going on. At this moment, not far away, Tong Tong hadn't had enough fun yet, just about to climb onto the big white rabbit's carousel, but at this moment, a chubby boy reached out and grabbed Tong Tong. "You, move aside. I want to sit here," the chubby boy said rudely. "No, this is mine, I want to play." Tong Tong also had a stubborn face, holding onto the puppet and not letting go. "You move aside, or I'll hit you." The chubby boy actually rushed up and grabbed Tong Tong's clothes. Rip! Tong Tong's princess dress was torn. "This was bought by my dad, move aside." Tong Tong's personality was also influenced by Qin Meiyun. Despite her slim figure, she was still very strong. With a strong push, she directly pushed the little boy off the stage. Although the stage was only half a meter high, but the chubby boy still cried on the spot. "Wah, it hurts, my butt. Wait for my mom to come, she will definitely teach you a lesson." The chubby boy pointed at Tong Tong and scolded. After all, he was fat, and still a child. "I'm not afraid, I have my dad." "Who told you to tear the dress my dad bought for me?" Tong Tong said very firmly. Just then, a glamorous and slightly chubby woman ran over at the sound, obviously the chubby boy's mother. "Zhuang Zhuang, what's going on? You scared mommy? Why is your arm bleeding?" the woman asked with concern. "Mom, it's her, she pushed me down." The chubby boy pointed at Tong Tong and shouted. "What? Pushed down? You little brat, you may be small, but you have a lot of guts, dare to push my son." The woman was instantly furious upon hearing this. "Waiter, come here. Why was my son pushed down? Don't you know who I am? I am Mrs. Zhang. My husband also has shares in this amusement park. Can't tell who's in charge here," the woman shouted. The waiter looked embarrassed. "Madam, but it's your child. He insisted on snatching other children's puppets. That's why it turned into this. It's not my fault." "I'm sorry, is the child okay?" The waiter couldn't afford to provoke her, so he could only apologize. Although this had nothing to do with her. After all, in an amusement park, children should be accompanied by their parents when playing. Moreover, this was intentional, not an accident. Smack! "You dare talk back, get lost. Does my son still need to snatch from others? This amusement park is sponsored by my husband. You blind fool." Unexpectedly, the woman went up and slapped the girl, knocking her to the ground. Then she aggressively went towards Tong Tong. She actually pulled Tong Tong off the stage and pushed her to the ground. "You little brat, you dare hit my son? Speak, do you still dare?" the woman shouted, and Tong Tong instantly covered her face and started crying. She kept backing away in fear. Full of panic. "Dad! Dad! I'm scared!" Tong Tong shouted. At this moment, Yi Chen, who heard the sound, suddenly turned around, his heart almost exploding. Especially when he saw his daughter being pushed to the ground by a woman, and then yelling at her. His anger soared to the sky, reaching the top of his head. His eyes were red, his eyeballs seemed to be burning. The next moment, he directly crossed the railing and ran towards the woman with a fierce look. The woman also heard the sound, turned her head, and saw Yi Chen coming with a fierce look. "Tong Tong, Dad is here, don't be afraid." Yi Chen suppressed his anger, first picked up Tong Tong from the ground, and nervously checked her body. When he saw the torn dress, his brows furrowed. "Dad, that fat ant pushed me, scolded me. It's not my fault. It's her child who snatched my puppet and tore my princess dress. I really like the dress Dad bought for me, that's why I pushed him." Tong Tong cried uncontrollably. "Tong Tong, don't cry, Dad will buy you another dress. Don't cry, Dad will protect you." Yi Chen hugged Tong Tong, his heart pounding, afraid that Tong Tong would be scared. "You, the father of this little brat, don't you dare show up. Look at what your brat did, pushing my son. Do you know who I am? This amusement park is sponsored by my husband. I warn you, apologize now, make your daughter apologize too, otherwise I won't let you off," the woman shouted aggressively. Many parents around also gathered to watch the commotion. At this moment, "Tong Tong, go to uncle over there. Dad will come over right away." Yi Chen lowered his voice and spoke gently to Tong Tong. "Tong Tong, come, uncle will take you to play on the pirate ship." Feng Tianhai patted his hands, forcibly suppressing his anger, and called out to Tong Tong with a warm smile. Tong Tong obediently nodded and walked over. After Tong Tong was taken aside, Yi Chen stood up and walked straight to the woman. "You just said, who's the brat?" Yi Chen stood in front of the woman, his face extremely dark. The woman was so scared that she couldn't speak properly. "What, with so many people watching, you dare to hit me?" The woman saw more and more people around, pointing at Yi Chen provocatively. "Not only hit you, but also your brat son." Yi Chen could no longer suppress his anger. He grabbed the woman's hair and slapped her more than a dozen times. Each slap was almost full force. The woman's newly made nose was completely crooked. Even the chubby boy was kicked to the ground by Yi Chen, crying loudly, "Damn you, how dare you touch my daughter? I can't protect her, if you dare to hit her, that's my life, my daughter is my life." Yi Chen's hands were numb from the dozen slaps. Seeing the woman's screams abruptly stop, the surrounding audience gasped in shock at the scene. It is said, do not insult the mother in front of the child, do not harm the daughter in front of the father. Any father with a sense of justice, when he sees his daughter being hurt, at that moment, he is already prepared to risk his life. At this moment, Yi Chen was like this. He threw the woman to the ground and kicked her head repeatedly. The woman held her head in pain and screamed, "Damn it!" Yi Chen was almost out of strength from the beating. Adrenaline surged, causing him to tremble all over. The woman's screams became weaker and weaker. Half of her teeth were knocked out. Her whole face was distorted. She looked very miserable. "Sir, calm down, you can't hit her anymore. It could be fatal if you hit her again." The woman hurried over, with a few parents, forcibly pulling Yi Chen away. "Ah, Sob, my husband is coming, he will definitely kill you. You, wait for the consequences, I'm not done with you." The woman was still resisting, lying on the ground, her speech slurred, still cursing. At this moment, a middle-aged man with glasses, followed by 7 or 8 security guards, walked over. When he saw the woman's miserable state, he was also full of anger. Especially when he saw the chubby boy sitting on the ground crying. "Wife, who did this? Tell me. I want him dead." After the man walked over, he helped the woman up from the ground. His face was full of anger. It's him, my husband, he's the one who hit me and the child." The woman pointed at Yi Chen and shouted. The man turned indifferently, his face bulging with veins as he looked at Yi Chen. However, when he saw Yi Chen's face clearly, his smile turned into astonishment. "Yi, Mr. Yi," the man exclaimed. He had seen Yi Chen before, although they were not acquainted. But that night at the hotel when Yi Chen and the stock god Zhang Liang gambled, he was there. With a net worth of over 100 million, he was full of admiration for Yi Chen's abilities. "You know me?" Yi Chen squinted slightly, rubbing his wrist as he walked over. Since the woman's husband had arrived, a fair duel between men could take place. The battle between men. Just then, his anger had not yet been vented. "Yes, I know you. That night, you won tens of millions from Zhang Liang. I happened to be there. Mr. Yi, you are a prominent figure. It's outrageous for my wife to be treated so harshly in public." The man questioned angrily. If he didn't fear the other's status, he would have probably had the security guards intervene long ago. "Is it? Am I outrageous? Why don't you ask your wife what she did first?" Yi Chen sneered. The man suddenly realized upon hearing this. He had forgotten what kind of person his wife was. Now, he was feeling nervous. "Sholan, tell me, what exactly happened?" The man turned around, speaking sternly. "Honey, just deal with him, don't ask anymore. Look, I almost got killed by him. There were so many witnesses," the woman said angrily and aggrieved. However, when the man looked around, the people nearby had indifferent expressions. Some even shook their heads. "Tell me what just happened." The man's gaze finally fell on the staff member. "Mr. Zhang, it was. Your son snatched this gentleman's daughter's doll, tore the girl's dress, and then got pushed down. Then, your wife ran over and pushed this gentleman's daughter," the staff member said nervously. As the staff member's words fell, the woman instantly lowered her head in guilt. Mr. Zhang, on the other hand, looked grim. He gritted his teeth, sighed, and turned to Yi Chen, saying, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I didn't discipline him well. Your daughter wasn't hurt, right?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chen coldly replied, "She's fine, just scared. If she had been hurt, I would have demanded her life." Hearing Yi Chen's furious roar, Mr. Zhang was drenched in cold sweat and kept apologizing. Finally, he left with his wife and child as if fleeing. Feng Tianhai then returned with Tong Tong. Tong Tong was already wearing a new princess dress, identical to the previous one. "Daddy, Uncle Tianhai took me to buy a dress." Tong Tong ran over, seemingly having forgotten what happened earlier, and said with a smile. Yi Chen quickly picked up Tong Tong. "Did you thank Uncle Tianhai?" Yi Chen asked with a smile. Of course, Tong Tong is very polite. Tong Tong lay on Yi Chen's shoulder, looking very cute. "Why thank me? Buying a dress for my niece is just what I should do. By the way, brother, how did you handle it just now? I just found out that the woman is actually Zhang Jun's wife. This guy married such a shrew, he's bound to be unlucky sooner or later. Do you want me to put pressure on him?" Feng Tianhai approached, looking fierce. "No need, it's all resolved. Forgive and forget, All I care about is Tonton's safety, that's the best outcome. Let's go, it's getting late, let's go eat. I have something to tell you. Yi Chen waved his hand and walked towards the amusement park. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Feng Tianhai was extremely excited. It seemed like there was another way to make money. Here, at the Yundun Hotel, inside a luxurious private room, the table was filled with sumptuous dishes and fresh seafood. Several bottles of wine worth 70 to 80,000 were also opened. Chen Peng stood up, walked to a middle-aged man with a smile on his face, raised his glass, and said with a smile, "Manager Han, this is our 6th meeting. I believe you can see my sincerity. It's not that your hotel is not worth the money, but I am indeed short of funds now. Otherwise, I wouldn't waste so much time with you." After speaking, Chen Peng drank the wine in his glass in one gulp. Indeed, he was very sincere. However, Manager Han shook his head and said lightly, "Chen, this is not fun. If you need money, I can lend it to you, but the price of my hotel cannot be reduced by a penny. To be honest, if I didn't want to develop other businesses now, I wouldn't want to let go of this hotel. That Qilin Mountain scenic area, the number of tourists there every year, let me tell you, my off-season turnover is this amount per day." Manager Han raised 3 fingers as he spoke. At this moment, Chen Peng didn't speak but sat down, looking at the other person, listening attentively. "And, my hotel is a popular check-in spot for internet celebrities. Not to mention how much was invested in the renovation, just the traffic alone is not cheap to sell. I won't hide it from you, if you don't make a decision today, I will sign a contract with another CEO, whom you also know, Sheng Qiqiang from Shengshi Group, who just acquired the tycoon from Haitian Group. He is also starting to develop the hotel industry, but what he lacks now is reputation. As for the price, he doesn't lack a penny. I am only talking to you today because of your father's face." Manager Han smiled at this point. When Sheng Qiqiang was mentioned, Chen Peng's expression changed slightly. Shengshi Group is a multinational corporation, a true supergroup, and in Longzhou, logistics, catering, and entertainment venues are absolute industry leaders. A true powerhouse. In a real competition, he is no match at all. "Manager Han, I'll take it for 42 million. Let's sign the contract now. But wait a moment, I have something to take care of here. Once it's resolved, I'll come back to sign with you." Chen Peng stood up and said seriously, "All right, but before 10 o'clock. I have an appointment with President Shang, I can't stand him up. Can you make it by then? Give me a definite answer before 10 o'clock. Manager Han nodded after hearing this. At this moment, Chen Peng got up and walked outside. Just as he pushed open the door, a female secretary hurried over. "Chen Zone, the owner of Qilin Mountain, the Hai Lantian Hotel, Mr. Yang is here to see you to discuss the hotel acquisition. He said he can reduce it by 2 million on the basis of 50 million. The female secretary said. Reduce it by 2 million, that's still 48 million. Compared to Yunsuyao, his business hotel is already outdated. Yunsuyao is only 42 million, he really dares to ask for it," Chen Peng said disdainfully. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly froze. "Wait, did you say that Mr. Yang from Bihai Lantian came in person?" Chen Peng asked urgently. "Yes, Chen, he is very sincere, waiting for you in the next private room." The female secretary nodded. "Okay, I got it. You go over and keep Mr. Yang calm, tell him I'll be right there," Chen Peng casually instructed. The female secretary smiled and said, "Okay, Chen, I'll go now." After that, the female secretary walked towards the adjacent private room. "Strange, I didn't make an appointment with General Yang, and I clearly stated that the price was too high and politely declined, yet he actually came to my door today to lower the price. It must be a coincidence, just fooled by that charlatan. But, a difference of 6 million, Yunsuyo is the best acquisition target." At this moment, Chen Peng suddenly remembered the reminder from Yi Chen in the morning. General Yang, with the blue sea and sky, actually came. It felt very mysterious. But, Chen Peng shook his head. A liar, why believe him, am I crazy? After speaking, he walked to the window, lit a cigarette, raised his wrist to check the time on his watch. It was already 9:40. Only 20 minutes left. That guy said, even if signing a contract, it has to be after 10 o'clock. Is he just playing tricks, or will something unexpected happen? Thinking of this, he took out his phone, then opened Douyin, but after watching a few videos on hotel management, he put his phone back in his pocket. Almost done, time to go back and sign. I actually believe that liars' nonsense, playing tricks, in the future, such people must be avoided, bad luck. Chen Peng shook his head and walked towards the private room door. Just as he reached out to push the door open, suddenly, the female secretary rushed over in a hurry. Mr. Chen, something big is happening. Look, on the popular headlines of Douyin, after a customer checked in at Yunsuyo, they found a foul smell in the room. After changing rooms, other guests discovered a corpse under the bed, highly decomposed. The hotel has been sealed off. The female secretary handed over her phone. Chen Peng's heart jumped when he heard this, and when he saw the video content, he was stunned. The video had just gone viral, and after going viral, it had quickly climbed to the top of the trending list. Just as he was staring blankly at his phone, the door was pushed open, and he saw General Han looking anxious. He didn't even say hello, just pushed past Chen Peng and ran off. Watching the other party's disheveled appearance, stumbling away, Chen Peng suddenly smiled. A big, bright smile. He even breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Chen, what's wrong with you? What should we do next? The female secretary asked in confusion. Does General Yang know about this? Chen Peng suddenly asked. Not yet, I just saw a friend repost it by chance, and showed it to you immediately. The female secretary hurriedly said. Let's go, see General Yang, 48 million, I'll take it. With that, Chen Peng took the female secretary and headed straight to the adjacent private room. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had just returned to the hotel and was about to close the door when Feng Tianhai walked over. Boss, someone's here, 2 law enforcement officers. Feng Tianhai walked in with a worried look on his face. Then, 2 men in uniform came to Yi Chen's front. Mr. Yi Chen, we are from the Longzhou City Criminal Investigation Brigade. We received a video report just now, saying that you assaulted someone at Nanshan Amusement Park. Here is the video evidence. Please cooperate with us and come with me. The speaker was a middle-aged law enforcer. He took out his credentials and waved them in front of Yi Chen. Okay, I'll cooperate. Can you not disturb my daughter's sleep? I'll put her down first. Yi Chen said with a smile. Please cooperate with the investigation, don't play tricks. Otherwise, don't blame me for charging you with provocation and troublemaking, and suing you. At this moment, the young man next to the middle-aged law enforcer suddenly shouted loudly. Yi Chen quickly pressed his face against Tongtong's ear, holding her tightly. Tongtong just moved a bit and went back to sleep. Only then did Yi Chen breathe a sigh of relief. He raised his head, glanced at the young man, then turned to Feng Tianhai and said, Tianhai, help me take Tongtong back. Don't tell your sister-in-law too much, so she won't worry. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianhai pushed the young man away. He gave him a cold glance and said, Don't you dare abuse your power and act arrogantly just because you're enforcing the law. Can't you see there are children around? Feng Tianhai took Tongtong in his arms carefully. Say it again. The young law enforcer questioned Feng Tianhai angrily. You bean, stop it. This is law enforcement, not arguing. As public servants, have some dignity. Scolded the middle-aged law enforcer next to him. The young man still looked defiant but didn't say much. Tianhai, stop talking nonsense and send Tongtong back now. Be careful on the way. Yi Chen said lightly. Got it, bro. Don't worry, I'll take good care of Tongtong. I'll find my third uncle later to bail you out. Feng Tianhai nodded and then walked away. Do you need handcuffs? After Feng Tianhai left, Yi Chen suddenly raised his hands and asked with a smile. No need, just cooperate. Let's go, said the middle-aged man as he opened the door. Hurry up, what are you looking at? The young man pushed Yi Chen with his hand. The next moment, Yi Chen dodged the man's hand effortlessly and lifted his leg to trip him. With a thud, the young man stumbled and fell to the ground. Yi Chen sneered, walked past the young man, and said coldly, You should be grateful that I'm not a criminal, but a law-abiding citizen. Otherwise, just based on your shouting in front of my daughter, I would have killed you. Boss, is this considered a threat? If so, add it to the charges. Yi Chen asked the middle-aged law enforcer with a faint glance. You better behave yourself. Assaulting others is not a serious offense. As long as you can get the other party's forgiveness, you'll be detained for at most 24 hours. But don't be too arrogant. It's not a good thing, said the middle-aged law enforcer coldly. After hearing this, Yi Chen didn't say anything and walked outside. The young man, getting up, looked fierce. Damn, he actually attacked me. Captain Zhang, I'm going to sue him. Isn't he too arrogant? The young man was still angry. If you adjust your attitude, he wouldn't treat you like this. You're too impulsive. When you go out for law enforcement with me in the future, speak less, observe more, and learn more. Otherwise, if you can't keep up, I won't take you with me. With your intelligence, even ordinary criminals can provoke you. What are you eating? Captain Zhang reprimanded. The young man lowered his head under the scolding but still looked defiant. Apple Garden Community. After Feng Tianhai parked the car, he saw Qin Meiyun anxiously waiting at the entrance. He got out of the car and waved, calling out, Sister-in-law, Tongtong is asleep. Come and hold her. Qin Meiyun hurried over upon hearing this. She reached out and gently picked up Tong Tong. Where's Yi Chen? What is he doing? Qin Meiyun's face looked unpleasant. She had entrusted Tong Tong to Yi Chen, but he handed the child to someone else. How was this any different from the scum from before? She had thought he had changed, but it turned out she was overly hopeful and had expected too much. Sister-in-law, it's not like that. Brother Yi had some trouble, so he had to leave Tong Tong with me. You must believe that Brother Yi cares deeply for Tong Tong, she's his own daughter. Feng Tianhai hurriedly explained. Enough, stop talking. Just tell me, what happened and where did he go? Qin Meiyun shook her head and asked. I said, sister-in-law, please don't worry. Brother Yi hit someone and has been taken in for questioning by the law enforcement department. But he will be released soon, the situation is not very serious. Feng Tianhai was worried that Qin Meiyun would continue to misunderstand and affect their relationship. He couldn't bear this responsibility. He had to tell the truth. Hitting someone? He's so grown up, yet he still gets into fights with others. Is that his excuse for neglecting the child? Qin Meiyun said coldly. Her originally warming heart gradually turned cold. Sister-in-law, can you let me finish? My brother's situation, he told me about it. He used to be reckless when he was young and did a lot of wrong things, but he's different now. Even I, an outsider, can see that. Let me explain, I can't put it into words. Just watch this video and you'll understand. Feng Tianhai found the video of Yi Chen hitting someone and had it uploaded online, showing it to Qin Meiyun, while explaining the reasons. When she learned that Yi Chen acted because Tong Tong was being bullied, Qin Meiyun suddenly felt guilty. She had wrongly accused Yi Chen. Realizing this, she quickly opened the car door, sat down, and said, Tianhai, please take me to the law enforcement department. I want to see how he is, I'm worried. Sister-in-law, don't worry, it's not a big deal. Actually, this matter is not as important as Tong Tong sleeping. I'll go back to find my third uncle, and this matter will be resolved. You can rest assured. Sister-in-law, you go back first, I'll go find my third uncle, Feng Tianhai assured. When Qin Meiyun learned that Feng Tianhai's third uncle was a high-ranking official, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was also surprised that Yi Chen's friends now were stronger than ever. Compared to his previous bad friends, it was like night and day. Alright, let me know as soon as there's news. Qin Meiyun said anxiously. Okay, I got it, sister-in-law. Feng Tianhai said before getting into the car and driving away. At that moment, Yi Chen sat calmly in the interrogation room, facing the questioning. Yi Chen, it's wrong to hit someone. Although I admit you have energy, you managed to make the other party reconcile voluntarily. But in the eyes of the law, you won't get away with it. Captain Zhang said sternly. Captain Zhang, do you think I'm a bad person? Yi Chen asked calmly. It's not about what I think, it's about your actions that determine whether you're a good person or a bad person. Just from the act of hitting someone, you've broken the law. Captain Zhang said firmly. Then let me ask, Captain Zhang, do you have children? Yi Chen asked. Be serious and answer the relevant questions. A young man beside him said, tapping the table. Yi Chen spread his hands and said, then I have nothing more to say. Yes, I have a son, he's 10 years old. Captain Zhang said at that moment. His name is Zhang Xingxing, he goes to 2nd Experimental Primary School. Yi Chen said with a smile. Suddenly, Captain Zhang's face was filled with anger. The young man beside him even slammed the table. What do you mean? Are you threatening Captain Zhang? If you dare to harm Captain Zhang's family, don't blame me for being rude to you. The young man said angrily. However, Captain Zhang stood up, reached out to push the young man back, and walked up to Yi Chen. He lowered his head and said, based on what you just said, I'll use your own words to tell you, if I take off this uniform, I will definitely knock you down. At that moment, Yi Chen just smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed. Captain Zhang, look, it's human nature. Your child was threatened, of course, I mean being beaten at school. As a father, when you wear this uniform, you won't act, that's your duty, you are a public servant. But I'm not wearing it, I have no morals, so I won't be bound by moral constraints. Whoever hurts my daughter, I will fight him to the death. So, I didn't do anything wrong, right? Yi Chen spread his hands and said. You didn't, but legally, it's not allowed. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you just now, Captain Zhang said solemnly. But then, he asked in confusion, but I'm puzzled, how did you know about my son's information? Because today was the first time he met Yi Chen, and the latter had been in the interrogation room the whole time without any contact with the outside world. But how did he know about his son? This puzzled him. Captain Zhang, you are a good person. You are currently investigating a kidnapping case where the criminals not only kidnap but also tear tickets. 3 victims have already been killed, all children aged 8 to 13. You have caught one of their gangs, but haven't extracted any useful information yet," Yi Chen said calmly. At first, Captain Zhang didn't think much of it, considering the case had made headlines and caused widespread panic. It wasn't surprising that the other party knew about it. But when Yi Chen said something else, Captain Zhang was stunned. "What else do you know? How did you find out about these things?" Captain Zhang's emotions suddenly became agitated, and he even started suspecting Yi Chen as a suspect. The impact of this case on society was too severe. Orders were given from above to solve it within 3 days, but it was already the second day today, and there were no leads. He was also anxious. "What time is it now?" Yi Chen didn't answer the question. "It's exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon," Captain Zhang said, looking at his watch. "There's 1 more hour before the children get out of school." "Captain Zhang, their next target is your son. There are 2 criminals in a white renovated van in front of the second experimental primary school, carrying shotguns. Under the tree at the corner sausage stand, there is 1 person responsible for surveillance. Another criminal is currently planning to infiltrate the school, and there is a teacher who is their fellow villager, in charge of assisting your son's homeroom teacher." "Don't ask me how I know this. If you trust me, you better act now," Yi Chen said seriously, not joking. "Yi Chen, do you realize that your words and actions could lead to criminal charges for you? If the police respond and find nothing, it's like giving false information." Captain Zhang grabbed Yi Chen's shoulder and said sternly. Yi Chen just glanced at him. "If there is no result, it's still better, at least no one will be harmed." "Captain Zhang, hurry up, don't waste time, don't regret it. If something happens, I'm willing to take responsibility. Don't you think about your child?" Yi Chen emphasized once again. This time, Captain Zhang looked up, pondered for a moment, and said, "Yubin, call for backup, gather the team, depart from the second experimental primary school. Everyone must assemble within 5 minutes." Captain Zhang stared at Yi Chen and shouted loudly. Although Yubin was reluctant, he had to obey the order. He got up and went to inform his colleagues. "Yi Chen, if this turns out to be true, as a father, I will personally thank you. But if it's false, as the head of the criminal investigation team, I will definitely press charges against you." After saying that, Captain Zhang quickly turned and left. A moment later, Yi Chen walked out of the criminal investigation department and saw Feng Tianhai smiling at the door. To his surprise, Chen Peng was also there, waving his hand with a big smile on his face. "Brother, are you tired?" Feng Tianhai hurried over, trying to lend a hand to Yi Chen. "Don't be so formal. Just questioning, not releasing from prison, why make it so exaggerated?" Yi Chen laughed and scolded. "By the way, what's wrong with him?" Yi Chen looked at Chen Peng standing next to the car, opened the car door, and asked with a silly smile on his face. He's convinced, he's convinced. A body was found at the Yunsuyao Inn. This guy escaped a disaster, it's also his luck, otherwise tens of millions would have been wasted. Now the Yunsuyao has been sealed off, and with this impact, I'm afraid it can't continue. Even the boss has been taken away for investigation. It is said that there are major suspicions. Feng Tianhai said proudly. Yi Chen already knew this result, but hearing it from Feng Tianhai's mouth was satisfying. At this moment, just as Yi Chen was about to get into the car, Chen Peng ran over excitedly. "Brother, are you still mad at me? This is just my way, he knows. We grew up in the same compound since we were kids, you must not mess with me. Get in my car, let's go back to the hotel, pick up my wife, and my niece, my treat." Chen Peng was like a waiter, holding the car door on the side, smiling and saying, "It seems that he is really convinced." From a noble family, a rich young man, he has now become more humble and obedient. It's only been a day. This also made Feng Tianhai's admiration for Yi Chen soar to the sky. "No need to be so polite, since you were able to escape this disaster, it's also your luck. I may have exaggerated, but if you don't believe it, there's nothing I can do," Yi Chen said calmly. However, his words made Chen Peng even more uneasy. God knows, if he had signed the contract to step faster at that time, now he would have lost 40 million. "Stop calling me brother, where do I put my face? Weren't you arrogant before, saying my brother is inferior, but you must not be with this rich young master, so as not to lower your status. And, that's my wife, my niece, stop pretending, stop shouting nonsense." Feng Tianhai also seized the opportunity, relentlessly mocking Chen Peng. It felt so satisfying. His admiration for Yi Chen soared to new heights. I was wrong, can't I be forgiven? Godfather, you are my godfather, it's all my fault, I have a big mouth, I didn't recognize the situation. Brother, you are magnanimous, you will definitely not stoop to my level, please, give me a chance to redeem myself, otherwise I will be ashamed. Chen Peng was almost kneeling down, and his attitude towards Feng Tianhai underwent a huge transformation. From calling him brother to godfather, The extent of this apology made Feng Tianhai admire him even more. Alright, stop messing around. Go pick up the kids, then go to the hotel. Yi Chen got into the car and spoke. Okay brother, let my wife and niece sit in my car, I'll drive steadily. Feng Tianhai is unreliable. Hearing this, Chen Peng was overjoyed, thrilled. Before Feng Tianhai could curse, he had already run back to his car like a flash. Damn, brat, taking advantage of the situation. Feng Tianhai cursed and got into the car, driving towards the Apple Garden community. Meanwhile, in front of the Second Achievement Elementary School, Captain Zhang led a few elite team members and had already surrounded the van. When they saw the two people inside, they were all stunned. Especially Captain Zhang. There are really two people inside. Captain Zhang said in shock. Captain, there is a suspicious person at the corner sausage stall, very suspicious. At this time, the voice of Yu Bin came through the walkie-talkie. Captain, a criminal has infiltrated the school, disguised as a janitor. We have already controlled him. All the teachers and students are in their classrooms and have not come out. Ensuring safety, we can take action at any time. The voice on the walkie-talkie continued. Zhang Dui's heart was repeatedly shocked. The words spoken by Yi Chen were all coming true. Don't move yet. I'll take people in first to verify the identity of a homeroom teacher. Zhang Dui suddenly remembered Yi Chen's words. If that homeroom teacher was really the backup for this group of criminals, not only his child, but the whole class would be in danger. And if the other party didn't make a move, he had no evidence. The only option was to go in and wait for an opportunity to act. Zhang Dui personally took action, bringing two team members and had already entered the campus. He first went to the classroom where his son was, but he didn't go in. Instead, he stood at the window and saw a young man with glasses taking his son out alone. Zhang Dui, what should we do? One of the team members spoke up. Don't worry, I believe this teacher is not acting voluntarily. You guys wait here, don't move. Zhang Dui said in a serious tone. In reality, when he saw his son being taken out alone by that teacher, he also felt anxious. An indescribable anger burned in his chest. He wished he could shoot that teacher dead, but he knew he had to stay rational. It was also in that moment that he suddenly remembered Yi Chen's words. If you see your child being harmed, would you fight back with all your might against the other party? At that moment, the classroom door was pushed open. The teacher came out with a boy. Dad, why are you here? The boy looked puzzled when he saw Zhang Dui. The 10-year-old child was not small, but still had a gap compared to adults. So when he saw his son with a suspect, Zhang Dui became even more nervous. At the same time, the teacher also noticed Zhang Dui and walked over, becoming extremely nervous in an instant. I'm here to pick you up from school, let's go to your grandfather's house. Zhang Dui said with his hands behind his back. In fact, a gun was already loaded. Although he was talking to his son, his gaze was fixed on the male teacher. The male teacher struggled, beads of sweat sliding down in strings. His hand was raised, reaching out towards the boy. Can I take the child home early today, teacher? I'm sorry for disturbing your class. If you're busy, you can go back to class. I'll take the child to the entrance to sign out. Captain Zhang suddenly smiled and said. Immediately, the hand raised by the male teacher weakly dropped down. Zhang Dui did not relax when he saw this, but became even more cautious. After a few steps, he finally approached his son, then took a step forward, pulling the child behind him. At that moment, several law enforcement officers rushed out and instantly pinned the male teacher to the ground. Thank you, teacher, for not harming my child. Come with us for investigation. Your offense is not very serious. Try to make amends. Zhang Dui said to the male teacher pinned on the ground. Captain, thank you for giving me a chance. I don't want to die, I don't want to commit crimes. They forced my child, I had no choice. I will obey, confess, and cooperate. The male teacher seemed relieved, his face no longer showing tension and fear, but instead a smile, because he had been coerced all along. For 3 full days, he was on the verge of collapse. Finally, at this moment, he was liberated. The gratitude from both sides, the momentary thoughts, had prevented a crime and saved an innocent child. At that moment, Captain Zhan was deeply grateful to Yi Chen in his heart. Holding his son, he finally couldn't hold back and cried. Others seeing this scene also showed relieved smiles. This case was finally solved. Soon, the school entrance was already crowded with various media. When Zhang was interviewed, he smiled and said, "This time we were able to solve the case quickly. The members of our reconnaissance team are all warriors, but this time the credit belongs to a friend of mine. I am very grateful for the information he provided, which helped prevent another tragedy from happening." With the news reports, the friend mentioned by Zhang quickly became a hot topic on the internet. Some said it was a reappearance of a detective. Others said it was just an excuse. Some even said it was just a tip provided by a citizen who kept their identity private. There were also rumors of disagreements among criminals over the distribution of loot. In short, there were various opinions on the internet. At this moment, Yi Chen, sitting in the car, also saw the news report and a smile appeared on his face. Soon after, Chen Peng and the others arrived at the Apple Garden community. As soon as Yi Chen got out of the car, he saw Qin Meiyun leading Tong Tong, standing at the entrance of the community with a worried look on her face. "Daddy, it's Daddy." Tong Tong kept staring at Yi Chen, and at the first moment, she broke free from Qin Meiyun's hand and ran towards Yi Chen. Seeing this, Qin Meiyun rolled her eyes. This little heartless girl, she's so young and already so materialistic, she knows who treats her well. Qin Meiyun muttered, but still walked over with a serious expression. "My little princess, Daddy missed you so much. Quick, give Daddy a kiss." Yi Chen squatted down, opened his arms, and immediately hugged Tong Tong. Tong Tong joyfully kissed Yi Chen's cheek. Drool even dripped down, emitting a faint milky fragrance. Yi Chen didn't mind at all, feeling that this was a gift from a little angel. "Daddy, where did you go? Tong Tong couldn't find you. Ask Mommy, she scolded me," Tong Tong said in a very aggrieved manner. Her little hand held onto Yi Chen's neck and wouldn't let go. Children have simple thoughts. They can feel who treats them well the most. The fatherly love Yi Chen gives her is not expressed through money, but through companionship, indulgence, and pampering. That unique fatherly love. Irreplaceable. "Ha, Mommy didn't mean it. Be good in the future, and Mommy won't scold you." Yi Chen picked up Tong Tong and then looked at Qin Meiyun, saying, "Qin, beautiful lady, who made you upset? Your face doesn't look right. Don't joke with me. I'm asking you, where did you go?" Qin Meiyun asked in a serious tone. "Ha, I didn't do anything. I had a little problem, but it's resolved now. If you don't believe me, ask Tianhai." Yi Chen pointed with his hand, only to find that Feng Tianhai had long disappeared. In that instant, Yi Chen also realized that Qin Meiyun must have found out. This kid Feng Tianhai, how could he blabber like that? His mouth is looser than a belt. This kid, I knew he was unreliable. Yi Chen cursed. "Don't blame him either," I asked him, he had no choice. "Forget about him for now, explain your situation. You're an adult, how could you still resort to violence and fight with someone, even if it's for Tong Tong? You can't beat someone up like that. If your parents find out about this, they'll worry about you," Qin Meiyun said with a heavy heart. Although she was blaming him, it was clear that she was nervous. Yi Chen looked at her and smiled. It seems that in Qin Meiyun's heart, he wasn't invisible. At least she was still concerned about his safety. "You can still laugh?" Qin Meiyun stared at him incredulously and said, "It's nice to be cared for." All right, Qin beautiful lady, I understand. I won't act impulsively next time, I'll heed your advice. Considering it's your first offense, don't be too hard on me." Yi Chen wanted to reach out and grab Qin Meiyun's hand, but instinctively pulled back. Qin Meiyun also saw his actions, then sighed and said, "Alright, you are already an adult, you should have your own boundaries. Although it was impulsive, it is commendable for the sake of your daughter's heart, but next time pay attention to the way and method." With Qin Meiyun's words falling, Yi Chen immediately stood at attention and saluted. Yes, Qin hits people. Seeing Yi Chen's unserious appearance, Qin Meiyun was amused, and at this moment, Chen Peng cautiously approached. "Are you hunchbacked? Why didn't I notice it before?" Yi Chen asked in confusion. "Ha? No, I'm not hunchbacked. Sister-in-law, are you done scolding? If you're done, shall we go?" Chen Peng asked tentatively. At this moment, Yi Chen finally realized that this guy was not hunchbacked, but afraid of Qin Meiyun. "Sorry, I made you laugh. Where are we going?" Qin Meiyun, seeing outsiders, finally let go of Yi Chen, then resumed her usual tenderness and politely asked, "To the hotel, I have already prepared a banquet there, sister-in-law, please get in the car." "Actually, my brother is not easy either, I know about that matter, that woman deserved to be hit." In order to make Yi Chen forgive him, Chen Peng also made great efforts. "I know, he was impulsive, but it was too reckless, the child is fine, just some superficial injuries. If he really injures someone, it will be troublesome, a justified matter will become unjust," Qin Meiyun said seriously. "That's right, hitting people is wrong." Chen Peng wiped the sweat from his forehead, originally wanting to say a few good words for Yi Chen, but under Qin Meiyun's sermon, he could only compromise. Soon, Qin Meiyun got into the car and was about to hug Tong Tong. "I don't want to. This uncle said this morning that we couldn't ride in his car." Unexpectedly, Tong Tong held onto Yi Chen and refused to go over. Suddenly, Chen Peng was embarrassed, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. "Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Niece, uncle was talking in his sleep this morning, how could he not let you ride in the car when Tong Tong is so cute?" Uncle was wrong, forgive uncle, okay. Chen Peng smiled and said to Tong Tong, really, then I'll go sit with mom. After hearing this, Tong Tong turned around and ran from Yi Chen's arms to Qin Meiyan's arms. At this moment, Feng Tianhai ran over, waving his hand, looking as if he was guilty, with a smile on his face. Had a stomachache just now, hee brother, sister-in-law didn't do anything to you, right? Feng Tianhai ran over and asked with a smile. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and drive. Yi Chen patted him and then got into the car. Then everyone set off towards the Grand Hotel. The banquet prepared by Chen Peng was very sumptuous. He specially instructed the kitchen to prepare a 3-tiered children's cake for Tong Tong. Tong Tong was overjoyed. Brother, I was ignorant before, please don't lower yourself to my level. Today I just want to apologize to you. I'll drink this glass, as you wish. Chen Peng raised his glass and drank it all. Alright, brother Yi didn't really care about you, if he did, he wouldn't have come. If you really want to thank brother Yi, do something practical, don't just talk. Feng Tianhai interjected. Feng Tianhai, who do you look down on? Am I someone who lacks ambition? Brother, I have a house in Country Garden, over 170 square meters, just finished decorating and haven't lived in it yet, here are the keys. After speaking, Chen Peng took out a bunch of keys and handed them to Yi Chen, and provocatively gave Feng Tianhai a challenging look. The meaning was, when I, Chen Peng, make a move, it will be generous, 100 square meter house, I'll give it away. Alright, how could I accept something from you? Uncle San asked me to help you out, so I definitely have to help. Put it away. Yi Chen couldn't help but smile and quickly pushed the key back. In fact, it wasn't all for Uncle San. He had his own reasons, and they were the main ones. Chen Peng's father is a high-ranking official, almost second only to the city lord. He wasn't planning anything illegal, just that having an acquaintance who could provide direct access legally would save him a lot of trouble in the future for whatever business he wanted to do. Like today, being released so easily meant he had a lot of connections. If he really broke the law, no one could save him. But, the other party struck first, at most it was a mutual fight, and the other party forgave him voluntarily, so this matter didn't really count. But with that sentence, he could avoid being detained for those 20 hours. Bro, do you look down on this house, or do you think it's not classy enough? I personally designed this decoration, European luxury decoration, I invested 70 to 80,000 just in the decoration. Chen Peng asked in surprise. He couldn't understand. This house plus the decoration is worth at least over 2,600,000. And yet, no one wanted it when he offered it? Was it not classy enough? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen shook his head with a smile, about to explain. But at that moment, Feng Tianhai spoke first, saying, it's just not classy enough, Chen Peng. Do you really think my brother needs your 100 houses? I think it's not that he's looking down on you, but it's your lack of insight. Do you think a tycoon with over 40 billion in liquid assets needs your 100 houses? As Feng Tianhai's words fell, Chen Peng was instantly dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning, his whole brain buzzing. Although Feng Tianhai usually liked to brag and joke around, but at this moment, he wouldn't exaggerate in such matters. However, he couldn't imagine that the person in front of him, who was only a few years older than himself, was already worth over 40 billion. This was too terrifying, mainly because he had never met Yi Chen before. In their circle, he knew the few wealthy and influential figures. A net worth of 40 billion was already rare. After all, Longzhou was just a small city of less than second-tier status. No, not a net worth of 40 billion, but liquid assets that could be readily accessed at any time, 40 billion. This was even more extraordinary. Bro, I don't look down on you, really. Is what Feng Tianhai said true? From what I know in our circle, there are people worth hundreds of billions, but none of them can produce 40 billion in liquid assets at once. Before this, my vision was narrow, I hadn't seen you before. Chen Peng asked in amazement. He was very curious. He really wanted to know how Yi Chen had amassed such a substantial fortune. It's true, I made some money in stocks recently. Yi Chen took a sip of water and said casually. Then he took a bite of the small cake brought by Tong Tong. With just a casual remark, Chen Peng was once again shocked beyond measure when he realized the implications. His mind was quick. At least, upon hearing the sensitive word stocks for the first time, he quickly associated it with the legendary deeds of a big brother in the financial circle recently, raking in a large sum from the ocean of world-class capital wealth, coupled with the figure of 40 billion. Wait, let me calm down and think this through. Chen Peng tremblingly picked up a wineglass, took a sip, choked on it, and his face turned red. Feng Tianhai beside him was smiling brightly. On the other hand, Yi Chen remained calm, playing with Tong Tong. Qin Meiyun, on the other hand, was shaken wave after wave in her heart. She now fully understood the concept of 42 billion. It made a general manager with over a dozen chain hotels treat him with the utmost respect. A young man from a strong family background, who used to be followed around every day, now seems disinterested and unrecognizable. His drastic change is like a leap in development that leaves others astonished. This transformation brings comfort and satisfaction to Shin Mei-yoon. The young man, Yi-chan, is revealed to be the recent stock market sensation, making billions through oil futures trading. Despite feeling embarrassed, he promises to repay a favor in the future. Yi-chan then mentions a business opportunity involving BM cars, sparking excitement among his companions. As they make plans to explore the opportunity, Yi-chan attends to other matters, leaving his daughter to play with Shin Mei-yoon. During this period, it has been very busy, and there is a high possibility of a promotion recently. But as soon as he saw that it was Yi-chan calling, he got excited and quickly got up without any complaints. "Brother, I need your help with something. Can you buy some BM cars as short-selling chips in the US tonight?" Yi-chan asked. Wei Zhonglin, upon hearing this, quickly put on his glasses and said seriously, "Sure, I have a friend in the US who owns a company and has some connections with banks. He often shorts stocks and is reliable. I can vouch for him. How much do you want to buy on my account?" Upon hearing this, Yi-chan felt relieved. "Not much, just buy 5 billion casually. Once it's done, I will definitely thank you," Yi-chan said with a smile. "Alright, no need for formalities between us. I'll contact him now." After saying that, Wei Zhonglin hung up the phone. Yi-chan gazed at the night view outside, a smile appearing on his face. There will be a big event with BM cars tonight, and the stock will plummet by 3 trillion tomorrow. At this time, taking advantage of the situation to buy low can also make a profit, but many people can probably see that it will rise, but they cannot predict how much. There are many risk takers, but few invest. After this incident, BM cars will experience a significant price drop to bounce back in the stock market. It's all about who can buy at the lowest price and cash out at the highest point first. Yi-chan naturally had a plan in mind. Short selling can only be done overseas, so he aims to make a profit from both sides. Short selling cannot be done with others, only by himself. Buying long can bring Feng Tianhai and Chen Peng some extra money. Everything he is doing now is paving the way for his future. Late at night, Yi-chan returned to the private room, and suddenly there was a knock on the door. Upon hearing it, Yi-chan was about to get up. "I'll go, Tong Tong has been looking for you." Shin Mei-yoon unexpectedly reached out and patted Yi-chan's shoulder, then got up with a smile. Soon after, the door opened. Shin Mei-yoon was slightly surprised when she saw a man in law enforcement attire in front of her. "May I ask who you are looking for?" Shin Mei-yoon was worried that he was looking for Yi-chan. After all, she was feeling increasingly uneasy. Yi-chan had changed so much and made so much money, she always felt that something might go wrong. "I'm Captain Zhang of the 9th Criminal Investigation Team," Captain Zhang said with a smile. "Yi-chan is not here, sorry," Shin Mei-yoon said and closed the door. Turning around, she looked pale and nervous. She was not afraid of anything as long as Yi-chan was not taken away. But at this moment, Yi-chan had already stood up and come to Shin Mei-yoon, smiling slightly. "Open the door, I'm here to thank you." "Thank me? Yi-chan, can you stop joking around? Someone has come looking for you. Don't say anything, wait for them to leave. You must confess later, what have you been doing during this time to make so much money?" Shin Mei-yoon took a deep breath. Her heart was pounding. Lying in front of a law enforcement captain, she couldn't imagine how she had just done it. She had never lied before. But subconsciously, she was protecting Yi-chan, even though the way was wrong. "But that's Shin Mei-yoon. Don't worry, I really came to thank you." After saying that, Yi-chan showed a confident smile and opened the door. At this moment, Yi-chan shouted to Captain Zhang, who had just walked a short distance down the corridor, "Captain Zhang, do you need me for something?" Captain Zhang turned around in surprise upon hearing this and walked back. At Yi-chan's invitation, he entered the private room. Shin Mei-yoon felt a little ashamed and lowered her head, occasionally casting a murderous glance at Yi-chan. It made Yi-chan a bit embarrassed too. "Yi-chan, I came this time to thank you for the information you provided. If it weren't for your reminder, I'm afraid my son." With that, Captain Zhang pushed his son in front of Yi-chan. "Xingxing, kneel down and kowtow to Uncle Yi," Captain Zhang said. The little boy knelt down without hesitation. "Get up quickly." Yi-chan hurriedly reached out and helped the boy up. "Captain Zhang, there's no need for this," Yi-chan said quickly. "It's necessary. In my hometown, it's a custom. You are our family's savior, kneeling to you is only right. Please don't take offense to what happened before, Brother Yi," Captain Zhang said with a look of shame on his face. "It's my duty, nothing out of the ordinary. How could I take it seriously? You haven't eaten yet, right? Come, sit down, let's have a meal together, don't be polite." Yi Chen extended an invitation. No, another day. When my wife cooks, I'll invite you to our home. I know you're busy, so I won't disturb you, but for this meal, you must come to our house no matter what, or I'll bring Xingxing to kneel before you every day, Captain Zhang said with a smile on his face. Yi Chen felt helpless for a moment. Then, Captain Zhang presented a banner, and upon opening it, it read Longzhou Good Citizen Award. There was also a medal. This is a medal we, the entire Criminal Investigation Brigade, have awarded you after careful consideration. This is an honor, Captain Zhang said solemnly. Without hesitation, Yi Chen picked up the medal and wore it on his chest. Thank you for the award from the organization. Yi Chen saluted earnestly. Well, I'll take my leave now. Xingxing, say goodbye to the little sister, and say goodbye to uncle and aunt. Captain Zhang nodded in satisfaction. Xingxing, who was playing with Tongtong, politely greeted her, then called out to Yi Chen and Qin Meiyun, Uncle Yi, Aunt Yi, goodbye. Goodbye, come over to play when you have time. Qin Meiyun stood up with a delighted expression, then went to see the guests off. After sending Captain Zhang and his son away, Qin Meiyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Especially when she saw the medal on Yi Chen's chest and the banner on the table, her smile became even brighter. Any lingering worries vanished completely. This time, you should trust me, right? My money is all earned legally, so rest assured. Even for you too, I won't resort to illegal means for profit, Yi Chen said earnestly. He remained calm in front of Captain Zhang, but he was honest with Qin Meiyun. Then he detailed the process of making money, revealing everything, but Qin Meiyun couldn't understand when it came to stocks and hoarding goods. However, once she understood that Yi Chen was indeed earning money legally, all her worries disappeared. At this moment, BM car show. People coming and going, with many foreigners gathered together. Waves of models walking the runway, posing seductively around various new cars. Dozens of media outlets were also competing to report on the event. The scene was lively. Feng Tianhai ate cake heartily, scanning the surroundings and occasionally glancing at the models. Where did you get the cake? Chen Peng was also hungry and asked as he walked over. It's been gone for a while, this is the last piece, and I managed to grab it quickly. But now I suspect, Brother Yi might be planning a family trip around the world, that's why he let us out. It's lively, but nothing special. BM Enterprise has been stable for so many years, and the stock hasn't fluctuated much. Feng Tianhai still couldn't figure it out. If it weren't for Yi Chen's words, he would have gone home long ago. Let's see how it goes, be patient. I'm going to get an ice cream, it's too hot. After speaking, Chen Peng pointed to two girls not far away distributing ice cream. Don't bother going, it's not for us, it's all for those foreigners. Feng Tianhai said lightly. What? What does this mean, hosting a car show in our country, and it's a joint venture, why aren't they giving out ice cream to us? This is looking down on us. Chen Peng frowned. However, just as he finished speaking, the location where the ice cream was being distributed suddenly became noisy. A man and a woman were questioning. They were a pair of anchors, and they had already started a live broadcast on the spot. Let's go see what's going on. Feng Tianhai's expression changed, and he walked over with Chen Peng. In the crowd, a young man, wearing glasses, also looked polite and courteous. But at this moment, he looked angry. Why is it that those foreigners can get ice cream, but we can't? Are you discriminating against us? The young man asked indignantly. I'm sorry, sir, but the ice cream is really gone. Don't believe me, look. After speaking, the girl opened the box, which was empty. Don't deceive us, open that box. The young man pointed to another box. Sir, please don't cause trouble. I'm not obligated to follow your orders. The girl's face instantly turned cold. Several security personnel even dragged the young man out. The whole incident was recorded. Just then, a foreigner said a few words while pointing at the box. The girl's face instantly lit up with a smile, encouraging the foreigner to open the box and take a scoop of ice cream. After the foreigner walked away, the two girls' smiles remained bright. What do you think? Chen Peng smiled slightly. What do I think? It's obviously discrimination. BM's reputation has been ruined. Mainly, these two beauties changed their faces too quickly. Even if there's no ice cream, the way they treat their compatriots is really a bit disgusting. After speaking, Feng Tianhai walked outside. After watching the excitement for a while, Chen Peng also left the car show. That night, the two returned to the hotel. In a private room, Feng Tianhai recounted the incident, and found a video, which now has over 1 million likes on the Douyin platform. The comments section under the BM official platform has been taken over. Bro, BM's stock will definitely drop this time, but we can't short it domestically, we can only watch. Feng Tianhai asked in confusion. When the stock drops, you buy low, it's that simple, do I need to teach you? Yi Chen said with a smile. But This matter will need to ferment for some time. When should we get in? If you buy too early, it's too expensive. If you buy too late, it might be too late. Feng Tianhai still hesitated. He didn't have Yi Chen's foresight. His judgment on stocks was almost zero. Especially now that the BM incident has escalated, the stock will definitely experience a big drop. As for rebounding, it's certain, but it will take time. And the amount you buy will determine how much you earn. When to buy is most important. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, when it hits the lowest point, just buy. Next, BM will have new actions that will significantly boost the stock. And it's aimed at our Huaxia stock market. Yi Chen said with a smile. He looked mysterious. Okay, bro, let's go back and rest. You should rest early too. With that, Feng Tianhai and Chen Peng both left the room with surprised expressions. Sleep? Would they really sleep? They must be going somewhere to have fun. The next morning, early morning, Yi Chen got up early to freshen up. Last night, he slept on the sofa, while Mei Yun and Tong Tong slept on the bed. When he got up, he was also very careful not to disturb the mother and daughter's rest. Oh my, what time is it? Yi Chen, why didn't you call me? Suddenly, Xin Mei Yun jumped out of bed. But then she quickly crawled back under the covers, because she was only wearing underwear. Yi Chen turned around and smiled, saying, "It's not like I haven't seen it before. What's there to be afraid of? I saw you and Tong Tong sleeping soundly, so I didn't call you." Then skip that class. However, Xin Mei Yun gave him a look, then said, "Nonsense, now that we are divorced, of course, I have to be mindful of the impact. If Tong Tong didn't wake up in the middle of the night without me last night, I would have gone home by myself long ago, letting you two sleep together." Xin Mei Yun fiddled in the bed for a while, changed her clothes, and then walked out. She was wearing the new clothes that Yi Chen bought for her last time, including the original flat shoes, which had now become high heels. Paired with a light blue suit dress, her figure was displayed to the fullest, especially her legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, round, glossy, straight, and slender. Early in the morning, after Yi Chen took a glance, his heart was instantly stirred with desire. He almost couldn't control the desire in his heart. She was just too beautiful. Yi Chen really couldn't understand. Was his former self blind? Or was he just oblivious? How could he, with such a goddess for a wife, not care at all? Stop staring. Feeling Yi Chen's hot gaze, Xin Mei Yun was strong on the outside but sweet inside. Which woman doesn't love beauty? Which woman doesn't want to be cherished and loved by a man? Hurry up, I'm running late. Take care of Tong Tong later. Don't eat such oily breakfast. I have a morning meeting today, and in 2 months, I will be going back to Grandma's company to work. I aim to achieve some results before going back. Xin Mei Yun dragged Yi Chen out of the bathroom. Then she took out her makeup and started applying a light makeup in front of the mirror. Because she was close to the mirror, her abdomen pressed against the sink, making her lean forward, revealing her peachy contours, round and full. Yi Chen swore that he only took a glance unintentionally, and his hands were almost uncontrollably wanting to touch her. But he knew that the current Mei Yun had not completely emerged from the shadows. I'll take Tong Tong to kindergarten later. Can't let her stay at home any longer. If she doesn't adapt today, I'll stay with her at the kindergarten. Yi Chen nodded. Yi Chen, you can't spoil Tong Tong like this. Too much of a good thing is bad. If she gets spoiled, I won't be able to control her when you're not around. Xin Mei Yun stopped, turned around, and said seriously, "No, I'll always be here, even if it's death." Yi Chen was very excited, but before he could finish his sentence, Xin Mei Yun's eyes were about to kill. "What are you talking about, saying such ominous words early in the morning?" Xin Mei Yun glared at Yi Chen, speaking in a stern tone. "My bad, hee, but Mei Yun, you look really beautiful today." Yi Chen leaned against the doorframe, looking like a little rascal. "Stop being cheeky with me, I have to go to work. You also watch your diet, don't overwork yourself. What's the use of earning more money if your health collapses?" After speaking, Xin Mei Yun walked out, then opened the door and hurried outside. Yi Chen chuckled for a while, then waited for Tong Tong to wake up and fed her breakfast. He then took her to a nearby prestigious kindergarten. Everything was arranged by Feng Tianhai, so the process was almost effortless. The prestigious kindergarten made Yi Chen feel more at ease, allowing him to focus wholeheartedly on making money. In the afternoon, Yi Chen observed the BM stock, confirmed the lowest point, and began to buy frantically. Directly smashed in 20 billion. As for Feng Tianhai and Chen Peng, he just notified them to buy. As for how much to buy, it's up to them. After everything was settled, Yi Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the afternoon, Xin Mei Yun made a phone call. Yi Chen hurriedly answered. "Yi Chen, my brother is back. I want to take Tong Tong back in the evening." Xin Mei Yun's voice revealed a hint of tension and some anticipation. How could Yi Chen not hear it? "Well, can I go with you?" "Don't worry, I will never provoke my parents' anger, whatever they say goes. Yi Chen said seriously. Forget it, my brother has a temper, you don't know, if you go, he will definitely beat you. Qin Meiyun sighed and said, let him beat me, he is my elder uncle, besides, I owe them in the past, let you down. Even if he beats me to death, it's deserved, it's settled, I'll pick you up in the evening, let's go back together. Yi Chen said nervously. He was afraid Qin Meiyun would refuse, because this is a great opportunity. Solve the troubles and worries of Qin Meiyun's parents, only then can he and Meiyun have a chance to reconcile. Otherwise, even if he makes a big change, Meiyun will still have a hard time, being caught in the middle. Okay, Qin Meiyun said lightly after hearing it, then hung up the phone. Yi Chen took a deep breath, in fact, he was starting to feel anxious now. But, what has to come will come, and what has to be faced will be faced sooner or later. Evening came quickly. Yi Chen picked up Tong Tong, along with Meiyun, riding in Feng Xianhai's car, heading straight to the residential area of his parents-in-law. Tianhai, are all the things you prepared ready? Yi Chen was restless. He had asked this question 6 times already. This was the 7th time now. Brother, don't worry, everything is ready. I promise not to embarrass you. Feng Xianhai could also feel Yi Chen's nervousness, and was even more surprised in his heart. Never thought that the elder brother Yi, worth over 4 billion, would have such a distressed side. As for Qin Meiyun beside him, holding Tong Tong who was eating a lollipop, looking out the window, lost in thought. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the residential building. After Yi Chen got out of the car, he and Feng Xianhai opened the trunk. Suddenly, Yi Chen was stunned. He looked through it with his hands, and the trunk was already full. You know, Feng Xianhai was driving a long Land Rover, and the trunk was spacious. It was filled with Maodai liquor, Manhwa cigarettes, as well as sea cucumbers, abalones, ginseng, and a series of gifts. Brother, these were all arranged by my friend. The quality is guaranteed. This batch of Mao Tai was specially obtained through my friend's channel. The taste is authentic. Feng Xianhai said with a smile. The items are good, but there are too many. Are you stocking up? Yi Chen was puzzled and rummaging through it. 10 boxes of Maodai, 10 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, sea cucumbers, abalones, and a series of nutritional supplements, all in tens. Although it was for a generous gift, this was too much. What's the problem? When visiting the in-laws, of course, we need to be generous. Besides, the two of us can carry a few trips. Feng Xianhai finished speaking, rolled up his sleeves, and carried several boxes of Mao Tai towards the entrance of the building, while asking, sister-in-law, which floor do we live on? Top floor of the 6th floor, Tianhai, be careful, don't bump into anything. Qin Meiyun reminded while holding Tong Tong. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Feng Xianhai grinned, carrying the liquor and went up. Yi Chen was helpless, he only asked Feng Xianhai to buy more, but not this much. It made it seem like they were nouveau riche, but since it's already been brought, there's no need to fuss about returning it. Yi Chen had to roll up his sleeves and start moving the items. Yi Chen, this is too much, Qin Meiyun exclaimed when she saw the trunk full to the brim. This is based on the space in your house. I plan to fill your parents' house. Yi Chen said with a smile. Although Qin Meiyun rolled her eyes upon hearing this, she felt sweet inside. You see, ever since Yi Chen became obsessed with female anchors and gambling, he hasn't bought anything for his parents for several years. Well, he did buy things, but it was to scam money. Thinking of this, Qin Meiyun felt uneasy, especially since she knew her big brother's temper so well. If he were to turn his face later and get into a fight with Yi Chen, she couldn't bear to think about the scene. After more than 10 minutes, they finally finished moving everything. Yi Chen and Feng Tianhai were both panting heavily. Brother, I'll go back to watch the stocks first. Call me anytime you need me. If it's not enough, I'll go get more goods for you. Feng Tianhai waved his hand and said, okay, you go back and watch. Yi Chen nodded. Alright, sister-in-law, you guys keep busy. I'm leaving. Feng Tianhai said his goodbyes and left. Qin Meiyun wanted to invite him for a meal, but she didn't get the chance to speak. Tianhai is impatient, but he has a good heart. With a friend like him, I don't have to worry. Qin Meiyun smiled slightly and said. After that, she went to the door and knocked lightly. Soon, the door opened. It was mother-in-law Han Guizhi who opened the door. Qin Jinshan was also standing at the door. Meiyun, you're back, come in quickly. Han Guizhi said with a smile on her face. Grandpa and Grandma, Tong Tong is here too. Tong Tong's mouth was smeared with honey, shouting cheerfully. Oh my, this is our precious Tong Tong. Grandpa missed you. Let Grandpa hug you. Qin Jinshan's face lit up with a brilliant smile when he saw Tong Tong, and his wrinkles smoothed out. He took Tong Tong from Qin Meiyun's hands. Meiyun, why aren't you coming in? Han Guizhi asked in confusion. Mom, Yi-chun, also came. After saying that, Shin Mei-yoon took a step back. She saw Yi-chun holding 10 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes in his hands, blocking his body, looking nervous. Mom, Dad, these are nutritional supplements I bought for you. The cigarettes and alcohol are for my dad, and the seafood is also the freshest from a friend. Yi-chen finished speaking and handed over the cigarettes and alcohol. The smile on Han Guizhi's face had gradually frozen. Shin Jinshan, who was carrying Tong Tong into the house, heard this and turned around, his face darkening. What are you standing there for? Quickly let them in. Shin Jinshan shouted at Han Guizhi, then turned back into the house. Come in quickly. Han Guizhi realized and pulled the woman's hand into the house. When they pushed the door open, they were shocked. Wow! Cigarettes, alcohol, and various gift boxes piled up like a mountain. The door couldn't even be pushed open. Why did you buy so many things? How much did this cost? Han Guizhi exclaimed. Mom, these are all genuine nutritional supplements like bird's nest, donkey hide gelatin, and ginseng. You and Dad should also pay attention to your health. I don't know if my dad likes this wine. Yi-chen hurriedly explained, then started moving the items. Soon, a large number of gift boxes piled up in a room, making it difficult to even find a place to step. Shin Jinshan, although looking grim, felt a very comfortable feeling inside. This brat, who hadn't bought anything in 7 years, had now made up for all those years in one go. And he had just seen, at least 10 boxes of Maotai liquor, worth tens of thousands of dollars. And so many Zhonghua cigarettes, nutritional supplements. This big pile would cost at least 200,000 to 300,000. It seems that this kid has really made some money. It shouldn't be fake goods to deceive their elderly couple. This wine is too expensive. Last time, Lao Wang said that a bottle costs hundreds of thousands, enough to buy a Mercedes-Benz. Yi-chen, if you have this money, be more filial to your parents. We don't need it here. Han Guizhi said earnestly. If it wasn't for Lao Wang coming last time, and being knowledgeable, identifying the price of this wine, she would definitely think it's all fake. Mom, this time it's not that expensive, it's just regular Maotai, not a collection. A bottle is only 6,000 or 7,000 yuan, not as exaggerated as hundreds of thousands. If my dad thinks the collection Maotai tastes good, I'll bring a few bottles next time. You don't need to worry about my parents, I plan to go back and see them in a few days. Yi-chen stood at the door, rubbing his hands back and forth, looking very nervous and anxious. Even when he first visited his parents before, he was never this nervous. 7,000 to 8,000 per bottle, my goodness, 10 bottles would be 70,000 to 80,000. Where did you get so much money? Han Guizhi was stunned to hear that a bottle of wine was equivalent to her husband's 2 months' salary. Her face was full of amazement. Mom, rest assured, the money is clean and legitimate, otherwise I would have been caught long ago. I've made many mistakes in the past, disappointed you both. I don't expect your forgiveness, I just want to show my filial piety as a form of redemption. Yi-chen's voice trembled as he spoke. His palms were sweating. We dare not, we are not fortunate enough to enjoy your filial piety. This thing is too expensive, I can't afford it. I'll return it later. As long as you live well, don't cause trouble for Mei-yoon, and don't make things difficult for us, I'll be grateful. Shin Jinshan said coldly. Dad, you keep the things, don't worry about it. As long as you like it, ginseng and such can be eaten as rice. If you and Mom are healthy, isn't Mei-yoon happy too? Yi-chen said with a smile. After hearing this, Shin Jinshan couldn't hold back either. A smile appeared on his face, and he jokingly scolded, You kid, now you know how to flatter. In the past, a few words would have caused a rift. This time you endured it for quite a while, pretending must be uncomfortable. Dad, please allow me to call you Dad. I was brainless, blind, scum, I didn't know how to cherish. I truly regret it. I'm so remorseful, I just hope you both can give me another chance, just one more time. Yi-chen struck while the iron was hot. Don't tell me, what's the use of my forgiveness? After Qin Jinshan finished speaking, he walked towards the door with Tong Tong and said, Tong Tong and I are going downstairs to buy vinegar. Dad, you and Tong Tong stay here, I'll go down and buy it. After Yi-chen finished speaking, he turned and went downstairs, looking very diligent. It's as if the elderly couple saw the Yi-chen of the past again. That new son-in-law. Mei-yoon, what's going on? Why did you come back with him? Didn't you two get divorced? Let me tell you, if it weren't for me being afraid that he would harass you two in the future, I would have thrown him out along with those things long ago. But it's strange, this kid's temper has changed a lot. In the past, if you said that to him, he would have been furious. Qin Jinshan said in confusion. Haven't you noticed, has he made other changes? Qin Mei-yoon suddenly smiled and said, The two of you mentioned it, I also felt it. Last time he came, your dad knocked him to the ground, and he didn't fight back. And he even gave me over 10,000 yuan, the wine he bought for your dad is very expensive. Han Guizhi also interjected in surprise. Mei Yun, I know you have a soft spot, just like me and your mom. We are all ordinary folks, with no big expectations, just hoping for the happiness and well-being of our children, which is better than anything else. Although Yi Chen has changed a lot, I can see sincerity in his eyes, but once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a well, he has only changed for a few days, but he caused you trouble for 7 years before. Let's not talk about the 7 years of your youth, let's talk about what you should do in the future. If he reverts to his old ways, it will be you who suffers. Don't be fooled by the gifts he's giving me now. I don't care about Maodai, expensive cigarettes, or those nutritional supplements. I only care about your happiness. You're my daughter, I don't seek wealth and glory, I just hope you can live peacefully and that's enough. Now that you are divorced from him, if he is doing well, he won't bother you. Save the money he gives us and don't spend it. If one day he shows his true colors again, we'll give it back to him. I'm not thinking about you remarrying in the future. I don't trust any man in this world, I only trust myself. Even if I have to beg on the streets, I will never let you and your mother go hungry. Qin Jinshan's voice was firm and resolute. Suddenly, Qin Meiyun couldn't hold back anymore. Tears streamed down her face as she hugged Qin Jinshan and cried loudly. Hey, why are you saying all this? Han Guizhi wiped her teary eyes and said on the side. Alright, Tong Tong is watching. What's the point of us all crying like this? Qin Jinshan said, but his eyes were also teary. Daughter, tell me the truth, are you being soft-hearted, or is he threatening you? Tell me, I will never spare him. Han Guizhi held Qin Meiyun's hand and said. No, he is very understanding now. A glance from me and he behaves. Qin Meiyun wiped her tears and said lightly. Is it because he has money now? He can make money and treat you well, so you are moved? Qin Jinshan asked again. Dad, how is that possible? If I were after money, with so many choices back then, why would I choose him? Do you still not know what kind of daughter you have? Qin Meiyun shook her head. Hey, how could I not know you? Love is more important than money, otherwise why would you be so foolish, following him for 7 years, letting him deceive you for 7 years? In any case, with me backing you up, I fought on the battlefield in the past, defending the country. If I can't even protect our own little family, I won't believe it. If that brat dares to harm you again, I'll chop him up. Fatherly love, embodied in Qin Jinshan, was vividly displayed. Downstairs at the convenience store, a chubby woman waved a fan, ate sunflower seeds, and chatted with a few women. When Yi Chen walked in, the woman instantly perked up. Sisters, see that? That's the son-in-law of the old Qin family. I heard he's infatuated with a female anchor, and even gambled, lost everything, even lost his iron rice bowl job. The chubby woman was the owner of the convenience store. She had lived there for many years and naturally knew Yi Chen. I heard about this. Old Qin has a good reputation, keeps family matters private. Last time I saw him and his son-in-law fighting, heard they got divorced. Of course they got divorced, otherwise that girl from the Qin family would be in trouble. She's so pretty, what a waste. But she gave birth to a girl, it's easier to find a match in the future. Alright, let's stop talking. At this moment, Yi Chen picked up a bottle of vinegar and placed it on the counter, smiling and asking, Mei, how much is this? The vinegar is 5 yuan, but I won't sell it to you. Mei took the vinegar back and said coldly. Why? Yi Chen asked in confusion. Old Qin has been on credit with me for half a year, owing over 1,000 yuan, and still hasn't paid back. He doesn't dare to come, but you have thick skin. First, pay back the credit, otherwise, even a peanut, don't think about buying from me. Go to the supermarket outside. Fat sister stood with her hands on her hips, speaking arrogantly. Okay, I'll pay. Yi Chen laughed upon hearing this, then scanned the code and made the payment directly. Ding, WeChat payment received, 10,000 yuan. The notification sounded. Mei Jie and several other women were all stunned, thinking they had misheard. Here is 10,000 yuan, Mei Jie. In the future, if my father-in-law comes, don't make it difficult for him. Keep accounts for every transaction. That old man is sharp. If you dare to mess around, he would even dare to shut down your supermarket. Yi Chen said, then picked up a bottle of vinegar and walked outside. As for Mei Jie, Yi Chen understood her well. Sharp-tongued but kind-hearted. Directly transferring 10,000 yuan would save his father-in-law from circling the neighborhood to get home, especially since he still owed money. But Mei Jie didn't rush him for payment. She knew the situation at Qin Jinshan's home and sympathized with him. She also knew his character. He wouldn't owe money unless pushed to the limit. Aren't you making a fortune? No, I have to quickly send the money to old Qin. This amount will help improve his life. Mei Jie picked up her phone to leave. Don't go, Mei Jie. He hasn't left yet. Wait until he leaves. What if he regrets it when you return the money? Others advised. Mei Jie found the advice reasonable and went back. When Yi Chen returned, he put down the bag he was carrying. Shin Mei-yun walked over and saw that it was all fish meat, almost enough to bring back a whole pig. Here are some cooked pickled vegetables that Dad loves to eat. I bought a few pig trotters. Let Mom make them. You love Mom's pickled pig trotters the most. Yi Chen wiped the sweat off his forehead and said with a smile, "Did you go shopping? Do you want to tire my mom out?" She said this, but Shin Mei-yun felt sweet in her heart and put the vegetables in the refrigerator, packed to the brim. Han Guizhi was even more surprised when she saw it. Although she couldn't eat much due to her age, seeing so much fish meat made her satisfied. "Mom, you go rest. I'll cook. Leave the pig trotters to you. Mei-yun loves the ones you make." At this point, Yi Chen had already put on an apron and busied himself in the kitchen. Han Guizhi felt a bit at a loss and looked at Shin Mei-yun. "Mom, you go rest. Let him do it." Shin Mei-yun smiled. Han Guizhi then walked to the living room and sat next to Qin Jinshan. At that moment, Qin Jinshan was happily playing with Tong Tong. "Old man, Yi Chen seems to have changed a lot. Before, not to mention cooking, every time he came, if the food didn't suit his taste, he could flip the table." Han Guizhi said in amazement. Don't just look at the surface. It's fine for a few days. Let's see if he can keep it up in the long run. But it's a good thing. If he truly repents, at least he won't mistreat our daughter. If not, his true colors will show after a few days of pretending. If he dares to harm our daughter, I'll fight him." Qin Jinshan deliberately raised his voice, saying it for Yi Chen to hear. Han Guizhi next to him was startled and quickly pushed Qin Jinshan's hand down, asking him to lower his voice and not provoke Yi Chen, or it would cause a big commotion. However, when Yi Chen heard this, he felt no resentment but rather guilt in his heart. His in-laws once treated him like a son, entrusting their daughter to him. But the beloved daughter who was raised with hardship, suffered domestic violence and abuse by him, any parent would probably be angry. Just like he couldn't bear to see Tong Tong suffer a bit after he repented. But over the years, Shin Mei-yun has suffered more than just grievances following him. Yi Chen smiled with his mouth open, quickly washing the vegetables, looking more diligent. Because all of this is in the past, and now he will not let down any of his loved ones around him. Shin Mei-yun unconsciously walked over, secretly sizing up Yi Chen, and found that even after being scolded, he still had a smile on his face. Aren't you angry?" As she spoke, Shin Mei-yun closed the door. She was afraid that Yi Chen would really turn hostile, and then say something that would anger his father. What she feared most was that a warm family atmosphere could turn into chaos in an instant. Seeing this gesture, Yi Chen shook the water off his hand, then opened the door again. This scene instantly made Shin Mei-yun's heart jump to her throat. In the past, Yi Chen might have scolded back, or even fought with his father. "Dad, if you feel unsatisfied with just scolding me, feel free to do it a few more times, but please don't get angry. Although you are my father-in-law, you are an elder, so even if you scold me a few times, or kick me, beat me up, as long as it makes you happy. I'm just worried that you might not have the strength anymore to hit me, hee." After saying that, Yi Chen turned back to the kitchen and busied himself. This left Shin Mei-yun looking stunned on the side. Did Yi Chen really say that? Asking for a beating voluntarily. She had never seen anyone make such a request in her life. As for Qin Jinshan, after hearing this, he was also stunned, then smiled and scolded. This kid, he really is changed. He doesn't even argue back when scolded, although his attitude is good, but actively seeking a beating is really annoying. Han Guizhi beside him also laughed, because she could see that Yi Chen had indeed changed a lot, even if it was just on the surface, but at least he was making an effort. "Don't hit my dad." Suddenly, Tong Tong raised her head, looking up at Qin Jinshan. "Oh, you heartless little one, you even care about your dad now. What if your grandpa gets hit by your dad?" Qin Jinshan patted Tong Tong's head and said, "That's not allowed either, Dad can't hit grandpa." Tong Tong immediately pouted and said, the little look was extremely cute. But it made Qin Jinshan and his wife like her even more. Grandpa, I want to ride a big horse." Suddenly, Tong Tong hugged Qin Jinshan's neck and said, "Ride a big horse?" Qin Jinshan was very puzzled. "Just get down, Grandpa, you're so silly," Tong Tong muttered with her small mouth. All right, I'm coming, you little girl, you've been spoiled by your mom, why do you still like to tease people?" Although he said that, Qin Jinshan still lay down on the ground. Just as Tong Tong was about to ride on, Shin Mei-yun walked over. "Tong Tong, don't be so rude, Grandpa is so old, can't you understand that? Get down now," Shin Mei-yun reprimanded, very serious. Scared, Tong Tong could only step back with her hands behind her back. "It's okay, I'm not that old yet, why scold the child? Besides, you can play with her like this, children don't know right from wrong." At this point, Qin Jinshan spoke up. What, when did I play this kind of game with her? I work all day and I'm exhausted. It's all Yi Chen who has spoiled her and now she has all sorts of little problems. As Qin Meiyun finished speaking, Qin Jinshan and Han Guizhi both widened their eyes. They couldn't believe it. Yi Chen? He actually let the child ride on him to play? In the past, they would never have believed it. Why, I want daddy to ride a big horse. As soon as Tong Tong heard Yi Chen's name, she felt even more wronged and burst into tears. Upon seeing this, Qin Meiyun walked over, grabbed Tong Tong, and was about to take her inside to scold her. But at that moment, Yi Chen hurriedly ran out. Dad is here, don't cry, Tong Tong. Meiyun, can you help me check on the pot? Yi Chen quickly said. Yi Chen, you can't spoil her like this. You go cook quickly, and I will have a good talk with Tong Tong. However, Qin Meiyun directly carried Tong Tong into the house. Yi Chen, feeling helpless, had to return to the kitchen. Qin Jinshan and his wife were completely shocked by this scene. They never expected Yi Chen to be so doting on the child. Soon, lunch was ready. Yi Chen, don't be in a hurry, sit down and have a drink with me. Seeing the table full of delicious dishes, Qin Jinshan also smiled and nodded, calling out to the kitchen. Han Guizhi also walked into the kitchen, pushed Yi Chen outside, and said, "Go, talk to your dad." Only then did Yi Chen nod, wiped his hands, and sat down. It's been a while since we sat down and had a good drink and chat. In the past, with your temper, you could have flipped the table during the new year. This year, we've spent a lot on replacing tables. Qin Jinshan's words made Yi Chen blush. He then picked up the bottle and poured 2 glasses of wine. Yi Chen took them with both hands. Both of them took a sip. So, how did you make your money? How much did you earn? Qin Jinshan asked with a smile. Dad, I've been wanting to tell you about this, but I was afraid you wouldn't understand. Do you know about stocks? Yi Chen picked up a cucumber, took a bite, and continued. Qin Jinshan shook his head upon hearing this. He knew about stocks but didn't understand them. Then let's talk about this bar. Maotai liquor has many different prices on the market. The bottle we are drinking now costs 7,000 to 8,000, with some fluctuations. But there are opportunities to buy low and sell high. When the price of a bottle is 3,000 to 4,000 or 5,000 to 6,000, I buy some and sell them at a higher price, making a profit of several thousand per bottle. Yi Chen explained in detail about how he made money, including some information about stocks. However, he did not mention his ability to foresee things. He could predict the changes in the world and the country, but not himself and his family. Perhaps this was the only flaw in his ability to foresee. After chatting for a few minutes, although Qin Jinshan didn't fully understand, he could at least confirm that Yi Chen's way of making money was not illegal. Han Guizhi and Qin Meiyun brought 2 plates of braised pig's feet and listened to Yi Chen's words attentively. So, how much money have you made during this time? It seems like you've become rich overnight. Even if I've made money, I can't spend it like you. Your parents are getting older, and when they were able, they worked hard in the countryside to support your education and marriage. Your mom and I have our own sources of income, so you don't need to worry. Just take care of your parents, Qin Jinshan said reasonably. He was the kind of person who felt uncomfortable when others were too good to him. Not much, just over 4 billion, Yi Chen said as he nibbled on the pig's feet. Qin Jinshan, who was enjoying the aroma of Maotai, widened his eyes at the words, almost spitting out his drink. He stood up abruptly, covering his mouth with his hand. He managed to swallow the drink back down, but it made him cough uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. Dad, no one is competing with you. Why are you in such a hurry? Qin Meiyun quickly got up, patting Qin Jinshan's back. Exactly, there's so much wine, take your time to drink it. Han Guizhi also poured a glass of water and handed it over. Qin Jinshan, who had finally recovered, pointed at Yi Chen with a shocked expression and asked, You just said, how much? 40 billion, to be precise, it should be 42 billion, plus a few hundred million in change. At this moment, Yi Chen appeared very calm, as if tens of billions were just a trivial matter to him. A few hundred million in change. Qin Jinshan's voice trembled, and he quickly returned to his seat. How did you earn so much? Old man, do you understand the concept of over 40 billion? Han Guizhi beside him also seemed puzzled. After all, they were from an older generation, and while they knew that over 40 billion was a lot, they found it hard to believe and understand the concept of such a large sum in Yi Chen's hands. What concept is it? The 2 units we used to work for when we were young, have all been sold now and didn't even add up to 5 billion. Wasn't your cousin's farm invested with over 7 million back then? 40 billion could buy 60 farms of the same scale. After Qin Jinshan made a comparison, Han Guizhi was also shocked. His face was full of astonishment. Are you bragging? So much money, and in just a few days? Qin Jinshan asked with widened eyes. Dad, watch your blood pressure, and I have no need to boast about this amount of money. It's considered wealthy in this city, but at the provincial level, it's at the bottom. Yi-Chen said seriously. What? Still at the bottom? You, in the past, said you didn't make money, went out gambling every day, and even had to count every penny in your pocket. Now that you've made money, talking about tens of billions so casually. I don't understand, really don't understand. Qin Jinshan shook his head, calmed down a bit, and then sat back to continue drinking. It was clear that he was still very happy. Now that Yi-Chen was wealthy, he was a big boss, at least he wouldn't have to worry about money for his daughter in the future. That was enough. As for other things, Qin Jinshan had never thought about them. While Yi-Chen was having his meal, the phone rang. Hello. Yi-Chen answered and spoke. Brother, the short-selling chips from the Mibangwo side have been cashed out at the lowest point as you instructed, earning over 2 billion. After deducting the fees, the money has been transferred to your account. Brother, you are making money in a terrifying way, it's like cutting cabbages. Wei Zhonglin's voice came from the phone, full of admiration. Even for Yi-Chen, he was starting to feel numb to making money. It's just 2 billion, President Wei, don't belittle me. I'll remember this favor, next time, when you rise to the position of president, I'll treat you, and we won't return until we're drunk. Yi-Chen said with a hearty laugh. Alright, as long as you take care of me a bit more, there's no need to thank me by mentioning favors. Okay, I won't disturb you, I have a meeting here, so I'll go now. After a brief farewell, Yi-Chen hung up the phone. He checked the message and received a notification of 2,400,000,000 in his account. He couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. However, when he looked up, he noticed that the eyes of everyone in the family were fixed on him. You just said it was only 2 billion. What's going on? Qin Jinshan asked in a deep voice. Oh, the stocks went up, made a small profit, just over 2 billion. Yi-Chen casually replied, then continued to gnaw on the pig's trotters. Qin Jinshan licked his dry lips and swallowed his saliva. He felt his brain starting to get dizzy. As for Han Guizhi beside him, she showed a worried expression. Bang! 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 Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. I'll go open it, you guys continue eating. Han Guizhi got up and walked towards the door. Upon opening it, she saw a man in a black suit standing at the door. The face is full of smiles. Tall and slightly chubby, accompanied by a girl in a floral dress, wearing glasses, looking gentle and cultured. Mom, I'm back. The man shouted with a smile. Han Guizhi's eyes instantly filled with tears. The man is her son who has been working out of town, Xin Mingzhi. Mingzhi, you finally came back, Mom missed you so much. Come in quickly, you must be tired after a day's journey. Han Guizhi hurriedly pulled her son inside. Following closely behind, the girl also came over, causing Han Guizhi to show a look of surprise. Mom, this is my girlfriend, Chen Lu. We didn't have a chance to come home to see you before. Lu, come in. Xin Mingzhi also said with a smile. Auntie, nice to meet you for the first time, I came in a hurry, please don't mind this little gift. As she spoke, Chen Lu handed over several gift boxes. This child, it's great that you could come, how could Auntie possibly mind? Jinshan, Meiyun, come over, your brother brought his girlfriend back. Han Guizhi couldn't stop smiling, and quickly called out. Qin Meiyun and Qin Jinshan also hurriedly got up and came to the door to welcome them. The family was harmonious and exchanged pleasantries, and Chen Lu also changed her shoes. Brother, take your wife to dinner. Qin Meiyun said with a smile. Okay. Qin Mingzhi also agreed with a smile. However, as soon as he entered the living room, he saw Yi-Chen standing in front of the table, and his expression changed instantly. The smile gradually disappeared, replaced by anger. The next second, Qin Mingzhi rolled up his sleeves, grabbed a chair, and rushed towards Yi-Chen. You damn beast, how dare you come here? I must beat you to death today. Qin Mingzhi instantly flew into a rage. Seeing this, Qin Meiyun hurried over to stop him. Brother, your wife is here, put the chair down. What are you doing? Qin Meiyun held onto Qin Mingzhi and shouted loudly. Mingzhi, don't be impulsive, let's talk it out. Chen Lu was also shocked by this scene and quickly spoke up to persuade. Mingzhi, put the chair down for me. Do you hear me? Put it down for me. Qin Jinshan also took on the air of the head of the family, sternly reprimanding. Dad, what's going on with you guys? This beast has caused so much harm to my sister, and he still dares to come. If you're afraid of him, I'll finish him off today. Even if I end up in jail, our Qin family can't be bullied. Qin Mingzhi shouted angrily, his face turning pale. As for Yi-Chen, he remained silent, because he deserved the punishment. Regardless, put the chair down first, listen to me. Qin Jinshan sighed, walked up, and forcibly took the chair from Qin Mingzhi's hand. Brother, sit down first. Qin Meiyun pushed Qin Mingzhi down onto the chair. Yi Chen has repented and turned over a new leaf. It's not what you think. Qin Meiyun quickly explained. Meiyun, what are you saying? He has changed for so many years, and you still believe in this scum. This traitor can change. I think you've lost your mind. Yi Chen, if you have the guts, don't leave, bullying my sister, deceiving my parents, thinking our Qin family is easy to bully. If I don't kill you today, I'm not the eldest son of the Qin family. With that, Qin Mingzhi's furious temper flared up again. It seemed like a fight was about to break out. Yi Chen took a deep breath, then bowed deeply. Brother, you just got back, have dinner first, I'll leave first, don't let it affect you and your wife. It's my fault for causing trouble for you on your wife's first visit. Sister-in-law, please eat, don't think too much, it's all my fault, my brother is not usually like this. After saying that, Yi Chen walked outside and closed the door. He is not afraid, nor is he avoiding, it's just that in the current situation, he is not suitable to stay here anymore. So he came downstairs, lit a cigarette and started smoking. At this moment, inside the room, Chen Lu also walked over, reached out and patted Qin Mingzhi's shoulder, saying, look at you, what will you do if you get sick from being angry? Sister-in-law, my brother is not usually like this, it's because of me being disobedient, so, please don't be upset. Qin Meiyun said with a sense of shame. Meiyun, actually your brother has told me about your situation before, there's no need to explain. If your brother didn't get angry today, I would actually find it unacceptable. It's right for him to get angry for the sake of his sister and family. Don't worry, I won't think too much. Chen Lu also understood the righteousness very well, smiling. Qin Meiyun was deeply moved when she heard this. The family finally became much quieter. What's going on? Why did that scum come to our house? Meiyun, brother is asking you, you two are already divorced, right? Tell me, if he's bothering you, I'll take care of him. Qin Mingzhi said angrily. Faced with the question, Qin Meiyun didn't know how to answer, so she lowered her head. Seemed very silent. You, look at you, as a mother, you are too kind, otherwise that scumbag wouldn't have bullied you like this. He just found your weakness and bullied you to death. Seeing Qin Meiyun not speaking, Qin Mingzhi became even angrier. Shut up, calling me a coward, calling him a scumbag, what's the matter, are you doing well now? How much can you earn in a month, making yourself so proud, do you even look down on me now? Just then, Qin Jinshan suddenly slammed the table. Dad, how dare I'm just worried about my sister, hating iron for not becoming steel. You are my dad, I dare not argue with you, I just can't stand that scumbag, he even dared to bully us at home. When Qin Mingzhi spoke, his tone became lower and more intense, but when he cursed Yi Chen, he seemed very angry. After all, he was indeed afraid of his father. You know he's my son, then listen to me, stop yelling, your sister has her own choice. Moreover, now Yi Chen has sincerely repented, his changes, not only Meiyun, but also me and your mother have seen it. If he still behaves like before, do you think with my temper, I would let him in? Don't be so impulsive, talk things out. After Qin Jinshan finished speaking, Qin Mingzhi finally calmed down. Come, let's eat first, don't let Chen Lu go hungry. Meiyun, entertain your sister-in-law, she is a distinguished guest in our house. Qin Jinshan said with a smile. Sister-in-law, sit here with me. Qin Meiyun also smiled and led Chen Lu over. At this time, Tong Tong finally stopped crying, being held by Qin Meiyun while eating. The family was finally reunited, and on the table, Qin Mingzhi opened the wine and started drinking with his father. The atmosphere gradually became lively. However, at this moment, Han Guizhi stood up and walked into the kitchen, took a large bowl, and filled it with the food from the pot. Mom, where are you going with that? Hurry up and eat. Qin Mingzhi called out. You all eat first, I'll be right back. Han Guizhi walked towards the door, holding the bowl, pushed the door open and walked outside. Qin Meiyun smiled when she saw this. Qin Jinshan nodded and glanced at the door. At this moment, Yi Chen, who was smoking at the door, exhaled and prepared to leave first. Yi Chen, wait. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Yi Chen stopped in his tracks and turned around to see his mother-in-law hurrying towards him. Mom, why did you come out? Please go back. I'll come back another day to see you and your dad, Yi Chen said with a smile. How can I not come out? Anyway, you are a son-in-law of our Qin family. Let's not talk about the past. You've been busy all day today, haven't even had a warm meal. That won't do. Our old Qin family doesn't have that rule. If you hadn't divorced from Meiyun, you would have been the one in the main seat today. Finish your meal before leaving. With that, Han Guizhi placed a plate of food in front of Yi Chen. At that moment, Yi Chen felt like his heart was being squeezed by a pair of big hands. Tears couldn't help but well up in his eyes. This was his father-in-law and mother-in-law, a lifetime of kindness imprinted in their bones. They treated him as they would their own son. However, over the years, Yi Chen had truly disappointed the elderly couple. At this moment, Yi Chen couldn't find the words to describe his feelings. He tremblingly took the bowl of food, then squatted on the ground and started devouring it. He didn't care about his image at all. Eat slowly, I'll go get you some water. You can't leave until you finish eating. Seeing Yi Chen squatting on the ground and eating heartily, Han Guizhi felt deeply gratified because she felt that this son-in-law seemed to have changed. Just as Han Guizhi turned around, she saw Qin Meiyun coming out with a bottle of water. A man who knows how to take care of himself. Alright, you stay here with him. I'll go upstairs first, don't let your sister-in-law find fault. Han Guizhi, seeing her daughter come out, smiled and walked upstairs. Eat slowly, don't choke. Here. Qin Meiyun also came to Yi Chen's side, then squatted down. Although Qin Meiyun didn't show any emotions on the surface, she felt sorry for him. Yi Chen ate heartily, took the water and gulped it down, then chuckled, and as he laughed, tears streamed down his face. Wife. I'm sorry, I've let down too many people. Give me time, I will make them see me in a new light. I will work hard to make your parents, your brother accept me. Yi Chen said earnestly. Go, who's your wife, we're divorced now. Especially in the future, be careful outside, or else if it gets out, how can I face people? When Qin Meiyun heard the term wife, she felt as if she had traveled through time. Although Yi Chen had used this term before, its meaning was different now. In the past, it represented a nightmare, but now there was a hint of sweetness in it, which made her feel a bit flustered. Hey, even the title of wife has been taken away. I'm done eating, Meiyun, you should go upstairs too, don't let your sister-in-law think too much on her first day here. I also need to get busy here. Yi Chen licked the empty bowl with his tongue. Behave, don't embarrass yourself. We're outside, you haven't eaten yet. You're acting like a starving ghost. Qin Meiyun gave Yi Chen a look, took the bowl, and said coquettishly, it's because the food at your in-law's house is delicious. After wiping his mouth with a tissue, Yi Chen stood up, patted his stomach contentedly. Qin Meiyun couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Alright, I'll go upstairs first, come pick me up tonight. Our house is small, if your sister-in-law stays, we won't have enough space. Qin Meiyun reminded. Okay, I'll go busy myself. Yi Chen waved his hand, then walked out of the residential area humming a tune, his face filled with happiness. Seeing this, Qin Meiyun felt as if she had tasted honey, sweetening her heart. She had thought Yi Chen would turn hostile, but to her surprise, and even to the surprise of Qin Jinshan and his wife, Yi Chen had endured it all. And in front of Chen Lu, he saved face for the Qin family. No wonder Han Guizhi would make a meal and try to catch up with Yi Chen, making sure the brother-in-law ate before leaving. After leaving his father-in-law's house, Yi Chen returned to the hotel to rest for the afternoon. First, he received a call from Qin Meiyun, saying she had taken her sister-in-law back to her own home and didn't need a ride in the evening. Yi Chen felt relieved and started studying BM Auto stock. As he predicted, the stock would skyrocket this afternoon due to a price discount. It was to mitigate the impact of the previous ice cream incident. The price was indeed very favorable, and the stock kept rising. Bro, there's no movement in BM yet. At this moment, in the room, Feng Tianhai was playing with his laptop and then looked up to ask. Shen Peng didn't say anything but looked expectantly as Yi Chen walked out of the bathroom. This afternoon, BM will release news of discounted car purchases, almost a big drop in prices. The original 3 series will be discounted by 50,000 to 80,000. Look at the time, it's almost time, you two pay attention to the news. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he walked outside. Feng Tianhai and Shen Peng naturally believed him. That afternoon, BM Auto official not only issued an apology but also launched new car purchase discounts. The discount was crazy after all, it was a well-known brand, and such a significant discount, once introduced, instantly caused a sensation. The most significant response was in the stock market. That afternoon, the stock price quickly soared, with a big bullish candlestick rising. Seeing this, both Chen Peng and Feng Tianhai were ecstatic, because in just that short afternoon surge, they made a net profit of millions. Moreover, the stock's trend the next day would undoubtedly be more aggressive. At least it would be maintained for a week. Including Yi Chen, who saw the trend and had a satisfied smile on his face. In one afternoon, he invested 2 billion and made over 13 million. However, he was not satisfied. Compared to leverage, it really wasn't worth mentioning. Fortunately, the trend in the coming days would be stable income. The next day, after Yi Chen woke up, washed up, and put on clean clothes, he walked out of the room. Feng Tianhai and Shen Peng were both excitedly standing at the door. Bro, it went up again, another million in today. Oh, I've booked the tickets you asked me to, and prepared the gifts. Feng Tianhai said, handing over the tickets. You guys keep an eye on it, and keep in touch by phone. I'm going back to my hometown for a while. I haven't been back for a while. I'll go see my parents. I estimate this trend can last for 7 days. After 7 days, I will notify you to sell everything. After taking the ticket, Yi Chen nodded. Okay, you can rest assured going back. I'll keep an eye on things here, Chen Peng said seriously. Because Yi Chen entrusted him with managing the stocks, it was also a sign of trust in him. Let's go, Tianhai, come with me to pick up Meiyun and the kids. Yi Chen waved his hand and walked towards the elevator. Yi Chen first went to the group company where Qin Meiyun was located. When he arrived downstairs, he called, but no one answered. At this moment, in Qin Meiyun's general manager's office, she lowered her head in shame and was reprimanded. Qin Meiyun, just because you resign doesn't mean you can neglect the company's business. Look at your performance this month, not even as good as the newcomers. You still have the face to mentor others. Your incompetence as a salesperson is simply misleading. Look at Fang Yu's performance, this month exceeded yours by over 2 million. I see you don't want to leave smoothly, do you? The general manager was a bald, greasy man with a Mediterranean hairstyle, wearing a suit, with a protruding belly, sitting in the chair looking like an angry boar. The voice was also very harsh. Manager Lin, I really did my best. Baijiu is in the off-season in the summer, and many old customers are planning to switch to selling beer. Fang Yu is someone I brought up. I know she is excellent, but you don't need to use me as a negative example. Qin Meiyun said with a sense of grievance. Meiyun, what you said is not right. Although I am your apprentice, I am also working hard. You only trained me for a month, and now my performance is better than yours. No wonder Manager Lin is angry. Even if you resign, you should still stand your ground until the end. Otherwise, if you go to work elsewhere, who would dare to hire you? Unexpectedly, the girl next to them said with a sarcastic expression. This made Qin Meiyun completely incredulous. The intern who followed her every day calling her Meiyun's sister seemed humble in the lying function area, but she never expected her to say such things. Fang Yu, don't forget, I handed all the clients over to you, and that beer order worth 700,000 yuan in your hands was also given by me. You shouldn't forget your roots. Have you not seen how I have been standing my ground during this time? Qin Meiyun questioned in disbelief. She could imagine that Manager Li made things difficult for her, but she never expected that her apprentice, whom she had personally trained, would teach her a lesson. Just before she was about to resign, she was turning things upside down in front of the general manager. Look at what you're saying, those clients belong to the company, how can they be yours? Meiyun, I call you sister, you can't really deceive me like a child. Manager Lin, can you explain to me, are clients personal or company resources? Fang Yu said in a strange tone. Of course, they belong to the company. Qin Meiyun, look, your apprentice has a higher awareness than you, and I heard Manager Li say that you found a wealthy man to rely on and don't need to work anymore. Well, you can't just quit during the notice period. If you don't want to work, then give up your position early, don't occupy the toilet without shitting. I can approve your resignation now, but your half-year bonus will no longer meet the conditions for payment. Manager Lin, holding his shoulders, looked at Qin Meiyun and said, anyway, you have a backer now, so you don't need this little bonus. It's impossible, Manager Lin, I earned that bonus through my hard work. I won't resign early. And please respect me, don't slander me. Qin Meiyun was suddenly angry. Manager Lin was really going too far, and he believed rumors to slander her. How could she face people in the future? Qin Meiyun, what you said, being able to find a wealthy backer, that's your ability, I envy you. Isn't that respect? In our line of work, the most powerful thing is to package yourself well and sell yourself. Obviously, you have done that, and now you have a backer, why care about this little bonus? Manager Lin said with a smile, spreading his hands. Yes, master, you are now the lover of a wealthy person, the clothes on you cost thousands of dollars each, and you still care about this little bonus, it will be a laughingstock if it spreads. I really envy you, divorced and with a child, not young anymore, yet you can still find a wealthy husband. You are really lucky. Fang Yu also said in a sarcastic tone. Their words, to Qin Meiyun, were already a form of slander and mockery. Qin Meiyun was very angry, but she knew that no matter how she explained, they would not believe her. The bonus is rightfully mine, not a penny less, and my performance has also met the company's targets. Manager Lin, considering I have served in Wei Company for so many years, even if I have no merits, I have put in hard work. I hope you can look at this matter clearly. Qin Meiyun suppressed her inner anger, calmed her emotions, and said seriously, I understand, you can go now. The manager Li is also looking for you, mister. Lin waved his hand impatiently. Upon hearing this, Qin Meiyun hesitated several times, the words on the tip of her tongue unable to be spoken. Swallowing her grievances, she then turned and left the office. Fang Yu, don't say that. Qin Meiyun is already married, exuding a mature charm all over. Her figure and face are impeccable. Tisk tsk, I envy her lover a bit, she's quite fortunate. Mr. Lin licked his lips, greedily eyeing Qin Meiyun's figure from behind, saying with lingering desire. He had pursued Qin Meiyun before, planning to make her a manager and then develop her into his secret lover. But she rejected him, so it was Li Manager's turn. He had thought this woman was a chase lady, but it turned out that the bargaining chip he offered was not enough. What a pity! Such a charming young woman already had someone. He should have increased the stakes back then and won her over. A mature woman captivates the soul, a young girl captivates the person. It seems Mr. Lin has been bewitched by Qin Meiyun. I can't even captivate anyone anymore, Feng Yu complained. But at that moment, Mr. Lin reached out with a big hand, embracing Feng Yu's waist, holding her in his arms, and then his hands wandered, making Feng Yu gasp for breath. However, the phone suddenly rang. Mr. Lin, there's a call for you, please answer it first. Feng Yu gently pushed him away, coquettishly saying she could achieve today's performance with Mr. Lin's help. Of course, Qin Meiyun also played a role in it. To establish herself in the company, make money, she could only rely on sacrificing her beauty. She used to think Qin Meiyun was foolish, so beautiful, with assets, and divorced, she could have easily won Mr. Lin's favor with her looks. Perhaps even Li Manager's position would be hers. But unexpectedly, Qin Meiyun had her own plans long ago, finding a more capable big boss. Li Manager said that the big boss was young, generous, and even recharged a 5 million card for Qin Meiyun at the Hermes luxury store, making all the female employees in the company envy like crazy. They wished they could replace Qin Meiyun, and each female employee started dressing up flamboyantly, hoping to catch a wealthy husband. Don't worry about it, it's not a big deal at this time, Mr. Lin said indifferently. He even started to undo his belt. However, the phone stopped ringing, but his mobile phone rang. Mr. Lin hurriedly pulled up his pants, took out his phone. If it was a personal call, he had to take it seriously. It could be some big boss. If he missed it, he would regret it. When he saw the caller ID showing Phone Zone, he was stunned. After reacting, he quickly answered the phone. Hello, Phone Zone, why did you suddenly call me? This really surprises me. Last time when I wanted to discuss cooperation with you, I didn't even get to see you. It was really regrettable. Mr. Lin nodded and bowed to the phone. Feng Tianhai was their group company's old customer, and a big client, the general agent of Mutai. They bought a lot of goods every year, so cooperating with him would definitely be profitable. But recently, for some reason, Fengzone started playing the stock market, reportedly making a lot of money. He seemed less interested in the liquor industry, reduced operations, and fewer goods were being purchased. Salesmen went several times, but returned empty-handed, which made him very anxious. Mr. Lin, I'm calling you this time to discuss something with you. On the phone, Feng Tianhai stood at the door, saying calmly, Fengzone, you're really flattering me. If there's anything, as long as I can do it, how could I refuse, let alone discuss, just give me your orders. Mr. Lin hurriedly said, don't be so polite. It's not a big deal. My brother, my real brother's wife works in your company. Today my brother is going back to our hometown and plans to go back with his wife. He wants to ask you for a few days off. It's not the weekend, so I wanted to inform you in advance. What do you think about this? Feng Tianhai paused for a moment. The reason for helping Qin Meiyun take leave in this way was also Yi Chen's idea. After all, Qin Meiyun values this job a lot, so it's difficult for her to take leave. Moreover, Qin Meiyun has a strong sense of self-esteem, and he didn't want to say too much to avoid her misunderstanding that he was interfering with her freedom and work. So he had to let Feng Tianhai directly find the general manager of Qin Meiyun's company to ask for leave. At this moment, Mr. Lin heard this and was very puzzled and surprised. Feng Tianhai's real brother. He must not be a real brother. After all, he knew that the eldest son of the Feng family was not in a small place like Longzhou. But Feng Tianhai's tone made it seem like this person was even closer to him than his real brother. But how could a person of this level have his wife working in his own company? Mr. Feng, are you sure that this brother of yours wife works in my company? May I ask, Mr. Feng, who exactly is this brother? Mr. Lin asked tentatively. My brother is called Yi Chen. Have you heard of the stock god who recently made over 40 billion with 20 times leverage in crude oil futures? That's my brother. By the way, my sister-in-law is called Qin Meiyun. Please arrange it quickly, we are in a hurry. Feng Tianhai didn't bother with small talk. He said it directly. Immediately, Mr. Lin's eyes widened, and he took a sharp breath. Especially when he learned the identity of Feng Tianhai's real brother, he was completely shocked. His mind was in turmoil. And then, when he heard that the so-called sister-in-law was actually Chin Mei-yoon, he was even more trembling with fear, and stammered, "Mr. Fong, this is a small matter, just taking a leave, but I don't understand one thing. What is the relationship between this stock god and Chin Mei-yoon? Are they the original couple?" "Yes, they are the original couple. Don't ask so many questions. Their relationship is quite complicated. Just remember, my sister-in-law works in your company. You have to be observant and knowledgeable. As long as my sister-in-law is happy, whether it's me or my brother, we won't mistreat you. Your small company's performance is not that great, right? When the time comes, my brother can easily help you out, and you'll benefit, won't you?" Fong Tianhai said in a deep voice. "Oh my god, Mr. Fong, you should have told me about this earlier. The stock god's wife is actually in my company. I couldn't have imagined it with my small mind. Don't worry, the stock god's wife is like my ancestor. Just wait a moment, I'll go arrange it." Upon hearing Fong Tianhai's words, the experienced Mr. Lin was suddenly extremely excited. His excitement was so high that saliva was flowing out of his mouth. "By the way, I heard that there are many rumors and gossip in your company that have a big impact on my sister-in-law. I'll leave this matter to you to handle. My brother and my sister-in-law are a genuine couple. Their child is already so big. My brother just started a bit late. It's not about being kept. If anyone dares to gossip, don't blame me for getting angry," Fong Tianhai warned. "Mr. Fong, rest assured, I guarantee this with my life. There will be no more gossip. I'll go handle it now, please wait a moment," Mr. Lin assured excitedly. "This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That stock god is definitely a big tree, and it's good to enjoy the shade under a big tree. As long as he can maintain a good relationship with the other party, the company will sail smoothly in the future, and performance will soar. And, by building personal relationships, if the other party can casually give some guidance on stocks, he can also take off." After hanging up the phone, Manager Lin clapped his hands with a bright smile on his face. He was in high spirits, so much so that he even lost interest in the attractive female subordinate next to him. "Manager Lin, what's got you so happy?" Fong Yu leaned in and asked. "Let me tell you, Fong Yu, I'm going to find a chance to apologize to Chin Mei-yoon and mend our relationship. From now on, there can't be any more spreading of rumors in the company. If anyone dares to spread false rumors about Chin Mei-yoon, I will catch them and they will be out," Manager Lin suddenly said with a serious tone, leaving no room for doubt. Upon hearing this, Fong Yu's heart raced, her face pale with nervousness. "Manager, what's going on? You have to tell me," Fong Yu hurriedly asked. "You all have it wrong. Chin Mei-yoon hasn't found a backer or been kept by anyone. She keeps a low profile and doesn't show off. I heard her husband suddenly made a fortune. Remember I told you before, there's a stock market wizard who emerged recently, like a god in the international financial world, pulling strings and making waves. In just one afternoon, he made over 4 billion. TSK, over 40 billion. Manager Lin patted his stomach and sighed repeatedly. Upon hearing Manager Lin's words, Fong Yu was dumbfounded, covering her mouth and holding her breath. Her mind was completely blank from the shock. It took her a while to react. I'll go apologize right away, Fong Yu said and rushed out in disarray. Manager Lin tidied up and left the office. At that moment, Chin Mei-yoon returned to her desk, looking aggrieved but still typing away at her keyboard. Just then, Supervisor Lee slammed a file on her desk. "Chin Mei-yoon, what's your problem? Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? When will this end? How many times have we revised these proposals, and they keep getting worse? Are you useless? Don't think that just because you're with a wealthy man, you can soar like a phoenix on a branch. In the end, you're still out here selling yourself. You got lucky, sold at a high price, but let me warn you, this is a company, not your home. No matter how powerful your boss lover is, they can't control things here." Supervisor Lee scolded with a dark expression, hands on hips in a fierce stance. Instantly, her humiliating words drew the attention of female colleagues around, some gloating, some disdainful, and some jealous, cursing aloud. "Looks like Chin Mei-yoon is lucky. Divorced with a child, and she becomes a hot commodity. Heard there's a tycoon who spent 5 million to win her over. If I knew second-hand women were in such demand, I would have gotten a divorce too. Ha, Xiaolan is right. This tycoon has unique tastes, actually liking divorced women. TSK. Didn't expect the quiet Chin Mei-yoon to be so seductive. Her charm is too strong. Must be skilled in bed, keeping that tycoon enchanted. Hee, true, but I heard having a lover isn't easy. You can be abandoned at any time. Once the tycoon gets tired, they'll discard you like trash. After all, they can't find the kind of woman they truly want." Bang! Shin Mayun finally couldn't contain her anger, slamming her hand on the table. Her face cold, she said, "Have you said enough? Don't dirty others with your own filth. Your own values are twisted, yet you're here smearing others for what benefit?" Manager Lee was taken aback when he saw Shin Mayun getting angry, and after a moment of realization, he said in surprise, "Oh, our company's female model worker is also getting angry today. Otherwise, I would have thought you were a bodhisattva with only a kind heart. It seems I overestimated you, Shin Mayun. Your character and actions are your personal business, and I don't care to ask. But now, while you're at the company, redo all this work for me, or you can't leave work. Did you hear me? If you heard me, tell me loudly that you heard." Manager Lee suddenly raised his voice, pointing at Shin Mayun and shouting fiercely. The others were all startled, shrinking their necks and not daring to look at the commotion. At this moment, tears welled up in Shin Mayun's eyes. She felt extremely wronged. Originally, she could have resigned immediately, but Manager Lee and General Lin colluded to withhold her bonus. Moreover, if she wanted to return to the family company, she needed a certificate from another company. If General Lin deemed her unfit, her grandmother might not look favorably upon her. Shin Mayun just wanted to create wealth and everything based on her own abilities. But she always faced such discrimination and suppression because she was too kind-hearted and too easy to talk to. And at this moment, someone had leverage over her because she had told her trusted disciple, Fang Yu, about the matter of returning to the family company for work and needing a rating. Otherwise, how could she be in such a difficult situation? Shin Mayun could only sit quietly at her desk, tears streaming down, her hands already picking up the documents for correction. Seeing Shin Mayun's submission, Manager Lee finally revealed a smug smile. At this moment, Fang Yu walked over, grabbed the documents from Shin Mayun's hands, and nervously said, "Master, let me do it for you. You rest aside, I'll take care of it." Shin Mayun wiped away her tears and looked at Fang Yu in confusion. She didn't think Fang Yu would be so kind. It was very likely that Fang Yu had conspired to mock her. "No need, I can do it myself." "Let go," Shin Mayun said earnestly. "Master, I was wrong just now. I shouldn't have said those things to you. Please don't take it to heart, okay? I didn't mean anything else, let alone want to kick you when you're down. Master, I was heartless and unscrupulous. I, Fang Yu, am not a good person. Please give me a chance to make amends. I'll do these tasks, you just rest." After Fang Yu finished speaking, she forcibly took the documents from Shin Mayun's hands. Shin Mayun was completely stunned. She had no idea what was happening, as Fang Yu seemed like a different person. It was all very confusing. "Fang Yu, are you daring to go against me?" Manager Lee saw this and pulled Fang Yu back, snatching the documents away. "Get lost, let's see who dares to meddle today. Shin Mayun, hurry up and do it. If you don't do it well, don't leave work." Manager Lee stood with hands on hips, resembling a fierce demoness. "Hee, Manager Lee, you're used to being overbearing. Just wait, you'll get what's coming to you. You even dare to bully my master, you really don't know your place." Fang Yu was delighted to see this. She had been thinking about how to earn Shin Mayun's forgiveness, but Manager Lee, this ignorant person, actually took the initiative to cause trouble for Shin Mayun. It inadvertently provided her with cover and shifted the blame. Hee, don't say I didn't bully her. Even if I did, what can you do about it?" Manager Lee said arrogantly. She was also surprised because normally, Fang Yu was not a good person. They had cooperated tacitly to bully Shin Mayun. What was happening today? Had she changed her ways? Is that so? "General Lin is here. Don't cry later," Fang Yu said mockingly. "Mr. Lin is here." At this moment, Mr. Lin arrived, and all the female employees stood up and greeted him. "Mr. Lin, are you leaving?" Supervisor Lee walked towards Mr. Lin, swaying her hips in a tight skirt. "I have something to discuss with Shin Mayun, Mr. Lin said solemnly as he bypassed Supervisor Lee and approached Shin Mayun's workstation. "Mayun, you have the day off today. Go home and rest. Whenever you feel like coming back to work, just come back. Don't overwork yourself at your post. You are a model employee of our company. If you get too tired, I won't be able to bear it. Hurry up, pack up and go home. Let Supervisor Lee drive you back." Just when everyone thought Mr. Lin was going to cause trouble for Shin Mayun, his unexpected attitude change made everyone think they were seeing things. Especially Supervisor Lee, who was shocked and couldn't believe her eyes. But when she realized what was happening, her face darkened. Could it be that Shin Mayun had come to her senses and started a relationship with Mr. Lin? Otherwise, how could Mr. Lin be so lenient with her? "Mr. Lin, I don't know what you're up to, I'm just working, standing my last post. Why are you making things difficult for me?" When she heard Mr. Lin's words of dismissal, Shin Mei-yoon couldn't hold back her emotions and said with a hint of grievance. Her face was full of indignation, and she was on the verge of tears again. This almost scared Mr. Lin out of his wits, and he sat down in shock. Please don't cry, I beg you. How about taking a long break and resting at home? It's not what you think. I've approved your resignation, and your evaluation is also guaranteed to be beneficial for your next job. It's really just about giving you a break, I swear. Mr. Lin said earnestly, raising his hand. I can attest, Mr. Lin really just wants to give you a break. Please don't misunderstand. Fang Yu, standing nearby, also spoke firmly. It didn't seem like a joke at all. In an instant, the whole office fell silent. The CEO begging an employee to take a break, the employee refusing, and the CEO swearing to prove his sincerity? The employees were all confused. This was too unbelievable. It completely overturned their understanding. Their worldview was turned upside down. Shouldn't it be the other way around, with employees asking the CEO for time off? And, paid leave, triple salary, bonuses, I'll arrange for finance to make up for it immediately. Mei-yoon, you work overtime every day, and I see how hard you work. I neglected you before, it was my fault. Please don't take it to heart. Mr. Lin spoke again, delivering another blow. When everyone heard this, they thought they were hearing things. Is this for real? Paid triple leave. The CEO apologizing and begging the employee to go home. All bonuses fully compensated. Which way should they bow to have such a dream come true? The employees were almost going crazy. They wished they could accept on behalf of Shin Mei-yoon. Even Supervisor Lee, at this moment, was shocked and couldn't react. What on earth was happening? How could Mr. Lin suddenly show such respect towards Shin Mei-yoon? Mr. Lin, are you kidding? Supervisor Lee asked in astonishment. At the same time, Shin Mei-yoon calmed down and looked at Mr. Lin with a puzzled expression. She didn't say anything because Supervisor Lee had voiced her confusion. Shut up, it's none of your business. By the way, all the work that Mei-yoon hasn't completed yet will be assigned to you. Distribute it to your department. If it's not done, see how I deal with you. Mr. Lin suddenly scolded, leaving Supervisor Lee pale-faced and too scared to ask why. Such bias. Although feeling unfair and angry, Supervisor Lee dared not express it. She could only glare fiercely at Shin Mei-yoon, then left with the documents in hand. Mei-yoon, tidy up and let's go. Your husband, my brother, is waiting downstairs. I'll see you out, Mr. Lin said with a bright smile. Suddenly, Shin Mei-yoon realized. Could Mr. Lin's sudden change be related to Yi-chan? She didn't say anything, just tidied up briefly, got up, and headed outside. Mr. Lin followed closely behind, just like a shadow. Today is the perfect opportunity to please that stock market tycoon. At this moment, Yi-chan, holding his plane ticket, was heading towards the company's interior. As he reached the elevator, he ran into Shin Mei-yoon and Mr. Lin coming down. Mei-yoon, perfect timing, I was planning to take you back to our hometown. Have you arranged your holiday plans? Yi-chan asked with a smile. You've already arranged everything for me, why ask? Shin Mei-yoon complained, but felt relieved in her heart. She had been feeling too suppressed at work lately. Supervisor Lee, Fang Yu, and all the company's employees seemed to be against her. With Mr. Lin's pressure, the stress had been overwhelming. Now, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Oh, is that so? Yi-chen chuckled, knowing that this matter couldn't be kept secret. At this moment, Mr. Lin walked over, greeted Feng Tianhai, then approached Yi-chen. You must be Mr. Yi, a pleasure to meet you. I've heard of your reputation, and seeing you today, you truly are a promising young talent. At your age, to have such achievements, you are truly a genius in the financial world. I admire you. Mr. Lin tightly held Yi-chen's hand and wouldn't let go, praising him endlessly. Yi-chen politely responded a few times, already showing impatience. Feng Tianhai, seeing this, walked over. Mr. Lin, my brother needs to catch a flight. We can discuss matters when he returns, right? My sister-in-law's holiday plans may need to be extended at any time, I hope you understand. Feng Tianhai patted Mr. Lin's shoulder as a reminder. Although the tone was thankful, it sounded more like a command. Mr. Lin wasn't a fool, he couldn't afford to offend the other party, so he quickly said, that's not a problem at all, let your sister-in-law enjoy her vacation, she can rest as long as she wants, no need to inform us. Mr. Yi, you're busy, but when you return, we'd like to invite you for a meal, please do us the honor. Mr. Lin said eagerly. Yes, if there's a chance. Yi-chen nodded lightly, then turned and walked outside with Shin Mei-yoon. Mr. Lin, my brother said that you should sell the Ocean Tech stock you're holding on to now, and consider investing in the Hex stock, it's doing well. You're a smart person, I don't need to say more, right? Seize the opportunity. Feng Tianhai, in a senior manner, patted Mr. Lin's shoulder and said, then turned and left. Ha! It took Mr. Lin a while to react, his face showing extreme joy. The stock he had bought had recently lost a lot of money, and he was planning to continue buying more. At this moment, upon hearing Feng Tianhai's words, he instantly changed his mind. This was advice from the stock market tycoon. Missing this opportunity would be a huge loss. Feng, please thank Mr. Yi for me, and when he returns, don't forget about me. We must sit down and have a good meal together. Mr. Lin chased after them with a delighted expression, shouting out. Feng Tianhai didn't even turn back. He got into the car, driving away with Yi Chen and Qin Meiyun. Feng Tianhai was also feeling pleased. The feeling of being admired for his superior tactics was truly satisfying. This increasingly makes him feel that being by Yi Chen's side, he can learn a lot of things. Even if he has to be a driver, he is willing. This kind of life is what life is all about, full of excitement everywhere. In the car, Qin Meiyun also always secretly sizes up Yi Chen, thinking to herself, Yi Chen's changes are really too big, and the charm of a man is fully displayed on him. Even Lin Zong is suppressed in front of Yi Chen, full of respect. The current Yi Chen has a very strong aura. This makes Qin Meiyun feel as if she is dreaming. Is this still the scum who was untrustworthy, domineering at home, cowardly outside, and would evade when things went wrong, and beat his wife and children after drinking? It's like night and day. Half an hour later, with Tong Tong, the family set off for the airport. Tong Tong has never traveled far before, and he is full of curiosity after boarding the plane. His face is full of happiness and joy. Qin Meiyun sits in her seat, feeling the comfort brought by the luxurious cabin, watching Yi Chen holding the child and telling stories on the side. She unknowingly falls asleep. However, she wakes up from a nightmare. In her dream, she saw Yi Chen revealing his true colors again, even more wicked than before, taking her to heaven and then kicking her down to hell. All the beauty turned to ashes. In the dream, Yi Chen was even more cruel, forcing her to sell blood and gamble. He even wanted to sell Tong Tong to the mountains. Qin Meiyun felt endless despair, suddenly woke up, and heard the announcement from the plane. Hello, passengers, the plane is about to land, and we will be landing in Binhai City. After the announcement, Qin Meiyun gasped heavily, wiping the sweat from her forehead. At this moment, Yi Chen's big hand reached out, and Qin Meiyun said, no, don't. Instantly, many passengers looked at her with strange eyes. Qin Meiyun suddenly woke up. Meiyun, what's wrong with you? Did you have a nightmare? Yi Chen asked with concern. I'm fine. We're about to land, let's go to the city to buy gifts for our parents. Qin Meiyun squeezed out a smile. No need, everything is arranged. A classmate of Tianhai will meet us here. Yi Chen smiled and said, okay. Qin Meiyun nodded without saying a word. Soon, the plane landed smoothly. Yi Chen's family walked out from inside, standing at the exit of the terminal, Yi Chen looking around. Excuse me, are you Yi Chen? A friend of Tianhai. At this time, a young man in a suit and leather shoes walked over and asked tentatively. Yes, I am. Yi Chen nodded. Hello, I am Tianhai's classmate, my name is Wang Chao. Tianhai asked me to buy things, I have them ready, let's get in the car first. I'll take you to Dawang village. Wang Chao made a welcoming gesture enthusiastically. Thank you. Yi Chen thanked him. Don't be so polite, a friend of Tianhai is a friend of mine. When you arrive in Binhai, if you need anything, just ask me, don't hesitate to trouble me. If I don't take good care of you, Tianhai won't let me off. So, Brother Yi, I'll call you brother, you don't mind, right? As they walked and talked, Wang Chao was also very enthusiastic, down-to-earth, and very approachable. The brief encounter also made Yi Chen feel very comfortable. Call me whatever you want, no problem. I heard from Tianhai that you run a 4S store, how's the business? Yi Chen asked. In fact, he already knew this, not from what Tianhai said. Moreover, Tianhai's old classmate has a good character, otherwise Tianhai wouldn't have arranged for this person to pick them up. So, after sensing some information, Yi Chen decided to give the other person a heads up. It's okay, just small compared to you guys, just child's play. A new store is about to open recently, and if Brother Yi has time, I would be honored to invite you as a guest of honor for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Wang Chao asked eagerly. Well, I can't make it this time. I won't be staying in my hometown for long this time, and it's been a while since I last visited. I want to spend time with my elders, Yi Chen replied. By the way, are you opening tomorrow? Yi Chen asked casually. Suddenly, Wang Chao stopped in his tracks, his expression becoming tense. This made Yi Chen also pause, looking puzzled. Brother, I've heard from Tianhai that you are amazing, like a prophet. Everything you say comes true. I'm opening tomorrow, is there anything I should be aware of? Wang Chao asked urgently. You scared me, don't listen to his nonsense, it's not that exaggerated. But for tomorrow, you should prepare more firefighting equipment, and also, it's best to set up a barrier at the entrance. If you have decorative balloons, the bigger the better, put up a few more. After saying that, Yi Chen walked ahead. Soon after, he was surprised to hear Wang Chao on the phone behind him, seemingly instructing his subordinates about the precautions he had just mentioned. This kid is quite efficient, with strong execution. It seems like there won't be any major incidents tomorrow. When Yi Chen saw a dozen brand new black Land Rover vehicles, he was stunned. Wang Chao, this is a bit too ostentatious. I'm just visiting home, there's no need for this, huh? Although Yi Chen said this, he was still pleased to be valued so highly. It's reliable to have Tianhai, an old classmate, handle things. Brother, there's a saying, wealth and honor should not be left unreturned to one's hometown, like walking at night in silk clothes. With this grandeur, I feel like I'm lowering my standards by picking you up. This is the most luxurious fleet I could gather from my shop, if you don't mind. Wang Chao said with a smile. No need, how about this, leave one car behind, I'll drive it back. When I return, I'll have the car sent back to you, but don't leave a new car. Yi Chen pointed to a nearly new Land Rover behind him. Brother, you're putting me in a difficult position. I won't be able to explain to Tianhai later, Wang Chao said in a difficult tone. It's okay, I'll handle it with him. Your new store is about to open, you should be busy. I'm just visiting home, it's nice to have some peace and quiet, Yi Chen said indifferently. Alright, when you and your wife leave, be sure to say goodbye to me. Otherwise, it would be like looking down on me, Wang Chao. Wang Chao had to agree. Okay, I'll definitely find you when I leave. Yi Chen nodded. Then Wang Chao left with the fleet, leaving only the black Land Rover behind. Before getting into the car, Yi Chen opened the trunk, revealing a metal box and a pile of gifts inside. After opening the box, it was full of bright red banknotes. At least 500,000. Daddy, so much money, Tong Tong exclaimed, clapping her hands. Yi Chen, why are you carrying so much cash? Qin Meiyun was also puzzled. Nowadays, mobile transfers and payments are very convenient, there's no need to carry so much cash. You don't understand, our family owed so much money because of me in the past, we have to repay it. And, repaying debts through transfers is just a string of numbers, the villagers still value cash, not to mention what Wang Chao said earlier is right, wealth and honor should not be left unreturned to one's hometown, like walking at night in silk clothes. I'm not showing off, I just want my parents to hold their heads high, not having to worry about others' opinions. Yi Chen patted his chest, sighing. Proud. But, you're right, over the years, because of you, our parents have accumulated debts and favors, and have been scrutinized by others. Now that you can earn money, it's only right to give face to your elders. Qin Meiyun agreed wholeheartedly. My wife understands me. Let's go, get in the car, let's go. Yi Chen waved his hand and got into the car, driving towards the outskirts of the city with his wife and daughter. Driving on the country road, Tong Tong reached out her little hand, feeling the warm summer breeze, and cheered at the distant mountains. Qin Meiyun also had a smile on her face, but occasionally a hint of anxiety would surface. The nightmare on the plane, is it related to me? At this moment, Yi Chen turned off the music, looked at Qin Meiyun in the mirror, and asked softly, I. Qin Meiyun hesitated, she didn't want to say it, because a dream could ruin the current anger, not worth it. But she was really scared. After all, the scenes in the dream, she had experienced for a whole 7 years. Really scared. No need to say, I know. Meiyun, remember, the former Yi Chen is dead. In the future, only the present Yi Chen will protect you and Tong Tong 100 times. No betrayal, no suspicion, only a heart that makes you happy. Yi Chen felt self-reproach, reached out his hand and handed it back. Qin Meiyun saw it, just thought for a moment, and then put her hand on top. The two held each other's hands, feeling the warmth of Yi Chen's broad palm, and the impact of the nightmare on Qin Meiyun was gradually dissipating. Tong Tong saw this and joined in, the hands of the family of three stacked together, full of joy, laughter from inside the car, spreading outside, floating in the air, as if the blue sky and white clouds were smiling. A Land Rover appeared in a remote mountain village, and instantly a group of children followed behind. Dawang village is very poor. The young people are all working outside, but today happened to be the May Day holiday. Many young people rushed back to visit their families or go on blind dates. So, when many young people saw a Land Rover entering the village, they were curious, who was so awesome, doing so well outside, actually able to afford a Land Rover. Yi Chen drove the car, his face calm, but his heart was already surging. In the previous life, he deceived his family, making the already impoverished family even worse off, in debt everywhere. Because of him, his already poor parents couldn't hold their heads up in the village. Yi Chen's foster father, Yi Jianjun, and mother Li Shouying are honest people. They have devoted their lives to the land, true farmers at heart. And he clearly remembers that his father borrowed money from neighbors and villagers to send him to college. Relatives also borrowed money. The debts owed were completely beyond what a farmer like him could bear. To be precise, when his father borrowed money to help him repay his debts, it was already a desperate move. He had really gone all out for this adopted son. In addition to feeling guilty, Yi Chen's heart was not just filled with guilt. As the car slowly stopped in front of a broken wooden door, looking at the familiar broken house, Yi Chen felt 1,000 emotions. Thinking back to the time when he pushed open the door, shouting, "Mom, I'm back." His mother would rush out in a hurry, her face full of joy, making all kinds of delicious wild vegetables for him. His father would sit at the door with a bag under his eyes. Although his face was calm, Yi Chen knew how happy his father was. He just wasn't good at expressing it as a father. Moreover, his father had a stubborn temper, very hot-tempered, usually very strict with him. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Later, he picked up bad habits, giving gifts to female anchors, gambling, causing chaos. Every time Yi Chen came home, the smiles on his parents' faces diminished. Yi Chen returned from his memories to reality, took a deep breath, and then opened the car door and got out. "Isn't this the second son of the Yi family, Yi Chen? I heard he lost his job in the city and owes a lot of gambling debts." "Yes, a good family, all ruined." Yi Jianjun has been strong all his life, never lost face. But because of this second son, he has lost all face, and in recent years, he even walks bent over. "Yes, this kid coming back, could it be another money scam? We should stay away from him." A young man exclaimed, "A Land Rover worth over $1 million. What? Over $1 million? Is it true? Has the second son of the Yi family struck it rich? How is that possible? Gamblers never have a good ending. Even if they win, they will eventually lose it all. Could this car be rented? Definitely." The villagers were all discussing. Just then, Qin Meiyun got out of the car with her daughter Tongtong, causing a stir around her. "Isn't Yi Chen supposed to be divorced?" "Yes, I heard about it before. How come his wife and daughter are back?" Many people were surprised when they saw Qin Meiyun. Qin Meiyun, however, paid no attention and silently gazed at Yi Chen's back. At that moment, she didn't know what to do. After all, she had already gone through the divorce procedures with Yi Chen, and she didn't know if Yi Chen's parents would shut her out now that she was back. At this moment, Yi Chen pushed open the wooden door, then choked up and shouted, "Mom, I'm back." With Yi Chen's call, a woman in her 40s with mostly white hair ran out of the dilapidated house. Due to years of wind and sun exposure, she looked particularly old. "Mom, your son is back. I've been unfilial. I'm sorry, Mom." Yi Chen knelt directly on the ground. He burst into tears. Being able to come home and call out Mom at nearly 30 years old was already the greatest happiness. Yi Chen was grateful that he could have a new life and the opportunity to repay his parents, especially for the nurturing grace. It was more difficult to repay than the grace of giving birth. Whether in this life or the previous one, the only ones who silently gave their all to him were his parents. But in the previous life, he gambled and brought trouble to his parents. In this life, he finally reversed his fate and should have taken his parents in for support earlier. But various things got in the way. Especially seeing his mother's haggard, aged face, his inner guilt was more unbearable than death. When Li Shoulian saw her second son return, she was stunned for a long time, and after reacting, she wiped away her tears and walked over with a complicated mood. After all, in the past, every time Yi Chen came back, it was to ask for money. This time, she didn't know how much he wanted, but there really was no money left at home. It's good that you're back. Get up quickly, so many people are watching." After Li Shouyin came over, she hurriedly pulled Yi Chen up. "Mom heard that Meiyun divorced you. Originally, your dad and I wanted to come and see you too, but after knowing about this, we came back. That night, we took a car and arrived at the place. Knowing about this, we came back. Your dad drank for several days, not saying a word." At this point, Li Shouyin wiped away her tears. Will your dad and I have a chance to see Tongtong in the future?" Li Shouyin asked with concern. At this moment, Yi Chen was thunderstruck when he heard this. He could imagine the feelings of his parents bringing local specialties and taking a train overnight to see their granddaughter, but when they found out their son was divorced, they didn't dare disturb their daughter-in-law again and could only take a night train back home. 3 days of silence. It wasn't that his father was silent, but that he was heartbroken to the core. How desperate his parents must have been at that time. "Grandma, I'm here. Tongtong misses you." Suddenly, Tongtong ran over, cutely opening her arms. In that moment, Li Xiaoying was completely stunned, even finding it hard to believe, thinking she was seeing things. Until Tong Tong hugged her legs, she woke up in surprise. Tong Tong, my good granddaughter, Grandma misses you. Li Xiaoying couldn't hold back anymore. The so-called affection between generations, she felt more satisfied than having the whole world when she saw Tong Tong in that moment. Tong Tong, Grandma is dirty, Grandma can't hold you. Just as she squatted down and reached out her hand, Li Xiaoying said tearfully in joy again. I don't mind if Grandma is dirty, I want to hug you. Saying that, Tong Tong obediently hugged Grandma's neck and refused to let go. Oh, my good granddaughter, Grandma didn't spoil you in vain. Grandma dreams of my good granddaughter all the time. Indeed, Tong Tong knows how to comfort people. This moment made Li Xiaoying extremely happy. Mom! At this moment, Qin Meiyun also walked in and called out cheerfully. Her voice was very soft, but Li Xiaoying still heard it, and when she saw Qin Meiyun, she hurriedly hugged Tong Tong and walked over excitedly. Meiyun! You're back too. Great, come inside, I'll cook for you all, quickly. Seeing her daughter-in-law back, Li Xiaoying was overjoyed and at a loss. Mom, don't rush, both Yi Chen and I are not hungry, we ate on the way. I was thinking, if I came, would you welcome me? Speaking, Qin Meiyun nervously lowered her head. What are you saying? No matter what, you are the daughter-in-law of our Yi family, coming back to your own home. Why would anyone need to welcome you? Hurry inside, don't stay outside. Li Xiaoying was beaming, pulling Qin Meiyun towards the house. Yi Chen also hurriedly followed. Mom, where's my dad? Yi Chen asked. Your dad? He's at the village head's house. Isn't it that your eldest aunt and the others made a fish pond, and then occupied our land, discussing it now? Li Xiaoying's eyes dimmed as she said this. What? What's there to discuss? I told them last time, that land belongs to our family, why should they occupy it for free? That's not all, I also heard that my dad was beaten by them, is that true? Yi Chen asked angrily. Ah, it's all in the past, you guys go inside first, I'll call your dad back. Li Xiaoying didn't want Yi Chen to make a big deal out of it, after all, there was still money owed to his aunt at home. Otherwise, how could they occupy the land and still need to discuss it, knowing that Yi Jianjun's hot temper couldn't tolerate such bullying? But because of Yi Chen, he had suppressed his temper over the years, not daring to raise his voice to anyone, and had been laughed at less in recent years. Mom, I'll go find him, you guys stay at home. It's just about owing her money, just give it to her, but the matter of my dad being beaten must be settled with them. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he walked outside with a fierce momentum. Don't be impulsive, your temper is just like your dad's, now your dad is much better, don't make things worse. Li Xiaoying followed up with worry. Qin Meiyun held Tong Tong and followed behind. Yi Chen had already walked quickly outside. When the villagers saw the commotion, they also followed and gathered around. Listen to Mom, don't make a big deal out of it, after all, they are all relatives, if you make a fuss, how will you get along in the future? Li Xiaoying caught up and persuaded. At this time, Yi Chen had already gotten into the Land Rover, then opened the car window and said, Mom, get in the car, Meiyun, you come up too. Qin Meiyun nodded, opened the car door, let Li Xiaoying go up first, and then got into the car with Tong Tong. Mom, let me tell you, kind people are taken advantage of, good horses are ridden by others. You and Dad are too honest. It's true that we owe them money, but we can't let ourselves be bullied like this. I will repay the money to them, but I must investigate the incident of my dad being beaten. They clearly think that you and Dad are easy targets, they don't respect you. Have they ever considered the family relationship? Yi Chen finished speaking, started the car, and drove towards the village head's house in the east of the village. But, we do owe them money, Li Xiaoying said worriedly. I came back this time to repay the debt, and I won't let you and Dad worry anymore in the future. Don't worry, this time your son won't put you in a difficult situation. Yi Chen said firmly. Ha? Li Xiaoying looked surprised and somewhat incredulous. Mom, listen to Yi Chen, he has changed for the better now, and the debt has been repaid, and he has even made some money. Just trust him to handle it. At this moment, even Qin Meiyun reached out and patted Li Xiaoying's hand, comforting her. For a moment, Li Xiaoying could only nod. Although she was still worried, when even her daughter-in-law said so, she didn't know what else to say. Soon, Yi Chen drove to the village head's house. The village head's house was in decent condition, with a tiled roof and a fairly large courtyard. As soon as Yi Chen got out of the car, he heard a sharp female voice coming from the courtyard. Yi Jianjun, you are really shameless, petty and mean. Have you forgotten how pathetic you looked when you borrowed money from us in the first place? Now you are putting on airs. When I ask you a question, you can't even say a word. Weren't you hot-tempered before? When our family lent you 20,000 yuan, you didn't have this attitude. What's wrong with occupying a bit of your land? With that little land of yours, how much money can you make? In a year, it's not even enough for your second son to lose at a gambling table outside. If you think our fish pond is occupying your land and you're not happy about it, then fine, just pay back the 20,000 yuan you owe, and I'll immediately compensate you with a piece of land. Look at your pathetic appearance. Your family is finished for this lifetime. Don't even think about turning things around. A slightly plump woman wearing a floral dress and a gold ring on her finger said with a fierce look on her face, "Yi Jianjun, let's talk about it. We are relatives. This is your sister. Even if she took 2 acres of your land, do you really need to be so stubborn? You are really giving yourself face. If you are so capable, why did you borrow money from my family in the first place? Now that you can't pay it back, you're acting tough. Look at how pathetic you are." A middle-aged man in the crowd angrily scolded. "That land was divided by our parents. Whoever it was given to, it belongs to them. The debt we owe you, I will find a way to repay it. Tomorrow I will go work in another city, at a construction site. No matter what, I will have the money by the end of the year, and try to repay you." At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a tattered hat said angrily, "Humph, how much debt does your family owe, do I not know? Not to mention how much your second son owes in the city. You have taken at least 40 to 50,000 yuan from these relatives. Don't give me that nonsense. Either give us the 2 acres of land, or pay back the money. Stop with the empty talk. You are really troublesome, with so many things." The fat woman was particularly loud and domineering, very assertive. "As long as I, Yi Jianjun, am alive, this debt will not be forgotten," Yi Jianjun said firmly. "Hurry up and leave. What's the use of you being alive? Look at your children, none of them have any prospects. The boss doesn't have money to get married, but still wants to act like a big shot. Buying a house in the city, the money must have been swindled by your second brother. Speaking of the second brother, he's even worse, owing a ton of debt and being despised by everyone. Back when he took the civil service exam, your family was so arrogant and showy. How are things now? Have you hit rock bottom? Let me tell you, Yi Jianjun, you're destined to be poor for life, and your 4 kids won't amount to anything." The fat woman's face was full of mockery. But just then, crack, the wooden door was kicked open, silencing everyone. Following that, Yi Chen walked in with a cold expression. He was furious, watching his old father being scolded by a group of relatives in front of the village chief and many villagers. He couldn't retort, his heart feeling like it was being cut by a knife. "Yi Chen, you actually have the nerve to come back? Didn't you rack up gambling debts, high-interest loans, and run for your life outside, causing your family to fall apart and your wife and children to scatter? Are you back to hide from debt?" The fat woman sneered. "Yi Chen, you have no respect. Do you not take me, the village chief, seriously? After all these years, who dares to kick down my door?" The village chief also stood up, angrily reprimanding. Seeing Yi Chen, Yi Jianjun frowned and sternly said, "What are you, this scoundrel, doing back here? It's none of your business, go back." He understood Yi Chen, understood this second son's temper. Although they were not related by blood, their temperaments were too similar. Especially, the father and son, like most Chinese fathers and sons, were very silent towards each other, not expressing their love fervently. The father seemed hot-tempered and stubborn. Yi Chen had always been afraid of this father since he was young, but as he grew older, he also knew that his father cared for him deeply, just not good at expressing it. It could be said that in the past, the father, this tough man, for the sake of repaying debts and sending him to college, had truly set aside his dignity, enduring ridicule and sarcasm. When borrowing money, he endured insults and forced out a smile. In his 2 lifetimes, Yi Chen saw his father enduring exploitation and oppression from relatives for his sake, unable to resist, amplifying his guilt. "If I don't come, they will bully you to death," Yi Chen said with red eyes. "Nonsense, who dares to bully your old man? I've never been bullied in my life. Hurry back home, stop meddling here," Yi Jianjun shouted with wide eyes. "You too, let him come back if he wants, give him some money and send him off, tell him what I'm doing here." When he saw his wife Li Xiaoying, Yi Jianjun complained, thinking that his son had come back this time for money. "Dad, I'm grown up now, there are some things I can handle. You rest, I'll handle this now." After that, Yi Chen waved to Qin Meiyun not far away. Qin Meiyun opened the car's trunk, then took out a box and handed it to Yi Chen. Then, Yi Chen took the box and placed it on the stone mill in the courtyard. As he opened the box, he pulled out several stacks of banknotes and walked towards the fat woman. "Back when my family borrowed 20,000 from you, with interest, I'm giving you 40,000. From now on, we're even, stop using this to taunt my father." Turning around, Yi Chen walked up to the village chief and handed over 30,000, saying, "Uncle Village Chief, last year my dad injured his leg while working in the fields, stayed in the hospital, borrowed 15,000 from you, here's 30,000, the rest is interest." This is too much, Yi Chen. Where did you get this money from? If it's not clean money, I can't accept it." The village chief said so, but still took the money. He was surprised. Where did Yi Chen, this gambler, get so much money from? Just afraid that the source is not right. As soon as it reaches his hands, it will be taken away. With the village chief's question, the people around also showed suspicion. The look in their eyes towards Yi Chen changed. How else could it be obtained? No job, a gambler, definitely can't stand the light. Yes, maybe it's even counterfeit money. Village chief, be careful, this kid is not a good person, deceiving the family, cheating the father-in-law, beating the wife, his money must be dirty. At this time, Yi Chen's aunt, with a mocking face, said. The village chief turned around, walked into the house, and took out the village's dedicated money detector, and immediately checked the money. All of it was real. Including Yi Chen's aunt, Yi Huiling also checked the money in her hands. The results obtained, all were real money. Humph, even if the money is real, it definitely can't stand the light. Yi Huiling said with a smirk. If you dare not take it, give it to me. After hearing this, Yi Chen coldly mocked. Why should I give it to you? This is what you owe our family. Anyway, if something happens, it will be your fault. Yi Jianjun, you are confused, raising such a prodigal son, causing trouble to your family. Wait for the law enforcement to come and arrest him. Yi Huiling pointed at Yi Jianjun, cursing. If the source of Yi Chen's money is not legitimate, he will definitely be arrested. Dad, don't listen to their rumors, this money is all earned by myself. Yi Chen said seriously. He is not afraid of others misunderstanding, but afraid of his father worrying. Nonsense. Don't think we don't know, the little things you did in the city, gambling causing family ruin, giving gifts to some female anchor, losing your job. You are not even as good as a low-life gambler, scum, still want to make money, Hana, you are fooling around here. However, just as Yi Huiling's words fell, the usually honest and virtuously Shouying stood up, pointing at Yi Huiling and scolded, you are the ones talking nonsense, although my son did something wrong, he also has a bottom line, absolutely not as you said, shut your mouths. Yi Huiling was about to retort, but at this moment, Yi Jianjun suddenly became angry, grabbed a nearby chair, and threw it on the ground. Shut up all of you. I, Yi Jianjun's son, made a mistake. With me as his father to educate, you have no right to meddle. Even if he did something illegal, I will personally take him to surrender. I will not wait for others to come. Besides, you have no evidence. Why accuse my second son here? I see if you are itching for a fight. The money has been returned to you. Stop talking nonsense here. I trust my second son. The money he earns is clean. After that, Yi Jianjun pulled Yi Chen to leave. Dad, wait a moment. Today I will repay all the debts and favors we owe. After speaking, Yi Chen directly opened the box, revealing a box of banknotes. This made Yi Huiling's family all wide-eyed. They had never seen so much money in their lives. This box, roughly estimated to be over 1 million. For ordinary farmers, even 100,000, 10,000 is already considered wealthy in the village. Even the village chief's family cannot come up with 10,000 at once. At this moment, the whole yard quieted down. Only Yi Chen stood expressionless next to the box of money. Then he addressed the crowd, uncles, aunts, and everyone. In the past, I, Yi Chen, was ignorant, causing trouble for the family, and causing trouble for you all. The money I owed you before, today I have repaid it all, and it is definitely not just repaying the principal. I owe you 1,000, I will repay 2,000, owe 10,000, I will repay 20,000. Zhang Jia, Uncle Wang, Uncle Lu, Aunt Yu, please come over. With Yi Chen's spirited shout, 4 simple villagers walked over. Then Yi Chen took the account book handed over by his mother and repaid all the debts, double the amount listed on it. When those villagers received the money, they all smiled. When all the villagers present received the money that the Yi family had borrowed in the past, they also showed satisfied smiles. The suspicions towards Yi Chen also disappeared. If the money earned was really from illegal means, how could it be used to repay debts? They would have enjoyed it long ago or run away. This simple logic was quickly understood by the villagers present. They had been misled by Yi Huiling's words before. Dear uncles and elders of the village, you are the elders, but today as an elder, I still have a few words to say to you. It is only right to repay debts. Anyone who has helped our family before, whether relatives or not, as long as they have helped us, I will not only clear the debt but also repay it. In the future, if anyone needs my help, Yi Chen, I will not refuse. I'll be upfront, once the debt is cleared and the favors repaid, but if anyone dares to disrespect my father again, don't blame me, Yi Chen, for turning hostile. With this speech, Yi Chen's momentum was overwhelming, suppressing the whole crowd. As he continued speaking, all the elders fell silent and nodded in agreement. They felt that Yi Chen was indeed conscientious, and he had kept his promise to repay the debts double. However, just as all the villagers were changing their opinion of Yi Chen, Yi Huiling's son, Zhang Chu, walked out shaking his head. Bullshit, you really think highly of yourself just because you have some money, still lecturing here. Let me tell you, Yi Second, you were a coward from the start, a good-for-nothing, you ruined the family and even let your wife run away with someone else. You've always been a pushover. If you dare to boast and act tough here, I swear I'll beat you to death. Zhang Chu, who was tall, sneered and mocked. Especially the last sentence, even Qin Meiyun nearby turned pale upon hearing it. Yi Chen's expression turned cold, his eyes sharp. His fists clenched so tightly that they turned white, ready to explode. However, before Yi Chen could speak, Yi Jianjun beside him had already lost his temper. His son's return was supposed to give him face, but Zhang Chu's disruption unleashed all the anger and grievances he had suppressed over the years. But when Zhang Chu, the troublemaker, suddenly appeared, he could no longer contain his anger. You bastard! Today, I'll beat you to death first, so you can't speak nonsense anymore. With these words, Yi Jianjun rushed to the wall, grabbed a large shovel, and charged fiercely towards Zhang Chu. A desperate stance. Seeing this, Zhang Chu panicked, dumbfounded, and fled around the yard in fear. But he was still hit on the head by Yi Jianjun with the shovel, followed by several kicks, leaving Zhang Chu screaming in pain, holding his head and crying. Just as Yi Huiling rushed over, she was knocked down by Yi Jianjun with a slap. Let me tell you, Yi Huiling, if it weren't for you being my sister, I would have beaten you today too. Your unruly son, I'll discipline him for you. Dare to curse at my son and daughter-in-law, I'll chop you up. Yi Jianjun, holding the shovel, glared with eyes full of anger. Scared, Yi Huiling rolled on the ground, throwing a tantrum. Li Xiaoying hurriedly held Yi Jianjun, afraid that her husband would really beat someone to death or cause serious harm. But once Yi Jianjun's temper flared up, no one dared to stop him. A stray dog passing by growled at him, and he kicked it away. This was enough to prove that Yi Jianjun's bottom line was his son and daughter-in-law. Coincidentally, this guy Zhang Chu happened to touch his sore spot, and even getting beaten up was light. At this moment, Zhang Chu was holding his head, blood streaming down, screaming in pain on the ground, not daring to get up. Yi Chen walked over, kicked Zhang Chu a few times, then pulled his father and said, "Dad, it's enough, just teach them a lesson." "No, these bastards dared to insult my daughter-in-law, I will kill them." Yi Jianjun roared, pushing Yi Chen away. This scared the relatives around, not daring to make a sound, not even daring to intervene. "Dad, let's go home, don't hurt anyone. Your granddaughter Tong Tong is scared." Just then, Qin Meiyun walked over holding Tong Tong. Tong Tong rubbed her mouth and whispered, "Grandpa, I'm scared." Clang! Yi Jianjun threw the shovel in his hand to the ground, and the most magical thing was that, a moment ago he was furious, ready to fight, but with Tong Tong's words, the anger on his face instantly turned into a smile. Faster than changing Sichuan opera face masks. "Tong Tong, my granddaughter is here. You made Grandpa worried. Meiyun, why did you bring Tong Tong here? Grandpa is not angry anymore, not angry, let Grandpa hug you." Yi Jianjun hurried over, then hugged Tong Tong, his face full of a bright smile, even his wrinkles smoothed out. With a few words from Tong Tong, Yi Jianjun was completely charmed. "Grandpa, I'm hungry." Tong Tong rubbed her stomach, pouting. "My precious granddaughter is hungry, old lady, you too, Meiyun and the others are back. Why aren't you cooking at home? Hurry back and make chicken for my granddaughter to eat." Saying this, Yi Jianjun put Tong Tong on his neck, no trace of his fiery temper. Li Xiaoying breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. Qin Meiyun smiled with relief. The family left the yard, still able to hear the quarrels and wails of Yi Huiling and her son. After returning home, Li Xiaoying started to get busy. Soon, a stewed old hen, some vegetables, pork ribs with green beans, a table of home-cooked dishes were ready, the fragrance wafting. Tong Tong had already grabbed a big chicken leg and her mouth was full of oil. But it wasn't to the liking of Yi Jianjun and Li Xiaoying. However, when Yi Jianjun turned to see the boxes of baijiu, the piles of maotai on the ground, Zhonghua cigarettes, and various expensive nutritional supplements, his face gradually turned cold. "Where did you get this money from?" Yi Jianjun asked coldly. "Of course, I earned it, Dad, don't you believe me?" Yi Chen put down his chopsticks and said seriously. "Nonsense, I just gave you face in front of others earlier, also for the sake of this old face. What kind of person are you? Do I need to say it? How did you earn this money? Tell me the truth now, or your mom and I will have no peace." Yi Jianjun questioned sternly. This made Yi Chen feel helpless. "Dad, mainly I'll tell you, you wouldn't understand, I earned it by playing stocks." "Stocks, do you even know?" Yi Chen asked with his hands open. "What kind of stocks? Can you earn so much money?" "Don't think I don't know, if those maotai bottles you brought are real, they would be worth tens of thousands. There's also soft Zhonghua cigarettes, sea cucumbers, abalone, bird's nest, these are all good stuff." Yi Jianjun's eyes were sharp. After all, the previous Yi Chen had been a huge disappointment. It's no wonder as a father he would have doubts. Previously, he had been swindled of a lifetime of savings by a gambling son. After supporting him through graduation, he finally got a good job, only to lose it again. It's not easy to believe. Dad, I can prove this. Yi Chen's money is clean and not earned illegally. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come back this time to visit you and Mom with him, Qin Meiyun explained. She also just found out that the elderly couple had originally planned to go see Tong Tong, but as soon as they arrived at the station, they learned about her divorce from Yi Chen. Afraid of causing trouble, they turned back. Qin Meiyun could imagine how heavy the hearts of the elderly couple must have been on the way. She also felt guilty. After all, divorce also hurts the parents of both parties. Ah, Meiyun said it herself, I believe it. But you, this brat, now saying all this, I can't even trust it. Buying so many things, spending so much money, and this box of money, it must be several 100,000. Yi Jianjun was quite hypocritical, believing his daughter-in-law's words but not his son's. This made Yi Chen sigh repeatedly, feeling helpless. After all, these were all the sins he had committed before, bringing a heavy shadow to his father. A total of 1 million in cash, used tens of thousands to pay off debts, probably still have 700 to 800,000. These things didn't cost much money, Dad. This time I came back wanting to take you and Mom to the city. This money is also for you and my mom. Yi Chen pointed to the box and said, forget it, still going to the city. Your mom and I can't enjoy that kind of blessing. As long as you can be well, turn over a new leaf, stop gambling, treat Meiyun and them well, even if your mom and I pass away, we can rest in peace. Yi Jianjun shook his head. Yes, I still can't accept it, you and Meiyun's divorce. Li Shouying said this, suddenly realized she said the wrong thing, especially with Tong Tong. She quickly covered her mouth. But tears flowed from her eyes. We're having a meal, why talk about this? Meiyun, don't listen to your mom. Back then when you made this decision, Dad, and I didn't blame you. After all, Yi Chen was a jerk back then. I didn't educate my son well. I apologize to you here. I will also come to apologize to your parents another day. With that, Yi Jianjun bowed to Qin Meiyun. Dad, what are you doing? How could I blame you, even though I and Yi Chen have? But I have also come back, and my way of addressing you has not changed. Qin Meiyun suddenly panicked, hurriedly grabbed Yi Jianjun's sleeve. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen was most heartbroken at that moment, feeling even more self-blame. It's okay, it's all deserved, as long as you can bring Tong Tong back often. With that, Yi Jianjun turned his head, his voice choked up, unable to speak. Making a tough guy shed tears is enough to prove how sad Yi Jianjun is now. Dad, I'm sorry. It's the son who has disappointed you, but from now on, I will definitely let you two enjoy your retirement, not worry about me anymore. Yi Chen's tone was firm, swearing. Nonsense, the family is ruined. What retirement can I enjoy? What your mom and I lack is money. What we want, don't you understand? Yi Jianjun's eyes turned red, turned his head and scolded. At this moment, Li Shouying also reached out, grabbed Qin Meiyun's hand, her eyes full of pleading. They couldn't say it. After all, Yi Chen was a pit of fire back then. As parents, they all felt sorry for their daughter-in-law, but not letting them divorce would be too selfish. So, what they most want to see now is Yi Chen's family reunited, happy and harmonious, not like before, restless. Living a stable life is better than anything else. How could Qin Meiyun not feel the meaning of her in-laws, and also understand their dilemma, unable to speak? Mom, I know what you mean. I haven't made up my mind yet, right? I'm also giving Yi Chen a chance, and he has changed a lot recently. You two should be able to feel it from Tong Tong's relationship with Yi Chen. It's just that you two shouldn't blame me. It's not easy to accept, after all. Qin Meiyun lowered her head as she said this. Meiyun, stop talking, Mom understands what you mean. As long as you can give Yi Chen a chance to turn over a new leaf, Mom will be content. I thought it was impossible for Qin Meiyun and her son, but listening to her daughter-in-law's words, there seems to be a chance. Suddenly, Li Shouying was overjoyed, grabbed Qin Meiyun's hand, and smiled brightly. You rascal, did you hear me? Behave yourself. If you ruin such a good daughter-in-law, I won't recognize you as my son. As he spoke, Yi Jianjun kicked Yi Chen's leg. Yi Chen grimaced in pain, holding his thigh, and said with a sense of grievance, Dad, I'm trying my best, rest assured, our daughter-in-law can only be surnamed Qin. You still have a bit of conscience. Yi Jianjun smiled when he heard that. Then he took the wine, drank heartily, and said, this wine tastes good, but, although you've made some money, don't get too arrogant. Many nouveau riches end up losing it all. Don't live off your past earnings, find a way to maintain your current wealth. It's not right to seek enjoyment, understand? As he spoke, Yi Jianjun took a sip of Maotai worth 7,000 to 8,000, then said, later, return all these wines, give more to your wife and daughter to improve their lives. Dad, you're being filial, if you return them, I'll buy more. Anyway, we're not short of money now. Yi Chen took a bite of food, enjoying it. His tone was also full of confidence. "You sound like you've struck it rich, but you shouldn't be so extravagant," Yi Jianjun said in a deep voice. "That's right, I've struck it rich, and it's a windfall. This amount is just a drop in the bucket, so even if you drink 10 bottles a day, I can afford it. I may not have other abilities now, but when it comes to money, Dad, Mom, you don't need to worry, don't save on me either," Yi Chen said earnestly. Hearing him say that, Yi Jianjun became interested, and curiously asked, "How much money have you made to burn yourself like this, making it seem like you've struck it rich?" Although the current Yi Chen did seem a bit too extravagant, as a father, Yi Jianjun was still happy that his son was making money and not engaging in illegal activities. Upon hearing his father's question, Yi Chen grinned and mysteriously held up 4 fingers. Yi Jianjun frowned, raised his hand and gave Yi Chen a slap on the head. "How much? I can't guess." Yi Jianjun scolded with a smile. "Ouch, Dad, you hit me too hard, you'll break me if you hit me again." Yi Chen rubbed his head in pain. Qin Meiyun, who was beside them, couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Even Li Xiuying, the mother, couldn't help but smile. "Father's love is as solid as a mountain. Over 40 billion. Yi Chen said casually. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room instantly quieted down. The chopsticks in Yi Jianjun's hand fell on the table, and he stuttered, 40 billion, how much? Over 40 billion, not a small amount. To put it simply, if you leave it in the bank, you'll earn hundreds of thousands in interest every day. In other words, even if I do nothing now, I'll have hundreds of thousands coming in every day," Yi Chen said calmly. Just as he finished speaking, Yi Jianjun swallowed hard, his whole person was stunned, his brain couldn't keep up. Ring ring. The phone rang. Yi Chen picked up the phone, and seeing that Yi Jianjun couldn't believe it, he had to wait for his son to finish the call before asking, "How's it going? Any updates?" It was Feng Tianhai calling, and when Yi Chen heard it, he casually asked, "Bro, BM stocks are soaring, all 3 car series have just been officially announced to have a major price cut. I followed what you said, cashed out 10 minutes ago, invested your 20 billion, and made over 2 billion in 6 days. I've already transferred the money to you, check it out." On the phone, Feng Tianhai's excited voice rang out. "How much did you and Chen Pang earn?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's face revealed a smile. Although they only made 2 billion, it was still a substantial amount. After all, opportunities like crazy profits in commodities like crude oil were not that common. However, this sum of money also provided significant support for his future plans. Everything he was doing now was laying the groundwork for his future plans. "I also made over 1 billion, a bit less than him, around 70 to 80 million. By the way, bro, I'm going to find Chen Peng first. This guy wants to sell all the hotels and fully enter the stock market to work with you, saying that making money is too easy," Feng Tianhai said with a smile. "Alright, go ahead, let him calm down, it's not as great as he thinks. Developing real assets is the way to go." Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time upon hearing this. "Hey bro, when are you coming back? My third uncle said he wants to talk to you about something," Feng Tianhai asked. "In a few days, I'll let you know in advance when I'm coming back." After chatting for a few moments, Yi Chen hung up the phone. "Kid, tell me the truth, were you just fooling me earlier?" Finally hanging up the phone, Yi Jianjun hurriedly pursued. "Dad, let me say it again, it's not 42 billion. Yi Chen hadn't finished speaking yet. Yi Jianjun widened his eyes and scolded, "I knew you wouldn't tell the truth every time." "Dad, don't worry, what I meant to say was, I just made another 2 billion as a small goal, which means my total assets now amount to over 44 billion, Yi Chen said with a smile. Suddenly, except for Qin Meiyun, Yi Jianjun and his wife were all stunned at the dining table. Billion, this unit was too unfamiliar to them. But if you were to talk about millions or tens of thousands, they would already feel very shocked. "Meiyun, is this kid lying to me? Tell me, Dad will believe you." Yi Jianjun was so excited that he was almost incoherent. Even Li Xiuying put down her chopsticks, her hands trembling. Just then, Qin Meiyun smiled and said, "Dad, it's true, he didn't lie to you. If you don't believe it, you can check his bank account balance." As Qin Meiyun's words fell, Yi Chen had already taken out Feng Tianhai's cash withdrawal transfer information and placed it in front of his father. "Boss, go get my reading glasses. Hurry up," Yi Jianjun shouted. Li Xiuying also hurriedly put on her shoes and almost stumbled, then brought the reading glasses over. Yi Jianjun carefully examined Yi Chen's phone for a long time, then silently put down the phone, raised his glass, and took a big sip. "Dad, Yi Chen has really changed now. He is trying to be a good father, a good son, a good husband." Qin Meiyun spoke up on the side. Yi Chen also took a deep breath and said, "Dad, I won't let you down in the future. I will take good care of you and Mom, and won't let you worry about me anymore." Yi Jianjun remained silent, picked up a box of Zhonghua cigarettes, and Yi Chen quickly took out a lighter to light it for his father. After taking a deep puff, Yi Jianjun spoke in a deep and profound tone, "I'm happy when you make money, but what I least want to see is your previous behavior. Money can be earned back, but if you lose your humanity, it's hard to regain it. You understand this better than me. The most difficult person in these years has been Mei Yun. She followed you right after graduating, didn't enjoy any happiness, and suffered a lot. You should treat Mei Yun and her mother well, especially your in-laws. They have nothing to say about you. Now you have the ability, help your in-laws more. That's what conscience is all about. Son, remember, small wealth comes from diligence, medium wealth comes from virtue, and great wealth depends on fate." With that, Yi Jianjun picked up his glass and took a sip, then turned to Qin Meiyun and said, "Meiyun, our family owes you an apology. No matter what choice you make, we won't say anything. But Dad still hopes you can give Yi Chen a chance, even if Dad begs you. Whether you think I'm selfish or not, it doesn't matter. Just one thing, besides you as my daughter-in-law, I am not satisfied with anyone else. Let's supervise this jerk together. If he doesn't change his ways, Dad will deal with him. Do you think that's okay?" "Dad, I will consider it. Please don't do this." Qin Meiyun's voice choked as she spoke. "And you, brat, if you don't win Meiyun back, even if your mom and I are buried, we won't rest in peace, understand?" Yi Jianjun turned back and sternly said to Yi Chen, "I understand, you can rest assured. Even if I have to be persistent and shameless, I will win back your daughter-in-law. There's no escaping." Yi Chen said with a smile. Qin Meiyun wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes when she heard this, giving Yi Chen a cold look. "By the way, you bought so many good things, I can't drink them all. I'll have Uncle Yan send you a few bottles later. These years, he has helped our family a lot. Back when you were in college, we even borrowed money from him." Yi Jianjun looked at the cigarettes and alcohol on the ground, joyfully saying, "Got it, after dinner, I'll go." Yi Jianjun then picked up the bottle of wine, poured himself another glass, his face flushed with excitement. "All right, Yi, this wine is expensive, several thousand per bottle, and you're really willing to drink it. All right, save the rest for tomorrow," Li Xiuying said as she took the bottle of wine. "Nonsense, my son has made so much money now, let me enjoy it, what's wrong with that?" Yi Jianjun patted his chest, his face full of pride that couldn't be hidden. These years, he had really been repressed. After the heavy burden on his chest was lifted, he felt unprecedented relief. Before, he felt like he had lost his drive to live. If it weren't for his other children, Yi Jianjun really felt that life was meaningless. But now his second son had succeeded, which was a burden off his heart. And he had also made a fortune, fulfilling his wish for his son to succeed. "Mom, bring it back. My dad is happy. It's okay to have a drink. Not afraid of drinking too much, just afraid of harming the body. But this wine doesn't harm the body, so it's okay to drink more." As they spoke, Yi Chen went straight to the ground, opened another bottle, and filled his father's glass. Father and son raised their glasses, feeling 1,000 emotions. Thinking back to last year's New Year's Eve dinner, Yi Chen had sneaked back to hide from debt, was chased home, and had to jump out of the window in the middle of the night. He didn't even get to eat the New Year's Eve dinner in peace. In comparison, now they were so happy. Father and son drank and chatted, while Li Xiuying chatted with Tong Tong and Qin Meiyun about daily life. As they talked about the past, both mother and daughter wiped away tears. That night became a bit awkward, because in the north, they all had those traditional heated brick beds. The old couple's room couldn't accommodate so many people. The other room was prepared, with 3 beds made up. Yi Chen scratched his head and glanced at Qin Meiyun. "Mom, why don't you let Dad come to this room? It's spacious, I'll sleep with you." At this moment, Qin Meiyun pushed open the door and whispered softly at the doorway. "No need, Meiyun, your dad and I are already asleep. It's not convenient to move back and forth. Don't wake Tong Tong up again." Li Xiuying's voice came from that room, then the light went out. Yi Chen couldn't help but know that this was his mother deliberately creating an opportunity for him. Qin Meiyun was not stupid either, her face blushing, she turned around and closed the door. "Otherwise, let's just make do and sleep together. You and I share a bed, Tong Tong has her own bed." Yi Chen grinned mischievously. "Dream on, you sleep next to Tong Tong, I'll sleep on the other side." Qin Meiyun glared at Yi Chen, then took off her shoes and got on the earthen Kong, turning away from Yi Chen as he changed clothes, emitting infinite charm. It had been 2 months since Yi Chen had any intimate relations. His eyes were red, constantly swallowing saliva. His whole body was also hot. He wished he could transform into a big gray wolf and pounce right now. But he knew that in this situation, it was definitely not possible. Meiyun was a woman who firmly adhered to principles. They were not remarried yet, and their relationship was still sensitive. If it weren't for Tong Tong, she would never sleep in the same room with him. Thinking of this, he sighed and lay down. Can't sleep, insomnia, Yi-Chen said lightly. Then go hit the wall, go out and hit it, don't wake up Tong Tong, Shin Mayun said casually. Yi-Chen grinned at her words, gazing at the moonlight shining through the window, looking at his daughter sleeping peacefully, he felt a satisfaction he had never experienced before. In his past life, he didn't know how to cherish, didn't understand what was truly precious. Now he understood. Listening to the frogs and cicadas outside, Yi-Chen closed his eyes and entered a state of blissful sleep. The next morning, after waking up, Yi-Chen picked up his vibrating phone and walked out. Then he heard Feng Tianhai's laughter. Bro, you're too ruthless. After we cashed out all our stocks yesterday, they hit the limit up today. I estimate it can last a few more days, but not much. I heard that before this, you had someone buy 20 billion worth of short-selling chips in the US, and made a lot of profit. Bro, you're like a godlike figure, I'm starting to admire you more and more. Feng Tianhai admired him from the bottom of his heart. It had reached a fanatical level. It could be said that if Yi-Chen told him the end of the world was coming tomorrow, he would start hoarding without hesitation. But speaking of it, the stock market is in a state of wailing. There's lamentation everywhere. We made a profit this time, but many people have lost their pants, especially that so-called stock god Zhang Liang. I heard he also injected a large sum of money, made a wrong prediction, bought Tesla, but it dropped so much that even his own mother wouldn't recognize it. Because Tesla also had a big problem. This guy is really unlucky. Otherwise, this time Tesla could have made a big profit. It's just his bad luck. On the phone, Feng Tianhai's carefree laughter could be heard. Yi-Chen had known that Tesla had also encountered trouble, but Tesla's recovery was particularly rapid, with no room for maneuver. Tianhai, these days, help me investigate a person. Go to Tianyu Entertainment Company, they are in the gaming business, they should have the intention to sell shares recently. First, make an appointment for me, the price is negotiable. After pondering for a moment, Yi-Chen spoke. Bro, are you planning to start a new company? Do you have another plan? Feng Tianhai was extremely excited after hearing this. Hurry up, it's just the beginning. After acquiring this company, I will bring you, Chen Peng, and Hauge over. Yi-Chen urged. His network of contacts was not just about generating revenue for the other party, but also laying the groundwork for his own future. This gaming company was important to him and was also one of the long-term development projects. Most importantly, the owner of this company was an absolute talent. In a time when talent was being overlooked, the one who could unearth talent would be the winner. Alright bro, I'll get on it right away. By the way, you reminded me of that thing last time, it was really messed up. Bro, if it weren't for you, I would have been in real trouble. That bitch, she actually tried to set me up. Turns out she has a boyfriend, almost trapped me in the hotel. Luckily, I brought a few buddies with me, otherwise I would have been done for. At that moment, Feng Tianhai suddenly cursed in a cold voice. The car is coming back, right? Don't worry, she will regret it. I reckon she will come looking for you in the next few days. When the time comes, it's up to you how to choose. But this time she is coming back sincerely, see if you can accept it. Yi-Chen said lightly. Really? Will she come back to me? However, Feng Tianhai, who was cursing just now, was now looking forward to it. So, I can feel that you still like this girl very much. This time she is coming back with sincerity. After testing her for a while, if everything is fine, you can still get in touch. Then ask her, what is her reason? Alright, I have something to do here, so I'll hang up. After that, Yi-Chen hung up the phone because his mother was calling him for breakfast. How could he waste such a pleasant time on Feng Tianhai? He had told him everything he needed to know. Avoiding danger, he wouldn't meddle too much in matters of the heart. After all, that girl did have her reasons. It was also because of something that happened that Yi-Chen could predict what would happen next. In other words, if that girl hadn't conspired with others to set up Feng Tianhai, he wouldn't have known that she had her reasons. He could still figure it out, but it would take some effort. At this moment, Binhai City, Longteng 4S boutique car store, just finished the ribbon-cutting ceremony and set off firecrackers. Wang Chao welcomed the guests coming and going with a smile on his face. General Wang, you are so promising, this is the 5th store, right? If there is a chance, we should cooperate more, General Wang. General Wang, you arranged a naughty castle at the entrance, very considerate. A group of bosses also came over to greet him. At that moment, a security guard walked over. General Wang, many guests over there are bringing children and want to enter the naughty castle. Should we let them in? The security guard asked. No, absolutely not, the naughty castle is not for playing. You guide them to the rest area in the store. Remember, absolutely do not let anyone in, otherwise, if something happens, I will hold you responsible. Upon hearing this, Wang Chao shook his head and said sternly, these were all instructions from Brother Yi, and he had to follow them. Although he didn't believe in ghosts and gods, from Feng Tianhai's introduction, he knew that Yi Chen was definitely a master, always able to turn bad luck into good fortune. And the most shocking thing was that the case at Longzhou Elementary School, it was his clue that led to the successful investigation. Just based on this, as a businessman, as long as it didn't harm his interests, he naturally had to consider safety first. As the security personnel dispersed, many guests with children had already left and entered the rest area in the sales hall. But there was still a part of them who, because the children wanted to play inside, got into a dispute with the security personnel. At this time, Wang Chao looked at his wristwatch, a look of anxiety on his face, and walked towards the naughty castle. How do you do things? Didn't I just say that no one is allowed near here? Why hasn't the evacuation been done yet? After General Wang arrived, he sternly reprimanded. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our General Wang. As General Wang said, please leave. The security personnel were also in a dilemma, hurriedly explaining to the guests. One of the women said unwillingly, what's the big deal? It's just a naughty castle. Why not let people play with it here? It's so annoying to look at. Exactly, doing business like this, sooner or later, it will go bankrupt. With this attitude, do you expect us to buy their cars and have after-sales support in the future? Hurry, take cover from the lightning. A group of women kept chattering endlessly. When Wang Chao heard this, he felt even more annoyed and waved his hand, shouting, everyone, I've said it, leave quickly. I'm not negotiating with you. As for my business, it's not up to you to support. Even without you, I can still carry on. With Wang Chao's words, several BMWs were no longer willing. In fact, they were not customers, just here to see the new store opening and let their children play on the bouncy castle. After all, it was free. It also added liveliness to the store. But they didn't expect the owner to have such low emotional intelligence. This also angered the BMWs present, and they all started to criticize. If you don't want us here, just say so, why shout? What's with your attitude? Even my husband wouldn't dare to shout at me like that. Who do you think you are? Just because you opened a small store, you act all high and mighty. Exactly, my husband is also in the car business. However, just as this group of people was arguing loudly, suddenly, a cry of alarm rang out. The next moment, boom! A deafening roar came from the direction of the bouncy castle. Everyone turned around abruptly and saw a car crashing into the bouncy castle, airbags deploying, smoke rising from the front of the car. In the blink of an eye, flames ignited. A person covered in blood rolled out of the car and lay on the ground. Wang Chao was stunned for a long time before reacting. Stop standing there, help put out the fire. Bring the person over here. Wang Chao took the lead and rushed towards the person, pulling them to the side. Soon after, the car caught fire. Even the bouncy castle was engulfed in flames. Fortunately, the surroundings were empty, and the bouncy castle was not very large, so the flames did not cause any harm to the surroundings. The BMW moms were now all terrified, shocked, and numb with fear. They instinctively held onto their children. With the arrival of the fire truck, the blaze was quickly extinguished. The BMW moms walked up to Wang Chao, feeling ashamed, and bowed apologetically. Wang Chao smiled and gazed at the direction of the bouncy castle, right in front of the store. If it weren't for that bouncy castle, the car would have crashed straight into the store. Once it caught fire inside, the resulting damage would have been unimaginable. And with the bouncy castle, the driver only suffered injuries and fainting, but it wasn't fatal. Otherwise, it would have been a certain death. Thinking of this, Wang Chao was not celebrating but grateful, thankful that he listened to Brother Ye's advice. Otherwise, he would have suffered significant losses now. At least millions. You know, the showroom is filled with Land Rovers, Navigators, and even 2 Rolls Royces to show off. Most other cars are also at the Mercedes-Benz and BMW level. Just a little short, and a life was saved. At this moment, Wang Chao's gratitude towards Yi Chen was like a life-saving grace. Mr. Wang, did you hire someone to calculate this? This gentleman is amazing. If it weren't for the bouncy castle, our showroom would have been in ruins. Mr. Wang, you are truly blessed. Many security guards and guests also came out to congratulate. However, at this moment, Wang Chao was eager to thank Yi Chen. On the other side, Yi Chen carried 2 bottles of Mao Tai and went to Uncle Wu's house next door. Uncle Wu was having his meal on the Kong at that time. When he saw Yi Chen, he was surprised. Isn't this the second young master of the Yi family? Why are you here? You haven't eaten, have you? Come, sit down. Uncle Wu was very welcoming. But his wife, on the other hand, looked reluctant and glared at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you never come to our house. Is this visit about borrowing money? You borrowed 5,000 from us last time, and you still haven't paid it back. We are not wealthy, and Wu's health is not good. If you have money, please return it to us. You don't have to pay interest. And Wu said in a light tone, shut up, women are so chatty, stirring up trouble. Yi Chen came all this way, why are you saying those things? You know Jiang Juan's temper, he really has money, he already paid me back first. Yi Chen, don't listen to your aunt's nonsense, talk about it when you have some money. After Uncle Wu scolded, he smiled and said to Yi Chen, he has a temper similar to his father's and is his father's only good friend. He used to drink a lot too. But I heard that Uncle Wu hurt his back at the construction site a while ago, he might not be able to do heavy work in the future. Father has always helped them with some farm work. Wu Lao-san, you only care about your image, it's already so late, and you still want face. Our children are so grown up, even if you can't help, you shouldn't burden the children. Wu, I've been with you for a lifetime and never enjoyed anything, all you do is pretend to be rich. That's 5,000, enough for our family's expenses for a year, why not take it? Aunt Wu suddenly started crying. When Yi Chen heard this, he casually placed the Maotai on the table. Seeing that Uncle Wu was about to lose his temper, he quickly reached out and stopped him. Uncle, don't argue, what my aunt said is right, she has devoted herself to this family, spent a lifetime with you. Be nicer to my aunt in the future. Aunt! Then, Yi Chen turned around, walked towards Aunt Wu, and handed her a handbag. I owed your family 5,000 before, with interest, I have paid it all back to you, I'm really sorry. Yi Chen said with a smile. Aunt Wu stopped crying after hearing this, then she was surprised to take the bag, feeling its weight, her expression changed. $5,000, it doesn't need a bag to hold, and it's not that heavy. Until she took out wads of cash from the bag and placed them on the Kong, her eyes widened, covering her mouth, looking at Yi Chen. Uncle Wu also looked surprised, unable to believe it, and asked, second kid, how did you get so much money? It's just 5,000, where did you get it from? Uncle Wu, Aunt Wu, here is 100,000, you two keep it. When my family was in the most difficult times, you helped my dad without mentioning interest, this is what you deserve. You two can rest assured, I've made some money, stopped gambling, and it's enough for the family. Oh, Uncle Wu, you can keep these 2 bottles of wine too, I'll leave now. If you have time tonight, come to my house and have a drink with my dad. Saying that, Yi Chen was about to leave, but Uncle Wu grabbed his wrist. You kid, come back, take the money back. Just 5,000, you have 100,000, how can it be like this? I appreciate your intentions, but I can't accept it, otherwise how can I, Wu Lao-san, face your dad in the future? Saying that, Uncle Wu pulled Yi Chen back and wanted to pack up the money for him to take back. Aunt Wu was anxious to see so much money, it was the first time she had seen 100,000 pile up together. But now she dared not speak, otherwise her husband would definitely get angry. Moreover, 100,000 is indeed too much, she also has no idea. Uncle Wu, the way my dad sees it, he intends to send you 200,000. But he knows you, saying that you might not even accept 100,000, and it turned out to be true. Yi Chen also smiled helplessly. This is the people in the countryside, simple and honest for a lifetime, with pure folk customs. Everyone likes money, but not everyone can refuse it. Old San, put it away quickly, isn't this all your nephew's heartfelt intentions? This little brat has made some money recently, quite a lot, otherwise how could I bear to let him pay you back so much? See these 2 bottles of wine, 1 bottle is worth 7,000 to 8,000. Hurry up, show some respect to your elders and accept it, don't wait for me to change my mind. Just then, Yi Jianjun walked in wearing a coat and holding a pipe in his mouth. He slammed the table, raised his voice and shouted. Uncle Wu always listened to his father's words, and at this moment, he covered his eyes with glasses, turned away, and wiped away tears. Aunt Wu's eyes were also red, looking at the 100,000 yuan, her heart was filled with excitement and gratitude. Dad, Uncle Wu, you guys talk, I'll go visit another family. After saying that, Yi Chen walked towards the door. Seeing his father finally standing tall, Yi Chen felt a sense of pride in his heart, happier and more satisfied than earning billions. Outside, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. He saw that it was Wang Chao calling. Brother, are you still in your hometown? When do you have time? Give your little brother a chance, let me treat you to a meal. Wang Chao's voice on the phone was pleading. How was the opening today? No unexpected incidents, right? Yi Chen changed the subject, smiling and asking, brother, you are my savior, don't say anything else, you saved my life, almost had a big problem. You must give me a chance to repay you, otherwise I will arrange a convoy to pick you up now. Yi Chen felt helpless and had to say, okay, I'll find time in the next few days to have a meal with you. Okay, brother Yi, you go ahead. On the phone, Wang Chao said with great surprise. Indeed, sometimes you have to be persistent. Back home after dinner, his father called him out to the courtyard. Son, you have the ability now, you have made something of yourself, Dad has seen it all. Although, You are not my biological son, but you know, I love you the most, including your older brother. We all consider you part of the Yi family bloodline. Your older brother has had a hard time these years. No one in our family could help before, but now that you have the ability, can you? Even if it's a plea from your dad, will you do it? Suddenly, his father spoke with a serious tone. Yi Chen felt uncomfortable upon hearing this. It wasn't that his father asked him to help his older brother that made him uncomfortable, but his father's attitude and tone. Dad, what are you saying? Even if you didn't mention it, I would still do it. Back then, my brother used the down payment for buying a house to help me pay off debts. I have always remembered that. You just said it nicely earlier, treating me as part of the Yi family bloodline. Why are you being formal now? I am your son, the damn second son. You can praise me if you're happy, kick me if you're not. You are my dad. Shouldn't it be like this? Why use this tone? Yi Chen sighed. His words left Yi Jianjun stunned. Alright, it's my fault, Dad's fault. Ha, my son is really sensible now. I, Yi Jianjun, have not lived in vain. As long as you all are well, me and your mom can rest assured. Go, help your older brother. We are all siblings. Can't let each other down. After that, Yi Jianjun stood up, patted Yi Chen's shoulder with his hand. At that moment, Yi Jianjun, as a father, felt a sense of pride like never before. He would remember this lifetime, raising these children, as the proudest thing he had done. Yi Chen nodded heavily, then went into the house and shouted, Mei Yun, I'm going to Binhai to see my older brother. You and Tong Tong stay at home. I'll bring my older brother back. As Yi Chen's voice fell, Xin Meiyun hugged Tong Tong and said with a smile, Go, be safe on the road. Daddy, come back soon. Tong Tong wants to hear your stories before bedtime. Tong Tong waved her little hand, reluctant to see him go. I know, Daddy will go pick up Uncle soon and be back soon. Tong Tong, be good at home. Yi Chen smiled happily, then walked out of the house. He drove the Land Rover and headed towards Binhai City. It only takes 2 hours to get to the coast, and by noon, Yi Chen had already arrived. Originally wanted to go see Wang Chao, but now there are more important things to do, so he'll come back another day. Following the address given by his father, Yi Chen arrived at an old rundown residential building. This old building was not the typical 3 units per floor, but rather had over a dozen units on each floor, with a long corridor right outside the door. The corridor was filled with clothes hanging to dry, socks, underwear, and more. Although it was messy, it looked more down to earth. People were bustling back and forth in the corridor, with a few elderly men sitting at the door playing chess, drinking tea, and chatting. As Yi Chen walked to the end of the corridor, he saw a slightly chubby man wearing a white tank top and baggy gray shorts, washing clothes on the balcony. He was overweight, wearing glasses, and had a kind and honest look. When Yi Chen saw this man, his eyes instantly welled up with tears. He remembered back to his school days when he was bullied by other students, and this man, who was a chubby boy back then, silently stood in front of him, taking the beatings for him. This was his big brother, Yi Zhong, known for his loyalty and honesty. His big brother had a big appetite when he was young, but because the family was poor, he often went hungry. He would even save his food to give to his younger siblings, watching them eat on the side. Every time he thought about his childhood, Yi Chen couldn't help but burst into tears. Brother! Yi Chen's voice trembled to the extreme, and he was choked up and couldn't speak. This call of brother was filled with respect, just like calling his father. With Yi Chen's shout, the chubby man washing clothes dropped everything in his hands and turned around in confusion. When he saw Yi Chen, he was stunned and took a while to react. After all, Yi Chen was no longer a gambler or destitute. He exuded confidence from head to toe. Especially after a long period of a certain mindset, one's demeanor would change. However, after rubbing his eyes, Yi Zhong recognized his younger brother and a smile appeared on his chubby face. Second, why are you here? Come inside quickly, don't wander outside. Last time you came looking for me, we were discovered, and we both got beaten up. Hee, come in. With a look of surprise, Yi Zhong pulled Yi Chen into his rented room. Yi Chen wiped away his tears and entered the room. The space was not large, about 30 square meters, with a shared kitchen, a separate bathroom, a bed, a wardrobe, and a table. Although small, it was neatly arranged and clean. Despite being old, it gave a sense of security. You're back. I was planning to go home to help my parents with farm work, but the factory didn't give us time off, so I stayed to work overtime. But I sent the bonus back to my parents. How are you doing? Do you need money again? I don't have much left, take this for emergencies. When I get my salary, I'll give you more. Don't let Tong Tong suffer with you. As they sat down, the elder brother brought a glass of water and took out a wallet from under the pillow, handing Yi Chen 2,000 yuan. He kept 200 for himself and gave the rest to Yi Chen. An elder brother like a father. At that moment, perfection was embodied in Yi Zhong. Yi Chen couldn't control his tears anymore, he put down the glass, and with a thud, knelt on the ground. Brother. I'm sorry, brother. I have disappointed you. Brother. At home, Yi Chen's emotions were somewhat reserved in front of his parents, but now, after experiencing a new life and turning his life around, he finally realized what was most precious. It was family, love, marriage, and children. Second brother, what's wrong with you? Did something big happen? Don't tell mom and dad, they're getting old and can't handle it. Tell your brother, I'll figure out a solution for you. Let me tell you, when something happens to you, you can get through it. If you can't get through it, it won't happen to you. Yi Zhong was startled and quickly pulled Yi Chen up from the ground. I'm fine, brother, really fine, I just feel sorry for you. I went back home, saw mom and dad, they are all fine. Yi Chen saw up close that his older brother's temples had some white hair, even though his brother was only 2 years older, just 30, but 3 years ago, he used the down payment for a house to pay off his debts, leading to a breakup with his girlfriend. They were already engaged. It could be said that he broke up his older brother and sister-in-law's family. No one could blame anyone, only blame himself. His sister-in-law's choice was not wrong, after all, she didn't want to marry into such a heavy burden family. You've already gone back home, you scared me, I thought something happened again. How are you and Mei Yun? I heard from mom and dad that you two. You got divorced? Don't gamble, you're not young anymore, you have a family, a wife, children, a warm bed, many people can't even dream of that, be content. Listen to your brother, I'll help you with the debt, repay it slowly, as long as you're alive, there's hope, but don't break up the family, find an opportunity to apologize to Mei Yun, treat her and her mother well. Yi Zhong brought a box of cigarettes and placed it on the table. It was a box of Zhonghua cigarettes. Yi Chen knew his brother didn't smoke usually, but every time he came, there were good cigarettes. They were saved by his brother's colleagues or from events, waiting for him to come. It could be said that his brother thought of everyone, except himself. Brother, I'm fine here, not gambling, and even made some money. All the debts at home have been paid off, rest assured. I've turned over a new leaf. I won't walk the wrong path again. Your younger sister Mei Yun and Tong Tong are at home. I'm here to pick you up. Yi Chen said with a smile. Ah, that's great, my little brother. I didn't misjudge you. We'll have a good life from now on, or else I'll beat you, even though I can't hit as hard as dad. Huh? Yi Zhong also laughed with surprise when he heard that. He didn't suspect anything because he was simple-minded. But he was also curious about what his younger brother was doing for a living and how much money he made. Of course, he misunderstood, thinking that Yi Chen had only paid off the family debts, but not his own debts. The family debts added up to tens of thousands, but he knew Yi Chen had his own debts too. Brother, it's all my fault, you should have settled down long ago, but you couldn't buy a house, and sister-in-law. Yi Chen said this, feeling ashamed and lowered his head. In fact, his sister-in-law was a very nice person, but even good people have their limits. It was hard for her to accept that her boyfriend used the down payment for their house to pay off his gambling debts for his younger brother, so in a fit of anger, she broke up with his older brother. It's all in the past, don't mention it. Besides, I'm still in touch with Meng Meng, it's just that her family has never agreed, but she hasn't found a boyfriend in 2 years, and she has turned down all the blind dates her family arranged for her. But I know she can't hold on much longer, her family is pressuring her, she's getting older. Yesterday she called me and said that the person her family introduced today has good conditions, maybe she'll agree today. Waiting for me for these 3 years, she has loved me, I have no regrets. Yi Zhong took off his glasses, wiped them, his face filled with a bitter smile, his eyes were red. When Yi Chen heard this, his heart trembled, his scalp tingled. He thought that his sister-in-law had probably married someone else long ago, but he didn't expect that she had waited for his older brother for 3 years, and she was fighting against her family. Heaven knows how they managed to get through these 3 years, but as long as my sister-in-law hasn't married yet, there's still a chance. Brother, come with me quickly, let's go pick up my sister-in-law. Now that I have money, I'll buy you a house, a car, dowry, everything, I'll take care of it for you. Hurry up, what are you waiting for? Yi Chen stood up, looking anxious. No, I know you're trying to comfort me. She waited for me for 3 years, she has done her best. I can't delay her any longer, after all, having a good home is better than me. Alright, you take care of yourself, live your life well, don't worry about me. Yi Zhong shook his head and smiled. No, brother, I thought my sister-in-law had already. Let's go, come with me now and bring my sister-in-law back. Brother, listen to your younger brother this time, I'll support you this time. Suddenly, Yi Chen's eyes welled up with tears again. Yi Zhong also wiped away tears after that conversation. Yi Chen forcibly dragged Yi Zhong out of the house. Just as they arrived downstairs, Yi Zhong waved his hand, then pointed to a small electric stove nearby and said, "Start this up. Brother, I remember you have a driver's license, right? And you quite like cars. Yi Chen suddenly brightened up and said, I've had a driver's license for a long time, but I couldn't afford to buy a car. A colleague bought a second-hand Jetta. Sometimes when he's tired after work, I drive it for fun. Now I can't even afford a house, so I'm not thinking about a car. Let's go quickly, she should be off work by now. Otherwise, we'll have to go to her house. I really can't face her parents. Yi Zhong laughed and said, Brother, what kind of car do you like? Mercedes-Benz or BMW? I'll give you one. Yi Chen suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. Don't talk nonsense, in our family, we can't even afford a Mercedes-Benz or BMW, let alone a used car. You haven't even driven one yourself. Yi Zhong shook his head. Ding ding. Suddenly, Yi Chen took out the car keys and pressed a button. A black Land Rover not far away sparkled and made a cheerful sound. Immediately, Yi Zhong took off his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Hey, little brother, did you borrow this car or rent it? This is a Land Rover Discovery. Even if you rent it for a day, it costs thousands. What are you doing with this money? Even if you've made money, you can't be so extravagant. Yi Zhong said, but still walked over with a look of wonder, circling around the Land Rover. No man can resist the charm of a luxury car, just like women can't resist jewelry, handbags, and cosmetics. Just like the Western world can't be without Jerusalem. This car belongs to my friend, he doesn't usually drive it. He said he's giving it to me. Brother, from now on, this car is yours, I can't get used to it either. Saying that, Yi Chen directly threw the car keys to his older brother. Originally, he was planning to give a new car to his older brother, but he knew his brother's character too well. He probably wouldn't even go to a car dealership with him. He wouldn't accept the car if he brought it back directly. Even though this car wasn't new, it was almost new, only 2 years old, less than 20,000 kilometers in total. He wouldn't accept it even if it was given to him. What? Don't scare me. How can I drive such an expensive car? I can't afford to drive this, little brother. This is your friend's car. You better return it to him. Listen to me. Yi Zhong shook his head repeatedly. Brother, my friend gave me this car. You drive it. If you don't, I'll have to sell it cheap, inside and out. I'll have to lose at least tens of thousands. I'm going back to Longzhou in a few days. The journey is too far. It's not safe to take you, your siblings, and your niece. It's better to fly back. Yi Chen insisted once again. But this, Yi Zhong always felt uneasy. Not to mention a Land Rover, even a used Jetta, he couldn't afford it. Having such a car at home, even the cost of refueling was not something he could bear. Alright, bro, stop worrying about this and that, just follow my arrangements from now on. What time does your sister-in-law get off work? Yi Chen asked. Still 2 hours to go. Yi Zhong replied after checking the time. There's still time, you drive me to the Longting Forest store on Zihiluo Road, the new one over there. With that, Yi Chen had already opened the car door and jumped in. As for Yi Zhong, holding the car keys, he looked for a long time before finally excitedly and nervously getting into the driver's seat. After getting familiar with the gears, he started the car. Sitting in the chair, Yi Zhong instantly felt like he was in a dream. This kind of luxury car, he didn't dare to dream of driving one day, let alone owning it. This car, so comfortable, much more comfortable than my colleague's Jetta. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a luxury car, not even feeling bad about refueling. Suddenly, Yi Zhong chuckled and said with a simple smile, What, weren't you worried about not being able to afford it earlier? Now you're not feeling bad? Seeing his big brother looking so happy, excited, and curious, Yi Chen felt very satisfied. I do feel bad, but I'm really enjoying it. Let me navigate first. After speaking, Yi Zhong took out his phone to start the navigation, then slowly started the car and drove towards the outside of the community. Yi Zhong was excited all the way, and after getting familiar, he even chatted with Yi Chen while holding the steering wheel with one hand. Seeing his big brother so happy, Yi Chen felt very content. This is happiness. About half an hour later, the car had already stopped. Yi Chen made a phone call in the car. He had originally planned to meet Wang Chao in a few days, but unexpectedly found him so soon to ask him to do something. At this moment, Wang Chao came running out from the store, his face full of excitement. After Yi Chen got out of the car, Wang Chao grabbed his hand and said with a smile, Bro, I've been waiting for you for so long, I thought you wouldn't be free for a few days. Why in such a hurry? What's the matter with me? Yi Chen smiled, then pointed to Yi Zhong who was approaching and said, This is my brother, Close. Nice to meet you, big brother. Wang Chao greeted warmly, making Yi Zhong feel pleasantly surprised. He had seen this person before because he worked at the auto repair shop. This young man was really capable. Every time he went to the factory, he was received by the top leaders of the factory, as he was a major customer of the factory. Normally, he could hardly see the top leaders of the factory, and if he did, they would be proud and wouldn't pay attention to him, a small workshop worker. I recognize you, I'm from Ouchi Factory. You ordered a batch of joint venture cars from us before. Yi Zhong hurriedly said. Ah, so it's from Ouchi, what a coincidence. I say, Brother Yi, you're such a big boss, why do you let our brother work in the factory? Wang Chao was puzzled. According to Feng Tianhai, Yi Chen was a financial tycoon with a cash flow of over 4 billion. With such wealth, he could probably buy out Ouchi Auto. You're right, I've only come into my own later in life, I didn't have the ability before. You make it sound like I'm mistreating my brother, huh? Yi Chen also laughed. Come on, let's go eat. Wang Chao also seized the opportunity and enthusiastically suggested. Let's have dinner another day, this time I'm looking for you for something urgent. I don't know about your connections in Bin City, but I still trust you. I hope you can help my brother find a formal job, preferably with a position, able to start today, and complete the procedures. Yi Chen suddenly spoke. After hearing this, Wang Chao frowned, showing a pensive expression. After seeing it, Yi Chen smiled and said, Alright, I understand. I won't make it difficult for you. We can talk about it another time. Wait, bro, what are you saying? Finding a job for our bro is a big deal. What I find difficult is that I'm afraid you'll look down on the job I find for you. If that happens, I won't be spared by the authorities, and you won't let me off the hook either. What do you think of me? To be honest, bro, in Binhai, your little brother still has some influence. But if you start working today, there will be limitations on the job. Is a bank okay? Wang Chao hurriedly explained. Alright, that's great. Yi Chen's eyes lit up at the idea of working at a bank. I have no choice, bro. If you need to start urgently today, I can only arrange something at the bank for you. If you're not in a rush, within a week, I can arrange the best position for you in Binhe. But at the bank, I can arrange a green channel for our bro, just a name, no need to go to work. Wang Chao said again, fearing that Yi Chen might not be satisfied. No, it's already an honor to eat the state's rice. Serving the people by working is the right thing to do. You don't understand my bro's character. If he doesn't work, he won't be at ease. That's settled then. Yi Chen said very satisfied. Bro, you and our eldest bro go inside and rest for a while. I'll go arrange things now, aiming to solve it within an hour. After saying that, Wang Chao drove off without stopping. At this moment, Yi Zhong beside him was completely dumbfounded. A bank job, a position, no need to work under a name, starting this afternoon? Why does it sound so easy? I say, second bro, what were you guys talking about just now? I understood, but also seemed like I didn't. Can just anyone get a job at a bank? Yi Zhong asked with concern. Bro, don't worry, I'll take care of this little matter for you. Helping you find a formal job is to reassure your wife's parents. Otherwise, I would have taken you to work with me, but your wife's parents know that I used to be a troublemaker, so they might misunderstand. Once this is settled, we'll go pick up your wife. When Yi Chen said this, Yi Zhong fell silent. He took out a cigarette, lit one for himself, and handed one to Yi Chen. I'll do it myself. Seeing his elder brother about to light his cigarette, Yi Chen quickly took out a lighter to block it. Don't be polite with me. After Yi Zhong finished speaking, he pushed away Yi Chen's hand, lit the cigarette, and the two brothers squatted at the sales entrance, smoking. Second bro, did you really make money? After taking a deep drag, Yi Zhong asked with a very serious tone. Sort of, made a little profit. Yi Chen said with a smile. Yi Zhong was not stupid either. He could tell that Wang Chao just now was extremely respectful towards Yi Chen. His enthusiasm was also because of Yi Chen. Especially in arranging the job, he was more proactive. Obviously, the second brother's status is not the same as before. It seems this kid has really turned over a new leaf, a prodigal son returning home. Tell me, how much money did you really make, now you're so confident? I'll tell you, I absolutely won't do anything illegal. Trust me, as long as you promise me, I'll believe you. Yi Zhong said calmly. It can be said that even when Yi Chen was still a gambler before, Yi Zhong believed every word he said, never questioning it. Even after learning the truth time and time again, feeling disappointed, but in Yi Zhong's words, that is, my second brother can disappoint me many times, but as long as he doesn't let me down once, it means he has succeeded. Getting on the right track is a good thing. It's just spending some money, as long as it can make my second brother turn over a new leaf, it's worth it. Thinking of this now, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. If it weren't for the rebirth, perhaps, as a gambler, he would have only consumed all of his elder brother's trust, leaving him in despair. The gambler, unless he has experienced life and death, or a major event. Otherwise, it is impossible to wake up. Bro, don't worry, the money I earned is all clean. When my parents asked, Mei Yun helped me explain it clearly. Just seized the opportunity, bought some stocks and made a lot of money. Yi Chen smiled. Stocks? I know about this, but the risk is high. How much did you earn? Yi Zhong finally felt a little relieved when he heard this. Although stocks also have gambling risks, they are definitely much stronger than Yi Chen at the gambling table. At least there is a chance to break even. He really wanted to know how much money his younger brother had earned to make him so confident. Not much, over 40. Yi Chen held out his fingers. Over 40,000? Then people wouldn't just give you a Land Rover and help you so much. I can see that, mister. Wang respects you a lot. It can't be just because of your 40,000 net worth, right? Yi Zhong asked in confusion. Yi Chen didn't know how to respond, so he took out his phone and showed his balance. When Yi Zhong saw a long string of numbers, he first burned his cigarette on his mouth, then almost dropped it, and quickly counted with his fingers on the screen. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1,000, million. In the end, Yi Zhong's voice was trembling. His face was full of shock. In the end, he couldn't count anymore, but looked up at Yi Chen with a serious expression. Second brother, you earned over 20 billion. Is this true? Tell me. Yi Zhong almost bit his tongue. The balance is there, how could it be fake? There is another 20 billion in another bank, I won't show you. Anyway, big brother, don't be polite with me in spending money in the future, you are my brother, it's right for me to spend as much as I want. You gave everything back then, took out the money for buying a house to pay off my debts, now I spend money on you, it's what you deserve. Yi Chen reached out and hugged his big brother's shoulder, leaning his head over. Hee, great, my little brother has finally made it, has a future. Over 40 billion. This money can't be spent in a lifetime. Oh, by the way, I said second brother, even if you have money, you can't spend it recklessly, especially when you have money, you can't go bad, you can't make mom and dad worry, you know? Yi Zhong was completely sure that his brother was now a billionaire, with a mix of shock and satisfaction in his heart. But he didn't forget to remind him. I know, bro, why are you like dad, always thinking I'm not studying well? Do you still feel pressured by this Land Rover now? Yi Chen pointed to the Land Rover and said with a smile. No pressure, you little brat can make money now, I don't have to worry anymore. This car can't be taken back now. Yi Zhong said with a smile. Not only can't it be taken back, when you and your wife get married, I'll buy a business one for your wife, I know she also likes cars, now women driving Land Rovers is cool, you drive the business one, take mom and dad, take your wife's family out for a trip, it's convenient. Yi Chen had already figured it out. He would take care of everything for his big brother's wedding. At this moment, when Yi Zhong heard this, he was also moved to tears, but still worried whether Meng Meng would marry someone else. An hour later, Wang Chao finally came back, holding the employment contract and work permit, with a smile on his face. Bro, everything is done, just need to sign the employment contract. Whenever it's convenient for you to start work here, Wang Chao said with a smile. Thank you, after all, I'm not very familiar with the Bin area. Thank you Wang Chao, when I'm done with things here, I'll treat you to a meal. Yi Chen thanked him. Bro, don't thank me, this is what a younger brother should do. You helped me out, but that doesn't settle the score. If I need your help in the future, just say the word. If you're polite, I'll really get angry. Wang Chao said seriously. It can be said that Wang Chao is very comfortable in terms of both character and style of doing things. At least more reliable than Yi Chen and Feng Tianhai when they first met. Alright, we'll have plenty of chances to get along in the future. I won't be sentimental. Yi Chen nodded. My brother likes this car, so I'm giving it to him. Give me an invoice, and charge me the price of a new car. Don't say it's free, if you insist, I'll go to another dealership to pick up the car. Yi Chen pointed to the Land Rover. Brother. I've called you brother, don't make things difficult for me again. If you don't mind, I'll start talking about it. For a used car, do you want to pay me? No, if you're going to be like this, I might as well give the new car in the shop to our brother. With that, Wang Chao was about to walk towards the showroom. But Yi Chen pulled him back. Alright, I respect you. I won't pay, I'll just drive away, okay? You, how can you be like that kid Feng Tianhai? Yi Chen also felt helpless. Brother, if you say that, let's just take the new car. For a used car, if you take it, that's fine, but if you want to pay, that's just embarrassing for me. Wang Chao said seriously again. Okay, it's settled. This car, no changes, I won't pay, I'll take advantage of you. Ha ha. Yi Chen also knew that paying was not an option. He didn't bother being sentimental either. After chatting with Wang Chao for a while, he got into the car and drove towards Li Meng Meng, his big brother's girlfriend's workplace. It only took 20 minutes to arrive at the location. At this moment, a tall office building. As it was time to get off work, many white-collar workers were coming out. A girl wearing glasses and a floral dress came out. "Meng Meng, wait for me. Why are you in such a hurry?" A man in a suit ran over and walked beside the girl. "Manager's son, my boyfriend is here to pick me up, so I won't trouble you today." With that, Li Mengmeng pointed to Yi Zhong, who was already waiting below, and said to the man. Yi Zhong also walked over with a smile. "You've been broken up for many years, your parents don't agree, and I've met your parents, they totally approve of us being together. Meng, I just can't understand, he's a factory worker, no car, no house, rural huku, his parents have no means, and no retirement plan. If you marry him, it's a disaster. And I heard that he has a gambling younger brother, a real gambler, capable of anything. Are you stupid, leaving me, a company middle manager with a monthly salary of 30,000, a car, and a house, for a poor guy?" Manager's son said disdainfully upon hearing this. Even though Yi Zhong had walked over, he didn't avoid it at all. Because this kind of thing had happened many times, he didn't need to talk behind Yi Zhong's back, he could tell into his face that he wasn't worthy. "Manager's son, please stop. I have my own choice." Li Meng sighed. In fact, after 3 years, she was really struggling to resist her parents' urging. Especially with manager's son's relentless pursuit. As an older woman, how could she not be anxious? No one is perfect, she also needs a stress-free family, and a beautiful future. Although Yi Zhong is good to her, with a love that comes from the heart, marriage doesn't just need love. It's about the basics of life. It's about economics. But in Yi Zhong, she really couldn't see any hope. These days, Li Mengmeng has almost figured it out. It's time to think about herself. Maybe supervisor's son was right. At least in marriage, they are very suitable. "Meng, I'm here to pick you up. Are you hot? Here's some water for you." Yi Zhong handed a bottle of mineral water with a smile on his face. "I don't want it." Li Mengmeng slapped the mineral water to the ground. At this moment, she was really caught in a dilemma, distressed, and in pain. Yi Zhong looked at the dropped mineral water, smiled awkwardly, then bent down to pick it up. "Yi Zhong, are you coming to pick up Meng on your little electric scooter again? As a man, do you have any dignity left? Have some self-respect, stop bothering Meng. Last time Meng rode your electric bike, under the scorching sun, she got sunburned from the UV rays, do you know? Also, she likes milk tea, not mineral water. You don't even understand a woman's preferences, you fool. Get lost quickly, a poor guy from the countryside, still dreaming of being with Meng. With the little money you earn, you might as well go back and take care of your parents in their old age. Useless thing." At this point, supervisor's son spoke, full of aggression. After picking up the mineral water, Yi Zhong lowered his head, grinned, and then said, "She likes milk tea, but her stomach can't handle it. It was very sweet when she drank it, but drinking too much would give her stomach pain and keep her awake at night. She suffers from acute gastroenteritis. Meng, I'm sorry, I disappointed you again." Yi Zhong suddenly looked up, staring at Li Meng. "Yi Zhong, what's the use of telling me all this? What I want is an apology, right? It's been 3 years, I've waited for you for 3 whole years. For your younger brother, you were willing to put down the down payment for our house. What am I to you in the end? Go away, I don't need you to see me off. Don't come again in the future. I promised my parents that I would get married this year. From now on, it's impossible between us. I have done everything I could for you." Li Meng turned her head away, feeling heartbroken, tears streaming down her face, especially when she thought of everything with Yi Zhong. All the emotions from their 7-year relationship were overwhelming, and tears flowed uncontrollably like a fountain from her eyes. Meng, I. At this moment, Yi Zhong hesitated to speak. "What I?" Meng said to let you go. Supervisor's son walked over, pushed Yi Zhong aside, and said a few words to Li Meng. Then Li Meng nodded. At this point, supervisor's son parked a BMW 3 Series by the roadside and got out of the car. Meng, get in the car, the air conditioning is on, it's cool inside." Supervisor's son waved. Li Meng looked back at Yi Zhong, gritted her teeth as if she had made a major decision, and then walked towards supervisor's son. She kept her head down after getting in the car. Supervisor's son smugly rolled down the car window and shouted at Yi Zhong, "Idiot, go deceive other women with your broken electric bike. Meng won't fall for that. She would rather cry in a BMW than ride your broken electric bike." After speaking, supervisor's son, with a smirk on his face, retracted his head and prepared to start the car and leave. Suddenly, a Land Rover rushed over and blocked supervisor's son directly, leaving him with no room to move. If he reversed, he would hit the car behind him, and if he moved forward, he would hit the Land Rover in front. He rolled down the window and shouted outside, "Hey, having money doesn't make you great, get out of the way." At this moment, Yi Chen slowly rolled down the window, smiled slightly at Supervisor Sun, and said, "Indeed, having money is really great." With that, Yi Chen opened the car door and got out. He walked directly to the car window and knocked on it. "You're driving a BMW 3 Series and acting all high and mighty. I can buy 3 or 4 of those with my Land Rover. What's wrong with me being a little arrogant? You're so old, and you're only driving a 3 Series. What kind of nouveau riche are you pretending to be? Just this little bit of ability." Yi Chen didn't hesitate to mock the other party. "I warn you, stop talking nonsense, move your car, or I'll call the police now." Supervisor Sun pretended to be calm. He even took out his phone. People who can afford a Land Rover luxury car are definitely not simple, and he didn't want to provoke the other party. If it weren't for Li Mengmeng sitting in the car, he would have come down long ago to say a few words to the other party and it would have been over. Adults will take responsibility for their actions. He wouldn't really argue with the other party. Yi Chen was the same. If it weren't for his big brother, how could he waste his breath on such a small character? "Go ahead and call the police. I'm not stopping you." Yi Chen smiled slightly, indifferent. Then he walked around the car to the other side and shouted to Li Mengmeng inside the car, "Sister-in-law, can you come down? I have something to tell you." Suddenly, Li Mengmeng looked up, looked at Yi Chen, and after a long look, she recognized him. She pushed open the car door and got out, looking puzzled and cautious. "What do you want from me?" Li Mengmeng asked in a guarded tone. Because she had already recognized the person in front of her, he was Yi Zhong's gambling younger brother. What good could come from meeting him? "Sister-in-law, don't be afraid, I'm here to apologize to you this time. Because of my actions before, my brother and your wedding house were not bought." Yi Chen's words were not finished. Suddenly, Supervisor Sun stuck his head out. "Damn, so you're that stinking gambler, Yi Zhong's brother, right? You deliberately did it. Move the car for me now, or don't blame me for being rude to you." Just as Supervisor Sun finished cursing, Yi Chen suddenly punched the car shed. The other party instantly retracted their head in fear. "Shut the hell up. Try saying one more word of nonsense," Yi Chen shouted in anger. At this moment, Supervisor Sun had already closed the car window. Seeing Yi Chen's fierce posture, he didn't dare to provoke him. "Enough, what do you want to do? That's my colleague, and also my superior, please pay attention. Also, don't call me sister-in-law, it's impossible between me and your brother, I've already made it clear to him just now. If you have nothing else, I'll leave." Li Mengmeng saw Yi Chen's fierce look and was not afraid, but instead ignited the anger in her heart. If it weren't for Yi Chen, she would have been married to Yi Zhong long ago. By then, whether her parents agreed or not, it had become a fact. It was him, Yi Chen, this prodigal son, this gambler who ruined her family. How could Li Mengmeng not hate him? "Then, I'll call you Sister Mengmeng. I know you must hate me. After all, I caused trouble for the family before, and implicated my brother. But Sister Mengmeng, I came this time to repay my brother and you. Please give me a chance, just one chance." Yi Chen said earnestly. "You want me to believe a gambler's words? Are you crazy, or am I crazy? Forget it, I don't want to talk to you anymore, I'm leaving." With that, Li Mengmeng was about to get into the car, but Yi Chen pushed the car door shut. "Bastard, get out of the way. If it weren't for you, I would have been married to your brother long ago. I almost hate you to death. You, a gambler, what credibility do you have? Can't you stop deceiving your family? Can't you leave a way out for your family? Do you know that your brother has to work as a delivery driver after work to pay off your debts? You have ruined all his efforts in the first half of his life. How long do you want to harm him?" Suddenly, Li Mengmeng broke down. She sat on the ground and cried. As for Supervisor Sun, he didn't dare to show his face. At this moment, Yi Zhong drove the Land Rover to the side, then got out of the car, walked to Supervisor Sun's car window, and knocked on it with his hand. "Get lost. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Yi Zhong looked fierce, although he appeared kind and honest, but when he was furious, he was indeed terrifying. After all, his fat body was right there. Sun's supervisor didn't know what had happened, but when he saw the Land Rover, he felt inferior and humbled, especially since Yi Zhong was the one that Li Mengmeng liked. He didn't dare to stay any longer, so he stepped on the gas and quickly left. "Mengmeng, I'm sorry, I didn't consider your feelings at the time. I used the money for buying a house to pay off my brother's debt. I'm sorry, I'm not worthy. I, Yi Zhong, am not a human, making you wait for me for 3 years, disappointing you." At this moment, Yi Zhong walked over, waving his big hand, fiercely slapping his own face. Slap after slap, his face turned red, and when Yi Chen was about to intervene, he was pushed away by Yi Zhong. After a dozen slaps in a row, blood started flowing from Yi Zhong's mouth, but he kept hitting himself. Yi Chen felt extremely distressed watching this. Suddenly, Li Mengmeng stood up, rushed over, grabbed Yi Zhong's wrist, and shouted, "Bastard, who told you to hit yourself? Who? Stop it! Bastard Yi Zhong, Haven't you always listened to me the most? Why aren't you listening now? Who told you to hit yourself? Suddenly, Li Mengmeng threw herself into Yi Zhong's arms and started crying, hitting his chest with her fists. At this moment, Yi Zhong was also in tears. The woman in front of him never despised him, although she had a temper and was sometimes unreasonable, but Yi Zhong knew that this woman, apart from his mother, loved him the most. Yi Chen, who was watching from the side, also cried tears of joy and wiped his eyes. 10 minutes later, Li Mengmeng finally broke free from Yi Zhong's embrace, then tilted her head and glared at Yi Chen, gritting her teeth. Speak, how much money do you need this time? Don't make it difficult for your brother. He has to send money to your younger siblings every month, and can only afford steamed buns for himself every month. Don't ask for too much, I don't have much. As she spoke, Li Mengmeng took out her wallet and took out all the cash inside. At that moment, Yi Chen finally understood why his big brother loved Li Mengmeng so much. Because she was worthy, she deserved this love. Because she, like Mei Yun, both had men they deeply loved. Mengmeng's sister, I have truly changed for the better. Really, my brother can testify. I came this time to repay the debt. Don't believe me? Ask my brother. Yi Chen hurriedly explained. Li Mengmeng, upon hearing this, looked surprised, stopped her actions, turned to Yi Zhong and asked, Really? Did he repay you? How much did he repay? Enough for the down payment on the house. If not enough, I have savings from these years. You can take it together, pay the down payment for the house first, then go to my parents earlier and tell them about this matter. Otherwise, do you want me to wait for several more years before you can marry me? Li Mengmeng suddenly said seriously. Yi Zhong's voice choked upon hearing this. Tears streamed down his face. Why are you crying? What are you crying for? Speak up. How much more money do you need? I've been waiting for you for these 3 years, saving money every day, just to have you marry me sooner. Let me tell you, Yi Zhong, if you dare to treat me badly, I won't spare you. As Li Mengmeng finished speaking, Yi Zhong completely broke down in tears. Even Yi Chen beside him was breathing heavily, his scalp tingling. He felt the kind of love that Mengmeng's sister had for his big brother, just like Mei Yun loved him back then, without expecting anything in return. Love flowed in their blood, already ingrained in their bones. He was truly happy for his big brother. Mengmeng, we don't need to be afraid anymore. My younger brother has made a name for himself. He said. The tall and sturdy Yi Zhong, wiping away tears, was too excited to speak coherently. What did he say? Tell me. Li Mengmeng impatiently stomped her foot. Mengmeng, let me tell you, let my brother rest for a while. This time I came back, not just to repay the debt, but also to show gratitude. I've taken care of your wedding with my older brother, everything from cars, houses, to the upbringing and education of your future children, I've got it all covered. Yi Chen patted his chest, speaking with great pride. Li Mengmeng, upon hearing this, rolled her eyes. I don't believe you, I don't trust you. Yi Zhong, tell me, is what he said true, or is he trying to deceive you, to cheat you out of money for gambling? Li Mengmeng turned around, holding Yi Zhong's chubby face in her hands and asked, Mengmeng, look, this is the job my brother found for me. Yi Zhong took out his work permit and employment contract from his bag. He handed everything to Mengmeng, including the key to a Land Rover. When Li Mengmeng opened the employment contract with doubt and glanced at the work permit, she was instantly stunned, her eyes widened, she covered her mouth, and her eyes turned red with excitement. Is this all true? A permanent position at a bank? How is this possible? How did you manage to do this? After a long time, Li Mengmeng looked up, her face filled with disbelief. Yi Zhong then briefly explained the situation, which made Li Mengmeng's gaze towards Yi Chen change. Along with the key to the Land Rover in her hand, everything indicated that Yi Chen had truly made a name for himself. Sister-in-law, this car was originally meant for my brother, and when you two get married, I'll give you a business car. But this car is suitable for you to drive, and later my brother can use it for business. Let's go meet uncle and aunt now. Yi Chen smiled and spoke. Have you really turned over a new leaf? Is this car not borrowed? Li Mengmeng, holding the car key, still felt as if she were dreaming. This short period of time made it really hard for her to believe. Sister-in-law, leave everything to me from now on. When it comes to marriage, you just tell me what you need, and I'll make it happen. If you need money, I have it. If you need people, I have them. In short, we lack nothing, except for you two getting married. Hearing Yi Chen's firm and confident words, Li Mengmeng began to believe. She then got into the car with the key, and everyone prepared to first go to Li Mengmeng's home and then discuss with her parents. On the way, passing by a bank, Yi Chen got out of the car, bought a suitcase, and withdrew 880,000 in cash. This was the dowry he prepared for his older brother. He then went to the neighboring jewelry store, buying bracelets, rings, necklaces, and bracelets, spending 70 to 80,000. The gifts in the trunk, which Wang Chao had prepared in advance, were also plentiful. Then they continued driving. Half an hour later, they arrived at the residential area where Li Mengmeng lived, an apartment building with an elevator. Yi Chen and Yi Zhong carried various gifts and moved them in one by one. Maodai liquor, high-end red wine, a bunch of health products were bought. Yi Chen held the cash in the box and jewelry boxes in his hands. Even Li Mengmeng held a pile of seafood gift boxes in her hands. Although her face was tense, she felt relieved in her heart. It seemed that this Yi Chen was really different from before. He had become wealthy and generous. She had just roughly calculated that just the cigarettes and alcohol alone would probably cost tens of thousands. Not to mention those gift boxes. Adding a Land Rover car, specifically verifying by phone, and Yi Zhong's current position in a bank, all of this made it seem like a dream. Unreal, but it was happening right before her eyes. Arriving at the door, Li Mengmeng took out the key and opened the door. Yi Zhong and Yi Chen, the two brothers, stood behind. Mengmeng is back, hurry and help your mom stew the fish, her stew doesn't taste as good as yours. At this moment, a thin, gray-haired man walked over. Smiling, he said. In the kitchen, there was a busy woman. After all, living in the city, Li Mengmeng's parents are much younger than Yi Chen's parents. They looked to be in their 50s, but in reality, they were almost 60. Li Mengmeng's father was a supervisor at a frozen food factory, about to retire, and her mother was a part-time tutoring teacher, with a decent income. A very ordinary family, but not lacking in conditions, better off than many others. Mom, Dad, Yi Zhong are here. At that moment, Li Mengmeng gathered her courage and called out. Suddenly, Li Mengmeng's father, Li Datong, who had been watching TV on the sofa, had a dark expression. Chen Meiwan, Li Mengmeng's mother, also rushed out from the kitchen with a ladle in hand. Why did you bring him back? It's been 3 years, we didn't stop you from being with him, but we won't let you marry him either. Let me tell you, Mengmeng, if you don't listen, and secretly get married to him, from now on, I won't consider you my daughter. Chen Meiwan said sternly. Li Mengmeng lowered her head, afraid to speak. At this moment, Yi Zhong walked in with a gift, then placed it on the ground. Auntie, I'm sorry for being late, I have prepared the money to buy a house, please give me another chance, I will treat Mengmeng well. Yi Zhong said earnestly. Money to buy a house? Is it the full amount? It's just the down payment. If my daughter marries you, she will have to repay the mortgage with you. Originally, she was the only child and had no pressure at home. Why should she suffer with you? Yi Zhong, you are a good person, I have never misjudged anyone, you are reliable, but you cannot give my daughter happiness. She may agree now, but when faced with the pressures of life after marriage, not only will she regret it, but you will also collapse. Your uncle and I have been through it, we don't want to see you end up in divorce, so don't come back, don't think about it, we won't agree to this, unless one day you become successful, or have a stable job. But by then, you won't lack a wife, and my daughter will have been married long ago. Chen Meijuan's words were quite reasonable. Looking from her daughter's perspective, there was no problem at all. She was addressing real issues. Yi Zhong, we are both men, with your current situation, you cannot provide happiness and security for my daughter. We only have one daughter, how can we trust her to you? Your family's situation, do I need to say more? It's a burden, and your younger brother is even worse, gambling and accumulating debts. If you really care for my daughter, you should know, she is naive, don't you understand? At this point, Li Datong also came out, sighed and said. Yi Zhong didn't know how to respond after hearing this. All his confidence came from his younger brother. At this moment, Li Mengmeng raised her head, took out her work ID and said, Dad, Mom, Yi Zhong has found a job, a permanent position at the bank. Here is his work ID and employment procedures, he can start work tomorrow. If you don't believe it, you can call now to verify. With that, Li Mengmeng took out her phone, dialed a number, and put it on speakerphone. At this moment, her parents were all stunned, thinking they had misheard. It wasn't until the call was answered. Then Li Mengmeng verified her identity with the bank in front of her parents. Hello miss, this is the third time you've called to verify, what's going on with you guys? I just explained it all. Yi Zhong, from Dawang village, 31 years old, just processed the entry today, can start work at any time, and our bank is a regular establishment. If you have any more questions, please ask them all at once. I need to tell you, I'm off work now, it's my personal time. There was a helpless voice on the phone. Thank you, I just wanted to confirm if this is true, sorry, wish you a happy life. Li Mengmeng said and hung up the phone. This time, Li Datong and Chen Meiwan looked at each other, showing disbelief on their faces. What's going on? Getting a regular job is not that easy. Why didn't we hear about this before? How can a factory worker like him have this ability? Li Datong adjusted his glasses and asked incredulously. Dad, Mom, it's Yi Zhong's younger brother, who turned over a new leaf, made a lot of money, and got the job through connections. Yi Chen, you come and explain to my dad and them, I can't explain it clearly. Li Mengmeng shouted, then started changing shoes, and she directly pulled the stunned Yi Zhong into the living room sofa, making him sit down. Yi Chen caused this trouble, let him solve it. We've been struggling for more than 3 years, it's time for him to make some effort. Li Mengmeng picked up an apple, stuffed it into Yi Zhong's hand, and stared at him, saying, eat, quickly. Oh, I'll eat. Yi Zhong obediently nodded and started eating in small bites. But he was very nervous. In the past, he was always driven away and scolded. But this time, Mengmeng actually made him sit on the sofa without changing shoes, feeling like sitting on pins and needles. Not to mention that the other party's parents might not agree. Even if they did, he couldn't wear shoes into the house and just sit there eating an apple. Instead, Li Mengmeng completely relaxed because she gradually trusted that Yi Chen had really made it. She hadn't waited in vain for these 3 years. Uncle, aunt, I won't say much more. Before, I caused trouble for my brother and also implicated sister Mengmeng. This time, I'm not only apologizing, but also representing our Yi family to propose marriage. After speaking, Yi Chen walked in carrying a box. The old couple instinctively took a step back. Yi Chen placed the box on the dining table, then opened it, revealing a pile of red banknotes. Yi Zhong, who was eating an apple, suddenly widened his eyes, choked and coughed. Even Mengmeng, who turned her head casually, took a sharp breath and shivered. As for the couple Li Datong, they were even more stunned, looking at the cash in the box, their mouths watering. The impact of nearly $1 million in cash was very strong. For an ordinary person, earning $1 million might be easy, but saving it is very difficult. A person who can take out hundreds of thousands at once, even in the community where Mengmeng lives with over 3,000 households, is hard to find. Away from the internet, back to reality, even 100,000 is a lot. Here is 880,000, considered the betrothal gift. And here are some jewelry, bought in a hurry on the way. Yi Chen opened the jewelry box and displayed everything. Thick bracelets, necklaces, and a very plain-looking gold ring made Mengmeng burst into laughter. Yi Chen also awkwardly scratched his head. Here are the receipts, all in real gold and silver, with withdrawal vouchers. Uncle and aunt, if you don't believe it, you can check the cash, and these are all earned by me. If I had a problem, I wouldn't be able to withdraw so much money from the bank. Uncle and aunt, you really don't need to worry. Engagement ring are custom made by my sister and her too. I won't buy ready-made, and then the house, if you two are willing to live with them, I will buy a detached villa with a private courtyard. If you don't like it, I will buy an extra set for you too. It's too late today, let's go tomorrow. After speaking, Yi Chen walked towards the door again, carrying all the good cigarettes and alcohol he bought, sweating profusely. When Li Mengmeng saw it, she also ran over, opened the fridge, took out a soda, and handed it to Yi Chen. Thank you, sister-in-law, hee. Yi Chen took the soda and drank it in one gulp. Slow down, no one is competing with you. Li Mengmeng also smiled, then walked back to the sofa, sat next to Yi Zhong, and hugged his arm tightly. Yi Zhong was startled, wanting to pull his arm back, but was held tightly by Li Mengmeng. Don't let uncle and aunt see, otherwise. Yi Zhong nervously whispered. What's there to be afraid of? I'm not afraid anymore. Anyway, that brat has it all figured out. Although my parents are decent people, they really fell for Yi Chen's tricks. When he pulled this off, my parents were dumbfounded, didn't you see? At this moment, Li Mengmeng leaned happily against Yi Zhong's shoulder. This was the most at ease she had been in 3 years. The heavy burden in her heart finally lifted. At this moment, Li Datong took a deep breath and finally came to his senses. Is this money really earned legitimately? Li Datong still couldn't believe that the box of money in front of him was all earned by the second son of the Yi family, a gambler. Uncle, I really can't explain this matter in detail, but you just need to know that I haven't been arrested now, so it's definitely not illegal gains. It's all from my stock trading earnings. I'm here to propose on behalf of my family. Uncle. Yi Chen bowed deeply as he spoke, very serious and earnest. This made Li Datong feel a bit awkward, so he quickly walked over and helped Yi Chen up. You child, what are you doing? Li Datong's attitude had changed for the better. This is all necessary. I was immature before and caused trouble for my brother. This time I'm here to make it up to them, and also thank you for raising such an outstanding sister Mengmeng. I also ask uncle to give my brother a chance. Yi Chen said earnestly. They are inseparable no matter how much they fight or argue. Your aunt and I have no choice. When we made this decision back then, we hoped you would understand. After all, who doesn't want their daughter to marry into a good family? As he spoke, Li Datong had already taken Yi Chen into the room. Then they sat down and talked. Yi Chen was very polite, apologizing all the time and making many promises. In the end, Li Datong nodded and said, in that case, don't blame uncle for being practical. If you can buy the house tomorrow, you can take the household registration book to get married at any time. When a girl grows up, she may not stay, according to my thinking. Even if she doesn't get married, I can still support her. But no matter what, I won't let my daughter be wronged. With that, Li Mengmeng walked over and hugged her father. Dad! Li Mengmeng cried. Li Datong also wiped away his tears. Alright, don't cry, this is a good thing. Yi Chen, Yi Zhong, remember, I'm giving you both a chance, don't disappoint me when the time comes. Li Datong said seriously. Don't worry, uncle, tomorrow, we'll go see the house together. Yi Chen patted his chest and assured him. Then Yi Chen got up and prepared to leave. Originally, they wanted to stay for dinner with Yi Zhong, but Yi Chen needed to prepare for tomorrow. So he left Li Mingming's house with Yi Zhong. When they got outside, Yi Chen saw a barbecue stall on the street and said, brother, want to have a drink? Let's splurge a bit today, I'll treat you. Yi Zhong put his arm around Yi Chen and headed towards the barbecue stall. The two brothers drank a lot of alcohol and had many heart-to-heart conversations, but fearing it might delay tomorrow's important matters, Yi Chen and Yi Zhong took a taxi home. As for the Land Rover, it was left directly to Li Mengmeng. The next day, Yi Chen got up early, contacted Wang Chao, got some useful information from a real estate company, drove with Li Mengmeng and his older brother towards the Hai Tian real estate development, Riverside City Center, with a view room. Li Mengmeng sat in the back, feeling nervous and anxious. She was most worried that there would be problems at the crucial moment of buying a house. After finally convincing her parents, she didn't want this peace to be disrupted. Yi Zhong held her hand, even more nervous, sweating even with the air conditioning on. Brother, sister-in-law, don't be nervous, the house isn't going anywhere. Don't worry. Through the mirror, Yi Chen saw how nervous they both were and said with a smile, Brat, stop talking nonsense, this time your brother and I are going to make you bleed a bit, buy a bigger house, and make this nouveau riche shed some blood. Li Mengmeng gritted her teeth after hearing this. Naturally, Yi Chen could tell she was joking. Alright, as big as you want, let's buy two, and buy one for uncle and aunt too, let's just buy in the same community, it'll be convenient when we visit your parents, huh? Yi Chen laughed. This also eased the tense atmosphere. Yi Zhong was not as nervous at this moment. Finally, they arrived at the bank, everyone got out of the car and went straight into the sales office. Several salespeople came over to greet them warmly. Just then, a woman in a black suit, with long hair, heavy makeup, walked over. Meng Meng, what are you doing here? The woman asked in surprise. Zhang Xin? What a coincidence, you're here too, what's up with you? Seeing the other person's outfit, with black stockings, high heels, and a work badge on her chest, Li Mengmeng had a rough idea. Yeah, I work here. After leaving my previous job, I came here. Selling houses is a bit stressful, but it pays well. I don't want to end up like you, finding a useless boyfriend. I want to work hard on my own and earn more money. What about you, is Yi Zhong still clinging to you? Let me tell you, Lao Mengmeng, don't be soft-hearted, with your looks and figure, finding a rich man is just a matter of minutes. After Zhang Xian finished speaking, Yi Zhong and Yi Chen walked over from the nearby sand table. Sister-in-law, come and take a look. You choose. Yi Chen said with a smile. Okay, I'll be right there. Li Mengmeng responded. Then she turned to Zhang Xian and said, it's all in the past, I'm getting married soon, today is to buy a house. Don't joke around, Mengmeng, isn't that Yi Zhong, you think he's buying a house? You silly woman, after saving money for so many years, you wouldn't have given it all to him, right? Otherwise, where would he get the money to buy a house? And even if you gave him all your savings from these years, it wouldn't be enough, probably difficult for the down payment, and after you get married, if his gambling brother comes to scam you, you might end up selling the house, be cautious. Zhang Xian said seriously after seeing Yi Zhong. Oh, it's not as serious as you make it sound, Yi Zhong loves me, and I love him too, otherwise I wouldn't have waited for him for 3 years. Besides, his brother is making money now, it's a kind of comeback. He's no longer the hated guy he used to be, he's very obedient now, especially afraid of me. Li Mengmeng said proudly. I'm speechless, forget it, I won't advise you anymore. Since you're buying a house, let me introduce you. I'll take a smaller commission. Zhang Xian said with a smile. Sure, since I've met you, of course I'll buy through you. I still remember your feelings towards me back then, we're old classmates and sisters. Come on, let me help you make some money today. With that, Li Mengmeng took Zhang Xian's hand and headed towards the sand table. Let's see if you have enough down payment first. I'm not planning to make money off you, I'll try to find you a better layout. How much is your budget? The smallest unit we have is 45 square meters, and there's only one left. Zhang Xian didn't believe for a second that Yi Zhong, that poor guy, could afford a house. And she had long known that Li Mengmeng, that silly girl, had been saving money for 3 years to buy a house, to help Yi Zhong bear the pressure. But with Li Mengmeng's meager salary, even if she saved every penny for 3 years, she would only have about 100,000. But was that even possible? We don't need a very large area. They had already arrived at the sand table, and Li Mengmeng spoke up. Our house prices are a bit high. I don't know if you can afford it. The bad layouts start at 17 to 18,000, while the better ones are 23 to 24,000. Yi Zhong, it's about you. Don't rely on Mengmeng for everything. How much money can you bring in? At this point, Zhang Xian shouted at Yi Zhong. Yi Zhong turned around and glanced at Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled, then used the infrared to ask about a small villa in the center. Is there any available in this one? Hearing Yi Chen's question, Zhang Xian sneered, not bothering to hide it. Yes, but this is a villa. It's very expensive, at least 29,000 per square meter. Are you sure? Let's take a look here. Although they are all small high-rises, there's a 58 square meter unit. I can apply for a discount for you. It should come down to about 15,000 per square meter. But overall, it will still be around 8 to 900,000, and the down payment will be at least 300,000. Zhang Xian pointed to the worst building in the area. No need, just tell me if there are any available units in this building. How big is it? Yi Chen emphasized again. Hearing this, Zhang Xian became impatient and glanced at Li Mengmeng beside her. Mengmeng, who is this guy? Is he the one buying the house, or are you? It seems like he's the one paying. Zhang Xian asked. That's right, he's Yi Zhong's younger brother. He's turned over a new leaf now. Although he's made some money, it's not easy. This time he said he wants to compensate me and Yi Zhong, and plans to buy us a wedding house. Li Mengmeng explained. What? He's that gambler, is he reliable? Zhang Xian was surprised to hear this, but Li Mengmeng nodded. She had to say it in advance, because she knew Zhang Xian's personality. If she knew how ambitious Yi Chen was, she would definitely deliberately choose expensive houses to make things difficult for him. Although Yi Chen made money, it wasn't easy. Nowadays, as long as you make money, it's not easy. She was also thinking for Yi Chen, after all, this kid still had a conscience. In that case, I'll arrange a good set for you. Marriage, such a big deal, of course you have to choose something good for yourself, especially when buying a house. You want a villa, right? There's a 197 square meter one here, and it's luxurious. If you can afford it, I'll calculate it for you. With that, Zhang Xian arrogantly took out her phone calculator and started calculating. Li Mengmeng was getting anxious. Yi Chen, let's just get something decent. That's too big, just the property fees and heating costs are very expensive, not to mention you don't really need that much space. That's almost 31,000 per square meter. I know you've made money, but you can't be so extravagant, Li Mengmeng said to Yi Chen very seriously. Don't worry, sister-in-law, I won't be stumped. Yi Chen smiled. It's nothing, Mengmeng. This amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for him. It's already good enough if he didn't buy us a villa, Yi Zhong chimed in with a grin. What are you talking about? Are you crazy? Forget about the villa, that Land Rover costs a lot of money, not to mention his financial strength, all the miscellaneous expenses added up, plus the house. Wait, how did I forget about the Land Rover? That car alone costs nearly 2 million. This kid, how much money did he really make? Suddenly realizing, Li Mengmeng asked Yi Zhong nervously. This much? Yi Zhong, seeing Li Mengmeng's surprise, also extended 4 fingers in a mysterious manner. 4 million? No, could it be 40 million? My goodness, what kind of business did he do to earn so much in such a short time? Could he have done something illegal? Li Mengmeng asked, feeling puzzled and even a bit worried. Don't worry, I trust second brother. If he says he didn't do anything wrong, then he definitely didn't, and besides, making money in any business is not that easy. And, he didn't earn just 40 million, Yi Zhong suddenly said with a smile. Instantly, Li Mengmeng's eyes widened, and she gasped for breath. Her breathing became rapid. So how much is it really? It can't be 4 billion, right? When she asked this question, Li Mengmeng immediately dismissed it herself. For an ordinary person, let alone 4 billion, it's difficult to earn even 400,000. Let me tell you, his phone balance shows 20 billion, and he also has 20 billion in the bank, so it's a total of over 40 billion, not just 40 million. I was also worried about where he got this money from, but then last night he bought a stock, and after buying it, he made hundreds of thousands overnight. It's really terrifying. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. So don't worry, this kid has some skills now. While speaking, Yi Zhong grabbed Li Mengmeng's hand and found that her hand was ice cold. Obviously, she was shocked by this terrifying number. Over 40 billion, it's unimaginable. A number that one couldn't even dream of. Alright, the total house payment is over 5.71 million. For the down payment, we need at least 2 million, so, is the down payment enough? At this point, Zhang Xian raised her head and looked at Yi Chen, her tone carrying a hint of provocation. Okay, just this one, make it 2, and pay in full. Help me draft the contract. After hearing this, Yi Chen didn't even look at the house, he just waved his hand and made a decision. At this price, the house must be good, and if the decoration is unsatisfactory, it can be redone completely. Haha, are you kidding me? It's 5 million, not 5,000. The down payment for one unit is 2 million. Are you talking nonsense? After hearing this, Zhang Xian chuckled coldly, hugging her shoulders. She had seen many wealthy people, but in her eyes, Yi Chen didn't look like a tycoon at all. The real tycoons had long been taken away by the managers, and it was not their turn at all. Meng, here is the bank card. You talk to her, I find it difficult to communicate with her. Yi Chen, helpless, turned around and handed the bank card to Li Meng. At this moment, Li Meng reacted and nervously took the card. Brother, don't just stand there, hurry up, don't keep uncle and aunt waiting. Yi Chen urged his older brother again. Alright, I got it. I'll go now. After saying that, Yi Zhong, dragging the dazed and astonished Li Meng, came to Zhang Xian, chatted for a few moments, and then swiped the card. As Zhang Xian sighed, impatiently took the POS machine to swipe the card, Yi Zhong entered the password. Yi Chen had told him yesterday that the password for the card was Yi Chen's birthday. Ding ding! The prompt for successful card swiping sounded, and then the machine spit out a small white slip of paper. Alright, it's done. Can we go see the house now? Yi Zhong looked at Zhang Xian with anticipation. At this moment, Zhang Xian also suddenly woke up, looking at the small slip of paper that was spit out, the over 5 million that was swiped away, her whole person was stunned. Thinking she was having a hallucination. Li Meng was also the same, although she had just heard Yi Zhong say that Yi Chen was very wealthy now and was prepared. But when she saw over 5 million being swiped successfully, she was also shocked beyond words. It was actually paid in full. For a moment, she couldn't accept this fact. Alright, madam, this is the house purchase contract. Please sign it, and here are the keys to the house. You can go and see the house with your husband first. If possible, we can hand over the house at any time. Another female salesperson in charge of the contract said enthusiastically. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit walked over. Several salespeople all bowed, very respectfully greeting him. General Manager. Hello, General Manager. After the middle-aged man smiled and responded, he walked straight to Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, Manager Wang has greeted me. We will arrange the best discounts and the best layout for you here. Have you seen the house? If you are not satisfied, we have a new property. After the general manager came over, he shook hands with Yi Chen very warmly. Through the phone, Wang Chao had repeatedly instructed him to take good care of this customer. This was someone even closer than his own brother. The general manager naturally dared not neglect, and hurried over immediately. Hello, General Manager, we have already chosen a house and paid in full. But I would like to buy another one similar. Could you please help me, preferably in the same community? Yi Chen knew this was arranged by Wang Chao for him, and then politely said, you have already paid in full. Mr. Yi, please wait a moment. Saying that, the general manager turned around, and walked very seriously towards the office. Yi Chen and Yi Zhong followed. Inside the room, Zhang Xian, as well as the female salesperson in charge of the contract, all bowed very respectfully. Manager Wu. Hello, Manager Wu. Manager Wu just nodded, then took the contract and glanced at it. Basic price, 30% off. Recalculate. As Manager Wu's words fell, the female salesperson in charge of the contract was completely stunned. 30% off. This was an unprecedented discount since the property opened. Just a quick calculation, over 5 million became over 350 million. A discount of over 150 million. Zhang Xian next to her was completely dumbfounded. As for Li Meng, she didn't know what had happened. How could such a huge discount suddenly be offered? Mr. Yi, this is the highest discount I can apply for you personally. I'm really sorry. My personal ability is also limited. I don't know if I have helped, although I know you don't lack this money, but let's just consider it as making a friend. Give me some face. What do you think? Manager Wu's words were like a bombshell, exploding in the room. Zhang Xian was so shocked that her scalp was tingling, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. Manager Wu actually showed such respect to Yi Chen. What on earth was going on? It's already very good. I feel quite embarrassed about this. I didn't intend to have a discount, I just wanted to arrange the best layout for my brother. So, Manager Wu, let's forget about this discount, we will still pay in full, and then help me arrange a similar house. How could Yi Chen possibly covet this small advantage from the other party? Over 100 million, he could afford it. He couldn't need someone's kindness over this little money. Mr. Yi, please don't misunderstand, this is a discount I'm offering you, also to attract more customers. Please don't overthink it, this discount of over $1 million. I know it's not a big deal for you, but Mr. Yi, Manager Wang has already given instructions, if you refuse, it will be difficult for me. Could it be that Mr. Yi thinks I'm not up to par? If that's the case, I'll cancel this discount for you. With that, Manager Wu sighed. No, I didn't mean that, okay, I'll take this discount. But for the second set, it will be at the regular price, no more discounts. The land in Bin is very valuable, you also need to make money to survive. Yi Chen hurriedly said with a smile. Mr. Yi is always considerate, okay, I'll give you a 20% discount on the second set, to avoid any misunderstandings. Manager Wu also smiled. The two of them chatted and laughed. The price difference was in the millions in minutes. This scared Li Mengmeng next to them. But deep down, she also understood completely that Yi Chen has truly made a name for himself now, he has risen to the top. It's not just about making money, his network is so wide. It seems that the money he earns is not from illegal sources. As for Zhang Xian next to her, she was already numb at this point, it was a series of shocks and impacts, completely overturning her impression of the Yi family. Soon, the second house was also arranged, but Li Mengmeng repeatedly reminded that as long as there is a suitable house for her parents to live in, 70 to 80 square meters is completely sufficient. However, after Su Ming's persuasion, they ended up buying a 100 square meter 3-bedroom apartment. This made Li Mengmeng feel both amused and exasperated. And there was a 20% discount. The two houses cost a total of over 5 million. When she received the keys to the two houses, Li Mengmeng was once again moved to tears. This time she cried hard. Yi Zhong hurriedly pulled her aside to comfort her. Yi Chen saw this and smiled, finally resolving a matter of concern. This way, her parents could also be at ease. Mengmeng, I envy you so much. By the way, is your younger uncle divorced? Let me see if I can introduce him to my sisters. When sending Li Mengmeng off, Zhang Xian pushed her and said, Come on, leave her alone, although he's divorced, he has turned over a new leaf now. You shouldn't meddle, but I can ask if there are any suitable friends around Yi Chen to introduce to you. Li Mengmeng said with a smile. Really, Mengmeng, I knew you were the best. With that, Zhang Xian hugged Li Mengmeng and jumped up. In fact, it was just a joke. She was genuinely happy for her sister. Although she had many opinions about the Yi family before, it was mainly because Yi Zhong's behavior was too much at the time. But now it's different. Her younger uncle has truly made a name for himself now. Making so much money and still remembering his older brother, he has a conscience. Alright, my best sister, when you get married, I'll be your bridesmaid. Wishing you both a happy and fulfilling life, growing old together. After giving her blessings, Zhang Xian sent Li Mengmeng to the car, waving goodbye. Then, Yi Chen took his sister-in-law and older brother back home. When he handed the keys to the house to the elderly couple, their hearts finally settled down. Especially when they found out that Yi Chen had also bought them a house, they were even more touched. Past grievances were resolved. The past is finally in the past. Then Yi Chen, Yi Zhong, and Li Mengmeng drove towards Dawang village. By nightfall, Yi Jianjun paced back and forth in the yard, smoking, looking very worried. Old man, it's time for dinner. Li Xiuying shouted from the doorway. You and your granddaughter, as well as Mei Yun, go ahead and eat first. I'll stay here and cool off, Yi Jianjun said. Dad, come back soon, don't worry. You should trust your son to handle this matter well. Xin Mei Yun came out, knowing exactly what her father-in-law was worried about. He no longer needed to worry about Yi Chen now. But the eldest son is already 30 years old, originally had a good girlfriend, but the relationship broke down because of Yi Chen in the past. I don't know if there is still a chance after so long. Yi Jianjun sighed one after another when he heard this, his gaze still fixed outside. Just then, Tong Tong ran out. Grandpa, it's time to eat. Not eating is unhealthy, Tong Tong said cutely and seriously. Yi Jianjun was delighted to hear this and quickly picked up his granddaughter. Listen to my granddaughter, let's have dinner now, without waiting for them. Seeing how much Yi Jianjun loved his granddaughter, Xin Meiyun also felt very relieved. Look at your dad, now he only listens to Tong Tong. Whatever Tong Tong tells him to do, he does. This child. Li Xiuying next to them shook her head and laughed. Just as the family was about to enter the house to eat, suddenly there was the sound of a car outside the door. Immediately after, Shin Mayun and the others all turned around to see Yi-chen getting out of the car, looking dejected as he walked into the yard. When Yi Jianjun saw this, his brows furrowed, and he had a bad feeling. Shin Mayun also felt a sinking feeling and quickly took Tongtong, then saw Yi Jianjun walking into the yard towards Yi-chen. His gaze involuntarily looked behind Yi-chen, but there was no one there. Has your older brother not returned? Also, how is your cousin Meng Meng doing lately? Has she visited her parents? Yi Jianjun took a deep breath and his voice trembled. I've been there, but the situation is not very good. I heard that Meng Meng has been going on blind dates recently. Uncle and aunt want her to get married soon. At this point, Yi-chen slowly lowered his head. It's all fate, but it's hard on your older brother. Meng Meng is such a good girl, but she couldn't marry him. It's not our Yi family's blessing. It's not her fault either. There's something I haven't told you before. Meng Meng waited for your older brother for 3 years. Any woman would find it impossible to do. It seems they really have no fate, but even so, if there's a chance in the future, help Meng Meng, don't blame her, understand? Yi Jianjun said with deep meaning. Li Xiuying next to him wiped away tears. Shin Mayun also took a deep breath. It seemed that there was really no chance this time. Although Yi Chen has now achieved success and has the ability to help his brother improve his current situation, it seems that the marriage cannot be salvaged. Yi Chen, you rascal, playing this kind of joke on your uncle. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. Then, Li Mengmeng and Ye Zhong walked in hand, both carrying gift boxes. Seeing this scene, Yi Jianjun's family all widened their eyes, even thinking they were hallucinating. Especially Yi Jianjun, he took a deep breath, rubbed his eyes, and confirmed that the girl in front of him was indeed Li Mengmeng, and his eldest son had returned. It was in that instant that he reacted, slapped Yi Chen on the head, causing him to grimace in pain. Shin Mayun also walked over, smiling through the pain. Such a grown-up person, not having a serious talk with dad, and still making jokes like this, I think you're asking for trouble. Shin Mayun said with a smile on the side. Meng Meng, Zhong, what's going on with you two? Yi Jianjun hurried forward, suppressing his excitement, and asked. Dad, Meng Meng and I are getting married. We've already registered today, take a look. Now I can finally bring your daughter-in-law home, you don't have to worry anymore. As he spoke, Yi Zhong took out the marriage certificate from his pocket, raised it excitedly, and handed it to his father. When Yi Jianjun took the marriage certificate, opened it, and saw his son and daughter-in-law both with happy smiles on their faces, he felt emotional and quickly turned his head away. Li Xiuying was overjoyed and ran over, grabbing Li Mengming's hand. Meng Meng, it's all our fault for making you suffer before. Now that I can see you getting married and registered, even if I die, I can close my eyes in peace. Li Xiuying said, wiping her tears and speaking. Auntie, why are you saying such ominous things? It's not auspicious. You and uncle will definitely live a long life. Besides, now that Zhong and I are married too, it's time for you and mom to enjoy yourselves. Don't say such unlucky words. Li Mengmeng quickly interjected. Yes, we'll be waiting to hold our grandchildren in the future. You two should have children soon. By then, your uncle and I, along with your parents, will take turns taking care of you. Li Xiuying wiped her tears and quickly said with a smile. This instantly made Li Mengmeng blush, looking down with a shy expression. Does grandma want a little brother or sister instead of Tongtong? At this moment, Tongtong suddenly waved her little hand and pouted. Yes, whether it's a boy or a girl, good grandsons and granddaughters, how can grandma bear to not have Tongtong? Li Xiuying also smiled. Laughter filled the entire courtyard of the Yi family. Mom, let's invite sister-in-law inside. Let's go inside and chat. At this moment, Shin Mayun also carried Tongtong and said with a smile. Hurry inside, dinner is ready. You've been busy all day, you must be tired. Li Xiuying was now full of energy, pulling the two daughters-in-law into the house. Then the three men of the Yi family also entered the house and sat on the heated brick bed. They each took a sip of wine. Meanwhile, the three women and Tongtong were busy in the kitchen, chatting and laughing happily. The whole family, in a harmonious and warm atmosphere, was enviable. After dinner, the family sat in the courtyard to cool off, eating chilled watermelon and chatting. Dad, I'm probably leaving tomorrow, and I'll go see my younger brother and sister. They happen to be in Longzhou City, especially the youngest, Yiming, who should be graduating soon and looking for a job. If possible, I'll have him work with me. Yi Chen suddenly spoke. Alright, now that you've made something of yourself, your younger brother and sister will rely on you. It can be said that you've turned a misfortune into a blessing. Our family can have today thanks to you. You've all grown up, and your mom and I are very pleased. Yi Jianjun said contentedly. Now, he had no worries about Yi Chen. As the head of the family, it was time for him to retire to the background. What about Mayun and Tongtong? Are they leaving too? When Li Xiaoying heard that her second son was leaving, she asked with reluctance. This family had just reunited, and there were still the third son and fourth daughter missing. Mom, Yi-Chen has something to attend to, so let him go home first. Tongtong and I don't have anything urgent right now, and Yi-Chen has also helped me take time off. We can stay at home for as many days as we want. Now that my sister-in-law is back, and my eldest brother too, we will be here to keep you company. Qin Meiyun said with a smile. Auntie, I have also taken leave for my engagement, so I can stay at home with Zhong for a while too. As long as you don't mind having me and Meiyun, the new daughter-in-law, around. Li Mengmeng also chimed in with a smile. I don't mind at all, we are all family. How could I ever mind? Mom will be happy no matter how long you all stay. Hearing that both daughters-in-law are not leaving, along with her granddaughter and eldest son, Li Xiaoying felt much more at ease. It was actually Yi-Chen who pouted at this moment and said, Mom, I am your own son. If you have daughters-in-law to keep you company, you don't need a son anymore. You are grown up now, it's time for you to focus on your career. Mom can't keep you at home forever, right? You little rascal, are you feeling jealous? Li Xiaoying teased Yi-Chen with a glare. In that moment, the whole family burst into laughter. Just then, Yi-Chen's phone suddenly rang. He quickly picked it up, lit a cigarette, and went to the door. Brother, I found the Tian2 company you asked me to look for. It seems like their company is facing some major financial issues in their development, and there are big problems. What should we do next? If necessary, can you come back for a visit? Feng Tianhai's voice came from the other end of the phone. Yi-Chen nodded after hearing this. He had been home for a few days now, and it was time to get busy with his career. The changes that had happened today were all due to his career development. In order to make his family and loved ones happier, he needed to build a real fortress. By noon, Yi-Chen quickly packed up, and the whole family saw him off at the door. At that moment, Wang Chao also parked his car at the door and brought in bags of gifts. Uncle and Auntie, I came in a hurry, not sure if you will like these gifts. Wang Chao had his assistant bring all the gifts into the yard. They piled up to half a person's height, and they were all very valuable health products. This surprised Yi Jianjun and his wife. No one had ever given them such lavish gifts in all these years. Yi-Chen, should we accept these gifts or not? Yi Jianjun looked at his son with a puzzled expression. It was clear that Wang Chao was a big shot with a high status. Yi Jianjun was at a loss. Dad, let's accept them. It's just a small token of Wang Chao's goodwill. My brother's job was also helped by him. Yi Chen nodded. All right, we'll accept them, thank you. Dinner is almost ready, come in for a home-cooked meal. Yi Jianjun said with a smile. He was feeling proud now. His son had not only turned over a new leaf and made a fortune, but his friends were also wealthy. The future looked bright, and it finally put his mind at ease. No, uncle, another day. I will definitely come to visit you and have a meal. I have been wanting to try a home-cooked meal for a long time, but never had the chance. And my brother's flight is about to leave, I need to take him to the airport. Wang Chao explained in a hurry. Then come back when you can, you are always welcome. I will have your aunt prepare a chicken for you anytime. Yi Jianjun understood that the children were focused on their careers, so he didn't insist on them staying. Sure thing, uncle, but if I get a craving, I might end up coming every day. Then you and auntie better not get tired of me. Wang Chao joked as he left. Can't, you've helped our family so much, and you're also a friend of Yi-Chen. In the future, you should feel at home here, don't be polite. Yi Jianjun quickly waved his hand and said, Child, just come over in the future, whatever you want to eat, auntie will make it for you. Li Xiaoying also said warmly. This made Wang Chao even more full of smiles, chatting with the old couple for a few moments before getting into the car. Come back early after you're done. Leaning against the car window, Li Xiaoying wiped away her tears. Yi-Chen also held onto his mother's hand reluctantly, unwilling to let go. Regain a new life. He has hurt too many people, but he knows, the brief separation is for more reunions in the future. Alright, old lady, the kid is off to do big things. We parents can't lag behind. At this moment, Yi Jianjun spoke up on the side. I don't care about those, I just want my son by my side, not seeking great wealth and prosperity. Don't say these things, I don't want to hear it. Li Xiaoying pushed Yi Jianjun away, crying even harder. Yi Chen also pushed open the car door, then got out of the car, and hugged his mother tightly. Mom, 2 daughters-in-law accompanying you is not enough, there's also Tong, right? And my eldest brother doesn't need to work for a short time. Next you'll have to prepare for his wedding, it will be busy. This time when I go back, I'll come back as soon as possible, and then I'll have my 3rd brother and 4th sister come back early. Mom, stop crying. Yi-chen patted his mother's back with his hand, smiling. At this moment, Qin Meiyun also saw this scene, her eyes turning red. The present Yi-chen is a good father, a good son, a good brother, and of course, in the future, he will definitely be a good husband. This made her feel like she was dreaming. The change in Yi-chen is too huge. It's as if a century has passed. Li Mengmeng and Yi Zhong also saw all this, their faces filled with contentment. Then come back early, take care of yourself, eat on time, don't eat randomly. Health is more important than making money. And when you go back, visit your in-laws more, don't let them worry. It's true that a child traveling 1,000 miles causes a mother to worry. This saying is correct. Got it, Mom, go back. Yi-chen got back into the car, waved his hand and said. Then, the car slowly drove away from the village. Brother, I envy you, a happy and harmonious family, Wang Chao said to Yi-chen while driving, glancing at him. It was clear that it wasn't flattery, as Yi-chen could see genuine envy in his eyes. Envy? If you knew what happened in my family a few years ago, you wouldn't envy me. Wang Chao, when you have achieved something in your career, you should also take care of your family more. Really, don't wait until you lose it and regret it. Some things should not be coveted. As a man, making mistakes is not scary, but repeating mistakes is. Although my age is similar to yours, the experiences I've had definitely exceed your imagination. Money can be earned back, but once you lose family ties, love, and marriage, it's hard to regain them. Don't wait until you regret it, you should take the initiative, understand? Yi-chen suddenly said with deep meaning. Wang Chao was moved by his words. He slowed down the car, then looked at Yi-chen through the mirror and said, Brother, you know everything, right? I know, I can't hide it from you. But brother, do I still have a chance to make amends now? Sometimes in my career, I am decisive, but in emotions, I really hesitate a lot. I know this will eventually harm me. At this point, Wang Chao began to feel guilty in his heart. He has a marriage that he is not very satisfied with, but he has a lovely son and a virtuous wife. But initially, his marriage was arranged by his parents. Similar to a marriage, there is no real emotion, but the wife is completely devoted to him, excelling in her interactions with others. She is capable in social settings and in the kitchen, and she can provide him with great help in his career. She even gave up her own career for him, willingly becoming a full-time homemaker, taking care of the family and his parents. As for Wang Chao's father, he is also a wealthy businessman and the owner of an automobile parts processing company. But he has never gotten along with Wang Chao. Their father-son relationship is not very good. If it weren't for a good daughter-in-law, they probably would have fallen out long ago. But Wang Chao had an extramarital affair and kept a female model on the side. He knew that she was only after his money, but he also did it for the thrill. However, the truth eventually came out. His wife found out, but instead of causing a scene, she calmly sent him divorce papers after a month of reflection. She wanted to take the child with her. Naturally, Wang Chao would not agree, as that was his son. So they have been at a standstill until now. Moreover, his father, in a fit of rage, ended up in the hospital. Although he has been successful in his career, he is facing a crisis, with many of his stores facing financial shortages. He has become increasingly irritable, lacking the stability he once had. So when Yi-chen mentioned these things just now, it struck a chord with him. Actually, what you want to ask isn't about the family, right? You want to know if there is still room for development in the automotive industry, if it's too late to expand now, if you want to establish your own brand, and if someone has already approached you as a partner. Yi-chen said with a faint smile. Suddenly, when Wang Chao heard this, he slowed down the car to a stop and listened to the roadside. He turned around, looking surprised and eager. Brother, what should I do? I know, in your eyes, all my information is transparent to you. I can't hide it from you, but now I'm really facing a bottleneck. I want to break through, to do something bigger, too. Before Wang Chao could finish his sentence, Yi-chen interrupted. You want to prove to your father that you are more capable, that you don't need anyone to tell you what to do, right? When Yi-chen finished speaking, Wang Chao was stunned. He fell silent. So, why are you listening to others telling you what to do now? Just because I helped you once. But have you ever thought about how many times your father has helped you over the years? Do you think your achievements today are solely due to your own abilities? I'm not trying to discourage you, but I want to tell you a fact, that the father you have always wanted to surpass, you actually surpassed him a year ago. He paved the way for you, quietly dedicating all his factory resources to you. When he found out your second store was opening, he didn't sleep all night, he was happy for a long time. What are you fighting for? To win against your father? But he has always held you up high since you were a child, and now that you've grown up, he is still carrying you on his shoulders, helping you up. Do you really want to see yourself in front of him, flipping tables, throwing tantrums, pointing fingers at him, telling him that you have surpassed him, shutting him up, saying you don't need him to interfere? You are not qualified. When Yi Chen said this, Wang Chao's mind went blank with a bang. Over the years, it's no wonder he has had it easy. Over the years, he could argue with his father. Over the years, he could already look down on the father who once looked down on him. But he never expected that everything he has today was achieved through his father sacrificing his own career for him. Your father, for you, set aside his pride, gave gifts to old clients, treated them to drinks. In short, everything you didn't have to bear, he bore for you. Your success is built on the weight your father carried for you. Once, I was even worse than you, but now you see, I have found the meaning of making money, that is to repay those who love me and those I love. As Yi Chen said this, Wang Chao could no longer remain calm. He suddenly hugged the steering wheel, crying out in pain, crying like a child. At that moment, he understood everything. Everything became clear.